drivers, carpenters. Who else I'm forgetting out there? Good morning to you, Lutman. Big John in for Spadoni, for Lutman, excuse me. And Shasky, yes, it's a must win. Here's a couple reasons why. Number one, the Warriors have won 19 straight series in the Western Conference under Steve Kerr, right? Under Steve Kerr, they've won 19 straight. I'm not sure the Warriors against this Lakers team. Who knows? Can they come back from 0-2? I wouldn't doubt them. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't be ideal to go down 0-2 with 2 home losses. However, how about this stat? And I know this is going to scare you. The LeBron James has won 19 straight series after winning game number 1. He's won 19 straight series after winning game 1. All time in his career, he's 28-2 when he wins game 1 in the series.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing we've got the LeBron stopper and Steph Curry. You're just going to let that sit there?
I'm going to let it sit there, Happy. You did it to yourself. May the fourth be with you. May the fourth be with you, Shasky.
Honestly, like when it comes to LeBron James numbers and stats, why would anyone be surprised with any of the numbers being historic with him?
Right.
Like you're talking about one of the greatest players to ever play any sport. You know what I mean? Like LeBron is LeBron, but it is a different version of LeBron. I don't know if you caught some of the Draymond Green podcast.
Yeah, I listened to it yesterday.
And he was talking about how different his floor game is, and he didn't really elaborate on what he's seen, but what I'm seeing is definitely a different version of LeBron James. He's picking and choosing his spots. It does feel like he's just he's not
playing off
putting
the
his
ball more.
What?
He's playing off the ball more.
Yes, he's not putting his imprint as a dribbler as much as he used to, and it does feel like defensively he takes time off.
Well, it's just a lot more ball movement with the LA Lakers. He's allowing Schroeder to touch the ball. He's allowing D'Lo to touch the ball, and they're playing through Anthony Davis. He's playing second fiddle to Anthony Davis on offense. And look, he's sitting up there as a spot-up shooter. He's not shooting well as a spot-up shooter at all in these playoffs so far. But he's LeBron James, and he's capable of exploding one game where he goes for 6 threes or 7 threes. That's how great he is. So it is a different version of him. But Draymond Green, and we're going to get to everything. Look, Jonathan Kuminga spoke to the Chronicle yesterday. C.J. Holmes, when they had C.J. Holmes on at 9:30, I thought it was very, very interesting what Jonathan Kuminga was discussing. But Draymond Green on that podcast put it on himself. He said, I have to play better. I have to play better. Simply, it's on me. I played like crap, and I'm disgusted with myself. And everybody saw that. You know, everybody was trying to get on Jordan Poole and, you know, Steve Kerr, who joined Willard or Dibs yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game, touched on how Jordan Poole's a lightning rod or whatnot. But Draymond Green needs to step up his game, and I'm glad he took the accountability to say that because he did not play well.
He seemed very – we've heard this from him before, and it's kind of interesting. Like, I've listened to that podcast a lot. I mean, every episode, really. And the thing that I keep coming away with, every time he's disgusted with himself, those are his words, not mine. It's like he plays so bad offensively, and then he's obsessed with the referees. And you brought up so many things yesterday. So I'm watching the game back yesterday, and I'm trying to do my studying. I'm looking for different matchups and, like, what flip stuff. And I do believe, you know, watching it live was like, oh, that third quarter – things happened in that second quarter that set up the third quarter.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, one of the things I noticed, and you brought this up yesterday, and I think it's a poignant remark. When Draymond is not playing any offense whatsoever, it affects his focus, and then he becomes hyper-focused with the officiating because he's trying to put his imprint on the game defensively, and he almost cranks up the physicality, and he was unhinged. He was unhinged, and I wish that he would channel that energy into his offensive production, and I've noticed that when he is playing well offensively,
he's a happier guy. He's moving. He's hopping.
He's not as obsessed with the calls.
It's not. He's just hooping. He's just locked in, and I think we're going to see a locked-in Draymond Green. The Warriors know they can't go down 0-2. They just can't go down 0-2. They need to get one. You get this one today, and I think the Warriors will win today. And we go back to L.A. on Saturday, and it's going to be a split, and you get one down in L.A. But you got to take care of business. And look, a lot of things went their way. They hit the 3-ball well. They didn't get to the free throw line. I expect them to get to the free throw line a lot more today. I expect them to not to continue to take care of the basketball like they did outside of Stephen Curry. Only 8 turnovers. Curry had 5 of them. I'm cool with that. Draymond had none. Jordan Poole had none. But Draymond Green, I think he's also going to take on the challenge of defending Anthony Davis at times and money times. And there's a lot of talk about how much you could play Looney on Anthony Davis. Man, you're going to have to pick your spots. And it was a fill-out game for the Golden State Warriors as they lost their 3rd straight game 1 under Steve Kerr. But that's crazy. But Draymond Green, I think he's got to be engaged here. There's a couple things here with Draymond Green that I think will help him, and I think that's lineup situations. I don't think you can go to a lineup with, at times, Gary Payton II and Draymond Green. That looked clunky, especially in that second quarter where GP2, and you heard Stan Van Gundy on the broadcast saying, boy, they're not guarding GP2.
Exactly.
They're not guarding Draymond Green. Well, I can't have too many non-scoring threats on the floor in this series.
You know, GP2 doesn't have the same bounce that he had last year. Doesn't look like he has the same just physical stoutness. Not that he's not an important player for what they've got going on this year. He just doesn't look as in rhythm as he was last year. Mm-hmm. I think that he's really reluctant to shoot right now. I think there's a couple of guys that are reluctant to shoot. On the Anthony Davis question, though, Bonte, I keep coming back to this. When they faced Sabonis, they had a very clear plan. We're going to play you man, but when you get so deep in the paint, after playing deny on a lot of those dribble handoff stuff, we're going to collapse, and we're going to send those late doubles. How would you defend Anthony Davis? Because I've been thinking about this long and hard. You want to play him straight up, because I do think they've got better shooters than in years past about the Lakers. Not better than the Kings, but I do think they have better shooters. But when he gets so deep in the paint, you almost have to concede the 2 points, because even if you throw a double at him, he's going to rise up and elevate above those guys.
The thing for me is, I don't say you let him cook, but I don't want to double off of LeBron, because all of a sudden LeBron gets a running start and he gets the ball in his hands. I don't want to double off a shooter because he's more than capable of hitting a 3. I don't want to double Austin Reeves. I want to keep him out of this series. I want to keep him like Kevin Huerter. I want to keep him down. Yeah. I want to take the ball out of his hands. The guy you double off of is Vanderbilt. You say, Jared Vanderbilt, hit 7 threes.
Yeah.
I dare you.
Yeah.
Shoot the 3s. I dare you. So that's the guy you double off of. You saw Draymond Green sag off of him, especially early in the game from the corner. Now, he was 1 of 3 from the 3-point line, but I'll live with him shooting. So one thing with Anthony Davis is you got to be aggressive before he gets the ball.
Yes.
You got to make him fight for the basketball. He got too many clean touches when nobody touched him. He got to just roam around in the paint 10 to 15 feet, put his hands up and get the ball. You got to be physical with him. You got to make sure you give him a couple forearms in the ribs here and there before he touches the ball here. You got to get physical with AD before he gets the ball, make him work dead, and then finally when he gets that ball, all right, now you play him straight up. You try to make it tough on him because, look, he's a great player. He's going to get his. But I thought they did that in the second half.
Yes.
Only 7 points in the second half for AD.
So, I want to make him do 2 things. I want him to continue to prove that he can shoot from the outside. That's number 1. If he's hitting, he's hitting. I can live with him shooting 20 to 25 footers. I also want to see him put the ball on the floor to his left. If I'm the Warriors, you can't let him go to his right because that's his strong hand. And then he gets that little kind of baby hook kind of going because 1-2 dribbles to his right. Now he's in the paint and now he's in his soft spot. I want to force him left. So to me, I think their defensive effort has to be force him into dribbling to his left and make him into a passer.
I agree. He's so long. He gets to the cup, 2 steps, boom, finger roll. He's at the rim. He's a big boy, man. He's a physical specimen, big boy, grabbing rebounds or whatnot. So that's one aspect of everything. But I think it starts with Draymond Green, and he put it on him. Draymond Green has to be a threat offensively. He knows that. I mean, the stats are out there. In the regular season, when he scores 10-plus points per game, when he scores 10 points in a game in the regular season all time, the Warriors win 78% of the time. 78% of the time. And he's a happier guy. He's just rolling. So he's got to be a threat offensively. How do you play the matchups here? I think another thing when it comes to role players, and I think Jordan Poole is going to be fine. Everybody's getting on Jordan Poole. The last shot. Hey, I don't know, and I don't care. Dante DiVincenzo, I think Steve Kerr has to make the commitment to DDV and say, Dante, you're seeing 20 minutes. Because if I'm going to pick between GP2 and Dante DiVincenzo, let's just face it, DiVincenzo has been better. He's been better.
He
in terms of just
ball
everything.
And
he brings everything. He just brings more to the table. Is the drop-off of defense from GP2 and DDV significant? I don't think so. I think you're going to get some of the same type of production. Now, GP2, he looks so small in this series, and he'll get the block shots or whatnot. But, boy, I personally think Dante DiVincenzo needs to get the commitment here to get 20 minutes a game because he could threaten that defense with his shooting. If he's going to get, like, the shots the Warriors got for the three-point line, and you watch it back yesterday, they got a lot of great looks from the three-point line. Great looks. Dante DiVincenzo, I believe, with the space that he will get from the perimeter, can hit that shot and be a difference maker. And the extra ball handler where he could penetrate or pull up from the mid-range. I think this has to be a DiVincenzo series. DiVincenzo and GP2 seem redundant to me. They seem redundant to me, especially on the watch back.
They do, but I think DiVincenzo does much more offensively than Gary Payton. But the problem is that Bonte, he's so afraid to shoot that outside shot.
Well, I think you got to make the commitment.
And it's really affected his psyche.
I think what it is he knows that he misses. All of a sudden, Steve Kerr has a quick hook.
Yeah.
He's not going to see minutes.
Yeah.
If he knew the game plan coming in, hey, DDV, you're getting 18 to 25 minutes. Boom. I think you get a different player. I think you get a different player who's more locked in and more engaged. So not only can he do more offensively, he could be that threat. The Lakers aren't going to allow him to be wide open on the three-point line, no matter how bad he's shooting. Gary Payton II, they're playing him like Draymond Green.
Yes.
So I can't have GP2 and Draymond on the floor at the same time because it compromises the spacing.
Yeah, and there were times where it felt like LeBron and Anthony Davis were taking possessions off defensively. So no, I'm extremely I'm eager to see what those maneuvers are. If you're asking me who will have a more impact on this series moving forward, I think Moody over GP2 at times because Moody offensively can give me a little more. I feel like his rebounding's there. At GP2, look, we all love him. I don't love this matchup for him. I just don't. I think that their IQ defensively, the Lakers, and I kind of talked about this heading into game one. You know, LeBron, when it comes to defensive strategies, we can argue about what he isn't. He's really smart. He knows what he's doing. A LeBron team does a great job not honoring guys they don't need to honor. That's one thing that he's always been buttoned up on. Defensively, he knows who to guard, where to guard, their tendencies.
Well, that's the problem.
I have tremendous respect for his basketball IQ.
Well, you know what? He knows how to be lazy on defense, too. He knows.
Well,
and so
smart.
It's smart,
it's
no
savvy
doubt.
to me.
Well, it's smart. The game plan is I'm not going to guard these guys.
Yes.
Well, you know what,
yes.
LeBron? I need you to come out here and guard.
Yes.
You have to make them defend.
I want to see him get into the pick and roll action in terms of defense.
Get him on Steph Curry. Get him on Andrew Wiggins. Get him on Jordan Poole.
Don't let him be a roamer.
Yeah, I totally agree. I thought that was a mistake in game one. You got to get Anthony Davis moving off the block. You got to get LeBron James moving around on defense. He does not like to guard at a high level. If you wear him down, all of a sudden then he becomes less and less of a ball handler. All of a sudden he becomes less and less of a threat from the perimeter. You look at what he's done in the playoffs. Again, he was 8 of 41 from the three-point line against the Memphis Grizzlies. He goes 1 of 8 Tuesday against the Golden State Warriors in game one. Make him defend, and then you make him become a spot-up shooter. And LeBron James, you're not going to shut him down because he'll be able to get to the cup, but you will make him less effective. And then you still shut down the others. You got to cut the water off of D'Lo and Dennis Schroeder.
Yes.
You allowed them to go 38-9 for the point guard spot. D'Lo started cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking with the mid-range against Klay Thompson, the mid-range against Steph Curry, the mid-range against GP2. D'Lo had his way.
He got to his spots, and he kind of like a knifer, the way he was going through the defense, and they absolutely need to shut him down. You can't have both those guys going off. I think one or the other is you can survive. You can't have both of them. Bonte, they were hunting Jordan Poole and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, it felt like, and laughing, especially once they got into the bonus.
They were laughing. They got into the bonus. Now, here's the deal with the Lakers, and we'll get the referees in just a second, but I noticed too, and there's threads out there on Twitter, but you watch it back, the Lakers like to flop.
Oh,
they do like to
Schroeder
flop.
at the top of the key?
How
bad do was that?
Anthony Davis does it. D'Lo does it. I mean, they're Hollywood. They're really trying to act like some low-budget actors out there half the time. I mean, they are. They are really trying to get roles in movies. That's what these guys do. They cry. They're front runners. I mean, they flop left and right. Oh, my God. You watch it back, and I'm saying, oh, I missed that. Damn. Like, every time you touch them, you're the more physical team. You get to the free throw line, so you got to be careful if you're going to go to State Warriors not to get ticky-tack fouls. Because the Lakers, whenever they get touched, those dudes do it automatically. It's like they're trained. They're trained as actors. I saw it early in the game. I'm like, damn. I mean, I know Anthony Davis played the Space Jam, but dudes, you weren't that good. But Mark Davis and Ed Malloy fell for it, so it is what it is. But you got to be careful with the defending without fouling. That free throw discrepancy was disgusting. And I'm not blaming that on the referees. The Lakers earned that, but you can't end the game with 6 free throws if you're going to go to State Warriors. You got to attack.
Well, and how many free throws did they give once they got into the bonus, where the ball is not being shot up? It's like away from the hoop. Draymond cited 8 different free throws off the top of his head that they committed where there was no shot attempt. Yeah. It was because you're in the bonus, and it's just a bad foul. His third foul was a bad foul.
Are you ready for this? Today's referees. You got the drum roll, Spinotti? Give me the drum roll here. Give me the drum roll. Give me the drum roll. Oh, you're going to like this one. Oh, folks. Today, 6 p.m. tip-off for Game 2 of the Golden State Warriors and L.A. Lakers. Guy throwing up the jump ball is crew chief, number 25, Tony Brothers.
Number 1 rated referee.
I think they're being sarcastic. I think the players are being, like, condescending or sarcastic. Oh, yeah. Referee number 42, Eric Lewis, and number 26, the umpire, Pat Frayer. So you get Tony Brothers, Eric Lewis, and Pat Frayer. Woo-hoo. That make you feel good?
I don't know who the other 2 guys are until I see their faces.
Oh, you'll know Eric Lewis and that crazy-ass hairline. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Gary St. G will join us at 8:30 on how to defend Anthony Davis, how to make Anthony Davis work on defense as well. I want to get that from the stately what it is. C.J. Holmes, who sat down with Jonathan Kuminga. And Jonathan Kuminga had a quote. You can't stop the sun from shining. At some point, the sun is going to come out. Jonathan Kuminga is unhappy with his declining playoff minutes, yet his confidence remains high. He still believes he could be impactful for the Warriors this postseason. And it's funny, you said yesterday, it doesn't feel appropriate to spin air on Jonathan Kuminga. Well, you know what? Kuminga could be a big key at some point in this playoff run. At some point, you're going to have to dust him off, I believe, if you're Steve Kerr. He averaged 23 minutes a game from February 1st through the end of the regular season. 23 minutes a game, and now he's not even playing.
Give me that quote one more time, because I'm about to pull a guru on you.
You can't stop the sun from shining. At some point, the sun is going to come out.
Well, Steve Kerr is pulling his best Bill Withers, and he's saying, ain't no sunshine.
Keep going.
Is that a 1?
Come on, keep going. I thought you were going to keep singing.
That?
It's a guru laugh, if you guys haven't heard that.
That's a laugh? What? I thought that was a mouse.
Oh, man. I thought she was going to sing the song.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
There you go.
'Cause when she's gone, anytime, because anytime she goes away. Actually, you know what? Was it Ja Rule who did this?
What?
Who did Ain't No Sunshine? Was it Ja Rule? Or did he did was that what him?
Ja Rule, but he did remake a Bill Withers song.
Ain't
Jesus
No Sunshine
Christ.
rap song.
I don't know.
Where is Ja?
Oh, what's coming up on the case?
DMX.
DMX did that.
Another guy with a deep voice. Where my dog's at?
Rest in peace, DMX.
One of my favorites of all time.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org. Your phone calls
888-957 114th Street.
9570. Clock.
Rough Riders.
Clock.
Dog, that's my
phone
man's
calls
in there.
888-957-9570. We got Sal from Kerr, GP2. Wow, Willard Dibbs getting some great guests. Great guests in Afternoon Drive. Wow.
Lucas is actually working.
No, actually, those are paid guests. We'll be back.
I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
Life is uncertain.
honestly, B, we don't make music like this anymore. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not trying to hate on like modern music. Bill Withers, I went through, he passed away. I went through his whole catalog, and I just, you forget how many classics that if you play it, everyone starts singing it, and you start feeling some kind of way.
Touch your soul, man.
I love it.
I just want
love
to hear.
R&B.
I don't even want to talk right now. Just let that rock. I mean,
I love it.
I mean,
I know.
that's just timeless, man.
I know. God,
You could play this in
crank
the
it
morning.
back up just a little.
You could play that in the morning. You could play it down I-5. I mean, excuse me, Highway 1 with the sun shining, wind blowing, your wife's hair's just flowing out the window. You're just mobbing.
God, I love this song.
It's just too good. Oh, man. I can listen to that all day. Tony Brothers, your crew chief tonight. Eric Lewis, Pat Freyer. Don't forget, early tip time tonight, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. for game number 2. The Quest for 5, brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
B,
Let's
it's a big game. Michelle's fired up for this one.
Why is she fired up?
Lakers, LeBron.
Is she fired up?
Down 0-1.
Is she fired up?
Oh, so ready for this. She can't stand LeBron. Can't stand him. And I told her that because she loves Draymond so much. And I told her that, Draymond's super friendly with LeBron. She's like, no. He can't be like that tonight. He's got to get up in his grill. Yes, exactly. Tonight's the night. I'm ready, Warrior fans.
Are you ready?
I really am. They cannot go down 0-2. Like when you lost the first 2 against Sacramento, not that it was, not that it was okay or acceptable, or it was different. I mean, that's a younger team that really hadn't tasted anything before. When Della Vedova and Harrison Barnes are the ones addressing the team as Game 7 experience, like it's a far cry from Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and the team that they've assembled.
So I like to tweet out the referees, especially during the playoffs. Any reactions whenever somebody sees Scott Foster, Tony Brothers? First reply, easy L. Second reply, Lord have mercy. Third reply,
was it spelled L-A-W-D? Loud?
Loud, no.
I love when
Lord.
People spell it that way.
Just Lord, L-O-R-D. And then another guy, Adobo, it's over, bro. The referees, man. I like when they come out the tunnel. We got Kerr's Corner coming out. Tony Brothers. Oh, man. It's going to be a circus out there. Tim in North Carolina, our first call of the day. Tim, what's happening?
I missed you.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? I wasn't able to catch you yesterday. I was able to listen to the show, but it was after hours, so I wanted to call in today. And I just wanted to, you guys I wanted to talk about Slater's comments, man, and I was just really glad to hear him talk about how he understood the frustration with Kuminga. And I heard, Vontae, you comparing him with Moody and how Moody stays ready, but I think the difference, Vontae, is Moody has been out of it all year. He's been out of the rotation all year. He's been prepped to stay ready all year long. Kuminga did 3 solid months, man. But we won games because of him. Do we forget the PJ Washington rip away in the Charlotte game, the Portland game? We won games for him, the 4 threes in the quarter against Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go from that, absolutely nothing, a 20-year-old kid, and then this, look, and I don't know what you guys think about it. We could debate what we think about it, but I think this hit job of a media reaction blitz of this meeting that was all focused on Poole and Kuminga, how it just easily gets out to everybody. But you ask Kerr all these other things, and it's always private. But this hit job put out there to talk, but basically his attitude and Poole's attitude was, listen, I think at this point, it's now we piling on the 20-year-old. And I honestly don't even know if the kid going to be able to come back from this. But I'll tell you this. Kerr is always talking about they're going to get what they deserve. They're going to get what they deserve. Guys, I don't know if y'all agree. They're not winning no championship if this kid is buried on the bench.
I agree with that.
Talented and is needed on the court, fellas. He's needed on the court. So, listen, they are going to get what they deserve. But I guarantee you this. And you think about it, y'all please put yourself in this position. If you are representing Kuminga, Are you telling me you want this kid coming back on this team? He's never going to get paid on this team. You don't want him back here.
No, he wants to play first before even getting paid.
Hey, Tim, that is a hell of a call. That is a hell of a call. We're going to have C.J. Holmes in at 9:30 again. I brought this up yesterday, and, I get it. Some people are saying, why are you bringing up Jonathan Kuminga? Well, because I'm bringing up Jonathan Kuminga because since February 1st, he averaged 23 minutes a game. And as Tim in North Carolina just said, he was impactful. He helped you win some basketball games. We all forget, everybody, when they fell behind by 20 against the Pelicans that Tuesday night at Chase Center late in the season. And Draymond got a lot of flowers because, hey, he inspired the team. And, he almost got ejected from the game. But he inspired the team and everything. Kuminga was so good in that fourth quarter. Cutting to the basket, dunking, playing defense. He got to Brandon Ingram's jockstrap. I mean, he literally frustrated Brandon Ingram. And Brandon Ingram's an all-star. I mean, he punked him at times in the fourth quarter. All right? Jonathan Kuminga helped you win a lot of basketball games down the stretch. Catch you in a lot of basketball games down the stretch. And for him to go from playing 23 minutes, I get it. There was no Andrew Wiggins. I get it. GP2 was working himself out back. I get it. Steph Curry was out for a lot of the time. But damn it, he played 23 minutes a game. It was impactful. And don't give me anything about his three-point shot. He shot 45% from three since February 1st, all right? He did. He shot over 50% from the floor. And so the kid is 20 years old and is sitting on the bench for the second straight postseason. Now, last year, I get it. This year, on this team, I need a little JK. You can a little more than 5 minutes. You're going to tell me that he's completely unplayable? And so for the kid to come out to the Chronicle, and if you haven't read C.J. Holmes' story, which is why we're having him on, it's a hell of a story. Sat down with Kuminga, and he basically he's not happy. He's not happy about I told you about the moping, but I get it. And here's this quote. You can't stop the sun from shining. At some point, the sun is going to come out. And Tim made a point this offseason, if the Warriors don't win it, I think Kuminga may be like, yo, get me up out of here.
Well, the fans, I don't know if the players or the organization are doing this. Like, it's hard for me to get a feel for it on the outside looking in. But we did this with Wiseman in terms of, like, he's the reason when he's not even playing. And now we've moved on to Jordan Poole, and then Jordan Poole has a good game. But at the very end, he's the reason we lost, and Kuminga's not doing this. And like right now, okay, right now, Kuminga is making $6 million this year. All right? Or I guess this is going into next year. He'll be making $6 million. Kevon Looney's making more money. Gary Payton's making more money. Andrew Wiggins is making 5 times as much money. Draymond Green's making 6 times as much money. Jordan Poole is set to make 5-6 times as much money next year. Klay Thompson is making $44 million. Kuminga's making $6 million. So I know everyone wants to sit here and when Steph addressed the team and he was talking to Poole and Kuminga. What about these other guys making a ton of money? Are they not able to be criticized at all? Like, Andrew Wiggins has been good, boy, but I need him to be great. If you're going to pay that guy as much as you did, Kuminga's not the reason they're over the luxury tax.
No, they're not.
They're
not. Luxury tax has nothing to do with it.
I know, but I'm saying, they need the big dogs to play like it.
Well, the dudes have to be dudes.
Yes.
But you could need a little help. You could use a little help. And Kuminga, let's pick it up on the other side because we got Kerr's quarter. Because it's always about the dudes. But boy, I can't get a couple minutes here and there from JK in a series like this. So let's pick it up on the other side. We got Kerr's quarter.
Yeah.
Yep, the future starts now. 10G Network. That's right. Steve Kerr, Joy Willard, or Dibs. Yesterday, right here on 95.7 The Game, and he discussed the final possession. Here's what Kerr had to say.
If something happens and we're in a bad spot, that's where I can race out onto the court and yell timeout. And in this case, our offense is at the other end, so you don't always get that timeout because the refs may not see it or see me. But what I was looking at was Steph got double-teamed at half court, and so I knew somebody was going to be open on the weak side, so I didn't want to take a timeout. And Steph made the right play, got it to Draymond, and as I said, I love the fact that Jordan took that shot. I think looking at the film, the only thing he could have done is just move closer to the line before the ball got to him. I didn't think the spacing was perfect. I loved his confidence and his willingness to step up and try to knock that thing down. but he could have been a little closer to the line, made it a slightly easier shot for sure.
That's Steve Kerr yesterday on Willard Diz. Would have preferred the one dribble, maybe two dribble pull up, but hey, it was a good shot. It was a good shot. It wasn't a terrible shot as everybody thought. Not everybody, but a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Jordan Poole, you think you're Curry?" Jordan Poole was fine. Hit 6 threes. I mean, Steph, Clay, and Poole hit 6 threes Tuesday night against the LA Lakers. What more do you want? But I want to pick up on this Kuminga conversation. Game 2 coming up. Remember, early start, 6 p.m. start, 5 p.m. pre. You want to get there early for Game 2 against the LA Lakers. Warriors got to win. Warriors have to win. LeBron James, when he's in the series and he wins Game 1, LeBron James has won 19 consecutive series. Let's snap that streak, baby. Let's snap that streak. All right, more coming up. We'll talk about JK on the other side.
Comcast Business Complete Connection.
Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I remember all those nerds used to like have little tents and line up at the movie theater overnight just to see Star Wars. Like, you losers. Straight up.
Passion right there.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I know that's the Watcher, but I heard like,
yeah.
That was Darth Vader, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you losers would sit there and just be around taking up all the sidewalk
so science
to go see a movie.
Is for losers?
Because no, it's not. Star Wars, it's just like, who is going to stay up all night at a movie? Just wait a week to see the movie. You're really going to, let me camp out on the sidewalk to go see this film.
Monte,
like, oh my God.
You go to football and baseball and basketball games and you're out there early. It's the same thing as tailgating.
No, it's not. No, these people watching Star Wars would be out 2 days to be the first in line. They'd be out 3 days to be the first in line. It's not like that.
If you get great, appreciation out of something, I'm not going to hate on it.
No, I'm hating on it. You guys taking up all the sidewalks. All the sidewalks, sitting there,
in San Francisco,
all musty.
People waiting for movies is not taking up the sidewalks.
Musty, no showers, and you're sitting up there and lined up around the movie theater for 2 days.
So now Star Wars people have no hygiene. Come on.
I mean, there's a lot of stinky people. A lot of you see some of those. You see some of the members of that crowd.
I love you, but I don't know where you're going.
Oh my God! Let's go watch Star Wars and camp out 2 days before the theater. Like what? What are we doing?
All right, let's get back into Kuminga.
What are we doing? No. I want to get the Star Wars things off because you compared it to football games.
Never tell me the odds.
Like Eagle fans get there at 8 a.m. or whatever for a 6 o'clock, 7
Star
o'clock.
Wars fans sit there at 6 o'clock the previous day. Yeah, film airings at 7 p.m. They're sitting there for 2 days.
Yeah, that's part of the lore. This is back in the day. I mean, there's nothing
go
wrong
see
with
a
that.
fictional movie.
I don't hate on it. If there's something that brings somebody joy in their life, pursue happiness, man.
Okay. Did you ever sit there a day?
No.
2 days?
No.
I mean, come on, that's what I'm talking
But
about.
I would go, and I'm anticipating, I'm excited. I wouldn't dress up, but I don't hate people that do. I dress up to go to sports games. Like tonight, I'm going to wear a jersey to go to see the Warriors.
You going to the game?
How is it any different?
You going to the game? No, that's not dressing up. You're wearing a jersey. That's fine.
But
people wear the jerseys every day.
But if you're a non-sports fan,
these people are going in full-out costumes. Full-out costumes. Darth Vader masks all night long. What are you talking about? It's not the same as sports. Not even close.
Well, I think people that aren't in the bubble of sports look at sports people and they think they're weird. So that's why I don't judge people.
What about people who used to line up for shoes? Now that was something else. But you got the shoes, you could take them with you, and they're going to last a long time. You're going to see it in the theater.
Memories of Star Wars last a lifetime.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Give me the Star Wars script over the NBA script any day of the week. I'll tell you that.
Look, again, I love Star Wars.
I'm sorry, Star Wars geeks. I know I sound like a hater. I'm sorry.
Well, it's May the 4th be with you, but that's okay. It's one of the great, pop culture things in our lifetime. And I would say that for a lot of people my age, you grew up, that's the first movie that resonated with you as a child.
Not even close.
Well, that's you. I'm talking about me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
my gosh. Oh, Vince.
Early 80s, if you were born in the late 70s or early 80s, Star Wars means something to you.
Oh my gosh. Vince Settlesay. What's up?
Hey. Oh, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Good morning. I think tonight is going to be. What time is tip on today, fellas?
6 o'clock. Get there early.
Okay, so I wish I had the magic ticket. Let me tell you one thing. I think tonight is a must-win for the Warriors group. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. It was a really solid show, and they were making some great points. And coming back 2-0 to Sacramento is one thing, but coming back 2-0 against kind of a LeBron's still PO'd from the last series. He's still taking the deep, the Dylan Brooks. Wherever the heck he's going to end up next season, it's going to be interesting. Maybe he can help the Spurs out. Maybe he can help another group out. But it's just going to be a great basketball game tonight. I want to see the fans get into it. I want to see better team rebounding. I want to see Wiggins have a better game. I want to see Wiggins make more of an impact.
I agree.
Thank you.
No, I'm with you. And I think... And that's where my biggest frustration has
Star
come.
Wars people really taking it personal.
You're going to say the same thing. You're crushing you on the Comcast business text line.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry I called you guys losers. Sorry, I called you guys losers. My bad.
Whatever. Look, I'll always be the Star Wars dork of the show, and I fully embrace it. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite movies ever.
I just don't get how people line up 2 days for to go. Anyway,
I get great enjoyment. I don't line up like that, but again, I'm not mad at anyone who does. Anyway, point being,
it has made you powerful.
So like, there's been so much narrative around this team. You're wasting the core's prime. Like, you hear that a lot. That's why we had to trade Wiseman, because he can't help these guys right now. And I find it interesting that we've scapegoated, and that's what it is. Now, these guys aren't good enough. I'm not here to defend. Like, Jonathan Kuminga, I know a lot of people, 20 years old, he should be a starter impact on this team. That doesn't even feel realistic.
I don't think anybody thinks that.
I think there are certain fans that think the young guys should be farther along. Maybe not starters, but farther along.
But I think he did look like he was farther along. He started playing 20 minutes a game. He started being an impactful player. He started playing with the starters. He started being one of your top 8. And we all thought going into the playoffs, man, this guy's going to be part of your 8.
No doubt. But wouldn't you agree that Wouldn't you agree most people would say if the Warriors are going to win a championship, Draymond Green has to be the second or third best player on this team?
It's about the dudes.
No, I know, doubt. But would you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Draymond Green in the playoffs, as we talk about, he was talking to Poole and Kuminga. Draymond Green in the playoffs. I'm just looking at these game logs, okay? Game 1 against Sacramento. Was he good or bad?
I don't think he played enough to know if he was good or bad or not. Played 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I can't determine.
I'm talking about Draymond Green.
Oh, Draymond Green. I thought you were talking about JK.
Apologies. Draymond
Game
Green.
1, he had 9 assists. Or 11 assists in game 1. He was all right.
I thought he was at best. Okay? At best. Game 2, at best. Game 3 is the game he got suspended in. Game 4, he didn't play. Now, he came back in Game 5 and was excellent.
Right.
Okay? Game 6, not good. Game 7, I thought he was good. You're talking about 2 out of maybe 2.5 games out of the 7 from that series where he was good. So as much as everyone point at JP, point at Kuminga, Draymond Green wasn't good. Now, game 1 against the Lakers, was Draymond Green good? No. So I know that we want to crush the young guys for not giving them 8 great minutes. Well, the 30-something minutes that Draymond's out there, he's really only been good, 1 out of every 3 appearances, 1 out of every 4 appearances. And so I find it unfair, the narratives that we've clung on these young guys. Even me writing Dante DiVincenzo, I don't even think it's fair, because I'm Dante's only playing 15 minutes, 20 minutes at most a game. It's these other guys, Wiggins, who's playing for 35 minutes, needs to give me great 35, not just a good 6 at the beginning of the game, not just a good 4 at the end of the game. And so I keep coming back to I'm not mad at Kuminga. I see his frustration. I kind of feel him on some level, but also some of these top dogs need to look in the mirror a little.
I want to play this sound. Steve Kerr asked about potential Kuminga minutes.
The whole thing with all of our players, and I tell them this all the time, is the playoffs change dramatically, from game to game based on matchups, based on injuries, based on what you're seeing on film. And it's important for everybody on the team to stay ready. And I think JaMychal Green is a great example of that, hardly played against Sacramento. And we knew we would need some size against the Lakers and some shooting. And he gets out there last night and gives us a great 7 or 8 minutes in the first half, knocks down a couple threes. So J-Mike understands that, and the other guys need to understand that too, whether it's Kuminga, Lamb, all these guys. There's a possibility that things could turn their way, and they just have to stay ready.
They got to stay ready. So he shot 43% since February 1st from the three-point line. Jonathan Kuminga shot 55% from the floor, gave you 12 points, gave you 4 rebounds, gave you 2 assists, ducked out a couple people's head, but he gave you some great individual defense. Now, you may need that in this series. However, Kuminga sat down with C.J. Holmes yesterday of the San Francisco Chronicle, the Warriors beat writer. He'll join us at 9:30. There's a couple quotes here. Here's one from Jonathan Kuminga. It's still tough to lock in every single time. It's still tough to smile every single time. But knowing where I've come from, seeing how many things that I've actually been through that a lot of people don't know that got me to this point, I feel like throughout my career, throughout my life, I've never been given anything. I've seen so many people get handed stuff. That's never happened to me. When I was in high school, I was definitely the number 1 player, but it never got handed to me. I had to prove my point. You can't stop the sun from shining, and at some point the sun is going to come out. That's what keeps me ready every single day. But those top 2 lines, it's still tough to lock in every single time. It's still tough to smile every single time. Steph Curry just had a Game 7 speech telling everybody, do not get your ass on that bus if you're not unified to go win this Game 7. I don't care if you play 40 minutes. I don't care if you're in street clothes. Do not get on the bus if you're not trying to help this team win and you don't have the right mindset. Now, I like these Kuminga quotes. However, I find it appalling that these quotes come out 3 to 4 days after Steph Curry's speech.
Why is that?
You just lost Game 1, and you're sitting down, and you're basically talking to CJ. And I like Kuminga. I love Kuminga, man. I do. I really love Jonathan Kuminga. But to say these things in the midst of a second-round playoff series against the LA Lakers, saying, it's tough to smile right now. It's not about your feelings. It's about what helps the basketball team win games. And I can't, I would have a problem if Clay said it, if Poole said it. I would have a problem if Draymond says things, but, people say it's not that deep, but it is. Steph Curry just had a speech in Game 7, basically said, do not get on the bus if you're emotionally not engaged with the team, if you're worried about your minutes, if you're worried about your individual play. And now, I get that Kuminga's being real, and he said, hey, it's tough to smile right now, but boy, the timing of his quotes.
It's not
I'm
great.
not sure it's going to roll. I'm not sure everybody's going to be on board with this.
That's totally fair. How old is Steph Curry right now?
He's 35.
Okay, and Jonathan Kuminga's 20. So there's a 15-year age gap. Kuminga is closer in age to Riley, his oldest daughter, than he is to Steph Curry. Now, you could say, Joe,
so that's okay to go to the press?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying,
but Valente, what I'm trying to do,
that to me, could you see Moses Moody doing that?
No, but they're different. Like Jonathan
They're the
Kuminga,
same draft.
Bonte, you can't treat everyone the same.
Why?
Because Jonathan Kuminga is literally learning. First off, English is his second language. Okay, so number one, there is a learning curve culturally that I am trying to be sensitive to. That's number one. And number two, I also understand not all 20-year-olds are cut from the same cloth. Period. I don't care what they are. Some people have more mature backgrounds. Some people understand and deal with other things differently. So I'm not making it right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, this guy and what he's going through, I think it's very, very public, and I'm trying to be empathetic. Yes, I don't have time to sit here and worry about Jonathan Kuminga's feelings. That I understand. Whether we're trying to win championships. Believe me, I understand all of that. But I also understand, the road that this guy's traveled is very unique to every other player on that team.
Nobody is disputing that whatsoever.
And I think that gives him perspective that's different. That's all.
Nobody's disputing that whatsoever. He was a number 1 high school player. He was a baller, and we get his road that he's traveled here. And I get the want to play. I like that. The hunger to play in meaningful games. I get all that and what he's come from. Nobody's disputing his story, but he's here now. And he was the 7th overall pick, and now he's in the second year. And he got some opportunities earlier in the season. Now, why he hasn't gotten opportunities in the playoffs, that's on Steve Kerr.
No, you know why? Because Andrew Wiggins is back.
Well,
I think it's very simple.
Well, I think there's still some minutes for it, but
no, I agree. But I'm saying
back.
The majority of those minutes that Andrew Wiggins is occupying, that's 30-something minutes that would have been allocated, not necessarily all to Kuminga, but to a lot of guys.
But you know what? Game 3, Draymond Green didn't play against the Kings. He didn't play. And Kuminga got pulled early, and the way he walked to the bench, and the way he plopped down in that last seat. It was
not good.
I'm just saying, man, at some point when he's been basically in the NBA for 3 years now. He was in the G League Ignite, and he was playing for Brian Shaw, a guy who's a champion. He's been around NBA people, personnel for a long, long time. Now, I like JK a lot. I do. And I understand his frustration. I really do. And I love the realness. But as athletes today, can't we just keep something in-house? Because now think about what this is going to create. Not everybody's going to have that same feeling you have about Jonathan Kuminga.
No doubt.
I understand from him.
No doubt.
There's an entire article.
His own teammates.
I bet you CJ Holmes probably was like, wow, he's giving me a lot here. Holy smokes. I was shocked to see an article because I talk about it all the time, but off the floor. If I get there early, it's like, man, I want to see Kuminga play. I may be the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan here. I want to see him play. I think he deserves a run. But to see these comments 4 days after Steph Curry gave a speech, basically about checking your emotions, checking your selfishness, and saying, hey. What about the team? And that's for everybody. That's for JaMychal Green. That's for Jordan Poole. That's for Dante DiVincenzo. It's for everybody on the roster. And so I just find it very strange that these comments come out 4 days after that speech. And it's about you not being happy for playing. I get it.
But he also said, yes, there was it's hard to smile. I get that part. But there was also I'm going to keep working and I'm going to be waiting for my opportunity. I'm obviously interpreting that part or paraphrasing that part. But he's also saying that he'll be ready for his opportunity,
right.
And since being subbed out, he hasn't had an opportunity.
Yeah, and we get that. But
I also don't get to see practice too. We don't see all the downtime. There could be so much more positive or negative that's happening behind the scenes that we don't see. So it's very difficult for me to put my finger on exactly what's going on here.
I don't know. 888-957-9570.
Do you think he even knew that him talking to CJ Holmes would go out there? Like, again, I don't know. I'm asking culturally. I don't know, what he understands and what he doesn't understand.
Maybe I'm looking too deeply into these quotes. Maybe I'm looking too deeply into it. 888-957-9570.
I understand.
What do you think about these quotes?
But I also understand why he's not playing. I see both sides.
But do you understand on why maybe he's sending it out to the public? Now everybody's like, man, Jonathan Kuminga's not happy now.
But this is where, when you have a veteran-laden team, which they are, people say they got a bunch of young guys. Yeah, but they also have a lot of veterans. Where's Andre Iguodala to mentor this guy? Where's Draymond Green to mentor this guy? Some of the other guys on that team. Now, you could say that's not their job. That's not what they get paid for. That is exactly why Andre Iguodala is on this team. That's exactly why he's not a coach and he is a player and he's soaking up a roster spot, is to give that kind of wisdom, to say, hey, I've been there and done that. Let me help, navigate all of these troubled waters for you, young man.
Well, I think Slater yesterday, he pinpointed something when he was talking about JK. He's like, man, maybe there's some attitude things here. Again, when I seen him plop down, it goes straight to the bench and gave through. I said, oh boy, he's frustrated. And you can't show up Kerr like that. He's a veteran coach in front with these veteran players. With Wiggins back, but he didn't play much when Draymond Green was out. That was alarming to me. And then, of course, he had a tweet out before game one, and we all thought he was going to be in a rotation. We all thought that he was going to get a sniff against the LA Lakers, and he didn't. And I'm sure that hurt him. I'm sure that hurt him not having a chance to guard LeBron James or Austin Reeves. But I don't know if the timing of voicing out your frustrations in the midst of a second-round series against the LA Lakers, who does that help? Who does that help in today's media circle, in today's game, in today's social media age? I get the realness. You want to be authentic? I get it.
But that's what the media.
But it's the second round of the playoffs.
I hear you, and you're making a good point about the keep it real, because we want these athletes to be real. Don't be a robot. Don't be a robot. Then when they're real, you're like, oh, don't be too real.
Right.
Don't be too real. Because if you're too real and you're honest, then we're going to crush you for it. And that's, I'm like, dude, he's 20.
Am I reaching? If I'm reaching, 888-957-9570.
Bonte, I think a lot of people probably saw that and were like, really, dude, we're down 0-1, and this is going to come out the day of the biggest game of the year thus far. I think it's a good point.
I just, Curry just had the speech in Game 7 saying, don't get on the bus if you're not all in.
Yeah, I know.
If you're frustrated about minutes. It ain't about that. It's about going up to Sacramento and winning games. But to Jonathan that everybody talked about for 3 days.
But to Jonathan Kuminga, it is that. And that's where I try to put myself in the individual. Like, I think it's very easy for people at the top of the company to tell everybody at the bottom of the company how they need to react. When I'm just giving you my perspective, when people at the bottom are like, yeah, well, when did you have to get, suffocated in year 2, and every little demeanor and every high five or non-high five is blown up to be some indictment on who you are as a person? I understand the delicacy of being 20 years old and understand that this guy is, going through a very difficult part in the public eye right now, and it's difficult to navigate.
The Quest for Five brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search for 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. I was just surprised that came out. I was like, wow, okay. I know we can all see Kuminga's frustrated. We can all see he's frustrated.
And I think fans
Body
are
language.
frustrated.
I can see it.
Because they haven't seen him.
And knowing Kuminga, I know he's frustrated. Kuminga wanted to play in the finals last year. He's got confidence, which I don't want. I don't want him to have.
Yeah, you don't want to neuter that.
Yeah, I don't want to neuter that at all. It's a good word. Don't want that at all. He thought he should have played last year. There's some people thinking, man, maybe you start Kuminga when he's bossed himself this game. I do too. And I want him to play. I love Jonathan Kuminga. I get you got to earn these minutes. I don't think he's gotten enough minutes in the playoffs to know if he's been bad or good.
I agree with that.
You got a couple possessions. Okay, a guy hits a three. What are you going to do?
So what does he need to do to get chances?
I don't know.
Well, okay,
I don't know. You just heard the Kerr quote.
Let's say he gets a minute tonight. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. What do you need to see him do?
Just be active. Just be JK.
Well,
just be JK.
I feel like him just being JK is partly why he's in the situation.
But be JK, and what I mean
they want him to be more Iggy.
What I mean by JK, what I mean by that is defend your ass off.
Yes.
Cut to the basket.
Yes.
Shot discernment. 1-2 dribble pull up. Take good shots. Don't drive in recklessly. You know what I'm saying? Don't go for any pump fakes. That's being Jonathan Kuminga. That's being him. So I was shocked to read that story. Let's go to Clayton and Union City.
I feel so. Look, I feel for everyone involved here. I understand why he's not playing, and I understand why he'd be frustrated. And when he goes out there, if he makes any little tiny mistake, it gets magnified by the fans and the organization and everyone. And they're like, "This is why you're not playing." And it's like, well, I got to have a couple of mistakes here. Everyone's making mistakes, but yet when I make one mistake, I'm not even allowed to have a positive impact. I get yanked. It must be very frustrating for everyone involved.
Nikki LeGrand, Kerr should put Bonte in the court and see how he performs. Well, it would suck. That's why I'm not on the basketball team. That's why I'm not in the NBA.
Siskel and
Nikki.
Egert aren't Tom Cruise. They critique the movies.
Oh my God! Once you go play Bonte, how would you do? I'm not ripping JK. I don't know if he's been good or not in the playoffs. I've been out here yelling on these airways for 3 weeks about getting JK more playing time. Okay, there's no bigger Jonathan Kuminga fan than me. I love JK.
Well, I
love him.
I think part of this is he has an undefined role. Like at one point he was a perimeter defender. Right. At one point he was the small ball 5. At another point he was replacing Draymond when he was hurt.
I'm going to ask you a question.
His role has really changed.
Clayton's down holding Union City.
We'll get to you.
Clayton, we'll get to you in Union City.
I think it's easy.
I want to ask you a question on the other side. Okay. I want to ask you about this locker room and the question on the other side about this article. That's coming up here. Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun. But shopping for financing, nobody likes to do. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates, they've got low rates, 3.99% APR. And you could save big by skipping that dealer financing and apply the manufacturer rebate to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to learn more. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 3.99 annual percentage rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score. 29.52 per $1,000 borrowed.
The greatest American.
State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with my...
All right. The Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga here. And by the way, last segment was sponsored by Inn at the Tides. It's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views and free breakfast. Book your escape today, innatthetides.com. Nikki, come back on the YouTube chat. We're not being negative. We're going to talk. We're going to talk game 2. Warriors, Lakers. What's up?
Bodega Head, have you ever driven out? It is so beautiful. It's one of those places. I mean, wear a nice sweatshirt, but it is one of those places that when you feel that sea, that breeze, that air, I love it out there.
Nikki, come on. We're being positive. The Warriors are going to win today. So that's the thing about this Kuminga story. We'll get back to that in just a second. The Warriors are going to win tonight. They're going to even this series. I'm locking it up, Spadoni.
Well, what do they need to do to win?
Just play faster.
Okay.
You got to play faster. You got to make sure you get Anthony Davis up to paint. I think it's very simple. The points of the paint, the Lakers are probably going to win for most of the series because they're going to go to the rim, and they got a lot of non-shooters on this team. They'll go to the rim, and they'll go to the cup and put pressure on the rim. But I think the Warriors found something there in that last 6 minutes.
I agree.
You play a little faster against this team and make them scramble a little bit, but you got to get Anthony Davis on the perimeter. Think about all the drop coverage you played. The Warriors made 21 threes.
Yeah.
They're going to get great looks from the three-point line and the mid-range jumper. The biggest adjustment, stop there 10 to 15 feet. Mid-range jumpers are open for the Warriors. Don't go deep into the paint. Pull up from 10. Pull up from 12 feet. And I think the mid-range game is going to be there, especially for the Splash Brothers.
I think they're going to start the normal 5. That's just, I don't know, a gut feeling. But I think you're going to have a quick hook with Looney and maybe see some substitutions a little earlier. And I'm expecting zone in the first quarter. Some zone. Maybe mix and match in the zone. Drop it a little. I would force Anthony Davis out of the paint and make him put the ball on the floor to his left. That is imperative to me. And then, obviously, LeBron James cannot let him get to his right side and get downhill. Force him into being a three-point shooter. I think a lot starts with slowing those two down.
Let's go to Clayton. Spinoni, I need you to take that call. Take Clayton for me. My screen just went down. We got Clayton.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Clayton?
Hey, buddy.
Taking time. I got, 2 quick points. I think the Jonathan Kuminga situation was really screwed up. Playing Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome over him, kind of not good in the early of the season and not give him some reps to make his mistakes to learn so that he's ready by playoffs. But also, come playoff time, go to your coach, ask what you need to get playing time. Be the first in the gym, the last one out, and when you get the opportunity on the floor, don't be lackadaisical. Don't be the guy who's hustling on every single play. Do the hustle play, die for the ball. I don't know. I just, as an athlete myself and a coach, when a player asks me what they can do to get more playing time, you got show up early. Show me that you're putting in the work, and when I put you out and give you an opportunity to succeed, make sure you show me that. I'm out here. I'm gonna work my butt off.
Do you coach? So you can understand this because I do too, and I don't pretend to be on Steve Kerr's level, but we play favorites too. There are some people that you have more benefit of the doubt with, or more experience with, or you trust a little more, and you're allowing them certain leeways. Wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you got your that you ride, but I also think that, I had a player who's first-year lacrosse player, and then at the beginning of the season wasn't really getting how to drive the net from the back from X, and then come middle of the point of the season and the end of the season right now, he's one of my starting attackmen because he's put in the work early, he's driving the net, he's making smart decisions, so it's he asked me what he needed to do. I told him, hey, he does X, Y, Z, and he's performing now, so it's just be coachable and be willing to admit, hey, maybe I'm not doing it all right. And it's okay to ask questions. Go to your veterans, go to your teammates, go to your coaches, be what do I need to do?
I hear you, and that makes a lot of sense. And I do believe that when you looked at what happened toward the end of the season, as you've referenced the 23 minutes a game, Bonte, there were minutes to be had. Now there aren't as many minutes to be had, and I don't think that the role that they're looking for him is very clearly defined.
Yeah, we don't know what his role is. I mean, they did simplify it in the regular season. You're going to defend at a high level, whether it's 1 through 4. You're going to play the dunker spot, which I think you can play really well, especially in this series with this size and athleticism. It may be more beneficial to the Golden State Warriors to have him in a dunker spot over GP2.
No, I'm
if I
with
get
you
the
there.
same level of production from defense.
But don't you think that Kerr?
He just trusts GP2.
Yes, like
he's
that's,
earned the trust.
I get that. It makes sense to me. So that's why, like, I understand Kuminga's frustration, but I also understand the bigger picture.
But think about this, though. In my opinion, at this juncture of his career, JK is a bigger threat offensively than GP2 is.
Yes.
I mean, dunking on people's head. He can draw fouls and get to the free throw line.
But he makes more mistakes.
He makes mistakes, no doubt. But at least you have to honor him. If you're defense, you have to honor him. You can't just leave him out there on the three-point line open by himself because he'll take a 2-dribble pull-up and pull from 15 feet. He's capable of that. Jonathan Kuminga has a chance to be a star in this league.
So then why does Kerr play GP2
Obviously,
over
he doesn't trust him. It's obvious. Steve Kerr does not trust Jonathan Kuminga because GP2 knows where to be. Now, the ability, Kuminga's going to make mistakes, but if you notice, all throughout the season, the more playing time Kuminga received, the better he got in-game. The better he got in-game.
But you don't have the leeway in these playoff games to do that.
But you know what? If GP2's not going to hit open threes, and if he's not going to defend at the level he defended last year, I'll take my chances. With Jonathan Kuminga. So I just think the timing of the quotes, and I'm not upset at all. I wonder, how do you think the locker room is feeling right now?
Well,
it may be divided.
Who is it in the locker room?
Right. Who's some people like the only problem I have with the quotes, and it's great for sports radio. Obviously, we're talking about it, and it was a great write up for CJ Holmes. I'm happy for him. He's going to join the show at 9:30. But it was after Game 7. Or before, everybody talked about Steph Curry's speech. That's what it goes back to. That's what it goes back to me. Steph Curry just literally on Saturday before the film session, fellas, let's check our egos.
So you're interpreting that as he was talking to who?
He was talking to the team. He's talking to the team.
Well, it feels like
No. It was a team message. I don't care whether it was directed at this guy, that guy, this guy. People are going to make their own assumptions. We weren't in that room.
I know, but I think a lot of fans or whatever are perceiving it, whether real or not. He's talking to the young guys.
Yeah, that's not even my point here.
I know.
My point is,
I'm just asking.
Curry addressed the team, and he said, do not get your ass on the bus if you're still in your emotions. If you're in your emotions about not getting playing time or playing too much or missing shots or you're mad about rotations, do not get on the team bus. That was Saturday.
Well, I think he was talking to Draymond as much as he was talking to some of these other guys.
Shasky, again, I don't know who he was talking to. He addressed the team.
Yeah, I know.
He stood up in front of the team and talked to everybody.
It might have been a catch-all.
I don't know. I'm not going to assume that unless Curry. So my thing is, you addressed the team on Saturday before a film session about not getting on a bus for this very reason. Kuminga's talking to CJ Holmes. Yeah, it's tough to smile through it. But the sun will shine one day. The sun won't come out, blah, 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 blah. And I get that he's frustrated. But after Curry just addressed the team, Game 7, about checking your emotions, you sit down with CJ Holmes, and this comes out on a Thursday before a must-win Game 2.
I don't think it's that calculated. And maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think it's calculated by JK. I'm just saying it's just the timing's bad.
Well,
that's my whole point here, Shasky.
I get
the timing's bad. Game 7, he just talked to the team.
I know, but I'm viewing it through the prism of he's 20, speaking in a second language, not understanding maybe how to navigate when you're having low-key conversations, what's on the record, what's off the record. No, I don't know. I don't believe it to be malicious. I could be completely wrong.
It's not even that. I'm not even going there. I'm not saying it's malicious. I'm not saying it's calculated. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying my whole damn point is Steph Curry talked to the team before Game 7, right? He talked to the team. What did he tell the team, Shasky? Before the film session in Game 7.
Lock in.
Yeah. Do not get on the bus unless you're locked in, right?
Yeah.
Don't get on the bus if you're worried about not playing. Don't get on the bus if you're pissed off about rotations, right? Did he not say that?
Yeah, he did.
And now, 4 days later, all I'm saying is, man, we got Kuminga, and it's not malicious. It's not anything. He's telling CJ Holmes how he feels. I understand how he feels. He's frustrated without playing. I would be frustrated too, considering how his regular season ended. He looked like he was going to be in a rotation, looked like he was going to be a very important figure. But did you have to address that publicly? After Steph Curry, before a film session, basically said, check your egos.
And what I'm saying is maybe he didn't understand that he was talking privately and it became public.
No. No. The writer will always say, Because that's on C.J. Holmes. That's on C.J. Holmes. And I don't think C.J. Holmes is going – because C.J. Holmes is cool. He's a former basketball player. C.J. Holmes played at Auburn. So C.J., there's no doubt he talked to Kuminga, hey, you mind if I get some quotes about you playing or your lack of playing time? Kuminga's probably sure. It's all good. Now, if it was off the record – I would have already got a text from Raymond Ritter saying, hey, that was off the record. C.J. Holmes is out of pocket.
It just feels like we have, not you, I'm just saying in general, Warrior fans have selective outrage on who they want to be mad at and frustrated with and who's allowed to talk and who's not allowed to talk. Like Draymond was pitiful for 4 games of the 8 that they've played, all right, and one he didn't even play in. And he's allowed to do a podcast after every game and say whatever he wants, and no one says boo-hoo. No, I get it. It's Draymond. But the kid says, yeah, it's tough for me to smile, but I'm going to be ready to go. And we're like up in arms? I don't know.
No. But has Draymond complained about playing time?
What?
Has Draymond complained about playing time? Has he complained about rotation? Hell, if anything, Draymond, after getting suspended game 3, came off the bench. Everybody wrote headlines about Draymond Green's humility.
See, I didn't interpret it as him complaining about playing time. I interpreted it as, yeah, I don't like when I'm sitting on the bench, which can be interpreted a variety of ways.
Well, he said it's still tough to lock in every single night.
I think it's
tough to lock in.
You know?
It's still tough to smile every single time. But knowing where I've come from, seeing how many things that I've actually been through, and he goes through his career and his life or whatnot, he's had a difficult time, man.
Well, what about this from the 415? What about this from the 415? Is this Jonathan Kuminga's way, in an odd way, of taking accountability?
How?
Well, like, maybe he believed or interpreted that Steph was talking to him, and he's saying, yeah, my attitude or whatever, I'm not smiling, and this is what, I need to do or whatever. I don't know. I'm searching here.
I don't know either. Let's go to the lines. We'll get back into game 2. Steve in San Francisco. Steve, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey.
Good. Hey, listen, I just wanted to comment on Kuminga. I mean, it's clear to everyone here the dude's talented, but he's proving Curry's point. He's not locked in. He's not ready to go, and he's saying so. So I would not expect to see him in this playoffs, and we'll see. I mean, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Steve. Let's go to Rashad Hayward. Rashad, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, sucker free Bonte, Frisco Shafty, game day, baby. Let's do this.
Let's go.
Well, I think the reason why I call and I listen to you guys every morning is I was thinking about it, and I think he should really look at Moody and the way Moody moves around, and a lot of the season Moody didn't get a lot of play. He stayed collective. He's in there. Before practice, after practice, doing yoga with Looney, and just kept it real. And I think where that attitude comes from is Moody came from a 4-year program, and Kuminga didn't come from a 4-year program, so I don't think he doesn't really know how to. I don't know what the words are. He's not ready. Like he's not used to.
Maybe articulating his feelings in a way that Moody knows how to, or, how to say, hey, less is more. I'm not going to talk about it or whatnot.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Much, he doesn't have that experience, And look at Looney. I mean, Looney was always, being talked about and wasn't big enough or wasn't good enough, and he just kept moving. Now people can't stop talking about the guy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just got to play your position and listen to the coach and just show him what you can do, man.
No doubt. We'll get to the rest of the lines in a second. 888-957-9570. I do want to shift gears in a second here because I didn't think the Kuminga conversation would explode like that. But I found it fascinating. Because of what happened before Game 7 and what Steph Curry said to the team. And then I get it. Kuminga's not happy. I thought he was going to play against the LA Lakers. I want the kid to play. I love the kid. I really do. He's a bright young man, has an infectious smile. He's got all the athleticism in the world, one of the most athletic players in the NBA, can do a lot of things, but he's raw. I get it, and it's the playoffs. So coaches are going to have a shorter leash on rotations. If you make mistakes, you will not play. You just will not play. I just was like, wow. I didn't expect Jonathan Kuminga because I didn't think And maybe I'm looking too deep into it. A lot of people saying I'm looking too deep into the quotes, but he's talking about, hey, it's still tough to lock in every single night. It's still tough to smile every single night. I'm wandering, man. I'm not happy. But he was visibly frustrated. I saw that in game 3.
He said, I'm not happy?
Well, he basically said that. He said it's tough to still smile every single time. So when you look at him on the bench, and we seen him in game 4 get talked to by Andre Iguodala. Remember that? And in game 3, I saw him walk straight to the end of the pitch. No high fives, no nothing. I said, man, my guy's frustrated, man. He's in his own head right now.
To me, again, people interpret things through their own prism. I interpreted it more as like, hey, I don't have to smile to not be, ready to roll or whatever. I'm a little frustrated I'm not playing, but I'll be ready to go. I didn't see it as I'm unhappy with what's going on and like saying that publicly. I think we're interpreting a lot of how we want to feel or, whatever it is.
I'm just reading the quotes, man. I'm just reading the quotes and
But I find it unfair to read the quotes on some, again.
But it's not just the quotes, Chasky.
It'd be like when we had Pablo Sandoval, I would listen to certain quotes, you'd read them or whatever, and I'd go, well, man, the guy's talking in his second language. Now, I know Kuminga's been in America for, close to a decade. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have difficulty expressing in his second language specifically how he feels.
I'm not looking at it like that. Again, we're looking at it 2 different ways. The way I'm looking at it is Steph Curry, before Game 7, spoke to the team. And everybody talked about his speech. And what was said in that speech? And basically what was said in that speech was, check your ego before coming out the bus. If you got a problem with minutes, rotations, all that stuff, do not get your ass on that team bus and do not come to the Golden One Center. That's what that was about. And then I see the body language. That's how the quotes are the quotes. But I'm surprised that he publicly sat down and said something about it. I love JK. But I'm like, man, you don't think some people in that locker room, coaches, executives, are like, oh, boy, here we go. Like, it's just been one thing after another with this Warriors team off the court.
That I don't deny.
And so when I see the body language and I see my guy, I'm like, man, my guy, all right, now he thinks against the LA Lakers, right? The LA Lakers series. And I'm like, all right, my guy's going to get a shot. Kuminga's going to play in the series. He doesn't get a sniff. Doesn't get a sniff against the LA Lakers. And he sees JaMychal Green play before him. He sees GP2 play before him when he's been on the roster all year. GP2 has not been the same defender. He's not been the same defender from a season ago.
I just think it's very simple to me, and I think I'm overcomplicating it. It's like Wiggins returned, and it threw a lot of things out of whack. And Jonathan Kuminga was one of the people who got the short end of the stick. Mm-hmm. And in fact, it might be the shortest end of the stick because right now he's got the least amount of experience compared to these other guys. Kerr trusts him the least. He has probably the most undefined role of all the guys that you would allocate minutes to with Wiggins returning, So I feel like the guy, I understand where he's coming from. I also understand where the Warriors would be like, dude, right now, really? Like, I understand all aspects of it.
We're going to move on in a second, but people want to chime in on it. Jeff and Pleasanton. Jeff, what's happening?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Good morning. Hey, I just wanted to say Kuminga's definitely not ready. I feel you there, but let's not beat a dead horse. Let's let him wait till next year. The guy plays defense with his hands down, and he's not ready. He's almost like a second coming of Jordan Bell. Sorry about that, not Jordan Poole, but Jordan Bell. So that's all. Let's move on from that. Better. Thanks.
Well, look, he's 2.5 years younger than where Keegan Murray is right now. And Keegan Murray was awful for 3 games at minimum of that series and then had an opportunity, played way more minutes and was afforded so many more mistakes to play through. And this guy doesn't get those leeways. I think what he's going through is really, really difficult.
Anthony and Fairfield. Anthony, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas. Good morning to you guys. I'll try to go fast. So years ago, I was in a different field. I was in construction and heavy equipment operating, to be exact. And I remember I thought I should have been getting more run on different machines. And it wasn't until I pulled my foreman aside and I said, "Hey, man, I think that I should be getting more out of my apprenticeship. What is it that I can do for you? What are you not seeing out of me that will allow you to be more confident and be more comfortable with me getting more time on different machinery, because I was spending more time on like the lower level machineries. And he was like, Anthony, like there are a lot of little things that you can be doing when I do give you these little opportunities, and I'm not seeing that from you. And he also, this is unrelated, but he was like, and you're late a lot. He was like 85% of the time, 85% of the job is just getting here. Now, that's probably not Jonathan Kuminga's issue, but I use that example to say, like, Kuminga has to be impactful with the time that he does get. And I know last series he only had about 3 or 4 minutes, but in those 3 or 4 minutes, he didn't give you much. And I know I've called and said this multiple times, but I really do think that it comes down to that. I also think that there's nothing wrong, if he hasn't done this, having a conversation with Steve Kerr. Asking Steve Kerr, like, man, what can I do, when I do get in? What are you not seeing from me? Because he does have all the natural tools, but, like, you got to do the dirty work. And I know some callers say, like, he should be getting more. The last caller said he should be getting less. I think that he should be getting what he deserves, but he has to show that he deserves that. Yep. So that's just my point of view.
No, that's a good call, Anthony. Very good call. A lot of calls lining up
what
here
was,
on it.
Were you watching, because you're talking about body language from when he got subbed out, what was the body language like on the bench? Because I didn't see it. I was on the couch watching on television, and they didn't really show the bench much. What was his body language like on the bench this last game?
I didn't really lock in on him. I didn't lock in on him in game one, to be honest with you. I saw him up clapping at times. I thought he was fine. I thought he was fine. I thought he was going to play. I'm looking at the Sacramento game where I literally, because he was playing, and I watched him leave the bench, and he was kind of frustrated, and he walked straight. He kind of beeline straight to the end. I was like, oh, boy. And I just know, been around JK a lot. He's 20. We know how 20-year-olds are at times. I was like, damn.
And they're all very different.
They're all very different,
like
no
the way
doubt.
Clay
they're all
is very different from Draymond.
They're all different.
Moody's different
and I was like,
from
boy,
Kuminga.
I was just like, man, my guy is he's out of it right now. He's out of it. And so that's where I'm at with that. Like, maybe I'm looking at the quotes too deeply. I just, again, my whole thing, and I'm not creating no narratives. I'm not saying anything about Jonathan Kuminga. I'm asking a question about,
guys, we're talking about one of the players that people call us and text us about all the time. Bonte, how many tweets, like I do, because I asked you this question yesterday. I said, are we giving it too much oxygen? Like we've spent more time talking this morning than he's played in the last 3 weeks.
Well, it's funny. You said it. We're giving him way too much oxygen.
And I didn't mean that. I love Kuminga.
Right.
I'm rooting for him.
But you asked that question yesterday when I was like, man, he played 23. And I was the one defending Kuminga. I said, listen, he played 23 minutes a night from February 1st on and had really good numbers. I'm stunned he's not playing. I said that yesterday on the morning roast.
Yeah, but I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm like, what's because Wiggins is back.
Right. And you said, why are we wasting time on him? And then, boom, 7 o'clock at night, the interwebs hit, and there's a sit-down, there's an article with Jonathan Kuminga.
It was insane.
I know, I'm not saying TJ Holmes, or the Chronicle is listening to the show.
Though
but
a lot of people are.
But it does feel like some articles get written after a topic we have on the show. And all of a sudden, there's an article with Kuminga, and I'm seeing the quotes. I'm like, man, I'm surprised JK's just even talking.
Look, I think it...
Especially, and it's off the backdrop again. It's off the backdrop of Game 7 and the speech.
Which is, I understand.
The messaging that was in that speech.
And I guess my thing is, like, I view Kuminga in a very delicate way of the sense that I'm affording him much more liberties than I would other players because of his youth, because of the cultural differences, because of the frustration of not understanding his own role, of understanding that he's very raw, and understanding that, his game isn't as refined, and he plays such a different way than Moses Moody. So there's so much of an assimilation that Moody could just go in and make a couple hustle plays, and boom, he can have impact and be one of the spot shooters and maybe take a couple guys off the dribble. Any little thing that Kuminga tries to do to assert himself, if he doesn't score on that play, it's deemed a failure.
Well, 650, and I'm with you there, and he gets the quick
yank.
Yeah, you're out of here. Comcast Business Text Line, 650. Bonte, I think what's tripping you up is the assumption that Kuminga is saying someone is stopping the sun from shining. Who is he targeting? That's an interesting line. You can't stop the sun from shining. And at some point, the sun is going to come out. That's what keeps me ready every single day.
I view that as optimism of, hey, when my number's called, I'll be ready to go. That's the way I viewed it. I don't even know if that's what he means.
But he said you can't stop the sun from shining. So who's stopping him from shining?
Little Orphan Annie?
Right. I mean, come on, man.
This is coming from me. I'm the maker of sometimes I just be saying things. Butcherism.
We'll see. Just be saying things. All right, let's go to.
It was a joke. I was trying to tell a joke.
Let's go to Rich in Oakley. Rich, what's happening?
Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, about Kuminga, the thing that I see is that I feel like he feels like he arrived already, and he's already here. He's a man, and he needs the minutes. And I feel like he just needs to humble himself a little bit. I love him. He's very athletic. I love his game, and it's not even close to reaching the level that he can get. But I feel like
why do you say that?
A lot more humble than he is.
But why do you say that?
I say that because Like, what do you mean?
Well, because I see a lot of people that they'll throw this word around, and I think it's unfair. Kuminga and Poole, they have a sense of entitlement. And I'm like, no.
Who says that?
I see that a lot from people. And I'm like,
they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
That's my point. I don't understand why people you need to humble yourself. Like, these guys have to have an aura of confidence to be able to play at the level that we want them to play at. Like, I don't know. I find it unfair as a criticism to these guys. And he's gone.
He's gone.
I don't understand this. Like, you have to be humbled. Like, what do people mean? Like,
I don't know.
Woe is me. I don't get.
I don't know either. I don't look into that. Marcus in Pacifica. Marcus, what's happening?
Hey, I'm sorry. Nobody wants to hear from Marcus in Pacifica 2 days in a row, but I just couldn't help myself calling in. Steve Kerr has been consistent in his rotations. He goes with his veterans. We all know this. And, when Iguodala came back, it threw off our rotation. He played one, maybe 2 games, and then we had to readjust to him being out again. He's been very consistent. Wiggins came back from his leave. He put him right in there. It doesn't matter what happened with DiVincenzo. It threw him into a loop. He still hasn't recovered from that because he was getting those 20, 23 minutes a game. And so now we're back talking about Kuminga, who, in all honesty, he's dribbling into 3 people. It's probably a sense of urgency. He feels like he needs to get the most out of his minutes. But with Kerr, I think we got to just know that this is going to be him. He had Jordan Poole in the G League probably longer than he needed to be, but he goes with his vets. And I'm going with Kerr. I love Kuminga. He's a great player. I think his future is extremely bright. You don't see too many people come in this league that have that type of potential, and he's going to be all right. But I'm going with Kerr. I don't think anybody could really second-guess his decision-making.
Right.
And what he does out there, the Kerr effect is real. And if his gut says he's not ready, then I got to go with that.
Well, and I'm going to play this sound for you then. That's a great spot to leave off. Kerr was asked about the potential Kuminga minutes and talks about some of the rotations here.
The whole thing with all of our players, and I tell them this all the time, is the playoffs change dramatically, from game to game based on matchups, based on injuries, based on what you're seeing on film. And it's important for everybody on the team to stay ready. And I think JaMychal Green is a great example of that, hardly played against Sacramento. And we knew we would need some size against the Lakers and some shooting. And he gets out there last night and gives us a great 7 or 8 minutes in the first half, knocks down a couple threes. So J-Mike understands that. And, the other guys need to understand that too, whether it's Kuminga, Lamb, all these guys. There's a possibility that things could turn their way, and they just have to stay ready.
The Quest for 5 brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Look, Steve Kerr's going to do what he's got to do to win a basketball game. And let's be real. Tonight, it's a must-win for the Golden State Warriors. I don't know if they could go down 0-2 in this series.
No, I'm going to tell you. I do not think they can lose both games at home to start this series.
And win the series?
And drag themselves out similar fashion like they did against the Kings. This is different. I think LeBron's different and Anthony Davis is different. I think losing 2 games to start the series at home is different.
Yeah.
The Kings have very little playoff experience outside of Harrison Barnes and a little bit for Sabonis. Yeah, and the Lakers have a lot of it. This is a very different test. They cannot do this back-to-back series. They cannot. No, I'm going to say that. They will not win this series if they fall down 0-2.
No, I'm not going to say that because I'm never going to doubt the champs.
That's fair.
They've won a road game in 28 straight series, a playoff record. There will be a lot of Warrior fans at Crypto.com arena.
I'm going to be there tonight. I'm excited.
Are you coming?
Yeah, me and Michelle.
You get tickets.
Don't worry about it. Michelle's very excited.
Freebies?
No.
Does anyone really have a choice?
You spent money?
Oh, come on.
Big money? How much? Tickets are high.
There are.
Where are you sitting?
108.
This ain't Philadelphia. Oh, this is their box seats, theater seats.
No, down low, corner.
Ooh, look at this guy, Big Buddy Shasky.
You know it's a big game when Michelle's there.
Yeah, she only wants to go
This is from the woman who said Seattle, slight rain, playoffs.
Already know
we'll beat them.
I already know what's going to happen.
I'll be at the Dallas Cowboy game.
Already know what's happening now. Because Anna's been trying to get to a playoff game. I was like, just pump the brakes. We ain't got money like that. Trying to do some things, had enough cough. Ain't got money like that.
Let Anna live her best life.
Stop
trying to. It's like freeing Jonathan Kuminga. Free Anna.
It's different for me. She can go to a game. I told her you can go to a game, bring a friend or whatnot. I am in work mode. I am in work mode. I am in work mode, dude. I got to be locked in. I don't like watching basketball. I like watching basketball by myself. I like watching sports by myself for the most part. Now, Anna's been watching the playoffs. She's been watching the playoffs with me, and she'll sit there and she starts talking about, hey, we locked in here. Hey, enough of that. I don't want to see that Instagram video. I don't care about, what so-and-so, Kim Kardashian said or Kendall Jenner or Love is Blind. No. We locked in on hoops.
My wife is all in.
We're locked in on hoops.
Our DVR is filled up with crap right now, and it's really pissing me off because, I pride myself on cleaning the DVR so I have enough, bandwidth to be able to record my Giants and the Warriors and the Niners and all the games that I want. ESPN's for 30 for 30s. And my God, it's Andy Cohen. It's, 90 Day Fiance. It's Below Deck. I mean, it's just all of these just horrible. And there's like 50 episodes.
I control the DVR at our crib. That's what I do. None of that's happening. You go watch that on demand. To get that on my DVR, I will delete it. Steve Kerr on Darvin Ham being on the court for Pool's final shot. Remember this? Did you see it?
Huh?
Did you see Darvin Ham?
Oh, I saw it. Him doing the Cameron crazies from about 2 feet away.
That was wild. Here's what Kerr said about it.
It is interesting. We watched Mike Brown spend a lot of time on the court during the Sacramento series. It seems to be a league-wide thing. Coaches just joining the action. So. I don't know if the NBA has any problem with it, but I suppose I should start getting out onto the floor more, too.
Yeah, why not? I was on Willard or Dibs. Steve Kerr clapping. You imagine him clapping. Hey, LeBron, missed that, LeBron. Darvin Ham was into the game, man. He had a flashback. He saw Jordan Poole wide open. He damn near jumped out and contested with 2 hands. Damn. Let's go to Bruno and Vallejo. Well, it's game day. Yeah. You know what, Bruno? Get Bruno on the air. Positive vibes only. Hey, Bruno, have our vibes been a little negative?
Fellas, you guys sound like your puppy got ran over. You sound like your ladies left for the weekend. No, she sounds like a great time. You sound like your ladies left for the next team for the next 2 weeks for every game. Guys, it's game day. I'm headed to the game tonight. I'm pumped. I'm juiced. I'm ready to see this W. Come on, guys. We got to win this. Get this game back even. Let's go, Dubs.
There it is. I like that energy. Hey, listen, I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say it all show long. 6 p.m. tip-off, an hour earlier than Tuesday. So you want to get there earlier, 5 p.m. pregame. The Warriors will win this game tonight. I'm trying to figure out how much they're going to win by. That's it. They will win tonight. We will have a 1-1 series going to L.A. Saturday night. That's happening.
Do you see my man over here pulling a Joe Namath?
No, I told you what was going to happen in Sacramento, the whole damn series. What was going to happen in Sac. Now, Game 6, throw that away.
What did you predict on the Instagram post from 95.7 The Game?
For the Lakers series or
King series?
No,
the King series.
Warriors in 6.
Oh. So you told us the entire time it was going 7, even though you predicted 6.
No, I said 6.
Gotcha.
I said 6, and it
I'm
went
just
7.
trying to keep up.
What did you say?
Oh, I said Warriors in 5. I was way off.
But then you said the Warriors couldn't win 4 out of 5 after game 1.
Look, I didn't say I'm Mr. Predictor.
Coming out my road because I clap back.
Hey, trust me. I'm going to have to pull a Steiny on the next prediction thing, and I'm not even going to. I'm going to opt out.
Steiny didn't do the predictions?
Well, he opted out, and I'm okay with that.
Why?
It's like he didn't unsubscribe.
Why did he opt out?
He didn't want to give a prediction, and I feel him on that.
Why?
Because the social media is the disgusting place.
Who cares?
Verbatim, he's also said, I don't know who's going to win. I don't want to say. Says he doesn't know.
I'm with him.
There you go.
Who cares?
Like if I had chosen Lakers in 6 or 7, could you imagine the vitriol I would have gotten online?
Who cares?
For an opinion.
Who
silly little prediction.
Why do you care? I don't care.
have a strong opinion.
Dude, Where's your drop? I'm wrong all the time.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
I care. I'm shooting like 55% when it comes to predictions.
They're saying that you're like LeBron James. They're saying you're like LeBron James. You knew 25 years ago exactly what was going to happen.
Well, I knew the Warriors were getting past the Kings. I never doubted them after losing game one. Said, I don't know if they could win 4 out of 5.
Are all Kings the same? They lie about what they knew?
No. I knew they were going to win and beat the Kings. I was not worried about them losing the Kings series. Sacramento
Let's
Kings.
rewrite history.
But hold on. We're worried about predictions now? If I make a wrong prediction, I'll put it out there on Twitter. I got the Warriors in 6. I wanted to pick them in 5. Probably won't happen, but I don't care.
No LeBron, no Bonte.
If the Warriors lose this series...
Maybe the greatest drop ever.
If the Warriors lose this series, I don't care. Laker fans are going to kick me. You think I give a damn? It's a prediction, man. That's what we do in sports. You did it with your buddies. Hey, man, I got the Warriors in this game. What do you got? You make little side bets, $2 bets. I don't care about predictions. Who cares?
The worst people is when freezing cold takes get them, and then they get big mad at freezing cold takes and try to defend them. Just say it. Just say it. I took an L.
I've been on freezing cold takes like 5 times. We're buddies now. I even tweet at him, hey, man, don't cook me this time around. It's like, hey, you're good. We got you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Who cares? Why do we take ourselves so seriously? Oh, my God, I'm not going to make a prediction. They're going to cook me on social media. Like, come on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
You know, look, I admit it. I admit it. I want to be liked.
I want to be liked,
so
too.
when I see a lot of hatred online, it makes me sad.
I can say...
It gets in my head. I get rattled. Like Draymond in Boston. I get rattled.
Listen, Shasky. I could tweet out, hey, man, the sun is out. It's a beautiful day in the Bay. And somebody on Twitter will tell me, shut the hell up, you loser. Every day. Every day. You think I care? I could be the nicest person in the world. Hey, man, I love waking up to the sun. Oh, you loser. You a little B-word. Like, it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Well, I know it doesn't matter.
People on the internet are ruthless. They're going to call you names all the time, no matter how much.
It gets me sad. That's all.
No, I don't even. I laugh. It feeds my ego.
Well, you're Teflon Don.
No, when somebody says, hey, Bonte, you a BAF. You a BAMFer. You know? We know what that means. Kids, close your ears. But I'm like, you know what? Who cares?
See, I admit my human nature, and I want to be liked.
Man, they've been ripping me ever since I worked with Greg Papa, man. It ain't going to change. That was 6.5 years ago. It ain't going to change. I don't care. I'm going to make predictions. I'm going to say what I say.
Are you having more fun now?
I'm having a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I always have fun. It just depends how much more fun. Jeez. People get mad. Oh, my gosh. Man. We can't make predictions now? All right. Let me injury report time. got bruised egos. Yeah! Oh, man. I'm not hating on anybody making predictions. I'm just saying, man, I don't care if I make a wrong prediction or not. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about social media like that. People call me names every single day. DMs, everything. Everything. You should have seen some of the Shaq stuff I was getting the DMs for just having fun. Loser, this and that. And I sit there with my girl. I say, hey, check this out. Look what this guy just called me. And I laugh about it. I ain't going to let no clown that I know get to me. Who cares? It's a prediction. Whether they're going to be right or wrong, who cares?
There are some texts that are coming in on the text line that are just all about former people trying to keep the sun from shining on Bonte, and now the sun is always shining on you.
That is love to hate you, Bonte. 405 loves to hate me. See, that's what I'm saying.
Chef's kiss.
I love that tweet. I love that text from the Comcast Business text line. Love it. You know?
Who's hurt now?
Manuel Rodriguez. He's worried about our numbers. Oh, look at your numbers since the Kings left the playoffs. Oh, your numbers aren't doing well. Shut up. King fan rooting for the Lakers, man. That's what I'm saying. Guys like him. You think a guy like Manuel Rodriguez is going to get to me?
Manuel, I hope you like me.
He's been talking for 3 straight weeks about how much of a loser I am. You think I care?
I want him to like me.
His team is at home worried about the offseason, whether or not they're going to give Harrison Barnes a contract. Think about the position they're in. Think about what the Warriors are doing today against the LA Lakers. About to smoke LeBron James and company. All right, injury report.
Why can't we be friends?
Wow. Chris Paul may not be available for Game 6 of the Western Conference semifinals against the Nuggets as he recovers from a groin injury. The Suns announced the point guard's day-to-day with the injury will be reevaluated in 1 week after undergoing an MRI on Tuesday. Like the great Bernie Mac said, rest in peace, Bernie Mac, but the Suns could be in trouble. Down 0-2 in this series. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 6 p.m. tip. Game 2, Warriors and Lakers. We're going to talk all about it with Robert, Dave, Ed, and the rest of your calls coming up next on The Roast. All right, it's time to turn this baby up. Turn this baby up. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Game 2, the Western Conference semis between the Lakers and the Warriors. Warriors got to win. They're down 0-1 in this series. This is a must-win, no doubt about it. Steve Kerr and company, 19-0 in Western Conference series. I want to see him improve to 20-0, obviously. LeBron James, however, has won 19 straight series when his team has gone up 1-0. Something's got to change in this series here. Must win for the Golden State Warriors at Chase Center. What do they need to do to steal Game 2 and get the split here at home? Well, number one, I think Draymond Green has to play a lot better. He mentioned that on his own podcast. I have to play better. No doubt about that. You need Klay Thompson to heat up. Klay Thompson, the last 3 games from the three-point line, 10-35 from 3. He's got to improve on that. That's only 28%. We need Klay Thompson around 40%. He's got to shoot better from the floor. He's 21-64 in the last 3 games. So he's got to shoot better overall. I think he will do that with the looks that he received in game number 1. And Steph has to be Steph. The chef has to dominate. This has to be his game and a must-win. 888-957-9570. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts, strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, contractors, school bus drivers, ushers, security guards, you name it. Good morning, everybody out there on a great, glorious Thursday. Good morning to everybody but Spadoni. We don't care about him. Big John, what's up? And you, Joe Shasky. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Is Big John taller than you, by the way?
Might be. How tall are you, Big John? Big John used to play hoop, right?
Yeah.
We talked about this.
I'd claim 6'4".
There you go.
So what does that mean? What does that mean?
It's 6'4" and a fraction. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm closer to 6'5", but I'll just say 6'4".
Hey, that means he's in the game, baby. Big John. Ladies love Big John.
I'm a skinny 6'5".
They love
That's
him.
Nicotina. Sorry. All right. So since I'm with a bunch of big guys, let's start with the bigs, Bonte. Let's start with Kevon Looney. How does Kevon Looney's role change tonight? Or does it stay exactly the same? Because I have a hard time envisioning him on Anthony Davis as much as he was in Game 1.
He slowed down in that second half, AD. I think pushing the tempo in this series will get to AD. Now, he was spectacular on the glass, right? He was spectacular from 15 feet out. But Draymond Green defending AD, that's what I want to see. He's caused AD problems in the past.
Saying that means that you're probably going to have to take Looney off the floor because who else is he guarding? At times, okay.
At times. I still think Looney needs to take care of business.
So would he be one of the first guys you're subbing out? Because I know we obsess about starting lineups. It's really only 4 or 5 minutes.
It depends on the minutes, right? Like Looney, I still want to see him play minutes. But and you know what? I think this is a series where I don't mind Looney using some fouls.
Okay.
Maybe now AD is a great free throw shooter.
I like that idea.
The problem is Anthony Davis shoots the technicals. He's a great free throw shooter. What does he shoot? It's 89% from the free throw line. I mean, the guy's spectacular. He makes them. But you want to use your fouls smartly. You don't want to give him easy buckets. So if you're not in the bonus and he's got an easy bucket, hey, you know what? Foul before the play. Foul before he gets positioned onto you. Battle him. At the point of attack, you want to make it hard for him to even get the ball. I thought so many times in game number 1, he got touches without nobody putting the body on him.
I call it free release touch, right? Where he's catching it and he's able to swing around and square up to the hoop, right? Once he faces you up, I actually don't think he's that great back to the basket. Right. I think he's more lethal when he could square you up.
Now, Steve Kerr touched on being more physical. I'll play this right now, but then there's another interesting quote he told Willard and Dibs. I'm going to play that for you in a second. But first, here's Steve Kerr on needing to be more physical.
This is not rocket science. This is nothing new. This has been going on for as long as I've ever, been part of the NBA, and every series I've ever been part of. If you lose, you got to come back with force, and you got to play harder. Those are the first adjustments to make. Play harder, get more rebounds, get more loose balls, box out, do all that stuff, and do all that with energy, and it puts you in a much better position to win.
Well, that's interesting, and I agree with it. Here's something interesting that nobody's talked about. It wasn't brought to my attention until I saw Steve Kerr say, or listened to Steve Kerr say this with Willard and Dibs yesterday, right here on 95.7 The Game. And then I watched the game back, and I was like, oh, this will definitely be the point of emphasis for the LA Lakers, or if we're going to say Warriors. They will talk to the referees about this, what Steve Kerr's going to say right here.
He was definitely camped in there, and there were definitely plays where he could have been called for it. But, that's if that's the way it's going to be played, then we can do the same thing at the other end and crowd the paint, and we did our share of that. But yeah, that's one way of trying to pull him away from the hoop is to put him in more high screen and roll, and that's something we will definitely look at. And there are other ways to engage him as well. But you give him credit. He was amazing. He had a great game, and controlled the game defensively, and also scored. Made a lot of tough shots. So sometimes you just you pat a guy in the back, say great game, and then you go try to be more aggressive, more forceful the next game, and try to take him out of some of that stuff.
So he's talking about Anthony Davis camping out in the paint, and he should have been called for multiple 3-second violations. And when he said that, and I was listening live to Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs, I did a great job with Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Went back and watched the game again, and was like, I see what he's talking about.
Well, a couple years ago, they would call defensive 3 seconds. It felt like in every game, right? When teams started slowly altering some of their adjustments defensively. Has it been called once this year in a Warrior game?
Defensive 3 seconds, maybe a couple times. I see it from time to time.
I can't remember the last time.
I can't remember the exact game.
That's
but
what I'm saying. I can't even remember the last time it was called. So it's something I hadn't even considered.
But offensively and defense, 3 seconds, very, very interesting. Being camped out in the lane. Now, Draymond's got to do something offensively, which is what he talked about on the Draymond Green podcast yesterday. He talked about being aggressive offensively, pushing the tempo. They have to get Anthony Davis away from the paint. So, that'd be something I'll watch for early on. Can you get Anthony? Because then that's going to open up the lane for points to the paint. You can't get outscored with points to the paint, 54-28, 54-28 points to the paint. You got to do better than that, and you got to get to the free throw line at times. So maybe getting him away from the paint, getting him in some actions on the pick and roll, maybe draw some fouls on him will be very, very important for the Warriors tonight in game 2.
The thing that I look at when I go back to Looney for a second, like there's some give and take. Like you clearly need his size and his offensive rebounding and his defensive rebound because he was phenomenal at it. It just feels like the Anthony Davis matchup is a bad one. Even though he had a lot of great rebounds, there's some give and take. And so it depends on how they want to thread this needle. I would maybe play Looney more with 80 off the floor as the game progresses.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
And try to stagger Draymond's minutes to coincide predominantly with Anthony Davis's minutes.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, we'll see. Monty Poole wrote an article about, maybe there being less Looney in the series because of Anthony Davis, because of his quickness, on the quickness edge on Looney. But I thought Looney did a great job on the boards, man. When you grab 23 and you get 7 offensive at times, he was giving it to Anthony Davis. Like, quietly, Looney had a double-double, 10 and 23.
No, he had a great game.
And 5 assists.
No, he had a great game. But it just, again, I think stopping Anthony Davis is paramount. And Draymond clearly unlocked some things. That's why I think when Looney is out there, I would employ more zone.
You may get more zone tonight. The zone worked late in the game in the last 6 minutes where the Warriors went on that 14-0 run. So you may get more zone, but, LeBron is so smart. I don't know how much you can go to that zone.
Yeah.
Because LeBron will dissect it at some point.
But they don't have the shooters that I fear from beyond the arc. That where if you did that against the Kings, I feel like they would stretch you and be able to knock down threes. I don't know. And then I don't know if they have the dribble drive penetration that I worry about.
But see, I think LeBron was getting to the rack.
He was.
And he will collapse that defense because you don't have any rim protection. And when you collapse that defense, all of a sudden their suspect three-point shooters are wide open.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Austin Reeves is wide open. D'Angelo Russell is wide open. I don't want them shooting wide open threes.
Yeah, I hear you. You're just going to have to give up something to take away something else.
Right. Maybe you could give Vanderbilt wide open shots there. Let's go to Dave in Livermore. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, boys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so I wanted to change the narrative. I know I'm a little late in this, but what we were talking about earlier, I noticed with what was done with Steph, he changed the narrative about himself in the last 2 games. They always want to say he's not a true point guard because he's not a leader or a floor general, and he doesn't pass as much as he should. Last game, I saw some dimes from Curry, and him coming out and saying that basically told me he is a leader. He will call everybody out if necessary. Number 2 that I just wanted to throw out there, 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter, we're down by 3.
I don't want the ball in anybody's hands but Clay and Curry if they're going to shoot from 10 feet behind the line. That's all I got, guys. I'll take your response off the air. Thank you.
That's fair. That's fair. But here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Jordan Poole's game or his shot. Or actually, where is... God dang it, I just had it here. Oh, here's Steve Kerr on just Jordan Poole's game.
I loved Jordan's game last night. I loved his approach. He's pretty mentally tough. I mean, Jordan is a guy who, you guys know, I mean, he's a little bit of a lightning rod. A lot of people are judging him on a daily basis, and it's not easy as a young player, a young person to have that type of scrutiny with your every move. And the way he responded last night, knocking down shots, competing, boxing out, fighting over screens, I thought Jordan was great. And like I said, every game's different. You never know how things are going to play out, but we do know we'll need Jordan to be aggressive, and I have great faith in him.
Here's what he had to say about the final possession. I was looking for it here. Forgot we had it in red. Here's Steve Kerr on the final possession.
If something happens and we're in a bad spot, that's where I can race out onto the court and yell timeout. And in this case, our offense is at the other end, so you don't always get that timeout because the refs may not see it or see me. But what I was looking at was Steph got double teamed at half court, and I knew somebody was going to be open on the weak side, so I didn't want to take a timeout. And Steph made the right play, got it to Draymond, and as I said, I love the fact that Jordan took that shot. I think looking at the film, the only thing he could have done is just move closer to the line before the ball got to him. I didn't think the spacing was perfect. I loved his confidence and his willingness to step up and try to knock that thing down. But he could have been a little closer to the line, made it a slightly easier shot for sure.
What do you think about that?
It's always funny when people are like, take a dribble, and then you take a dribble and you're not accounting for the defense closing out on you and being one step closer and getting a hand up and contesting your shot, maybe altering your shot. Watching that possession alone doesn't do the final couple minutes justice, because I thought that the length of the Lakers bothered the Warriors on 4 or 5 consecutive possessions. Right. So finally getting an open look for JP, I was okay with it. Contextually, watching the final couple minutes, would I have liked him to be able to take a dribble in and a step or two forward? Yeah, but you don't think he's practicing that shot? You don't think he's hit that shot recently? I think we make too much of the distance of the shot.
That's Steve Kerr, though. That's the head coach of the Warriors. It's hard to disagree with him. He knows a lot more about basketball than I do, than both of us combined. I would say this. If he did take a dribble, felt like Vanderbilt was closing out.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe Poole, if he takes a dribble, he swings it back to Dre, and Dre swings it back to Curry, and Curry takes a shot. Who knows? Who knows how it plays out? I don't know. The bigger thing is, I'm surprised. Did the 2-minute report come out about the last play being a jump ball or not? Nobody said anything about that, because that's the one that I don't think we spent enough time on. Should have been called a jump ball. Well, when you watch it back real time, you're like, ooh, where did the timeout come from?
It was much closer than I remember.
Yeah.
There's the whole take a timeout, don't take a timeout. I go in both directions. If I had a younger team, I think I'm taking a timeout. I think because I have an older team and Steph got the rebound after not touching the ball on the prior possessions, I'm going with it. I'm not allowing them to reset their defense, make a substitution. I forget if they had a foul to give or not. But and sometimes in those side inbound situations, you inbound it and then boom, they take a foul,
right?
Because they have time to think about it, and then it kind of throws whatever your inbound play is right out the window.
I don't like the timeout because it sets the defense up. I mean, it allows the Lakers to set up their half-court defense after a timeout. So you could blitz Steph, you could blitz Clay. I like the scramble drill, especially with the Golden State Warriors. I really do. I don't have a problem with not calling the timeout. Some people brought it up. It never even went through my head watching it in real time. It in, watching it back. I like the possession. You got a great look from Jordan Poole. I'll live with that. He was hot that night. He had already made 6 threes. I'm totally fine with the shot and where he shot it from, and I'm totally cool with the decision not to take a timeout because of how good the Lakers half-court defense is. You allow them to set it up, and then what if they foul? You know what I'm saying? Knowing that you need a 3, they could foul you, Shasky. They could foul you and send you to the line for 2 instead of the 3. So I was cool with everything. By the way, something hit my timeline. This is pretty funny. Spadoni actually brought it up. But Patrick Beverley says that even though he and Russell Westbrook are no longer with the Lakers, he'll be suited and booted for ring night and want some jewelry if they win the NBA championship. Westbrook and Patrick Beverley want rings if the Lakers win the championship. Well, number one, they don't have to worry about that because the Lakers will not win the championship. But two, that sounds insane. That sounds insane.
Someone wanting credit for someone else's achievements.
Kind of like me in group projects, right? Just put my name on the paper, baby. No, I'm kidding. I used to be involved. That's weird. And I don't know if Westbrook really wants that. See, that's the problem. Again, Pat Bev speaking on Westbrook's behalf. Why are you talking? Like, Pat Bev's out here saying, no, 50% of the players don't really care about being in the NBA. Dude, stop speaking on other people's behalf. You're a role player, dude. Chill.
Pat Beverley?
Yeah.
Not a role player. The next 5 years are his.
Yeah. It's worked out well for him. Tyler in the city. Tyler, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hey, remember what Patrick Beverley said? The next 4 years was his, and he got traded like twice.
Yeah.
You going to be at the game tonight?
Hey, yeah, I'm pulling up, Shafi. I saw you pulling up. We smoking one in Thrive City after?
After, before? I mean, you know. I got my wife with me,
right.
so you got to dial it down just like it's like an 8, not a 12.
All right, I got you. I'll have one rolled up for you for sure, Shafi. Look, it's Star Wars May 4th day.
Thank you.
I just really wanted to know, Bonte, are you a Jedi or Sith?
Ooh, you don't even know.
Oh, I'm a Jedi. You know that. I'm not a Sith. I'm not a Sith Lord.
My analogy, Butch, TV Bonte is a Jedi, radio Bonte is a Sith.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And he thinks he's Vader.
100%. Also, too, just kind of wanted to talk about Kuminga getting Dante's time. I feel like Dante just really hasn't been producing on the offensive end.
Agreed.
And that lineup with him and GP isn't really working. So I really feel like Kuminga could get in there and actually get to the basket, be able to get some free throw opportunities, and at least try and dunk on Anthony Davis a couple times.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Tyler, good call.
And Tyler,
there.
thank you for, giving my friend here, Bonte, some Star Wars knowledge.
Yeah. Star Wars is a great movie. Star Wars is a great movie, man. Shout out to all the Star Wars.
Have you even watched 5 minutes unedited?
I watched the original.
Uninterrupted?
I watched the original like
Mark Spears.
25 years ago. That's not Mark Spears. Uninterrupted is Bleacher Report. Mark Spears is Anscape.
Oh, I thought it was uninterrupted.
No. That was Undefeated.
Undefeated.
Formerly undefeated, now Anscape. ESPN Senior Ryan. Hall of Famer Mark Spears.
Hall of Famer
too.
Mark Spears, no doubt.
My bad.
Mark Spears, he loves the show. He's a roaster.
Oh, nice.
Even though he signed with the other station, he's a roaster.
Well, it shows how popular we are.
It does. A lot of those guys over there. I keep telling them, man, come to Death Row, dude. Come to Death Row, man. Why you want to go to RCA Records, man? Come to Death Row.
He'd be like General Grievous.
Who's General Grievous?
He's just one of the great generals that are out there in
Star
Wars lore. You know,
Suge Knight, some might say, of the Star Wars
universe.
universe.
Exactly.
One day I'll watch Star Wars. One day, listen.
Badass.
My apology to Star Wars fans out there because I was a little rude to you guys earlier.
Thank you.
I didn't know you guys were so damn sensitive. Guys are more sensitive to sports fans.
Well,
but
we're sensitive to the Force.
Well, whatever. Some fake fictional movie. You guys are all sensitive, ready to come down my road and jump me outside. But listen,
Snowfall's fictional.
Yeah, but it's about real life though. That happens in real life. That happens in real life.
Real life metaphors.
Real life metaphors. That's real life. There's an Uncle Jerome in every neighborhood. There's a Leon in every neighborhood.
Got it.
There's a Franklin St. James. What was his last name? Franklin Saint. There's a Franklin Saint in every hood. All right. Snowfall is as realistic as it gets for a fictional movie or a fictional show. All right? That's what time it is. Star Wars, my apology to Star Wars fans is when the season is over, I will watch Star Wars movies.
Well, remember old Oracle, before the game even started, they used to play the Imperial March to the opposing. That was pretty damn cool. I wish they brought that over to the Jets.
That's my ring when my wife calls.
I remember LeBron James, number 23 for St. Mary, St. Vincent's, LeBron James. And he would be on a video board a year.
No, the best is when your boy from Filmo put out that song, Who Want to Go 16s with Me.
Oh, your boy.
That was the Imperial Death March.
Well, I know. Who Want to Go 16s? So, true story.
Who
in
want
one of
to
my
go
classes,
16s with me?
well, you had to splice reel-to-reel tapes up. Part of my audio production classes, which doesn't exist now. You know, the old reel tapes, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So I spliced that up. So
All
Who
right.
Want to Go 16s will be.
Uh-huh.
It was a great song.
Such a hitter. Your boy had so many classics.
So
Frisco,
listen,
stand up. I'm the king
I'm not
here.
claiming to be a Jedi. I'm not claiming to be a Star Wars geek, but my apology to Star Wars fans is once the season's over, I'll watch the Star Wars movies. I'll let Spadoni tell me what to watch, not Joe Shasky, because he goes crazy over it. He had me all out of order. I'll have Spadoni. I do have Disney Plus. All right, is Star Wars on Disney Plus?
Yes, of course.
Every single one.
Every single one.
Yep, the whole
So I have
series.
that now. I got the Hulu bundle with the ESPN and Disney Plus.
510 is letting you know that it literally says fiction when you're reading the Snowball.
Yeah, but it's more realistic towards real life. Like my mama, when she watched that show, Becky Tyndall, shout out to Becky Vander Tyndall. Mama, I love you. Listen, she said it. Snowfall's deep. That's why people were crying about Franklin, because there's real life Franklins out there. There ain't no real life Jedis out there.
Yeah, there are.
No, who?
You don't have a mentor?
He's not a
You
Jedi.
don't have a Yoda in your life?
No.
You don't?
I don't consider him Yoda. I just consider him my mentor.
Yeah, but it's metaphor.
I disagree with my mentors all the time.
Yeah, and Luke argues with Yoda all the time.
Star Wars is, they're in outer space.
So in this analogy, Steve Kerr is Yoda, right? Jonathan Kuminga feels like Anakin walking towards the dark side a little bit. Kind of failing him.
That's it. Where's Padme?
Oh, boy.
Damn. This is how you know our YouTube chat. This is why you got to have fun with the comments. Look, HM, this show is so boring. Until you get our boy City Chopped. Man, y'all hella funny, man. So, you can't please everybody. That's what I'm saying. Who cares about predictions? I'm going to be right or wrong. I might as well, if I'm going to predict something, I'm going to predict on the champs. I'm going to ride with the champs. It's Steph Curry. It's Klay Thompson. I expect Klay Thompson to shoot better tonight. He's getting great looks. I expect him to dominate that matchup against Austin Reeves.
You don't think Steph Curry is the greatest Jedi in all the land?
He might be.
You don't think he's Luke Skywalker?
Well, I mean, he was before Game 7.
You don't think he could take down the evil empire, the Emperor, a.k.a.
He was before Game 7.
LeBron James?
I think that the Warriors are the evil empire now. They got to have that swag.
No.
They're enemy number one, and I think a lot of that. No, I really think that Joe Lacob is the emperor.
So who's Draymond?
He's the guy that runs the league, right?
Who's Draymond?
Draymond, I actually was talking about this on the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. But Draymond Green, to me, he's swagger personified. I got him as Han Solo. He's got the loud mouth.
Listen.
He's going to do all the talking.
Yeah, all right.
Does that make me Chewie his best friend?
Sure.
Who's RD2?
Always had Draymond's back.
Was it R2D2? R2D2. All right, there you go. 650. Solar Fish, not sensitive bots. It's just our holiday. You talking ish about it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a big holiday. May the 4th be with you. When did that become a thing? We got a holiday for everything now. National Ice Cream Day, National Pizza Day, National Hot Dog Day, National Comb Your Hair Day. I mean, what are we doing in society right now? Jesus Christ, everything's a holiday. Everything's a day. Star Wars Day. You guys have had like 15 Star Wars Day this year.
Well, I mean, it's because they're putting out amazing content right now. I'll be the Mandalorian, and you could be my baby Grogu.
I don't even know who the Grogu is.
No. Yes. No. That's for those that have watched.
Monte's going to want to be swag, and there's no one more swag than Mace Windu. Let's be real.
But Mace
Purple
goes down.
lightsaber. Come on.
Mace goes down, and you
We don't
chop
know
the
if
head
he's
off.
dead,
But don't
though.
all the
We
black
don't
dudes
know.
go down in movies? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we always die.
Not Lando Calrissian.
We always
Lando
die.
did Billy D.
We always
Billy
die.
D's the hero.
We always die, man.
Is that
We
you,
always
Ray?
die.
Because we're here,
Man.
and he hangs out with Chewie.
Game
That's
2.
good.
We
You
got-
should be Lando.
Man.
And that makes me
All right,
Han.
Can we park the Star Wars talk for the rest of the show, please? We're losing people. Thank you, Big John. Are you a Star Wars guy, Big John? Real quick, Big John, are you a Star Wars guy?
I am a Star Wars guy.
Thank you.
Damn.
3-1, yo.
Not like Shasky and Spadoni, but I do like Star Wars.
All right, the lines are lit. The lines are packed. We're going to get St. Leon for 10 minutes. The St. one, he's going to make me smile. He's going to make me feel good. I already know the Warriors are winning tonight.
Draymond is count dope.
Warriors are winning tonight. Warriors are winning tonight, folks. We're going to talk about Game 2. We're back to it. Enough of the Star Wars crap. May the 4th be with you. Maybe podcast. You guys should podcast about Star Wars. But you're wasting our time here on the Morning Roast about Star Wars. Gene, Sal, Morgan, Renee. Renee's got an she thinks the Warriors are in trouble, so I want to get to her on the other side as well. What's coming up in the game sponsored by Hint Water. Gary St. Jean.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with fur.
Hint Water, delicious fruit infused water with
The Saintly one.
Gary,
oh, man.
Gary, let's start
Listen,
right here.
people. No, hold on. I'm sorry, Star Wars fans. Jesus Christ, I said I'm sorry. Hey, Saintly, I got to start here. Forget Shasky starting with Saintly. They're kidding on me for not being a Star Wars fans. These guys are like the mob, man. They're ready to chop my head off.
Because today's May the 4th, so it's May the 4th be with you.
Well, they always have a day, Saintly. Star Wars has like 20 days a year.
You know what? I'm thinking Lakers, Warriors, and you guys are thinking Star Wars. Come on, let's get going here.
That's what I'm saying, Saintly. I said I don't care about Star Wars. They bring up Star Wars all the time. The Warriors in one game 4 against Sacramento, they brought up superheroes. And I'm saying I'm focused on basketball and all the Star Wars. They got like a mob, Saintly. It's incredible. It's like Al Pacino. It's all these guys, dude. It's Bumpy Johnson and company looking to chop my head off for disrespect to Star Wars. I just want to talk LeBron James and Steph Curry. All right.
Those guys, let's go.
Let's go, Saintly. All right, game one obviously went the Lakers' way. Anthony Davis played big, but I thought most importantly on the defensive end, he was able to camp out, and I believe Draymond Green, he took accountability. He's got to be more aggressive to get Anthony Davis out of the paint there. But, boy, what an impressive game one for the big fella for the L.A. Lakers.
Well, when he's right, guys, he's one of the top 5 players in the league. The question is how healthy he is, stamina, fatigue, injuries, a lot of variables. But you got to give him his due. He was fantastic. He was the best guy on the floor, and that's going to have to calm down for the Warriors to get a win tonight.
So how do they slow him down, like schematically? Because we were talking about, different things for, Anthony Davis in terms of slowing him down and stopping him. I'm like, you can't let him get the ball in the paint because once he gets the ball in the paint, Anthony Davis is going to rise up. He has that little baby hook. I want to see him, A, continue to hit shots from outside the key, and B, put the ball on the floor going to his left. What would you like to see the Warriors do defensively against him?
Well, I like what you're sharing, and I think that he's not a conventional big. He's not going to get on that left box, and he wants 2 dribbles middle, and he's going to throw a jump hook. That's not who he is. Where he gets you is just what you said, the length, the paint catches, his touch, his offensive rebounding, and then you tie it in. He can pick and roll, and he likes to pick and pop and make jump shots. So he's not an easy guy to double team. But what you can do is think about this. What are we going to do to get him slowed down? We're going to run the heck out of him. You know what? Whether it's Draymond or Looney, you got to sprint to the rim. We call it rim run, and you got to go like heck. You got to be a screener. You got to be a facilitator, changing sides and screening. Make him be involved with Steph, Clay, and Poole. Don't let him sit back in what we call drop coverage. If he steps in there, he dominates the paint. So you got to get him involved in the pick and roll. And then Steph should have great looks if he's handling a lot. So he's not an easy task, but I don't think he's going to back it up with another game like that. I really don't.
No doubt. I'm with you there. The Saintly one here. By the way, the Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. I'm with you there. The drop coverage, and that's where I look at Klay Thompson. He's 10 of 35 the last 3 games from 3, and he was 1 of 8 in that pivotal third quarter Tuesday night in game number 1. But the looks he got, Saintly, you're right on it with the drop coverage. If he's going to play, and Mully always calls it drop dead coverage because you're dead if you play the drop coverage on Steph and Clay and Jordan Poole. I think the Warriors will still have some production for the 3-point line, but it's the points in the paint, 54-28. That was a little too lopsided for me, Saintly, in game 1.
Yeah, you'd like to think that if you made that many threes versus the paint points for them, that you'd come out on top. But the area that they dominated was the free throw line. And their whole mantra, you guys listen to him in the huddles, hands straight up, don't fall, transition defense. That's their whole thing. Take away layups in transition, don't commit foolish fouls, and if you do that, we're going to have a great chance to win. It was even on the boards. For me, just like you're saying, you can't be intimidated by him. Bonte, you probably talked to Mully about this. There's techniques of how to screen a shot blocker. You go in there and maybe just, Steph had a layup in the game second half, and I don't know if you guys recall, Draymond kind of screened Davis out to go to the penetration. I think there's got to be more of that kind of technique. It's not talked about a lot, but it's subtle, but it's effective. And, hey, guys, when you look at this, you tip your hat, you say, hey, they did a great job. I'm concerned about this kid Vanderbilt. I didn't know much about him. This kid can defend, and he did a heck of a job. I'm not a big fan of Russell and Schroeder, but they did a heck of a job, and Schroeder can put pressure on the ball. And the kid Reeves, hey, he's a nice player. Yeah. You look like he's in 8th grade, but the guy can play. He knows how to play the game. And you know what, guys? I think LeBron's foot is not nearly 100%. And that's okay. Let him be where he is, just like he is. And I think with that in mind, we're going to see more of the small lineup. I think that's more advantageous to the Warriors.
Man, so much to break down there because you're saying you want to go small. How can they win these matchups? Clay versus Reeves. Obviously, Wiggins, when D'Lo's guarding him early, he's got to attack him. Like, I'm looking at those matchups. They've got to win those ones. So how do you get that going for those guys?
Well, that's two great matchups that you're talking about, and they're your two best post players. Now, if you guys remember, if you watch Clay on the right box, he is excellent getting down there, and he turns left shoulder to the baseline, and he knocks that shot down all the time. Now, do they post him a lot? No, but it's an area where if he needs a hoop, he can go down there. They don't call a play for him. And with Wiggins, oh, boy, hey, guys, put him on the right box, cross-screen for him with a small, let him come into that left box, and he's as good a post player as you have. So if you need something, you can go to that. And you just ice those other guys or get them involved in some screen action so they can't come to the post up. And I think those are really effective. And guys, I'm telling you, Wiggins is going to be as big a factor as he was last year in that Boston series. He allows you to go small. He is strong and can defend, and he's in great shape. I liked his activity in Game 1. I don't know that he had the productivity on the stat line, but I really liked his movement out there. He was really aggressive, and that's what we're going to need to see tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Saintly. I think he's been solid considering he missed 25 straight games to come back in a high-level series like the Sacramento Kings series. He played all those minutes defending Fox, defending Monk. I think Wiggins will have a big night and take advantage of that matchup and play Russell off the floor. No doubt about that. You brought up Klay Thompson. What about some of the other guys here? I feel like one of these guys have to pop. GP2 or Dante DiVincenzo. And what DiVincenzo can do offensively, I don't know if GP2 can do that. DiVincenzo struggles so far in the playoffs, but I do believe if he gets the shots and the looks that Poole and Curry and Clay received in Game 1, I think this could be a big DiVincenzo series. I kind of favor him a little more than GP2 right now, but they've got to figure out how to get him going. So how do you get DiVincenzo going, Saintly?
Well, you know what? He's not a guy you have to call a play for, but you like to see him. I'm not going to bank it all on his making threes. I love when he puts the ball on the floor, creates for others, relocates, gets a wide-open shot. Maybe he's a great rebounder for a guard. Look, guys, you're still at home. Role players play better at home. One of those two guys, we can chat again. I'll bet you one of those two guys is going to be instrumental tonight. I totally agree with you. And it's big because it helps you win that hustle game, the 50-50 game. The Lakers thought they won that in Game 1. That should not happen when you've got those kind of players on the floor for you.
You're referencing the Dante DiVincenzo's like kind of reluctance to shoot the three right now, like him and GP2, excuse me. Like, how do you like get them confident? Because it does feel like the floor opens up for them when they do knock down a shot, and sometimes when you pass those shots up, just the offense can get more congested. I guess is where I'm going with this. So how do you get them feeling free and confident about themselves while also taking good shots?
Well, here's an old NBA verse I'm going to give you.
Yeah, give it to me.
A shot created must be taken. Why do you say that? Because if you don't take the shot, then they're going to play 5-on-4 against you defensively. And what goes on in the playoffs, guys, is so much about matchups. And you see where say the last series, you sagged off a Sabonis. You didn't go up and guard him. Well, that's the thought process that goes into these games, that you're looking and saying, okay, hey, I'm not going to worry about DiVincenzo and Poole. Well, then, if that be the case and you get the ball and it's not going well for you, drive it and create it for somebody else. Just don't stand there and be a movie director. And with that in mind, hey, if you do that, you've got people that can shoot the ball, and you got to be pleased with Jermichael Green.
Right.
He comes in and knocks down a couple because you need another big to step up a little bit. We still might see Kuminga. I don't know what's going to go on there with the rotation. But, guys, listen, listen, I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. They're not going to come out and guard Looney or Green.
Yep.
They're not going to do it. The only reason they're going to move up is if they're in screen and roll or dribble handoff action where you keep knocking down shots. That kills the drop coverage, and then they have to move up.
That's a great point there. We're talking to Gary St. Jean, former GM of the Golden State Warriors, former head coach of the Sacramento Kings. I know you got to drop William off at daycare soon here, so we'll get you there. A pit stop at Lenardi's, of course, by the way. The Lenardi's, let me tell you, that broccoli cheddar soup, hey, Saintly, man, that broccoli cheddar soup, it's hard. Now, I'm on a diet right now, so I haven't had it for a few weeks. But, boy, every time I walk in there with baby Chaz, we're walking in there, she goes, Papa, broccoli cheddar. I'm like, oh, we can't do it today. It's too much. I got to lose weight, man, and fit into the suits here. But you brought up Kuminga, and he was in the Chronicle, and C.J. Holmes wrote a great story about Jonathan Kuminga yesterday because he averaged 23 minutes a game from February 1st to the end of the regular season. It really looked like he kind of etched his name into the rotation. But he hasn't played much in the playoffs, and he's, you could tell he's kind of wandering a little bit. And he said this, it's still tough to lock in every single time. It's still tough to smile every single time. Then he ended the quote by basically saying, you can't stop the sun from shining, and at some point the sun is going to come up. That's what keeps me ready to play every day. So what would you say to the young fella, 20 years old, who's not getting an opportunity? What would you tell the young fella, Saintly? You're a guy, words of wisdom, you brighten up everybody's day. How would you tell JK, hey, it's going to be okay, kid, just wait for your opportunity?
Well, that's the role of an assistant coach. Take him for a walk. Get him out in the hallway. Give him a hug. Look him in the eye and tell him, you got to stay positive. You don't know. Listen, this is the rotation right now. An injury could happen in 5 minutes, and you're going to be a key cog to the team. You've got to stay focused. You've got to believe in yourself and understand this is the playoffs. The rotation gets tighter, and it's nothing personal. This is the way that the team thinks it's best it can win, but we still believe in you and for a lot in the future, but your time is going to come. You don't know when. You've got to be ready.
How do you deal with, the age discrepancies on some of these guys? I mean, it's just, I was telling Bonte, you can't treat all your children the same. You can't treat all your teammates or your family members the same. And I look at someone like JK, I mean, there's clearly some cultural differences because of how he grew up. And I mean, he's closer in age to Riley Curry than he is to Steph Curry. It's difficult. So is that incumbent on the player himself? Is that, other veterans on the team? Is that part of the staff? Like, how do you massage that?
Well, I talked about the assistant coaches. Hey, if you're up in that GM seat and Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy, who I love, those guys, they've been into the wars. They know that the guy's shoulders are down a little bit. And don't you think Andre Iguodala, I mean, that's the beauty of having him around.
Yeah.
He knows. He's been through all the wars. And he knows this young guy has tremendous potential. But right now may not be his time. But he's got to sell him what I was talking about before and tell him that you believe in him. And that's the beauty. Let me tell you guys something. There's all kinds of teams with all kinds of issues. When you got Steph Curry as the main guy giving that speech before Game 7, this is a locker room that's different than the 29 other teams in the league.
Right.
Because he is such a unique person and player. I just can't give him enough praise. So he's a big factor in this whole thing.
All right, St. Lee, it's always good to hear your voice. Everybody's smiling now. We feel good about game number 2 tonight at Chase Center. Remember, get there an hour early, 6 p.m. tip-off. 6 p.m. tip-off, 5 p.m. pregame on NBC. By the way, your son was out here for game 3 of the King Series. When you coming back to Chase Center, St. Lee? We need to see you, man.
Greg went to the game with Mully. They asked me and I said, I'm either going to hang with you or I got my bottle of red over there ready for consumption. And I'll be starting early tonight. I could be Priest Ranch again. They have a wine that's called Coach, and I kind of like it.
Got to check that out.
W for the Warriors tonight, fellas.
Gary, does that red wine get in your face, or is it more subtle and relaxed?
Oh, no, it's just beautiful. Oh, boy, I talked to it. You know, he and I are talking about, the dribble handoffs and the back doors, and we get smarter as the game goes on.
Talking about that old split action, huh? In the floppy sets. There it is.
I needed my daily injection of Gary St. Jean's happiness into my life.
No doubt. It was good to see Greg, too, man. Greg and Bully listening to them talk basketball is something else, man. St. Lee's good to talk to you, man. We'll do it again very, very soon. I promise you.
Go Warriors, guys. Thanks a million.
Anytime.
Go.
Gary St. Jean here on the Morning Roast on 95.7
How can you not
Game.
smile after hearing him?
I love St. Lee, man. Love St.
It's
Lee,
like
man.
when you talk to an uncle or a family member that makes you feel good. There are certain family members that kind of put life in perspective. And when you get off the phone with them, you're like, you know what? We're doing all right.
He's an absolute legend, man. I love the guy. I love the guy for what he's helped me with in my career. One of the Uber rides in Toronto that we had together, man, he was just sitting there. Bonte, you're doing well, fella. I'm telling you, man, big things are ahead for you. You just stay positive. You be cool. You're relaxed.
He strikes me as a cash-only kind of a transaction guy, not an Uber on the phone app guy.
Don't underestimate his gangster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. Don't underestimate the saintly one. And shout out to MJ as well. She holds him down. She keeps him in check. Renee and Antioch. I want to get to this call. We'll get to Gene and Morgan. I want to get to Renee and Antioch because she's saying the Warriors are in trouble.
What?
Like, after saintly and all that positivity, Renee, do you still believe? Oh, it's a dude. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Renee's sorry. My bad. One should never assume. Renee, why are the Warriors in trouble? You still believe they're in trouble?
I still believe it, man. And Saintly actually touched on the subject I was about to get to. It wasn't the three that killed us with Poole or us not getting to the free throw line enough. And the biggest problem is, man, we don't have a backup big. I mean, Looney can only play so many minutes, and Draymond's not really that big enough, even though he has the skill, but him averaging that triple single, is not enough for us. And when it comes down to it, I hate to say it, Iguodala being on the roster is really hurting us right now. He is a great coach, so just make him a coach, but he's taking up a valuable roster spot for us that could have been used for a valuable big right now.
Let me ask you about that, Bonte, Andre Iguodala, because the broadcast shows him getting up, talking to Steve Kerr, getting up, talking to this guy, talking to that guy. Is there value in that? I don't know. I'm asking you.
The players say there's value, so I'm going
Okay.
to take the players at their word.
Okay.
They say it's value. So that's what it is.
I didn't know the whole wearing a hat on the bench thing.
I don't have no problem with that. Players wear hats all the time on the bench.
I know. I'm not. I don't know.
LeBron wears it. Everybody wears it. You don't like the look?
I mean, there's all these fashion statements being made by guys. That's their prerogative. I don't know. I thought you were supposed to wear a suit on the bench, but then I guess it's pretty relaxed now because I've seen Ty Jerome wear sweats and Curry's worn sweats. So
coaches don't even wear suits now.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with the players if you're not playing, not wearing a suit. It's all good. New NBA, make them feel comfortable. Morgan, San Jose, what's happening? Morgan.
Hey, man. I was listening to your tape, Coach Kerr's tape about Jordan Poole taking a step, and your guys' commentary on that. I think
Hey, Morgan, it's like you're tapped by the aliens. Give us a call back, man. Somebody's stealing your signal. I'm getting trolled in my personal
So
text
here's
right
what
now.
I would say, everyone. When you call in, turn off the radio in the background.
Right.
That way we don't get the feedback.
Please.
You're getting trolled what?
Uncle Gene.
Uncle Gene.
Uncle Gene.
Speaking of great uncles, we go from Uncle Gary to Uncle Gene, and not Radnich.
Morning, fellas. I know you're trying to move on from the Star Wars analogies, but I do have to say I've always aspired to be Yoda.
I like
not just to be wise, but I happen to be short and have big ears too, so I can relate to it. Anyways, okay. So, and I do want to say something about the Kuminga situation. I was listening to Amick, and he said that he was going to play. I think what Kuminga is saying is that he doesn't want to play. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the game. And I think that's what he's saying. He wants to stay in the what's bothering me about it right now is it seems to be playing out in the media rather than behind closed doors where it belongs.
Yeah.
You hear Kerr saying, you just got to be ready and such, and Kuminga coming back and almost sounds defiantly saying, the sun will shine no matter what. So, it takes me back to, look, Steve Kerr, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the top 10 or 15 coaches of all time, but, he has shortcomings like everyone else. And I think his biggest shortcoming has been dealing with a young and raw talent. Okay. And that goes back to the beginning of this year, the punch and creating the double standard by not punishing Green at the time as I believe he should have. I think that set a bad tone. And then through the season, having the much quicker hook for the young guys than for anybody else. And to this point where, and I love Gary St. Jean. I've hung out with him. We're both from Boston, all that sort of thing. But, when he says it's really the assistant coach's job to talk to Kuminga, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I really think Kerr needs to sit down with him if he hasn't already. Encourage the kid. Tell him, we think you're going to be a star and all. But, you can't do what you did. And at the same time, you know what, Joe, I totally agree with the Keegan Murray analogy. Let him play. Let him go out and fail for a little bit. Don't just put him out there for 2 minutes. He's our future. He and Poole are he'll lead the team at some point. So give him a chance.
No, I hear you. However, was Sacramento really playing for a championship? They knew they were a year ahead of schedule, and this was about gaining experience. Now, they could all say, yeah, we want to win a championship. But honestly, the Sacramento Kings, the Kings fans will tell you, hey, we just want to win a series. We just want to win a series. So we're in a different situation.
That I agree
with.
Where
Keegan is starting and getting 30 minutes, and he's been in that lineup all day long. The Warriors are championship contenders, like legit championship contenders with veterans who have won 4 championships and 3 championships.
But it's different. We're a different part of the year. But this is part of investment. When you invest in certain things,
I agree.
You have to let it play itself out a little. And sometimes you take a short-term loss for a long-term game.
I agree.
So in particular, when you're playing Anthony Lamb and you're playing Ty Jerome, and on the short end of the stick, Kuminga and Moody, they don't get those opportunities, but you afford those to those. Now you're paying the piper on not putting that investment in.
There's no doubt about that.
And so now you're not going to put that investment in. So, for example,
but Keegan has room for error. He can make mistakes on that basketball team.
I agree.
This is a team with Draymond, Clay, Steph, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, and Jordan Poole, guys who have won championships. All right, you think Steph Curry is going to sit there and say, "Hey, man, this guy's making a lot of mistakes. We can't afford this." You could lose a playoff game with the big stretch. Like Damian Lee, for example. Remember that stretch last year in Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks at the end of the second quarter where the Mavericks go up 22, and Damian Lee was unplayable in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, he got into it with the bench. He lost his mind. And it was like, boy, that almost cost you a game. He did not play in the second half.
No, I agree.
Moses Moody played that second half, and the Warriors rallied. You can't afford on a championship team like this. Sacramento Warriors are in 2 different situations. Keegan is as well.
No one's denying that. But I think where the disconnect is that And we can meet in the middle on this. No one's saying you're benching Draymond or Clay or Wiggins or whatever, but we don't hold them accountable proportionately to their minute allocation that we do the young guys.
I think we do. I think we do, and they deserve the BOD, as Guru would say.
They've earned it.
Benefit of doubt. They're 4-time champs.
But Bonte, when you're talking about a guy getting 3 minutes, a guy making 33 minutes, one guy's making X amount of dollars, another guy's making 1/8 of that. So,
but it's a reason why he's making that money. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why they're making that money.
A lot of mistakes too.
They make mistakes as well, but the starters also are winning the games.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? The starters are the ones that are going to get you to the championship.
But we've spent all morning and we're discussing the Kuminga thing. Draymond Green has been a roller coaster, and that's being generous.
Yes.
This postseason alone.
Yes.
This postseason alone, you could say Draymond is in part why they've lost a lot of the games that they've lost in the postseason.
I wouldn't blame Draymond for Game 6.
I'm not blaming him. I'm saying he's a big reason.
Game 6, they stunk.
No, Game 6. No, I'm talking about Game 1 and 2 against Sacramento.
Game 1, he had a pretty damn good game in Game 1. He had a pretty damn good game in Game 1.
Again,
Draymond.
I'm
don't,
saying if we're going to be critical, I would like to see at least proportionate criticism to the appropriate parties.
So you're gonna be balanced with criticism with the guy who hasn't played in the league.
Just a little more balanced.
I think we are balanced.
I don't know.
I think we are. Have you heard the way Draymond and Clay's been spoken about?
For Jordan Poole, at sight of first mistake for Jordan Poole or Jonathan Kuminga, we're immediately pointing out their flaws.
Klay Thompson as well.
Yeah,
Klay Thompson's right there with Jordan Poole.
I would agree.
I've heard so much Klay Thompson slander, and I'm like, damn, this guy's won 4 championships, has some of the biggest gains in organizational history.
Look, Monte,
history.
I keep thinking about the Andrew Wiggins thing. Like, he missed a lot of time. And people can scream to the high heavens all they want or think that I'm out of bounds. I don't think I am here. I think a lot of people, and this is my feel from hearing, had they lost Game 7, okay, and they lost to the Kings, or if they lose this round, if you don't think people are going to say, man, it would have been nice to have Wiggins in the lineup a little sooner and he could have assimilated quicker and blah, 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 then I feel like he's not skated, but we've been as critical about Andrew Wiggins' impact right now because we're trying to be more empathetic. And I'm asking, can we extend some of that empathy to the younger players?
Yeah, I think we have. But when a young player speaks out like he did to the Chronicle, then some people are going to perceive that as immaturity or, yo, Steph just had a speech in Game 7 about checking your feelings. And now, for a lot of people, it looks like he's in his feelings talking to CJ Holmes, who, by the way, will join us in 30 minutes about this story. That's all it is. It's like, hey, I thought we were about the team. Like, it kind of is in Barry Zito territory. I'm not saying that Kuminga is, and I'm not going to compare it to Barry Zito. But again, I look at Barry Zito, when he came out and said, I was rooting against my teammates in the World Series because I was not playing, that comes off as selfish. And I don't want Kuminga to come off like that. But when you talk about the sun, hey, it's not shining out, but the sun will come out. I get it. It will come out. But I thought we got past that after Game 7. I thought we got past that.
Well, I thought Draymond 4 times he's had podcasts where he's come out, Draymond Green. I'm just using him as an example, where he said, I got to play better. Where he's like calling himself out. It's like, well, all right. Do it more consistently.
Well, you know what?
But yet we're sitting here crying about.
But you know what?
Draymond, I'm not saying you, but we're sitting here. We're like, oh, how dare Kuminga talk to CJ Holmes? We're trying to win a championship.
Well, I don't think anybody's saying that. I think people are trying to understand. Like, wait, didn't Curry just say don't get on the team bus without checking your feelings? And so Draymond Green, he said he got to play better. What did he do in Game 4? He played a lot better.
Well, Game 1, he was completely focused in on the referees and not focused in on scoring.
I thought Game 1 he was fine
against the Lakers.
Game 1, no. I'm going back to Sacramento. I'm talking about going back to Sacramento. Game 4, Draymond Green played very good basketball off the bench,
as he should. He was suspended for Game 3.
Game 5, what happened? Game 5,
he was good.
Very good.
Yeah,
he was great.
He was good.
Scored 21.
Yeah, he was good.
Scored 21. He was great.
I agree. And then they laid an egg in Game 6.
They all laid an egg.
He was
Game 7,
Game 1, he was
8, 7, and 8. 8, 7, and 8.
Look, I'm not.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I'm taking the losing
I think we have, but no. We've all like the criticism. We've disrespected Draymond Green so much as a fan base.
How is it disrespect?
How many times have we traded Draymond Green?
Well, that's what fans do.
Exactly. The guys helped you win 4 championships. You don't win a single one without them. So
all
of course the criticism is not going to be balanced.
Control your emotions a little better.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But when you talk about criticism, what's equal and what's not, Steph, Draymond, Clay, and now Looney are all going to get the benefit of the doubt because of what they've done in this organization.
I understand.
So that's idiotic to think that, hey, we're not going to be balanced. We're going to give them balanced criticism
no one
compared
said
to the young guys.
I said proportionate.
You're not in this position without these guys.
There's a difference between
you're not in the position without these guys.
And overdoing it. We overdo it with JK, and we overdo it with...
If JK wasn't on his basketball team, would the Warriors still be at this point?
I don't know. They needed him for the last couple months.
They need him in the Sacramento series, obviously.
No, but they needed him to get through the Wiggins absence.
All right.
Did they not?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
GP2 wasn't healthy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Brett in the Creek. Brett, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Guys are both bringing very good points. Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm just a little worried about the Lakers setting in on defense and the Warriors' transition defense. Now, we can't count on the Lakers going 6 for 29 from 3 again. Because if they start banging those threes down, it is a level of concern. It's not that I'm scared, it's more concern. Because if they start getting an outside presence with an inside presence, I don't know where the answers come from. And as far as Clay goes, I mean, I love Clay. I will ride with Clay till the day the wheels fall off. But, I mean, I want him to stop being so much of a volume shooter and step in and knock those 18-footers down.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking much. I mean, that he's a sharpsman. I mean, we know he's going to bang him down, but I'd rather take a 60% Clay from 2 than a 30%. My call, guys.
Hey, Brett, you make a great point. The mid-range jumpers, and I think Kerr alluded to it, and Steph Curry alluded to it, getting too deep into the paint, trying to figure out the length of the L.A. Lakers. 12 to 10 feet is going to be wide open all day when you get those pull-up mid-range jumpers, especially Klay Thompson. Now, the three-point shots, you're not going to tell him not to shoot because most of those looks I thought were really good for Klay Thompson.
I thought a lot of them were good.
Yeah, I thought he was good.
Third quarter, there was a couple that we can say, come on, set your feet,
Right.
Don't fade, don't shot hunt. But here's the key for me. It's not just the shot selection, because I thought the shot selection was very good, and outside of a couple. To me, it's how he's taking these shots. To your point, are they 1 or 2 dribbles in and it's a nice mid-range look? Is it coming off of a screen? Is he catch and shoot? When he's catch and shoot, he's much more rhythmic. When he's forced to put the ball on the floor, it's not necessarily the shots.
Right.
It's him holding the ball too long and then playing hot potato at the end of a shot clock, and either him taking a bad look or forcing a teammate to take a look that we wouldn't want them to take because he is now relegated into playmaking mode, which isn't his strength.
And that's by design of the defense.
Yes.
They know you want to make Klay Thompson dribble the ball. That's a design there. Blitz everybody else, trap them, ball denial when it comes to Steph and Jordan Poole and everybody else. And you make Klay become a ball handler, which is not his strength. No doubt about that. 1-2 dribble. And that's the entire offense.
And that goes back to Kerr, too.
And it goes back to Kerr,
Yeah,
but it
I
also goes back to Jordan Poole as well. When Jordan Poole is cooking, and he heard Stan Van Gundy say it, Chris Mullin has said it all year, we watch the games. 1-2 dribble, boom, pull up. Other than that, when Jordan Poole gets into his back in the hot sauce and he's off balance, but when he catches and shoot and sets his feet, he's a very good shooter when he does that. But then he gets a little – that's the same thing with Klay Thompson.
Well, I think I guess I'm a little frustrated because I'm sitting here and I'm like, look, we're on the eve of, or the morning of, to me, the biggest game of the year thus far. And I know Game 3 will be the biggest game in Game 4, but for right now, biggest game of the year. And rightfully, we've had a long discussion with fans, with each other, people listening and tuning in and taking the time to write to us about Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm sitting here saying, like, all right, that's an element of what's going on. It's like the 11th most important thing. This is a must-win game against LeBron James and Anthony Davis. We need to be focusing on Wiggins has to play better. Steph Curry has to be better on defense. He cannot get attacked on defense and then get physically worn down to where he only has a 5-minute stretch at the end of the game that salvages the game for the Warriors. They can't dig a hole going down 10. They have to rebound collectively better. They have to contest shots better. They need to stop the guard play of the Lakers, which I didn't think was going to be a strength, and it was a strength in Game 1. They've got to find an answer for Anthony Davis. They need Draymond to be a threat. Like, there's about 15 things that they need to do, and then there's this JK thing, and I feel like, I'm not saying that you are, I understand why we're talking about it, but I'm like, we shouldn't be focusing this. And I guess to your point, maybe that's why you're frustrated that we're wasting energy thinking about this when we should be preparing for Lakers Game 2.
When Steiny said this last week, he said this, and it was so spot on when he said, you know, thank God the Warriors won. I think it was after Game 4 against Sacramento. Thank God the Warriors won, or else we would have been spending 2 hours on Jonathan Kuminga not receiving any playing time. Because Kuminga, to a lot of people, is a very good player. A lot of people believe that he deserves minutes. And when DiVincenzo's not playing well, and Gary Payton II's not playing well, and they go to JaMychal Green, who I thought spaced the floor, people are saying, well, what about JK? He can do things to bother LeBron. He can do things to impact the game. He could play in the dunker spot. And so then an article comes out. Like, here's how I'm basing it off of. Me personally. Curry said, check your feelings or don't get on the damn team bus before Game 7. And to me, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, and we'll ask CJ Holmes in about 20 minutes. To me, it feels like JK publicly addressed this. Now, we understand his feelings. I understand why you're frustrated. You want to play. You believe he can impact the game, but I like that in a young player. 20-year-old believes he can help the team. I love that about JK. I love his confidence. But it feels like you're airing out your feelings publicly.
Well,
in the middle of a series in a must-win game, too. It's like I got bigger problems to worry about instead of feeling. You know what I'm saying?
No, I
Because
hear
all those
you,
things
but
you said about Game 2
I guess my pushback would be like, this team is so deeply emotional, and they don't want to. Like Draymond's always been emotional, always. Whether it's on the court, off the court. Klay Thompson says that he does it. He reads everything. He takes everything personal.
They all do. Every player does.
Like,
LeBron does that. Everybody.
I find it ironic that we're mad at Kuminga. It's like, dude, the whole team's been
I'm not mad at Kuminga. I find it pretty damn funny that Curry gives a speech about what was just said. Curry gives a speech saying, hey, if you're playing 0 minutes or 40 minutes, we got to be unified. We got to be unified. And then 4 days later, there's an article, and Kuminga's like, yeah, it's hard to smile. It's hard to be engaged because I'm not playing. I don't get what's wrong with that. I don't get why, and I'm not mad. I don't care. I find it funny. It was like, damn,
I just
JK now? Like, there's always something with this basketball team all season long. There's always something that has nothing to do with the on-court product.
That I don't deny. I mean, you obviously had Wiggins' absence for 45 games, injury and family things, and Steph's missed a bunch of time. Draymond's had a lot of things. Jordan Poole's year hasn't been a straight line. Dante DiVincenzo's been up and down. There's the GP2 saga of the trade, and he's injured, and then he can't even play. And I think, again, I go back to the same thing, though, be like, you're asking why Kuminga isn't playing. If we just boil it down, forget emotions, what he said, why isn't he playing? Well, you didn't have GP2 when you got traded because he was hurt, and you didn't have Wiggins. And so he was forced into the lineup, and he looked good.
He played
and now
very
both
well.
of those guys are back.
He played very well.
And he's getting the short end of the stick.
Exactly. Let's go to Tay real quick in the city. Tay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, man?
What's up,
Joe,
Tay?
you just said it. That's all I was about to say right there. JK was playing fine because, Monte, you said it. 2 games before the season ends. Curry, you going to crush Jonathan Kuminga? And he crushed him. Mm-hmm. Before the playoffs started, he was crushing him. And he's crushed now. I just wish they trade JK because he's looking like Wiseman was on the bench before Wiseman got traded.
Damn.
It's about to be his 3rd year. How is he supposed to get better on the bench? Yeah. It's about to be his 3rd year. Next year, he's gonna be on a short leash again. Draymond wants 2 to 3 more years. JK supposed to come off the bench for 2 to 3 more years. He's supposed to have a short leash for 2 to 3 more years.
Yeah, that's a good call, Tay. We'll get to that. We'll get to CJ Holmes. We'll talk about game 2 adjustments.
I think that they wish that he was farther along. And I bet he wishes he was farther along.
Well, we'll talk to CJ Holmes about that in about 19 minutes here on a morning roast. We'll take the rest of the calls here. 3, Brian, David, we'll get to you all here. Game 2 adjustments. I think we made them. You got to be better when it comes to points in the paint. Draymond Green has to be more aggressive offensively to get AD out of the paint. And you're going to have to run the Lakers. I think the Warriors do have an advantage there. And as the series gets deeper and deeper and deeper, I think stamina will be a problem for the LA Lakers. Now, will it be a problem for the Warriors? Yeah, it will be. But I think more so for the LA Lakers as we move forward here. All right, the Quest for 5 brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together, and as well as the next segment, sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association. Experience the downtown bubbly stroll, all kinds of fun with sparkling beverages and live music. Friday, May 12th at 6 p.m. in downtown Los Altos, sponsored by the Post and the agency Los Altos. Info and tickets at downtownlosaltos.org.
The greatest American rock and roll band in history, Aerosmith, present Peace Out, the Farewell Tour. Aerosmith, with special guest the Black Crowes.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shansky.
Joe Shasky. So you just pick it up and
Shansky.
Joe Shasky.
And Joe Shasky.
Do you know what this music is?
I have no idea.
It's the Cantina.
What's a cantina?
That's one of the famous scenes of all time. It's where Han shot Greedo. Han shot first. You ever heard about that?
Oh, boy.
You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Han Solo, when you're introduced to him in the very first episode, episode 4, which is technically episode 1, he sits down at the bar, and they've re-edited it 3 different times over the years. They didn't... Initially, he shot Greedo first underneath the table. Then they edited it to where it looked like they both shot at the same time. Then at one point, they edited it to where it looked like Greedo shot him first and missed, and then he shot him. It's one of the famous scenes of all time.
Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring
Tatooine.
incentive. Our team is your
Back to
future.
Wiggins.
Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Sorry, Alameda. Sorry.
May the 4th be with you.
Deborah, San Lorenzo. Deborah, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning.
What up?
Fonte.
What's up?
You're usually on the money, but you guys are all wrong with your JK take in that previous caller. As far as Wiggins coming back, now we know Steve Kerr gives everybody an opportunity to get on the floor. And when you get on the floor, depending on what you do, will determine whether or not you stayed on. He put JK in the Sacramento series, and I don't know if you guys noticed, JK did not perform at all. He literally stood in the corner and did not go after rebounds. So you're getting paid to play this game.
Right.
You're not as good as Wiggins. You
Right.
can't expect to take Wiggins' position. So you star in your role, like GP2
Good
said.
point.
You star in your role, as he was doing. And so he can't be pampered and pouting. You're not that star yet, JK. You have
See, and Deborah, what about this? My only issue, because I love JK, and I agree with everything he said. I don't know if he's played well. I don't know if he's played bad, but the point is he hasn't played much. And so when Steph Curry gets to the film session Saturday saying, hey, before you get on that bus today, make sure you check your ego. Make sure that you're locked in to the game plan, whether you're in street clothes like Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome or Ryan Rollins, or if you're not playing more than 5 minutes a game, or if you're playing 40. You need to be unified and locked in. And when I read the quotes, we're going to talk to CJ Holmes about it in 8 minutes here on the Morning Roast. CJ Holmes from the SF Chronicle. I just thought, like, man, I thought we were done with all the public stuff. And, Draymond's going to do his podcast, Deborah. But I just thought, man, like, JK, like, I didn't expect that.
Yeah. And like Wiggins said, Steph's speech gave him the chills today. He said he had the chills from Steph's speech. So, these guys, I think, unfortunately, they come in, you win a championship, and you think you're all that, and you really don't understand what goes into it. Enough. And I don't know, JK's priority's not right, because if you go back and you look at the different games, I save all the games. I watch them and I save them, right? Mm-hmm. And Steve, whenever he put him in the Sacramento series, he did not perform. He was literally pouting on the floor. Go get your rebound.
Yep.
You can't stand in the corner. Steve Kerr's not going to play you. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he won't. Steve Kerr has a quick hook. It comes from the Popovich and Phil Jackson bubble, and we know how Phil Jackson did youngsters. No patience for youngsters. Kerr's the same way. He's the same way. Whether you think it's right or wrong, that's who Kerr is. 3 in Berkeley. 3, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, top of the morning, fellas. You tapped on it, and that's what I was calling about was adjustments that Steve is going to make. And honestly, I believe that Kuminga will play today.
I do,
You have to start in your role, but then you have to be game ready. Mm-hmm. And everybody want to beat him up. He's going to be a flat-out star. But Steph Curry wasn't Steph Curry in year 2 either.
No.
Going into his 3rd year, he's learning the game. So the IQ is going to raise, and the minutes are going to come. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, watch the adjustments that he makes tonight. Every series is different.
Yep.
So he's going to get a bigger role in different series against different players and different matchups.
Right.
He'd be okay.
I agree with you. I think where I could see it from his point of view, I know how how families are, and I know how I would be, and I know just in general, like on every team in America, I don't care whether it's the littlest of little leagues or the highest of the highs of the pros, there is a player who feels like they should be playing more and a family who's like, you're right. And I don't even know if that's what's going on now. I just know how it works. Like there's probably 5 or 6 guys on the Warriors right now of the however many on the bench that feel like they should be getting more opportunities and more chances.
Jermichael Green's thought that all year long. He sat on the bench, got DNP after DNP.
So like when I hear people say like, you got to just accept your role, like yes, I agree. You got to make the most of your opportunities and do the best you can to do the little things to give you more leeway, to give you more playing time. But you also have to be extended more opportunities than just imagine like you go in, you make one mistake, you go back out on the bench. I mean, good luck. Good luck overcoming that, right? It's really difficult. And so that's why being a productive bench player is a really difficult thing. Very few guys thrive in those situations.
Especially for a youngster like
I would say it's exponentially harder for a young player.
For a 20-year-old.
Trying to get your footing.
Trying to just submit your status in the NBA. It's tough, especially when you play 23 minutes a game since February 1st, which is why I brought it up yesterday saying it's just astonishing to me that he played 23 minutes a game, and I get it. Wiggins is now back. GP2 is now healthy. DiVincenzo is still in that rotation, and GP2 basically plays that dunker spot. But I always thought, and I said this all season long, Jonathan Kuminga could play that dunker role. I believe he's a bigger threat at the rim than Gary Payton II. He can grab rebounds. He showed the potential to do that. And he can show that he could hit the open three. Shot 43% from three since February 1st. But Steve Kerr obviously is not going to have a lot of patience with him. He's going to say, hey, man, here's 4 minutes right here. What are you going to do within these 4 minutes? And if you make a ton of mistakes, then I don't know if I can trust you when it's money time. And money time is what it's all about. And in money time, you're going to go to the dudes. You're going to Steph, you're going to Dre, you're going to Clay, you're going to Wiggins, and you're going to go with a combination of Poole or Looney.
Yes. So let me ask you this one then. I want to just change up the conversation a little. Of all the guys that they've drafted in recent memory, take Looney to the side because he's been here since 16?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is he the farthest along of all their young players?
Probably.
Is he the most disappointing in terms of like you actually wanted him to be farther along?
I don't know.
Like McCaw, Jordan Bell.
Right, but McCaw was a second-round pick. We're talking about a lottery pick here.
I know. I mean, even Poole was a later first, but he's farther along than where Kuminga is.
Right.
Was he
Kuminga
this far along
overall
in his second year? Because at the end of his second year, they were fighting for that playoff spot, and I don't think he was as far along as, and he was older, I don't think he was as far along as JK is right now.
He played really well when
or
he
maybe
got back
I'm
from the G
overrating
League.
JK.
I mean, you got to remember Poole was in those closing lineups in the playing games.
But that team was different.
Yeah, it was different. But he was in those closing lineups.
Damian Lee was out. And
Damian Lee was out.
Was
but
Oubre
Poole was
hurt?
playing, and Poole didn't look overwhelmed. That was a great experience for him.
Didn't Oubre hurt his hand too?
He was out too.
Yeah.
He was out too.
So there were more opportunities. Okay, I'm just asking out loud. I don't know what the, where he's at in terms of development.
Right.
Because they were like, he's not as far along as we want him to be.
Well, I don't even know if he is because he looked like he was coming along.
Yeah,
it looked
I thought
like he was coming along.
too.
Now, I think he's going to get some minutes today. Kerr's going to give him a sniff to switch it up, especially if they get a lead. And all eyes are going to be on Jonathan Kuminga. Now you put the spotlight even brighter on yourself to perform. Now, again, I'm a huge JK fan. I want to make that clear. I'm a huge fan of his. I love his game. I think he has the potential to be a future DPOY. I do believe that. But I believe that about a lot of players. I could be wrong here. Seriously. I just don't know. I just don't know where he's at.
Here's a great question from the 650. Victor in San Jose. Does Moody's minutes and success on the court affect Kuminga psychologically?
Maybe. But
I'm sure it doesn't help.
But I'm sure Moody seeing JK have success while getting DNP has affected him. But you know what? Moody said, I got to stay ready. Every time he does an interview, and Bob Myers spoke out, I think, whether it was Steiny and Goo or somewhere, I don't. But Bob Myers said, we had to sit down with Moody, Kerr, Moody, and they said, we're sorry about development. He goes, look, man, if I want to develop, I would have stayed at Arkansas. I want to develop in the NBA. So I'm okay. I will be ready when my number is called. I'm going to be a professional. Now, you can talk about the upbringing. You can talk about him being an American, all that stuff. That's all true. That's all fine and dandy.
I would also say position. It's a little easier, I think, for the guards to assimilate, whereas JK...
It's kind of a 3. Who? He's kind of moody. He's
but
like
JK's a 3, 4, 5.
Right,
like we don't even know what he is.
But you asked me if it's psychologically affecting JK, and I'm just bringing up the fact that it didn't psychologically affect Moses Moody.
What I'm saying is that I think it's easier for Moody to come into the game and affect the game positively because I think his role is pretty clearly defined. You're going to guard on the perimeter. We're going to need you to crash the glass. And when you're open, take a big three. And if not, dribble around a little and pass back out. Kuminga, it's like, I want you to set screens. I want you to stay in the corner and hit the shots only when they're wide open. I want you to attack the hoop when somebody drives. But also, I need you to not occupy the three-point corner.
I think you're overcomplicating his role. His role has been simplified.
What is his role?
His role is screen, like Moses Moody. Everybody screens in this offense. Cut to the basket, playing that dunk and roll, and if the three's wide open, pass it around first, and then get the better look. Don't just chuck up threes early in the shot clock.
I think it's
guard on the perimeter, guard the opposing defender.
That's a lot of things.
It's simplified. Moses Moody's asked to do the same thing.
No,
basically asked him to do the same thing.
I think Moses could stand at the top of the perimeter a little more than JK is allowed to. I just think it's a little easier. It's a little easier. Not a lot, just a little easier.
Let's go to Big Brody in Oakland. Big Brody, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Nothing much. Good morning, fellas. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So my thing is, I think Kuminga would be a great person to play right now in this Lakers series, just so we can get Kevon Looney out the game for a little bit, just to get AD to work more on defense. I really think we need that because no one's making AD work on defense right now. On offense, he's eating us alive. And honestly, also, if you're Moody take, I think Kuminga needs to see what Moody's doing. You came in the same draft class, and you guys need to understand, you're not always going to get those minutes. I get last year you were playing in the playoffs, but you got to make better decisions. You're young, you're upcoming. If you settle down and just take your role, at some point you're going to shine in this league. And that's my take, fellas.
I think that's a fair point.
CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. We wrote the story, and we've been talking about it for most of the morning, as well as game 2 adjustments for the Warriors. I do believe they'll win game number 2 because they will make those proper adjustments. But it's a story that hit the timeline yesterday, and it's a hell of a story. A great job by CJ Holmes, the Warriors beat writer, for the Chronicle. Quote, you can't stop the sun from shining. At some point, the sun is going to come out. Jonathan Kuminga is unhappy with his declining playoff minutes, yet his confidence remains high, which is important. He still believes he could be impactful for the Warriors this postseason. CJ, good morning. Hell of a story yesterday with Jonathan Kuminga. We're all big Jonathan Kuminga fans, and he's just not playing right now. And I guess my surprise with the story is, because I think you did a phenomenal job. I got no beef with you. But I'm a little shocked, and tell me if you're a little surprised by this as well. Stephen Curry talks to the team before the film session on Game 7, basically saying, hey, check your ego or don't get on the team bus. And I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga is being egotistical here, but basically saying, hey, man, it's hard to smile, it's hard to lock in, yada, yada, yada. To me, the timing feels weird before Game 2. Were you surprised that Jonathan Kuminga opened up the way he did to you?
In a way I was, but, I appreciate my relationship with JK and the way it's grown over my last year or so on this beat, and I think JK was really just speaking from the heart, and that's something I appreciated. The big thing, my biggest takeaway from our conversation is what I put on Twitter. You could tell you can tell the kid's unhappy with his situation. You can tell he's working hard. But at the same time, you can tell just how confident he remains. How he's not going to let any of that deter how he shows up to work every day and handles his business. I think that's big for his development. You can't really control the situation you're in life. You only control how you react to it. And I think that's something Jonathan understands right now.
Hey, CJ, give us a call right back. Your line's a little choppy here. Give us a call right back here. We'll get you back on the line there. Get you back on the line. I know the audio is a little in and
Some
out.
of the comments on the YouTube feed, this guy's calling from one of the alternate timelines of the Marvel universe. That was funny. That was pretty funny. That was pretty
from
funny.
the Death Star.
Who said that? Who said that? Give him the credit.
I think it's Rockland. It was moving so fast I can't keep up with it. Rockland 84. The one thing I want to ask him, because what was the context or the tone? Like, what was the tone? Was it a tone of disappointment? Right. Was it a tone of optimism, waiting for the opportunity? Like, I would like to know what his particular perception was of that. You know what I mean? The context of it.
He spoke. He said his relationship growing with JK. You appreciate him speaking from the heart. CJ Holmes played college basketball. Played at Auburn University under Bruce Pearl. So he knows what these hoopers go through. He knows what these ballers are going through right now. I'm sure everybody wants to play. And it was obvious to me in games 3 and 4, looking at Kuminga. Now, I didn't pay much attention to him in game 1. I'm watching the game. I ain't got time to look at the bench no more. It's game time. It's LeBron James. It's the LA Lakers. Anthony Davis is cooking. It's a finals type of atmosphere at Chase Center. I'm locked in. The hell with the body language. But I did notice it in game 3 and 4. I noticed it. Just like we noticed Jordan Poole's body language in Game 6 against the Kings. They all stunk in that game against the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center. So, but right now, I'm worried. Who's going to stop Anthony Davis?
Yes.
How do you get Anthony Davis out of the paint?
Yes.
How do you slow down Dennis Schroeder or D'Lo?
How do you
who
own the
combined for
mid-range?
30? Yeah, exactly. Schroeder and D'Lo combined for 38 points and 9 assists and controlled the game and picked up full court. Schroeder did at least. Now, attack D'Lo. How are they going to attack D'Lo? You could play this guy off the floor.
Make him go
with his
right.
defense.
Like, he's so left-handed dominant.
Right.
He wants to go, like, slithering to his left. To me, you have to take that away, and I would force him into a volume three-point shooter. It felt like when they allowed him to get to the mid-range,
Right.
he was killing it, and then he was even taking it further and hitting layups.
All right, we got CJ back. Go ahead, take it away, Shasky.
CJ, thanks for calling back in. When you were talking with Jonathan, it's very difficult when you see things in print. There's no context. There's no tone. So your perception of the context and tone regarding attitude, was there a sense of entitlement? Was it more frustration? Was it optimism? Was it, I'm trying to do my part? Like, kind of give us some of the backstory on how it landed on your lap when you were talking with him.
Yeah, I didn't really get a sense of entitlement at all. Really, it was just, two men talking about, really what's going on. I don't know how else to frame it. But I didn't get a sense of entitlement from Jonathan at all. I think he was just keeping it real. Imagine if you were, excelling at your job for, most of the year and then, all of a sudden you were demoted. I think that would kind of mess with anyone. And I guess the point I was making before, my line was too scratchy, apparently, gentlemen.
Sorry.
But,
Yeah, Auburn paid for that Wi-Fi, man. They say Alabama, the Crimson Tide has better Wi-Fi in Tuscaloosa than they do in Auburn. I'm just saying. That's a bad
But
joke.
yeah, I didn't get a sense of entitlement from JK. While we were, some of those quotes in there while they were being delivered, he had a smile on his face, kind of had his leg up like Captain Morgan up on his locker, talking with confidence. And that's the thing. I think, the main thing he was sharing with me is like, yeah, I'm not happy with my situation, but, I'm confident. I believe in myself. And,
right.
One of the biggest things he shared with me is, eventually I will get my way. And when I get my way, good things happen. But, until that time comes, he said, I'm just going to keep to myself. He said, I'm going to focus on what I have to do to get on the court. And if I do those things, then eventually I'll get my way.
No doubt. CJ Holmes, SF Chronicle here. Let me jump in here real quick, Shasky. I just want to say about Kuminga's situation, not playing much of these playoffs, I'm surprised with the way he ended the season. I was like, boy, this guy's going to be part of the rotation, and he could do things that no other players can do on this team outside of Jordan Poole, which is get to the free throw line consistently. He could bang at the rim. He could guard 1 through 4, maybe sometimes 1 through 5. I'm a little surprised he hasn't gotten the playoff minutes and he's gotten the quick hook. What about you, CJ?
Yeah, it's a shock, and he played very well in absence of Andrew Wiggins down the stretch of the regular season. And when I think if a guy is playoff ready, I think back to moments. And although the Warriors were playing against the B team, Portland's B team during that final regular season road game, or among the final regular season road games. I think back to that dunk where Jonathan caught it on the wing, drove baseline, threw it back. Steph Curry had to take a lap out the half court. Lester Quinones had his hands over his head. I think that was the moment that showed me that this kid's locked in and he's ready for playoff minutes. But I think the biggest thing that's kept JK off the court this postseason is, one, the return of Wiggins, and two, the presence of Gary Payton II. Because of spacing, other factors, it's hard to prioritize events for those three together. And I think right now, really to no fault of his own, JK's found himself as the odd man out in the rotation.
Yeah, I would agree there. But you also referenced that there are things that he needs to do to get onto the court. Does he know what those things are?
I would think so, right? Because, you gotta, Kerr has to be in his ear. I don't think this is a situation where, he's completely blindsided about what's going on. But if you look at his, numbers from the first series, I'm sure there's, a deeper level of lock-in that he could reach on the defensive end. More is desired from him from a rebounding perspective. I think he only had single-digit rebounds for the entire series, and there were some games where he did get good minutes, but, some might say it wasn't a stretch long enough for him really to get a rhythm out there. But, that motor, rebounding, playing with intensity, those might be some things that head coach Steve Kerr is looking to get out of him. And, right now Jonathan just has to be patient until he can get back on the court and prove that he's got the message.
No doubt.
Are you surprised, because we've been talking about it all morning, are you surprised at how it was perceived online and kind of how we've been talking about it today? Are you surprised by the reaction from fans?
Yeah, in a way. A little surprised, but then again, it's been the question on a lot of people's minds.
Gotcha.
All playoffs long. As we've talked about, this is a kid with supreme athleticism. This is a kid who made great strides on offense and defense in his second year of the NBA. And entering this postseason, I think everyone thought that. I think one of the main thoughts was if with Johnny Kuminga's contributions, off the bench and development that he's made, then the Warriors are in a good position to make a run. I couldn't really think of a playoff rotation without John Kuminga in it entering the playoffs, but for one reason or another, it hasn't played out that way. So while I'm kind of surprised by how the story blew up, at the same time, it's been on everyone's mind.
No doubt about that. We talked about it yesterday, and Shasky was like, man, I don't know why we're wasting time on it. And then, boom, you come out with the article, and that's all we're talking about here because he is a factor. All right, game 2 adjustments. We're talking to C.J. Holmes, the SF Chronicle. Warriors obviously have to win this game. I found a stat yesterday on SportsCenter where if LeBron James, his teams win game 1, they've won 19 straight series. And obviously this is a must-win for the Warriors going down 0-2 and losing both games at home. And that would be problematic for them heading to L.A. Saturday. So what adjustments do you think the Warriors will make in this game? Will they go smaller? Will they pull Looney off the floor? Will they try to play faster? What do you see happening here in game 2?
I do think they found something over that final 6 minutes or so going small. Curry, Jordan, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond Green is a small ball 5. I don't think they'll start the game that way.
Right.
Simply because they're already undersized as it is, and they need to try to establish themselves early on the glass and be physical with Davis early. But I do think that we will see more of that small ball lineup, and they'll try to outgun the Lakers. But really, it's just they need to attack more. They played well enough to win game 1, right? Everyone's like, they shot a lot of threes, right? But they made it at a 40% clip, right? Yep. It's like they shot 54 threes and only made 20% of them. They made enough to win the game. But I think where the biggest difference was the disparity at the free throw line, right? And the Warriors need to do more to try to even that out. And all hoopers know if you want to get to the line, you got to drive into the trenches. I think we're going to see more of that from the Warriors in game 2, attacking with intention.
Matchup that you're going to be hyper focused on that might be a microcosm to who's winning this game.
Anthony Davis versus whoever's trying to slow him down. I mean, the guy had 30 and 20 in game 1. You limit some of that, and you're in great shape. It's going to be a lot of what we saw in game 1, a lot of Looney, a lot of Green. Those guys alternating in. Maybe we'll even get some Kuminga and on Davis in game 2 and just see how that plays out. But the bottom line is Anthony Davis is a problem that needs to be solved. So him versus whoever is the only matchup I'm going to be paying attention to.
Yeah, points in the paint, 54-28. You talked about the free throw discrepancy here. And then Schroeder and Russell, I think, they shocked everybody. They combined for 38 points and 9 assists. So before we get out of here, who do you see? I think Andrew Wiggins can take D'Lo down on that block and attack him at will and maybe play him off the floor. But Schroeder is a problem, though, when he picks up full court. He's a tough little player there. So that's another matchup I'm going to be watching, CJ. What other matchup would you watch? Some of the role players here. Talk about that.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I mean, Schroeder got an absurd amount of free throws last game, and I think that's something that the Warriors are going to adjust on immediately. I don't think this guy's going to be shooting 8-9 free throws like he did in game 1. But again, I'm just going to be real with y'all. I don't think the role players matter as much as what AD is doing inside on that block. You can get 30 and 20. You cut into that a little bit, they're going to win the game.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. It's about the dudes, and Anthony Davis is the biggest dude of them all, and he dominated game number 1, man.
Random question. Because it's the Lakers, are you seeing more celebrities pregame kind of hanging around on the floor? Is Bonte there with Rob Lowe, for example?
No, I'm not seeing any of that. And, I mean, what's that, Jessica Alba? Was she at our game, or was she at the...
She was at one of the games? Jessica
I
Alba?
don't know, but Rob Lowe's in the building. Maybe there'll be more stars out in game 2, but I don't think it's going to be anything like what we'll see in L.A.
Yeah.
On Friday and Monday, respectfully. No disrespect to the Space Center Death Star. Only celebrity that matters to Warriors fans is E40.
CJ, did you just say Death Star? Are you a Star Wars guy like myself?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
I
Full
know.
circle.
Well, no, CJ
May the
plays all the
Force be
video
with
games.
you. May the Fourth be
See,
with you.
CJ, I'm not even going to go there. They're getting on me. I
From
promise.
one Jedi to another.
After the season, I'll watch some Star Wars because the guy's driving me crazy. We got game 2, and he wants to talk Star Wars analogies. So I know CJ's about that Marvel life. He's about all those comic books and stuff like that. No surprise there. CJ, see you later tonight, man. Good stuff, buddy. Good story.
Hey, yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, CJ Holmes. Follow him on Twitter at CJ Holmes. And
I like him
of course, no, he's a really good dude. Really good dude. And his story in the San Francisco Chronicle right now discussing Jonathan Kuminga. Game 2 adjustments. By the way, 16 years ago today.
What's that?
The We Believe team eliminated the number 1 seed Dallas Mavericks in the 2007 playoffs.
Wow.
Stack Jack had 33 points, 7 made threes.
Wow.
How about this Matt Barnes line?
Captain Jack.
How about Matt Barnes? 16 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. Baron Davis, 20 points, 10 rebounds. Dirk Nowitzki in game 6, 2 of 13, 8 points.
What?
Yeah.
I don't remember him only scoring 8. I mean, I remember they dominated him, but what did Josh Howard have in that game?
Oh,
Do you have that box score?
No, I just got
sorry.
no, I just got
because Josh Howard was one of my favorite players.
I thought he was going to be
ridiculous.
a really good player.
Was Devin Harris also on that team off the bench?
He was on
Wisconsin?
that team. Wisconsin, Devin Harris.
He was so fast.
And then he kind of flamed out too.
Yeah, what happened
I don't
there?
think Dirk was filling him like that. If I'm not mistaken. It's something.
It was the not wearing of the baggy jeans.
I don't know what
Dirk
was
with the
going-
huge jeans.
Yeah, Well, everybody had the huge jeans.
No,
Everybody.
but Dirk had ridiculously giant jeans
Well,
on.
we all did. I mean, you see some of my photos from that era?
I do.
I mean, come on.
In fairness, he's 7 feet tall too, so they're all going to be massive.
That's
jeans.
true. Him and Duncan, whenever I see the two of them in like normal people clothes, it was always very weird.
Those all-star photos
Are the best.
They're so LeBron James in the suit. Come on. All these guys wore the baggy pants. That was it.
Did you own a pair of Jinkos? John got in my
Jinkos.
ears.
What's
I never
Jinkos?
owned a pair.
You mean
Jinko
Jabos?
jeans?
No, there were Jinkos.
They had the
was a
pockets all the
different
way to
brand.
the kneecaps.
Yeah, I didn't wear
Harden
Jinkos.
was wearing them
that
the
was
other day.
in
I wore
Narcos.
Jabos.
Yeah, Harden was
Yeah,
wearing
we
them.
wore Jabos.
See, I wore Carhartts.
Yeah,
Big
with
baggy
Jinkos. I
Carhartts.
don't even know what Jinkos are.
You don't know what those?
No, dude.
You'd see a lot of like a lot of guys in the sunset rocking those.
Yeah, I'm not Jinkos guys. Yeah. I'm with Bonte. What is
A lot of
Star
Filipino
Wars?
and Asian
See,
guys
Star
wear
Wars.
those.
You got all these Star Wars geeks coming on my head, coming down my timeline, not messing with me. I'm sorry, Star Wars fans. I will lock in on the movie and I'll give you my analysis of it. It'd be like Better Late Than Kate, right? Remember that? What was it? Better Kate
Than Never.
than yeah. What was the
That's a
second?
great idea.
And we only did like 2 episodes.
It didn't go far.
Hey, we got the guests, Jimmy Chitwood, Hoosiers.
Oh, yeah.
We got Ice Cube on for Friday.
That's right.
Maybe we'll do that with Star Wars. 'Cause you guys are just like, oh my god.
Get Mark Hamill.
I did rock cross colors 408.
Did the boss get Jack Nicholson yesterday? You didn't see his video? He put out a video of him calling to try to book Jack Nicholson. Nobody knows what I'm talking about?
I'm not. Was that on Twitter? I'm
Well,
assuming.
the boss puts out a lot of videos, a lot of content. He's a content creator.
Well, personally, I've got Matt Nahigan on Team Butte. Program director. He's on Team
So you are not listening to your boss.
No, not on Twitter. That's my off time.
Wow, Darth Vader is ignoring the Emperor,
Yes,
Shasky.
I guess the second timeline over here isn't paying attention to the first timeline.
I mean, the guy's tweeting too much. Guys tweeting too much. I want to see my boss off of work. I just want to see him at work. I barely want to see him at work. Because if we see him at work, that means it's bad news.
Riding around on a scooter.
The less interactions with the boss man, the better it is for everybody. So I definitely have him on Team Mute on Twitter. I want to see what he's doing. He's put out videos of calling Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. So you wore the big baggy Jabos. You didn't do the pant leg up though, did you?
No, I didn't do that.
That was a big thing in the 90s.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that at all. Ponte probably stuffed his lugs. No, I wore Timbos. Butter Timbs.
Yeah.
I didn't do the lugs. Lugs are like knockoff Timbos.
I never owned a pair of lugs.
Did you guys do the crisscross
No,
backwards clothes? I
never
did that
did
in
that.
3rd grade one time, and I got in
You
big
did?
trouble. Yeah, absolutely.
I did the hammer pants. Those were big.
3rd grade class, Miss Minor sent me home.
Why?
I did that. I don't know.
Because your pants were backwards?
Yeah, I was doing the crisscross, and I was acting like a fool. Thought I was crisscross. Boy, was I wrong. And I got that ass tapped when I got home. Boy, that's not fun. You guys ready for final thoughts? Let's go.
Yeah. Final thoughts. Here's my Xfinity final thoughts. What?
Jonathan Kuminga?
No. I'm going to go here. The Warriors have to win tonight's game. I know Dan Dibley's somewhere listening, watching, saying, no, there's no such thing as a must-win when you're down 1-0. But to me, this is a must-win tonight for the Golden State Warriors. They cannot lose both games at home and fall down 0-2 to this team. You're asking too much. You're asking too much, so you have to win tonight. I need to be firing on all cylinders. It's going to be very, very difficult, but they've got to walk out of Chase Center tonight with a tied series 1-1.
Spadoni.
You know, much like in Return of the Jedi, you found out that they built a second Death Star. You know, LeBron and AD, they were like Han Solo and Luke Skywalker in A New Hope. They destroyed the first one in Game 1, but they got another one. I'm feeling like the Lakers will lose tonight in a big, big way. They're content with splitting. We'll see what happens, though.
I'm proud of you.
John.
Little nervous for tonight's game, but positive vibes only. Curry's going for 30+. Warriors get the dub.
I like that.
30 clip
and,
from 30?
And out. Fast 5 texter. Aaron Bistron, excuse me. The Warriors need to attack the mid-range and get AD involved in the pick and roll to tire him out and pull him out of position. I am with you there. My final thought is we'll be back here tomorrow. I'll be wearing Dolce & Gabbanas, and we'll be talking about a Warriors win. And talking about a split going down to L.A. for game number 3. That's my final thought. Warriors are winning tonight. Whether Kuminga plays or not, we'll see. Whether Poole has another good game, we'll see. Whether Clay goes 9 for 25, we'll see. But the Warriors will figure it out and get the dub tonight. And that's it for Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. This feature starts now.
I want you to come in tomorrow, Dolce & Gabbanas, I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
And
you know what Dolce's are. Stop playing like you don't know what Dolce's are.
I've never owned anything.
Come on.
From there, nor have I bought anything.
Great cologne, by the way.
Great
Dolce &
cologne.
Gabbana light blue.
Great cologne.
And a Jeff
No
Hamilton
doubt.
jacket. Straight 1999 Yuck Mouth cover Godzilla.
I'll wear my Jabos if they get a dub.
There you go. Where did you vote? I don't own.
With
I
your
gave
Air
all
Force
mine.
Ones?
I gave all mine away. I don't like Air Force Ones. They hurt my feet.
Dude, they were
The soles are
very
so
cloggy.
thick.
Yeah.
They're so thick.
You ever try to hoop in them? Horrible.
Oh, they're terrible.
They're the worst.
Terrible. to hoop. Jordans too. I love Jordans. But shout out 1985 Gallery. Oof.
Yeah, I know. I'm wearing a nice pair today. What are these called?
The Jordans.
No, but
Jordan Lows.
These are 11s?
11. Yeah, 11 Lows.
11 cement mix?
There you go.
Am I saying
there
it
you
right?
go. Yeah.
I gotta
show
get
to the people.
I gotta get the
Chasky's wearing
vernacular
Jordans.
right. All right, one second.
Chasky's wearing Jordans. I never thought I'd see the day. I actually, I thought about it. Come on, man. You're more flexible than heck. Damn.
dude,
Are
I
you
got
that
hurt.
old? Are you that? You can't stretch?
Dude, I'm trying to.
What? I thought you was in the gym.
I'm in jeans, dog.
Jesus
I'm in
Christ! How
jeans.
tight are the jeans?
They're hella tight.
You can't have
I like a snug.
as they used to say, skinny jeans. As Jay-Z says, I don't rock skinny jeans because my knocks don't fit. Come on, Shasky.
These aren't skinny; they're slim. There's a big difference. All right, but yeah, I'm rocking them. I hope people like them. Thank you.
It is funny to see the evolution of baggy to super skinny now, to where we don't even wear socks with our slippers anymore.
Well, now
It's
the
high and
baggies are
tight.
back.
Yeah, I don't like
But
it.
I'm not going baggy anymore. I'm too old.
I'm not going baggy, but I'm definitely not going skinny.
Are these?
I'm not cutting
are
off
these
my
skinny?
blood circulation.
Do you think these are skinny? These are slim.
I mean, you couldn't stretch. You couldn't even get your foot up
Well,
off
dude,
the
my
table.
legs are
Look at
tight.
me,
I gotta
dude.
stretch.
Look. Boom.
Well, you're
see
sitting
how
in the
easy
chair.
that
All right,
is?
let me sit in the chair and do
See
it.
how easy that is?
All right.
Come on. There you go.
Those are slim.
Yeah.
Man, those are. Is there a flood happening, man?
We'll give you tapered.
Is Lake
They are tapered. I only rock
Is Lake
tapered
Merced
now.
flooding over, dude? What's going on with those jeans?
Bro, these are straight Levi's, bro. My favorite ones.
Oh, we got a great tweet from Sal Cruz. Tonight's referees, of course, Tony Brothers, Eric Lewis, and Pat Frayer. Eric Lewis is a guy whose wife was a Celtic fan. Remember that?
Okay.
Remember that? Do you remember that earlier in the season, Spadoni?
Vaguely.
You remember that? The referee whose wife and family were all Celtic fans? So when he was calling, so Eric Lewis is a Celtic fan. So you know what that means.
That means
Celtic
Marcus
fans hate
Smart's
the
getting all the
Lakers.
calls?
That means that LeBron James is getting no calls tonight.
Like in Boston, where he had the most outrageous crying of a non-foul call in the history of the NBA. You guys remember that?
I do remember
It feels
that.
like forever ago.
When he was crying on the ground in the paint.
It was a horrible call, too. He got slapped so
Was that
hard.
when Pat Bev grabbed the camera, too?
Oh, yeah. He got tossed up the
In
camera.
overtime.
That might be my greatest reaction of all, my favorite reaction of all time.
He brought the camera out and got tossed straight out of the game.
So good.
Oh, that was so good. All right, that's it for us, man. A lot of fun today. We'll be back tomorrow to talk about a Victory Friday here on the Morning Roast. That's right. Positive vibes, folks. Those are positive. Maybe a little cocky, but the Warriors are winning tonight, folks. Steiny and Guru next.
Let the hate flow through you.
Good morning, everybody. What is happening? Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru's taking care of a little family matter. His wife's having a procedure, but he gave us the thumbs up. So he's just taking care of business, and Evan is in today. And I'll say that throughout the show so that people know, because I'm telling you, our listeners, they're invested in the Goo.
They love the Goo. We all love the Goo.
So, Goo, we're thinking about you, and Mia also. Get well soon, and we'll see you back here.
100%.
All right. So when I covered the Warriors for a newspaper way back in the day, I used to always think it was important to have a feel for the fan base and what the fan base was thinking. Now, they're not a monolith, so not everybody thinks the same thing, but you can always get a sense of whether a fan base is frustrated, if they're disappointed that this guy's playing more than this guy. And, Warrior fans over the years, especially way back in the day when they didn't have success, they were a fan base that grabbed on to anything optimistic. Here's what I'm getting at. I think I can tell the pulse of Warrior fans. And I feel like Warrior fans think they're winning this game tonight. I feel like Warrior fans really feel good about the game tonight. And so my question is, so what's it look like? What's it going to look like? Or what's going to happen tonight that's going to get the Lakers beat? What makes Warrior fans so confident? What do you think?
Well, I think, number one, the fact that every time the Warriors have had their backs up against the wall, specifically this year more than others, they've responded. And I think, and this is why this series is so interesting, not just to Warriors fans and Lakers fans, but I think to the entire NBA, is because their styles are so contrasted. I mean, the Warriors took 53 threes in game one. The Lakers made 6. The Lakers got to the free throw line 26 times. The Lakers got to it, I think, 6 times.
Yep.
They play from the inside. The Warriors play from the outside. And now it's just about, I think from the Warriors' perspective, how physical can you be? How good of a start can you get off to in game 2? Because, I mean, the Lakers, in a way, got your best three-point punch in game 1. You made 40%, but you didn't have anything from the mid-range. You didn't have anything inside. And so that's what I think we got to get into in the next 4 hours. And I would love to hear what people think about what this game is going to be like, because the Warriors shot the hell out of the ball. They lost. Can they adjust? Can they go small? Can they maintain their bigs? There's a whole lot that we can digest here. And I'm excited because I also feel the confidence too, Steiny. And it's as much about the Warriors as it is about the Lakers. And I think that's why fans feel like this is going to be even at the end of tonight.
Well, part of it is the Lakers for me. And I could see why a Warrior fan's optimistic. And it does have to do with the Lakers. And the fact of the matter is, the Lakers are an older team. They're not really an older team, but for those 2 key players. But essentially, they've been around so long, I almost get the feeling subconsciously LeBron and Anthony Davis are thinking we got what we needed. Today's house money. And that doesn't work out well. I think most of the time the playoff wins go to the team that's more desperate, and you would figure the Warriors would be more desperate tonight. So 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're one of the confident Warrior fans, I'd love to know why. And I just want to bring up some things today that I'm looking at that game last night, and or 2 nights ago rather, and I have some questions. And one of the questions is, the Warriors were 21 of 53 from three-point range. They shot 40% from three-point range. Now, I know the Lakers aren't a good three-point shooting team, but the Lakers were 6 for 25. Lakers were 6 for 25. It's a trap. The Warriors were 21 of 53. So my first question is, that's not good, right? So you telling me the Warriors are going to have to shoot better than they shot on Tuesday?
From the paint, yes. Inside the three-point line, yes. But, I mean, the stat for pause is the Warriors, in their history, have never lost a game in which they've been plus 15 from three-point range. Like, that is the concern. So I hear that, but I also feel like for much of that game, we discussed it a bit yesterday, and you got into it with Goo. Like, they let Anthony Davis off the hook. They let him essentially dictate both ends of the floor because offensively, I mean, he was hot to start. Didn't have as big of a second half offensively, but defensively, he was just cruising. He was sitting around the lane, waiting for somebody to come in and just either toss it or deflect it or, move him. Like, I think Anthony Davis, number one, is not going to play the entire second half. He's not going to play 44 minutes tonight, but they got to put some pressure on him.
Well, here's what I'm going to push back on, and I'm going to ask Warrior fans this also at 888-957-9570. Okay, we need to get Anthony Davis out of the paint. In a way, why? If he's going to stay in the paint and you're going to get 53 three-pointers and you're going to make 40% of them, like, didn't that work in a way?
All right. I hear what you're saying, but I thought the Warriors got very few easy baskets in game one. They made a lot of shots. They made some tough shots. But if you're talking, I don't think the key so much is getting Anthony Davis out of the paint because I don't think you really can. You need some guy that can step out and hit a three. And even if it's JaMychal Green or, I'm sure we'll talk about him today, Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody or Anthony Lamb or someone that demands like a big to kind of step out. I think they're going to be okay with those guys taking threes. They didn't guard JaMychal Green even though he made 2 threes in the first game. But I think they have to go at Anthony Davis in the paint. There's one, like, he doesn't want to play center. He doesn't want to be the biggest guy on the floor continuously being attacked. And I know Kevon Looney can't do it. Draymond Green's not a post player. But it's going to be, I think, on the Warriors' wings to attack Anthony Davis, to try and get downhill, to make him feel them. And that's hopefully also one of the ways you can interrupt that free throw disparity that was ridiculous in the first game.
See, I'm trying to figure out what the Lakers are trying to do defensively. And I'm starting to think that what they want to do is it's Curry above all else. So they're putting Vanderbilt on Curry, and they're saying, we just want you to fight over everything. We want you to just see if you can speed him up a little bit, get him looking over his shoulder a little bit, and we'll try to disrupt that three. But we know that he's probably going to make some. But I almost think for everybody else, and that may include Poole and Clay. Now, I'm not saying they're going to just give them open jumpers. Of course, that's ridiculous. But I think they're ready to let the Warriors shoot a lot of threes. And you know what? If they can encourage Peyton II to shoot some, and they can encourage Draymond to shoot a couple, and JaMychal Green and DiVincenzo, I think they're going to be fine. I think they're fine with that. Wiggins, I think they're fine with that. Now, I look at the numbers then, and I'm saying, what are you talking about? The Poole, Curry, and Clay shot 40 of the threes. So I part of me thinks this game was a little bit of an outlier, but part of me thinks that the Lakers, they may be ready to essentially try to take away the basket. Just the basket, and see if the Warriors can beat them from 3 in the mid-range. And maybe what they're thinking is, over the course of a season, course of a series, they'll shoot it worse and worse and worse as they get more tired.
I also think that the Lakers were fine with the Warriors taking a ton of jump shots because perhaps they assumed that their legs wouldn't be under them coming off a 48-hour rest. Like, they had 2 days extra to get themselves together. But I also think it's just as important defensively. Willard yesterday here in the crossover talked about the Lakers getting 117 points. Like, that is a lot for them. They're not a prolific offensive team, nowhere near the likes of Sacramento. And I think you can also spin it the other way, too, where, okay, the Los Angeles Lakers got over 50 points in the paint, so pack it. Force them to take an outside shot consistently. And I think that'll also help the Warriors get out and run, because what did we see them do the last 6 minutes of game one? They went small, they gang rebounded, and they pushed the break. I don't know if they can do that for 48 minutes. I still wonder how in shape everyone pretty much outside of Steph can be for that long. But if you can, I think it comes down defensively more so for the Warriors, that type of adjustment. Offensively, I thought they played a pretty good game. They shot it well from the outside. They didn't get to the paint as much. But like you said, I don't know if they can do that consistently when Anthony Davis is on the floor.
650 on the Comcast Business text line. Kerr made the adjustment in the fourth. Have Curry bring the ball up the court and get him in some screen action at the top of the key. That's in a way that always works.
Simple, yeah.
In a way, but also in fairness, we know Steve Kerr doesn't want to do that all game. I think he did it more against the Kings in Game 7 than he has in a long time. It worked. I think it was born out of necessity, but Vanderbilt's going to be shadowing Curry up the court in that situation, and that takes a toll. That takes a toll on any player. And the hope would be if you're the LA Lakers, you have Vanderbilt dogging Curry all game, and even if Curry's getting his, maybe the other guys aren't, and then the last 5 or 6 minutes, Curry's gassed. Maybe that's part of the strategy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 2 tonight. Remember, 6 o'clock start time. 6 o'clock start time. And the Warriors, tell you what, they don't want to lose this one. Obviously, they don't want to lose their first 2 games at home in a series where they're going to have home court advantage. Let's go to Kim. Kim is in San Jose. What's up, Kim? How you doing?
Not much, man. First time caller.
Nice, thank you.
But what I was saying is, the Warriors played good last game. We lost the game on free throws. Draymond need to quit sitting at the top of that key, and he need to bring Davis out to the top of the key and throw a little fake and go around him 1 or 2 times during the game.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Kim, and thanks for listening. Really appreciate it. See, this is kind of what I was talking about.
I think that's going to be tough.
I mean,
I don't know how you can do it.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Draymond, to me, can't make enough threes that'll ever come out. And you're going to say, well, what about that 7 for 13? Okay, well then you're going to get beat. I don't know that Davis is going to be coming out of the lane for. He's certainly not coming out for Looney, and I doubt that he's coming out for Draymond.
No, they basically defended both him and Looney the way that the Warriors defended Sabonis in the first round.
Exactly.
They just let him sit. Any sort of dribble handoff you can have, we're going to fight over the top of screens, force you to get into the paint, where Anthony Davis is going to try and alter everything. But I do think Kim brought up a good point about Draymond, which is he's got to play better.
He does.
And he knows that. He said that after the game, but Draymond Green was a non-factor in Game 1. And against a team with a dominant big like Anthony Davis that can take over and, in my opinion, win you a game like he did, Draymond has to be a factor more so than even Kevon Looney. And I know Kevon Looney was the second or third best player in the Sacramento series, however you want to slice it. But this is where Draymond Green, especially in the playoffs, has to step up. He has to be a force defensively. And I think that against Anthony Davis, during stretches, he forced him into some tough shots. He has had a history with Anthony Davis of making him lesser than thou, but he's got to do it over the entirety of the game. Otherwise, we're going to see another 30 and 25 performance.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. Draymond was not great. Very few Warriors played well on Tuesday.
Who do you think played well in Game 1?
Curry, Clay, Poole.
I'm with you.
For who, who's got the game? Poole probably played up to his expectations more than anybody else, I would think. Game 2, here's the other thing I really do feel like with the Lakers. With Davis and LeBron James, they are so much about conserving energy. And to me, this is a game tonight where they've already got the one. I'll be shocked if the Lakers come out and it looks like their hair's on fire. Because that's just not the way it works in the NBA playoffs most of the time. I expect the Warriors to be hungry. I expect the Warriors to be desperate. And I expect the Lakers to play with a hint of complacency. Now, I wouldn't expect that if I'm a Warrior player, but this is one of those where LeBron knows he's got one to play with in a way, and that's what would scare me if I were a Laker fan. Now, by the same token, if this game tonight looks like the Lakers are subpar and we got ourselves a ball game, well, then maybe we got a problem if we're the Golden State Warriors. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think that's why people had Memphis in trouble in the first series against the Lakers. And there's kind of a similar parallel right now. The Lakers took it to Memphis in game 1, sort of relaxed, didn't play as aggressively in game 2, lost that series, but it was a close game. And then, of course, Dylan Brooks pokes the bear. I don't think there's anybody in Golden State that's dumb enough to do that. But I think that if you're... well, Draymond might. But I do think that game 2, and if you're asking the question, how should it look? I think there's a lot of people out there that want it to look the way that Boston did against Philadelphia last night. They want them to blow them out and at least reset an expectation of you lost home court, you lost game 1, you got punked a little bit, but you came out and threw a haymaker in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, would Boston win by 40?
Close to.
It'd take 20. Warrior fans will take a 20-point win.
They cruised.
Yeah, and here's the another point I wanted to make in this first segment, and then we can dive in specifically as the show moves on. Sam Amick, by the way, of The Athletic, one of our favorites. He's joining us at noon today, Sam Amick. And then we're going to have John Dickinson, JD. He will be here at 1 o'clock. Of course, he hosts pre- and post-game. He's going to be
crazy.
He's going to be down in L.A. for games 3 and 4, as always. And so
I respect
that's what we're looking at. The morning show had C.J. Holmes of the Chronicle on, who wrote a story about Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. And Guru and I and whoever I work with, we always have when Kuminga's name comes up, I always underplay his importance, and I underplay how much we should be talking about him because, he was a rotation player.
No,
and
you wouldn't do that.
No, what I'm saying is sometimes the player was the conversation was too outsized for the player. In other words, to me, there's always been a little too much talk about Kuminga, and he's just a piece of this team. All right, having said all that, Jonathan Kuminga, it is the numbers are the numbers, and he was averaging 23 minutes a game after January 20th through the end of the season. He was averaging 23 minutes a game. Now he's essentially out of the rotation. He's out of the rotation. And so what I keep coming back to, and it's almost less about Kuminga, but I have to put it this way. Like Andrew Wiggins doesn't get to take 25 games off. He doesn't get to take 2 months off for whatever reason and then come back and join a team and it not have any ramifications. Andrew Wiggins missed 25 or whatever games it was, and when he came back, he was back in his old role virtually right away, playing the number of minutes that he played before he took his leave of absence. Andrew Wiggins has been fine. He's been fine, but he hasn't been as good as he's been last year. And in the meantime, the 3 guys who were picking up his minutes, they've all now taken a step back. Peyton II and DiVincenzo are less effective, and Kuminga is out of the rotation right now. Now, I have a feeling he's going to play tonight. We can get more into that. But, again, I'm not here to do a 3 or 4 hour show on Kuminga, but what I am here to do is the guy's 20 years old, and you did take almost all his playing time from him. And I just wanted to reiterate that, the Wiggins thing from the end of the season, that comes at a cost. It came at a cost. And I think the cost is being felt right now.
And that's why I can't blame the kid for feeling that way. Now, the timing of the quotes, and C.J. Holmes did a fantastic job, great job with the morning roast as well. When you hear it's tough going through this season knowing that you're playing and playing well, because I think we looked at the numbers, Steiny, since early January or late January, He was shooting 56 from the field, 46% from three, was giving you something on defense, and that just hasn't translated to a smaller sample size. When he plays less than 20 minutes, he's a completely different player. He needs time to feel the game out, to get into a rhythm, as most players do. But unfortunately, you're not afforded that come postseason time if you're not one of the top 6 guys.
Right.
And he's not because of Andrew Wiggins. But when you were, and when he felt like he was balling and finally starting to get his sea legs under him, whatever you want to call it, and then you get it ripped out from under you, that's difficult to deal with.
Right.
Especially when you are contributing. And I think he imagined himself contributing in the Sacramento series. He got his chance, didn't play very well, even though he was, I don't know, combined played 10 minutes in the series.
Right.
At least it felt like it. And now Steve Kerr has continuously talked about Jonathan Kuminga's role being suitable towards bigger wings, being able to stay in front of a Brandon Ingram, a Kawhi Leonard, a LeBron James specifically, and then game 1 he gets a DNP coach's decision. I can understand why fans are a bit perplexed, and I can also understand why Jonathan Kuminga is sitting there scratching his head saying, man, what did I work for?
Well, see, that's where, and here's a quote that's interesting from the story. We're talking about a story written by C.J. Holmes in the San Francisco Chronicle about Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga says, it's tough going through this season and being in most of the time, and then things just flip out of nowhere without you knowing what's going on. You know what's going on. Wiggins came back. There's probably other things, but essentially, Wiggins came back. Back to Wiggins. So, all I'm saying is, at the very end of the season, last year things kind of, Curry came back and everything meshed. Well, this year it feels like, Wiggins has come back and they're getting whole, but it's just not meshing.
No, and it's not just only about Kuminga. I think, we saw Dante DiVincenzo. He hasn't been the same player since he's had his minutes reduced. Really, up until the last game, Jordan Poole had been difficult to figure out when he's been coming off the bench. Gary Payton's the second's minutes have been up and down, but he's a little more in the Kuminga role of, all right, he comes back, he gets traded. As soon as he's healthy, he's going in because Steve Kerr trusts him. He trusts Andrew Wiggins, understandably. But Kuminga, I do wonder how many guys have been in his situation. There haven't been many. And I just took a look at some players in recent drafts, top 7 picks, drafted to quality teams, potential title contenders. Kawhi Leonard's a name that comes to mind. He played the majority of his rookie season. In fact, they traded Richard Jefferson to create room for Kawhi Leonard to play as a rookie. Andrew Wiggins was drafted very highly to what was a championship team, but that, of course, was traded to Minnesota where he got to start all 82 games. Jason Tatum was another guy who was a top pick, came onto his Celtics team that made the playoffs the year before, got to the conference finals his first season. Jonathan Kuminga has never had, whether it be because he hasn't improved enough, been developed enough, he hasn't had a place to continuously make mistakes. That hasn't been afforded to him, for better or for worse. And I think that what we learned in the Sacramento series is Kerr's not completely dismissive as far as using him, but he's going to have a shorter leash than just about everyone else who plays, and including a guy like JaMychal Green, who Kerr went to first before Kuminga in Game 1.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru out. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. And Game 2 is tonight at 6 o'clock at Chase Center. And the Warriors, okay, it might not be a must-win, but they need to get this one. They don't want to go down 2-0 and head down to L.A. down 2-0. I mean, that's a big problem. Here's what I actually think about Kuminga, and then we'll let it there. And if Kuminga resurfaces over the course of the show, that's fine. I actually think that Kerr purposely didn't use Kuminga in Game 1 and will use him in Game 2. I really think that Kerr, in a way, not that everything was catered to Kuminga, but I think, Kuminga hasn't been playing. He knows he's got him in some role. He's referenced Kuminga previously in the playoffs about somebody who might be able to defend LeBron James. So I'm convinced that Kuminga wasn't used in game one almost on purpose and that he'll get a crack at it in game two. I don't know how important this guy's going to end up being. I have no clue. The other thing I can tell you is he's 20 years old, and everyone says, somebody's got to talk to him. Somebody's got to talk to him. That's not going to work. It's no 20-year-old listens.
Well,
hey,
clearly not.
Stay on top of it. Be encouraged. Your time will come. You know what? That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Not after 2 months of not playing.
And you can tell. I mean, for the article, he's still feeling the same way he probably felt at the beginning of the season.
He's down. He's got to figure it out. He's got to just come in tonight or the next time he gets an opportunity and play as hard as he can. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening right now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by. I'm smelling that Warrior fans are confident tonight. Tell me why on 95.7 The Game.
For the ones finding new ways.
Think about it. Think about it. Think about it.
I love provocation.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Dante. By the way, the Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you. Guru taking care of a family matter. He gave us the thumbs up, and hopefully Guru will be back tomorrow, but we're thinking of him and thinking of his family. All right.
Can Dante DiVincenzo be on the Quest for 5 shots tonight?
That's a
like can we get aggressive, please?
That's a 3.
Yeah, it's fine. But this is what we're talking about. They need guys to step up. Their bench outside of Jordan Poole was largely a non-factor in game 1. The Lakers bench played better. They stabilized the few minutes that AD and LeBron were not on the court. The Warriors bench could not do the same. To be fair, the starters didn't necessarily all pull their weight either. But still, in a 5-point game, that could be a difference.
I said this before the show, and I have no basis on this. I have no factual information.
I don't have a strong opinion.
I've just got anecdotal. And I was thinking to myself, if I'm DiVincenzo, I'm kind of pissed. I am.
Like Kuminga?
No. DiVincenzo was having a much better year than Kuminga, I think. But, DiVincenzo, what's that little baby's name? Was it Snatch? Wasn't there a movie Snatch?
With Brad Pitt?
Yeah, I think
so. Or
so.
he's the Irish guy?
Yes, that's
Jason
the one I'm
Statham?
thinking of.
Yeah.
Anyway, his minutes were flat out snatched. All right, I got a little dilemma. Okay, cut it. That's fine. Cut it. You want to cut it? Cut it.
Somebody.
So I got thrown a little curveball tonight, and I need help from our listeners.
12-6 or
12-6,
like a 12-6 break. On a clock. That's what they call it.
Oh,
straight
that's
down.
right.
Yeah, curveball.
Well, you got your baseball terminology down.
It's over people's head.
So I realize there's a makeup soccer game. My daughter's got a makeup soccer game tonight in Tracy. Tracy. Starts at 6:45. So I got to get her there an hour before the game, which is 5:45. But my question is this. If I'm in Tracy at 6 o'clock, that means I'm outside the Warriors. Is that outside the Warriors broadcasting area, so I shouldn't have any problem getting the game?
So the local games after the first round aren't broadcasted on NBC Sports Bay Area. You, of course, won't be able to hear pre and post with Bonte Hill, but you will be able to watch the game on the ESPN app. So that could be the move for tonight.
Okay. I think
download the Odyssey app and listen to Tim Roya and
Well, I
John
can do that
Dickinson
too.
and Warriors Live at 5 o'clock.
That's
of
true.
course.
I have that.
Thanks,
I have that. But she was. Here's the other thing. We can. There's no way. I'm not.
Are you really going to be at the soccer game though? Like if you're locked into the
do
Warriors,
you mean present?
Yeah.
Probably not. I'll probably watch the Warriors mostly, but I'll.
So what happens when she gets in the car after the game and says, "Hey, how
she never?
How do you think I played?"
She would never ask me that.
Why not?
Ever?
You think?
Because she thinks I'm going to yell at her or something. Like even when I say, good game, I said, you really found some team. I don't want to talk about the game. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm worried about the traffic to Tracy. She was saying, I'm not letting my 11th grade daughter drive to Tracy alone at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Thursday. Yeah, I can't do that.
That's being a good dad.
It's tough. That's not an easy drive in at that time of day.
No, quite honestly, my dad used to take me out to Stockton and like Manteca. They kind of have a bunch of baseball fields over there. And I always took that for granted. Seriously, It is good on you for doing that.
Robert in Lafayette. What's up, Robert? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Doing well.
All right, so I'll tell you why I'm confident about tonight's game.
Right.
I think they're going to win by maybe 10 to 15. It goes to something, Steiny, you said about Kerr being very intentional with what he showed in Game 1. He didn't use Kuminga, etc. I think that they intentionally ran a very low-energy version of their offense. You didn't see all the double drag screens. The pin downs were simplified, the screens were simplified, and I think they took the pulse of the team and wanted to transition them out of the physical and emotional hangover from the Game 7 in SAC. And I think they're going to ramp it up heavily tonight. The Lakers don't have any film to work off of really from Game 1, so I think that they're gonna just crank them out on the offense, and they can let AD do what he does, and the Lakers can score 115, and I think the Warriors will score 130.
I kind of see that too, and I'm just looking at the YouTube chat, and a gentleman named Derek Slade just he tweeted or he texted to Mello, and I don't know if he's talking about the Warriors or not, but I think that does describe them in Game 1. They didn't play with urgency, and listen, it's hard. I get it. They played Sunday. They had to play Tuesday. So what do? You come out Tuesday and you say, all right, let's play our game, see if we can win Game 1. All right, you play a normal game, basically, you lose. Well, now you have a base, you have a foundation of what to adjust from. And I think the Warriors, I have the word here, chippy. Warriors got to play a little chippier. And Gary Payton II was on with Willard and Dibbs. And he used the phrase muck it up 3 times. 3 times muck it up.
They do.
The Warriors, I absolutely expect a better effort in terms of their intensity.
Yeah, I think there was some emotional letdown. Look, it's difficult. You go from a Game 7 on the road, a do or die elimination game, to all right, now we get home court. Like, again, you're a 6 seed, not expecting to get home court. You come back home. I think there's going to be a little bit of an emotional letdown. And when Steve Kerr talks about the feeling out game, I think as much as whether it be tactically, strategic, there's also a bit of feeling out of energy. And the Warriors didn't have as much, I thought, as the Lakers did throughout the entirety of Game 1. They had it in spurts, and they used it along with the crowd's energy to get back into it with that 14-0 run in the final 6 minutes. But then you could tell it took a lot out of them. I think because of how taxed they were, whether it be emotionally, physically, they were drained coming off of Game 7. And so now, one of the things they discussed was being in rhythm over having the rest. Well, now it's even. The rest is the exact same. Can the Warriors maintain their rhythm that they had at the end of the Sacramento series? I thought that they displayed shooting the ball in Game 1. Can they continue that into Game 2? Because I think that, along with what the Lakers understand, which is they already got what they needed to get, which was one game, steal home court, kind of a similar script to their first series. And they're also smart enough to know that they are not going to be able to play 45 minutes Anthony Davis, LeBron James every single game. It's as much of a war of attrition as it is a 7-game series. And I think the Lakers, knowing that they can maybe take a little bit of a playoff here and there, and the Warriors knowing they absolutely urgently need to get this game, is what's going to be the reason that Golden State gets over the top.
Yeah, I think, listen, I'm willing to move on from Game 1, obviously, not read too much into it, because I do think this Game 7 on Sunday mattered. Not that it's an excuse, but that's the way that one went. Mark's on Highway 680. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
So, Steiny, I'm kind of disappointed in you, honestly, brother.
Why?
Put your phone on airplane mode.
Talk to him.
Watch your kid's game.
Oh.
And then get home and watch the recording. But hey, anyways, so
okay,
he's got an early bedtime.
Here's why Warriors are so good as a playoff team is because a Game 1 loss provides the fear and uncertainty that just keeps everybody gripped and hooked onto the situation. It's way too early to tell. It's going to be a cool series. Let's just wait and watch.
Good stuff, Mark. Here's the problem with the airplane mode. Then you get the double whammy. You get you're not watching, but you know somebody's going to say something. Somebody in the crowd is going to be watching. Maybe the PA announcer say, Warriors 92, Lakers 80. You know that's unrealistic.
Do you trust yourself not to look at your phone?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm on like day 2 or 3 of no Twitter.
Yeah.
And in fact, today I found myself, I hit on Twitter, and I looked, and I was like, wait, what am I doing? Right off. Yeah.
So you're going full LeBron James here.
Yes.
0 dark 30.
That's right. It's playoff time. It's playoff time. I need to be focused. I absolutely need to be focused.
Got to lock in.
Draymond can't play with the fire. He needs to be effective because he's too in love with LeBron. I thought you were going to say because he's getting older. Draymond does a good job on Anthony Davis. The question is how much can he defend Anthony Davis? I want to get into this Steve Kerr. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and they asked him about Anthony Davis camping out in the lane.
He was definitely camped in there, and there were definitely plays where he could have been called for it. But that's if that's the way it's going to be played, then we can do the same thing at the other end and crowd the paint, and we did our share of that. But yeah, that's one way of trying to pull him away from the hoop is to put him in more high screen and roll, and that's something we will definitely look at. And there are other ways to engage him as well. But you give him credit. He was amazing. He had a great game, and controlled the game defensively, and also scored. Made a lot of tough shots. So sometimes you just you pat a guy in the back, say great game, and then you go try to be more aggressive, more forceful the next game, and try to take him out of some of that stuff.
Yeah, I need to watch tonight's game because I'm going to focus in on that aspect of it more. Because, can somebody explain this incongruity to me or tell me what I'm missing? We got to get Anthony Davis out of the lane. Why? I mean, sure, you wanted to come out on the high pick, but you made 40% of your threes. You got 53 3-pointers. A lot of which were because he was in the lane. Now, I get it. You got 10 shots blocked at the rim. That's where I think you need to be better. I think we're going to see some more pull-ups. Clay and Steph can pull up. Poole maybe not quite as well, but Clay and Steph can pull up from 16, 18 feet. And, there's something missing that I can't put my finger on about the whole Anthony Davis camping in the lane. But you kind of got what you wanted offensively.
I think that's the only way you can get him, quote unquote, out of the paint is if you're aggressive and effective from the mid range, because he's never going to step out to the 3-point line if Draymond or Looney's on the floor, because he can, quote unquote, camp. And to his credit, I know people were complaining about 3-second calls and him sitting in there, but he did a really good job of kind of just tagging any cutter, anybody coming through, and resetting those seconds so that he could essentially just play center field, a role that Draymond Green honestly typically dominates. But I think the Warriors, in order to have some sort of success inside, have to be okay. And I know it's going to sound maybe counterintuitive, but you have to be okay with getting your shot blocked. Like, you have to go at him. You have to get into his chest. And that might get him some gaudy defensive numbers, some great rebounding figures, but he has to feel Golden State. They didn't go at him at all until later in the game. And I know Steve Kerr before the game discussed, hey, we can't just drive in and have our shot blocked by Anthony Davis. But I think whether it's Wiggins, and this is where Kuminga might factor in, Kuminga can play above the rim. Wiggins can play above the rim. Athletic wings have to be able to drive and attack inside with some sort of effectiveness, because otherwise Anthony Davis is just going to chill. He's going to get in rhythm. And that, I think, leads to the other side of the floor, where offensively in the first half in game one, I mean, he looked like he was on cruise control.
No.
I think he was like 9 of 10.
Yeah, I don't know how I come down on attacking Anthony Davis. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, why are you confident? Why are you confident about tonight's game? Is it just because, I don't know, they've won 4 titles in 9 years, and when they're in this position, 90% of the time they come through? Or is there actually something that you saw in game one that you liked, and you feel like, you know what, that was game one. I still feel like we have control of this series, and I still feel like we're the better team. 888-957-9570. Game 2 tonight. Don't forget, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock start tonight at Chase Center. I'm a little more skeptical about going at Anthony Davis in the playoffs, because they tend to call less. They let him play a little bit more, and I really only think, the players that can consistently draw a foul on Davis, to me, would be maybe Wiggins and maybe Kuminga.
Yeah.
But the guards, he's too big. He can jump straight up and deter that. And let's not forget, here's the other thing, man. We haven't talked about this at all. LeBron was terrible, relatively speaking.
He was
in game
inefficient.
One.
Yeah.
And you know what? 6 for 25. Are the Lakers going to shoot 6 for 25 tonight? I'll bet you they shoot a higher percentage from 3 tonight than they did on Tuesday.
Probably, but I think there's enough there. Like, if we're talking about defensive adjustments for the Warriors, I do think you can lure the Lakers. You can pack the paint a bit, and you can force the AD, to his credit, hit a lot of mid-range shots in game one, and I think that's one of the reasons why, they had the lead at half. But you cannot allow, 53, 54 paint points?
Right.
Like that cannot happen, along with, of course, the free throws. The Lakers got so many easy shots in game one compared to the Warriors, where you're looking up at half, you've made 13 threes, you're shooting a decent percentage, and you're down 1 because every single time it felt like the Warriors were prepared to make a run, the Lakers were able to they were better in the half court. They slowed the game down. It's a lot like, I felt like I was watching a football team that just runs the ball and you can't stop them. Every single third down, you're looking at 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, and you just can't prevent them from getting first downs, even though it's a tight game.
Right. Well,
that's the way the Lakers want to play.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've seen LeBron James enough against the Warriors to know that there's nobody better at trying to control the pace against the Warriors than a team that has LeBron James. It's the constant push-pull. He more than any other player can dictate the pace of a game. And, the Warriors are going to try to speed them up. But the thing that I also look at with the Lakers is, I'm going to run down some players. Tell me how they played. Jared Vanderbilt.
He's fine.
He's pretty good defensively. Like, he gave him something defensively.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. LeBron James.
Didn't shoot it well.
Anthony Davis was spectacular. How about Austin
Unbelievable.
Reeves? How about Austin Reeves?
I thought he was better defensively, but you didn't really notice him on offense much. Hit a couple big shots.
That he's pretty solid. Did everything he was asked to do. Didn't hurt him, I guess is what I'll say. D'Angelo Russell and Schroeder. They were really good.
They were very good.
All right, now let's go to the Warriors. Wiggins.
Fine.
Draymond. Clay. Not very good shooting night.
No.
Steph. He kind of vanished a little bit in a couple quarters.
I think he had 13 through 3 quarters.
What I'm getting at is nobody really played well for the Warriors except Jordan Poole.
Which is funny because, you're talking about the Warriors shooting well from 3, but then you actually go down the individual lines, and there wasn't a whole lot that stood out that made you say they should have won that game.
I don't think a lot of people think the Warriors should have won that game.
No, I didn't think as a team, they didn't play great.
I think Warrior fans are knowledgeable enough to say, you know what, we got outplayed in that game, and we had a shot at it. It would have been a great one to steal. We have stolen those in the past, and I guess that's the silver lining if you're a Warrior fan, is this team can play better.
Well, I know it's kind of interesting. I feel like Jordan Poole was a microcosm of that game for the Warriors because he was effective from deep. I know he missed the last 3, but he was 6 of 10 prior to. 6 assists. More importantly, didn't turn over the ball, which was another thing that maybe has your eyes or your ears perked up a bit. The fact that the Warriors only turned the ball over 8 times against Los Angeles and they still lost. But he was 6 of 11 from deep and 1 of 4 inside the 3-point line. Everything that he got seemed like it was from distance. And then also committed 5 fouls. They weren't able to defend without fouling against the Lakers as opposed to, of course, Los Angeles.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Why are you feeling optimistic if you are? What worries you if you're not optimistic? Let's go to Angry Old Hoops. Angry Old Hoops. What's up?
Better be angry.
I am angry. Good morning, gentlemen. You were just talking about Anthony Davis a minute ago, and I'd like to go back to that because I rewatched his shot attempts, and man, those were easy. Anthony Davis is really talented. I'm not taking that away from him, but after the game, he sounded so confident, and he shouldn't sound that confident. But you know what? No one touched him up at all, and we don't have. And I'm thinking somebody put a body on him, and then I'm thinking who. The closest in weight to AD is Draymond at 230, which is still 20 pounds lighter, and Draymond's only 6'6". So then you've got Looney, who is 222, 6'9". Now, I want to preface this because the Lakers' season was all about, the front office failed LeBron. They need a better team around him. Well, I actually thought that they had a really talented team around him even before the trade deadline. But I'm looking at their roster. They've got a couple of guys who are functional centers with 7'6" wingspans that they don't even play.
You're talking about Mo Bamba?
Thompson. I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not saying I would ever play Tristan Thompson at this stage, but the fact that they added him in April for $60,000, you tell me the Warriors. I know they had the problems with Wiseman, but you tell me that they couldn't find one big man just to shake Anthony Davis's confidence. Because one thing AD isn't is tough. But you did nothing at all to make him think twice about being in the lane. Somebody touch him up, as Shaq would say. But we don't have anyone on that entire roster that could even possibly make him think twice.
Good stuff, Angry Old Hoops. I mean, the player to me is Draymond. Draymond is the player that could get under Anthony Davis's skin, take him out of his game. The problem is Draymond's very important to your team. I think Draymond is going to guard Anthony Davis a little more in this game. They're gonna get physical tonight. There's no doubt the Warriors are going to try to play more physically tonight. The question is whether or not they can, and for how long. And then let's see how the game is officiated. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Got some open lines right now if you want to jump in. Warrior fans, I feel like I know you a little bit. just a little. Gotten to know you over 3 decades. And I'm feeling like you guys feel pretty confident. And I get it, but I want to know specifically why. What'd you see in game 1, or what do you know is going to happen in game 2 to bring the Warriors home and get down to L.A. 1-1? It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. 888-957-9570.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-46.
liquidate all assets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru has got a family matter, and we're hoping he's back tomorrow. But he gave us the thumbs up, and we're thinking of Goo, as always. Evan in for him. Little thing I took notice of, and because I'm a little, I was going to say a stickler, and I'm a little bit of a
I was going to give you observant.
So I'm looking at the stories today on the internet, and yesterday there was a story, NBC Sports Bay Area, with the headline, Steve Kerr, quote, loved Jordan Poole's final shot, but he'd make one adjustment. Steve Kerr never said he loved Jordan Poole's shot. He said,
internet crap.
He said, I love Jordan's game.
Thanks, Fitz.
I love Jordan's game tonight. And then he said, I think if Jordan had it to do over again, he would have stepped in before, as he saw the play developing, so that when he got the ball, he would have been 25 feet, not 30 feet away. And I heard Willard and Dibbs yesterday really breaking down that shot. I tend to lean Dibbs' way. The more I think about it, I'm not crazy. I just am not crazy about that shot.
Do you think that? Okay, but so the Lakers, that entire possession, the only thing that I had an issue with was the fact that both Draymond and Poole were slow getting up the court. Maybe some of that's due to fatigue. Who knows? But the Lakers immediately set up defensively to not allow a three-point shot. Anthony Davis, who was in the paint the entire game, was set up at the top of the key. Everyone else is kind of sprinkled around. I just don't know if there's another better shot. Now, there might be a better guy to take the shot. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. I don't know if you want Wiggins taking the shot. But if you're looking for a three-point look to tie the game, I just don't know what else you would ask for besides a wide-open.
Well, yeah. I would quibble a little bit with wide open because I thought there was a late contest.
Well, it was, but it was from Darvin Ham, or
I think it was Anthony Davis. But
okay,
it was deep. Like, and I get it. Jordan Poole was 6 for 10. You know what else Jordan Poole is? A 32% 3-point shooter. And here's what I'm thinking is, to me, the number one thing the Lakers were doing on that last possession was get the ball out of Curry's hands. Or double, because there are two guys that are just kind of entrapping him. Not a full-on trap. So at the moment he throws to Draymond Green, they're playing that old 4-on-3 that they should be great at. And it one or two passes should have yielded an open three or drive to the basket. Hindsight is 20/20. I get it. I would give that shot a C. A C.
Well, if you're a stat head, the hot hand is a fallacy. Like, it doesn't actually statistically exist over a long period of time. So I hear you. I mean, Poole is a 32% three-point shooter. That game, he was 6 of 10. But obviously, you'd much rather have one of the two Splash Brothers take a potential three-point shot. But to me, then, if you don't call a timeout there, you allow for that to be a possibility, and you have to live with that. And even though Steve Kerr never said he loved the shot, I think with the way that he defended it, Stephen Curry defended it after the game, Draymond Green defended it, I think they were all right with living and dying with that look, even though it wasn't probably the best one.
Yeah, I didn't like it that much. Bobby's in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'd like to share with you what I think is the key to the Game 2. But before I do that quickly, I just want to say I'm not familiar with your co-host, Evan, but I want to say I've been very impressed with the amount of content you've been able to spit out in this first hour. No fillers. You just bring in very good content. I don't know if you can keep it going for 4 hours, but
we'll see.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks, Bobby.
Just do me a favor. If Steinmetz says something that particularly resonates with you, please utter the phrase, "You hit me in the cardiac muscle." And don't be afraid to hand out flowers during your 4 hours. But in terms of the Game 2, I think the key is this. One thing in the Warriors' control and one thing that is not in the Warriors' control. So I'll start with the one not in their control. The one thing about AD is that his MO is that he is consistently inconsistent. I mean, he was a monster in Game 1. I do not expect even 60% of that production for Game 2, just because he is who he is. So I can't see him having 2 monster games like that. Now, that being said, the thing I think in the Warriors' control, and I hate to talk about Kuminga so much, is that Kuminga is quick enough and athletic enough, I think, just to get in AD's face. And I don't care if he gets blocked by AD and he gets a bunch of offensive fouls drawn on him, but he needs to get into AD's chest. And, you know, with a bully, what you got to do with a bully is, you know, punch them in the unibrow. So we just need to, you know, body up on him and give him some physical contact, just to let him know you can't be the finesse player that you want to be. I mean, we all know he's very talented, but he's a finesse player. He's no Rick Mahorn. He's no Bill Laimbeer. You know, hey, kids, old school players.
Right.
So I think we just need to body up on him and use Kuminga. He won't like it, but it's just a bully, and just get into his chest and try to throw him off his game. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you know what? And I'm with Bobby, actually, but it's got to be Kuminga and Wiggins.
Yeah.
They're the only guys who can attack the rim hard enough where you're going to draw a foul.
You think Andrew Wiggins has played well in the playoffs since he's come back?
Not as well as last year.
Absolutely not.
Do you have his numbers up in front?
Yeah. And no, the only reason I ask is because they're pretty similar totals, just points, rebounds.
What's he shooting from three-point range in the postseason?
That is where he has struggled. Andrew Wiggins in the first round against Sacramento, shooting 27%.
Yikes.
See, and I want to say he was a 40% shooter from three in the playoffs last year, or up near 40.
Certainly in the finals.
The bottom line is Andrew Wiggins was a 34% three-point shooter before he got to the Warriors. And I'll bet since he's gotten to the Warriors, he's 38%, or maybe even a little more. So, you know, he's got to start making some shots too. Let's go to Paul. Paul in Oakland's got the secret weapon for tonight. What's up, Paul?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking the call. What a great first hour. I'm loving the tone of this show.
Thank you.
Really, and that's not inconsistent. That's a regular thing. But I just want to say two things. One, regarding players, I like what the previous caller said, but I do think, and you guys correct me on this, I'll take my answer off the air, but I do think Draymond has had a thing with Anthony Davis in playoff games. I feel like he's got a little ownage there, and I'd love to see him get in there with other people helping, because I don't want him to get in foul trouble and then he gets knocked out early. I think on the offensive side, I think what brings me confidence, just to answer Matt's question directly, is I think they'll do. I think you got enough guys that can do the mid range. I mean, Clay is great at that kind of crazy off kilter 1 foot mid range shot. Hits it lots of times. Wiggins can hit the mid range shot. Even Draymond can hit that push shot occasionally. But maybe a little less Poole, but he can do it. Curry certainly can. And I think guys coming off the bench can do it. So I think that's going to be a place to get twos. And we proved in the last series that while we didn't shoot great from three all the time in the last series, we got in the paint. We can't do that. They're clogging it up, but mid-range is available. But I think
I agree.
The secret weapon, and I think the secret weapon is something that we don't talk about that much, and it's Steve Kerr and his coaching staff. They consistently, over the last 10, 12, whatever years it's been, have made great adjustments after games when you think all is lost. And I sort of felt that way on Friday last week, and I'm like, the only thing it's going to save is that we can make, and players make the plays. They do that. There's no question about that. But I think the coaches set them up in a way and strategize in a way to make a huge difference. So I think that's going to be a big deal tonight, and I hope they come out and have some different looks and some different strategies, and we take this game and we're back to even, and we head back down there. Thanks for listening, and I'll take my answer off the air.
Good stuff, Paul. Appreciate it. Here's what I was thinking about Anthony Davis, and I'm going to go back to Bobby, and I feel this way about Anthony Davis too. That he's just like, I don't expect him to have a big game tonight. I just don't. But It's the kind of series where he has a big series. It's a signature series for Anthony Davis. Like if Anthony Davis averages 30 and 15 and 4 and the Lakers win this series, that's a signature series for Anthony Davis.
This is
legacy
game.
I get it. He won it in the bubble. But I think this would be bigger.
Oh, 100%. I think just because of everything that surrounded that time in our country, honestly. But Anthony Davis and Spadoni brought this up. Resident Laker fan Joe Spadoni, love the guy, brought this up before the series. Could Anthony Davis be the best player in this series? Because one thing about the bubble was, if you watch that series, Anthony Davis on both ends of the court was dominant. Against the Miami Heat, he was the best player in that series. Can he be the best player in this one when Stephen Curry's on the other side? They're very different players, obviously. But I do think whoever wins this series, it's going to be, instead of we make it about Stephen Curry and LeBron James and this is Chapter 5 and Steph's up 3-1 or however you want to slice it. But if the Lakers win this series, it is going to be because of Anthony Davis.
No doubt.
And he showed why in Game 1.
And I played this yesterday, and I don't know why this one has resonated with me, but it has. This is Anthony Davis after the game, and there's about 6 things that I find are interesting. I know people are going to be like, you played this yesterday, but there's one thing I want to add to it.
Man, no lead is safe with them. Obviously, as we saw, they could get hot at any moment, but it's just a mindset for our team, knowing that we can win in this building, we can beat this team, a confidence booster for us. So we didn't do anything. You know, we came in, we got a game, but like I said last year, we see what this team can do. We know what this team can do, what they're capable of. So, you know, we go back, look at the film, ways we can do better, clean up that last 5 minutes in the fourth quarter where they got high, got free up some threes. Me, I got to be up more with them guards, but we was able to get one in Game 1. But like I said, we haven't done anything.
Me, I got to be up more on those guards.
I hope he is.
So why?
He didn't do it in Game 1. He's not in the paint.
He didn't do it in Game 1. And they won.
That's why I wonder why.
This is why I don't understand this whole thing.
He's confusing to me, honestly. I had trouble kind of making out what he was trying to say there. I thought he was just trying to say, he was trying to figure out an area he could be better because that's just what you say after a win. We can always be better. We're trying to get better on defense and try to push pace more, blah, blah, blah. Anthony Davis was great in Game 1. I don't think he needs to get up on guards at all. They make 21 threes.
But can you win another game if the Warriors make 21 threes? If you don't have that kind of advantage at the foul line, if you don't kind of protect the ball, or if you're the Lakers, if you do turn it over a little bit more, although they don't turn it over a lot because they play pretty deliberate. But I
think the Warriors will probably, just based on who they've been all year, turn the ball over more tonight.
That's they've had 2 good games in a row, though.
Well, you got to look at that first possession, Steiny. You notice when the Warriors turn the ball over in their first possession,
well, they always do.
They lose the game. When they don't,
or win.
They win.
They've turned it over in their first possession 92% of games this year.
I'm still waiting for the text.
Steph's done about 2/3 of them.
Still waiting for the text to come in first quarter. Hey, Warriors are done. Lakers are done. This series is over. We're getting sweat. Just the ultimate, whether you call it reverse devil tongue, shout out Guru, but just the immediate jump to conclusion. I think I'm going to send one after the first possession night. Warriors are winning or losing on the first possession. Book it.
I don't remember Anthony Davis talking that humbly before. I feel like no lead is safe against this team. Here's the other thing that got me. A real confidence booster. This guy's an NBA champion playing with LeBron James. This guy's supposed to be one of the best players in the NBA, and he's acknowledging, you know what? We kind of needed to win tonight to prove ourselves we could do it here. Even if, I don't know, I just think we didn't do anything. We've got to clean up they know. The thing that would scare me more about the Lakers than the Kings is just that mindset.
Also,
it's that mindset. The Kings, looking back, I don't think the Kings were going to win a Game 7. The Lakers can win a Game 7.
On the road.
If they have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm with you. And look, LeBron's obviously done it before. Don't need to rehash that. But I think Like, I don't know. To me, it sounds like Anthony Davis has been to the LeBron James Comms 101 class.
Yeah.
He's clearly taken after him. That's his big brother. And it also is a two-way street. Again, the post-game presser, LeBron was talking about how Anthony Davis's jersey's going to be in the rafters one day, and he's going to be up there with Wilt Chamberlain and Shaquille at crypto.com or Lakers Arena. Going to be up in the rafters.
Oh.
Yeah, he might get a statue. I mean, we're handing out statues to everyone nowadays.
Spadoni's shaking his head, and I'm with him.
If Pau Gasol's up there, Anthony Davis might have a chance.
Diane and I differ on that. We won't get into that.
Yeah,
he absolutely deserves to be in there.
Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo?
My bad.
You all right?
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Y'all call me off guard. Y'all ain't cool? Hey, man, I'm smoking on some Cali Bud, man. It's the greatest stuff of all time.
Smoking that Laker pack.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that.
Okay, Steiny, so I got a party Saturday night. Pull up, and we can smoke at the end of it.
Well, it's a Warrior game.
It's the after
party.
After
the game, buddy.
After the
game, it's going to be like 8:30.
Oh, boy.
Night.
Oh, my God. Steiny, how you... Steiny, bro, you... Come on, man. Anyway, man, it's ugly outside. The Warriors got to make the game ugly. That's all I wanted to call and say. It ain't going to be no long-ass rant. The Warriors got to make the game uglier than you, Steiny. Now I'm joking.
I'll give you a 3 for that. All right, Filmo. Thanks. Maybe I'll roll up.
Just remember, Filmo, you're talking to Tatum Channing. It's a deep cut. Sorry.
So what? 5:30 start on Saturday. 5:30. That means it's probably going to be a 5:40 tip off. 6:40, 7:40, 7:15, 8:50. Yeah, it's gonna be. And I got an early golf round Sunday.
I love it.
I don't think I can roll up on Filmo's party.
Yeah, you're more of a 6 to 6 guy now, huh?
Yeah. I haven't been up after midnight.
Not
in a long
PM to
time.
AM, AM to PM.
Yeah, exactly. Tony's in Hayward. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, what's with all the morning stoners? How do people pay their bills, dude? I've been working my ass off since 6 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe you need to
take
a load off.
A lot of people create their own schedules nowadays. A lot of people, I believe, smoke while they're working.
When you work in the creative business, can always use a spark.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
We don't condone though.
No, never not. No, never.
Yeah, no. I think I look at the last game, and I think that the Warriors were kind of approaching that game like a test match. I think we could have won that game, but I think they took the pedal off, went easy on the pedal just to kind of keep an eye on things and see how the Lakers react. I think we're going to come on strong today, especially if Draymond plays a lot harder. And I think there were a couple of times I noticed where he could have gone in for a shot or drove the lane. It looked pretty clear, or he could have at least tried to drive the lane and get up a foul, but instead he passed it. And, passing resulted and it ended up with a missed shot or something. I think that Draymond's going to be the key to the game. I think he's going to come out swinging tonight. He's going to kick butt, man.
Yeah.
I think we're going to do great.
Appreciate it, Tony. I don't think Draymond wants any part of finishing at the rim. Now, defensively, I think he can get under Anthony Davis's skin a little bit. But it's amazing. It's amazing to me how little we've talked about LeBron James. I mean, can LeBron still kind of win the Lakers a game by him? Can LeBron win a game for the Lakers in the same kind of way Anthony Davis did in game 1? Does he have one of those in him?
I think he does. And I don't know if it'll be tonight, but I also think LeBron feels out series better than maybe any other player as well. Like,
he's incredible.
He's unbelievable. Like he isn't on your screen or doesn't feel like he's on your screen until he's taken off. Like, and I know he has to pick his spots more that he's 38 years old and he's been here and done that. The guy's accomplished everything, but I mean, you notice him when Curry's going to the rack. Like it's weird. Like he walked Curry down to the bench. I think it was in the second quarter of game 1. It was kind of telling him, like, he was joking with the Warriors bench. Like, LeBron is so, I don't know, just like passive and then immediately can strike. And he does that better than I think any other player, probably Curry's in that category too, but I don't know if LeBron can dominate a game on both ends the way that he used to.
Right.
But I think offensively, there's still one of those games coming. I don't think it'll be tonight, though.
Yeah, we'll see. 888-957-9570. That's a Comcast business text line. Also, the call for the number for you guys to jump into the conversation. And game 2 tonight. Remember, 6 o'clock start. 6 o'clock start. And 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, John Dickinson Warriors pregame show. The rest of this show, we're going to have Sam Amick joining us at noon. He works for The Athletic. Friend of the program, really, really knowledgeable. And John Dickinson. John Dickinson has been at every playoff game this season. He's got to head down to L.A. after the game tonight. So we've got our main man, JD, coming up.
I respect that.
At 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. It's feeling like Warrior fans are pretty confident. And why not? The Warriors have 4 titles in 9 years, and they've responded in the past.
I know we've gotten into this and the free throws versus not, but do you think the disparity is going to be, I should say, if it's as large as it was in game 1? And I think there's reason for that. The Warriors don't take a lot of free throws, don't get to the free throw line. The Lakers do better than any other team in basketball. Do you think that if it's that large, we're looking at 29-6, the Warriors can win tonight?
That's a little too much. That's a little too much. You got to get that to 25-15. Something like that.
Like a 10 free throw difference as opposed to 25.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I did not think the officiating was any issue at all. I just think it's the way these two teams play. The only call I had an issue with was I think they should have called a jump ball with Schroeder, and I think it was, Peyton. I thought that was a jump ball first. They usually really let the defensive team get aggressive there. And I kind of thought that the only thing you don't know is if Schroeder asked for one, because by the time he signaled, I thought that he was already tied up. But we're on to game 2. Jason in Palo Alto, what's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
I'm doing real well. Appreciate you taking my call. I wanted to jump in just a little bit on this the sense that you're getting, Steiny, during that post-game interview. And, I gotta say, this is probably overstating it, but there was a sense of a little bit of a surprise from the Lakers, like, hey, we got away with one. And you said there's a confidence booster. I mean, there was talk about how much the Warriors is a team to be feared, and win head-to-head playoff matchups between LeBron and Steph, we know who's had the advantage. So I think they feel really almost kind of a relief to have gotten away with one. And I think they should, because here's what I'm thinking about. Warriors just got through 7 games victorious with one of the most athletic, fastest, and young, energetic teams. If I take the long game, the long view, man, let's run. Let's make them work. AD, LeBron, yes, LeBron, we also know on the other side of the game, they're very well conditioned. I mean, LeBron at 38 is doing just unbelievable things. But we know who we have. We know what we can do. 7 games, 6 games, well into the fourth quarter after people have been trying to chase around Clay and Steph for 3.5 quarters. Man, I know who I'm going with.
Yeah, that's where there's no doubt the Warriors want to speed up the L.A. Lakers. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's funny how we can look at or hear something and hear 2 different ways. You remember Rocky? I think it was Rocky 1, where Rocky was in the meat locker punching the thing, and Apollo Creed was doing business somewhere else in his office, and his trainer saw Rocky, and he's like, yo, champ, I think this guy means business. And Apollo Creed said, oh, yeah, I mean business too, and he was talking about money. Like, I just got the sense that the Lakers, obviously they mean business, but I thought they were really, Anthony, that's just the way I looked at it.
Oh, Warriors got a Yeah, Warriors got to catch some chickens tonight, that's for sure.
Nice. All right, 888-957-9570. Got a half hour to take some calls on the other side, and then at noon we're going to have Sam Amick, 1 o'clock, John Dickinson. Game 2 tonight, Chase Center, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, everybody. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take
today. Evan Giddings, Guru's got a little family matter he's taking care of. He gave us the thumbs up, and hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. And, Evan, one thing is Guru usually asks me how I played when he knows I played golf the previous day.
Did you play? That's right.
I'm friends with Guru, and as a friend, we care about each other, and he asked me how I played.
So is this where I ask you how you played?
I stunk.
See, and this
93.
is why I haven't been asking, quite honestly, because each time I do, I feel like I don't. You don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about it because look, we'll say, get back to Wiggins. But, 93. We got caught in a little rain, but it was fine.
Where'd you play?
Karika Park, one of the, just a wonderful facility.
Do you have a home course?
I would say that's probably it, that Metropolitan.
Okay, which is where you'll be this weekend.
Correct, on Sunday.
So
yes.
So you're like the Warriors. You got 2 games at home. You took a loss in game 1, and now game 2, you got a chance to bounce back.
That's one way to look at it. I think that's one way to look at it.
We'll get you under 90. Lock it in.
I'm in a little rut right now. I would say 14 of my last 17 rounds have gone over 90. And I was in a stretch where I was mostly in the 80s. But we'll get that figured out, as will the Warriors. The 408 says, you're blind, Steiny. 29 free throw attempts also slows the game down. No, you're right. You're right. And that's part of the Lakers' strategy, clearly, because that is an automatic way to slow a game down. You're absolutely, positively right.
They also take 26, 27 free throws a game, like on average.
Right.
I mean, that is who they are. They're number 1 in free throw rate. They're also number 1 in free throw rate against. So they keep teams off the line and they get to the free throw line.
Exactly.
That's who they are.
And that's their MO. Bob's in Marin. Wants to jump into the conversation. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, I'm all right, Sonny. You play at very tough courses, man. You can't be playing those courses, and that's why you're scoring those 90s. Those courses are pretty tough.
Are they really?
The greens are fast, and they're true links courses.
Well, you're right.
Be careful over it.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Bob.
Greens are fast.
They are fast. So they were really fast yesterday. Bob knows.
Well, the thing I want to say about the Warriors is I think the Lakers are playing this game with them. Oh, they're so good, and we have to do this. They're doing all the right things, and I'm very worried. They showed a lot of the tricks that they can actually pull. They showed a high pick and roll. They also showed some isolation. LeBron actually did get isolated a couple of times on smaller guards. So Warriors are going to have to take their shots from mid-range. And if that didn't happen, they have to go to the hoop no matter what happens. Even if they get swatted, they got to get to the line because the way they're controlling the tempo of the game is not conducive to Warriors. And I think Warriors just have to be very, very, very patient in the middle. They just can't take the jump shots from 30 feet or 28 feet, whatever it is. They have to get down in the middle and take those 15-footers. That's all I got.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And the one thing that I was starting to look at some of their threes, and I came across one, I think it was in the third quarter. Wiggins was on the perimeter outside the three-point line, and he was being guarded by Reeves, and Reeves gave him enough room to raise up from 3, and then he got a contest, but it was a late contest. But that's all that happened. Wiggins had the ball in the wing, surveyed, and took a 3. He missed it, and I think those are the threes you must eliminate. You've got to get some kind of movement because that's a play where now that is different than running a high screen and roll. Some of Clay's threes, he's trying to beat his man and drift over for a 3. Those are the threes where Davis can stay in the lane. He can't stay in the lane if Steph's coming off a high pick and roll, or the consequences are going to be steeper.
100%. And I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but I think the Warriors also saw a few go down at the beginning of the game. Might have got a little 3 happy, Wiggins included, Clay certainly included, but they shot it well in the first half. Like that was, I think that was the most startling thing to me looking up at the scoreboard after LeBron hits that shot before the end of the first half, and you're saying, oh, wow, they're actually down 65-64. Like, that was kind of concerning. considering there wasn't a whole lot that the Lakers did outside of Anthony Davis that I thought was all that impressive. But defensively, I mean, I think that's where the biggest adjustment has to be for Golden State is, can you tempt LA into getting jump shot happy, whether it's from 3, whether it's from 2, and they're not going to shoot, I don't think 25 or 20% like they did in Game 1, the Lakers, but I mean, if you can force them to at least try and take more outside, I think D'Angelo Russell's, you can tempt him into taking some long twos. You can get Austin Reeves into pull-ups, even though he can make them. Malik Beasley didn't play at all in Game 1. He's their best three-point shooter. I think that if the Warriors can, I don't know, we might see some more zone tonight. Might see a little more gimmicky defense, a box and one. I just feel like Steve Kerr now has enough of a sample size from Game 1 to make more of a defensive adjustment than offensive.
Here's one thing that I'm anxious to learn tonight. It doesn't feel like LeBron exerted that much energy on Tuesday. He took 8 threes. When he takes 8 threes, that's he didn't want it. I mean, he never thought the game was in such doubt that he had to go to the basket. They're up 3 and he wants to hit the 3 dagger. He misses. They come. That's what happened with, I thought, a big part of that 14-0 run was LeBron just milking too much clock, taking a bad 3 or taking a 3 and missing it. I think he may have more in the tank than we think tonight.
I think he also sensed that Anthony Davis was carrying the load in Game 1.
Absolutely.
Like he was allowed to just be more observant because his teammate, his guy who's headed to the Hall of Fame one day, carried you in Game 1. I do think we'll see a little more urgency from LeBron if, let's say, the Warriors get out to a hot start, if Anthony Davis isn't hitting his mid-range, if the Warriors try and pack the paint more, if they're not shooting well. I do think we'll see LeBron try to get downhill more.
Let's go out to let's go to Florida. We got Matt in Florida. What's up, Matt?
Hey, we got to stay up late for these games. 1 a.m. on Monday.
1 a.m.?
But that's when it ended.
Oh.
But just to get into it, I kind of wanted to ask about some stats. Maybe you can look them up. How many blocks they had in that Game 1? Because it seemed like we were getting blocked left and right.
10.
If we cleaned 5 of those blocks up, could we have won the game? Because, when they block it, it goes the other way. Their point guard, whoever's there, gets it and hits it right in the hoop. Seemed like that happened at least 11 times. 11 blocks, and at least 5 of them were, fast breaks for them. If we clean that up, is there any room for that little, spot where the Warriors can get better?
Absolutely. And that's where the mid-range game has to come in. And this is one of those things where I always, with Guru, I always think it's kind of interesting because he's like, Steiner, they got to attack the rim. And I feel like that's not the strategy you use against the Lakers.
Why?
Because they've got Anthony Davis, in there. And it's not a sign of... And this is where I get back to the Ramona Shelburne talking about how the Warriors are great at adapting. They led the league in points in the paint back in the Durant era. They got more layups than any other team. All right, well, they're not getting as many layups now. So they're good enough to just, stop short, hit some mid-rangers, take better threes. Like, they don't... Some teams, if you take the one thing away that they like to do, they're done. Like, they're done at that point. And the Warriors always have an answer or always have had an answer. And so, you know what? They may have to win this series without getting a lot of easy baskets in the half court.
And I do wonder if they can win the series if they don't get easy baskets in the half court, which is why I feel like, to the caller's point, even though they got blocked 10 times, Anthony Davis had 4 of them, altered however many more, that kind of has to be a necessary evil, I think. I do think they need to go at the chest of Anthony Davis and be okay with potentially getting blocked a few times. Even if he racks up a ridiculous amount. Like, again, the Warriors were the least or lesser physical team in Game 1. That has to change. And I think Draymond will set the tone from that perspective. But whether it be Andrew Wiggins or hell, I mean, even Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole is probably going to get a shot blocked a couple times tonight if he tries to attack the rim like he did against Sacramento. But I just feel like Anthony Davis was let off the hook in really the entire first half to the point where he was far too comfortable, could get up and down the court, jogging lightly, just kind of settle in, give me the ball, I'm in the post, I'll go get a basket. He did not look uncomfortable at all in that game. And I feel like the best way to try and force him out of that mindset is to attack the paint, to try and at least make something happen. And maybe you get to the line, maybe you force a couple of fouls, but you have to make him think. And to me, he played the exact same way for 44 minutes in game one, and that can't happen again.
Jay Voltron on the YouTube chat says he's listening from Vietnam.
Wow.
He says it's 1:43 in the morning.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Jay Voltron.
Shout out Robin Williams.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
The show's international.
Mike's in San Jose. What's up, Mike? How you doing? Voltron.
I'm doing great, fellas. How you guys doing this afternoon?
Doing well.
Great.
Nice. So, I don't know how nobody has brought it up, but I don't know if you noticed at the end of the third quarter, there was a rebound, and Anthony Davis, he started laboring a little bit, and he started grabbing his lower back and his hip. Now, the quarter ended, and in the entire fourth quarter, Anthony Davis vanished. So, not one person has brought this up, but Anthony Davis looked very injured in that fourth quarter, and he wasn't playing the same like he did in the first three. We need to go right at him. We need to take advantage of that, and we need to just hit him hard. Unfortunately, it's part of the game. Hard fouls are also part of it, and I think that we should foul him a little bit harder. I mean, there's no other way around it. We just got to get physical with him. Thanks, fellas.
I mean, they're going to be more physical. I mean, Gary Payton II all but said it to Willard and Dibbs yesterday during that interview, that they're gonna muck it up. As for him looking like he's hurt, he's like Fred Sanford.
Before my time.
Sanford and Son.
I know Stanford Bridge. Shout out Chelsea.
What?
Sorry.
What are you talking? What is Chelsea?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Sanford and Son, an iconic American comedy.
Before my time.
The hell are you talking about? Chelsea? Who's Chelsea?
Spadoni gets it.
Come on, Premier League. Chelsea, FC, Football Club.
Well,
Christian Pulisic, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Come on,
I've
Steiny.
heard of that Chelsea, but all Chelseas must answer to Chelsea Clinton. Absolutely.
I'm taking Chelsea FC in the Chelsea draft. Come on.
Anyway,
please.
Fred
Continue.
Sanford was a character on Sanford and
what
Son,
did he
and
say?
he was an older gentleman. He always walked with a limp, and he was always in pain, and he was, what was he say? I'm coming to get you, fella.
Was he the I'm coming Elizabeth guy?
Yeah, I think so. His wife was Elizabeth or whoever.
Heard my dad say that a couple times.
Yeah.
But your point about
But
Anthony
you got to
Davis,
know that is what I'm saying.
I'll do some research.
Thank you.
So,
Red Fox was the comedian.
I do know him.
Okay.
Anthony Davis, I felt like he wasn't as effective in the fourth quarter because of how quick the game was. I felt like the Warriors
Good
sped
point.
up the Lakers a little bit. He still had 3 offensive rebounds, 6 in the quarter, but I also felt like when and this is really the big thing that I'm wrestling with, Steiny, maybe you can help me out, is Kevon Looney and Draymond Green. I know that the Warriors, with them on the floor, that's their best lineup, plus minus, best 5-man unit, all the rest. And maybe we can talk to Sam Amick about it in about 15 minutes. Can they be on the floor for extended periods of time at the same time? Because Kevon Looney's got 420 rebound games. Draymond Green wasn't great in game one, but when they went small and when Draymond was the primary defender on Anthony Davis, it did feel like they took him out of his comfort zone.
Ain't that a B? Ain't that a B? Really? Don't you think that's funny?
What?
We all, basketball. We talk about basketball. We love basketball and what can happen and this is that, and the other thing. And I remember hearing during the course of the season, that 5-man unit is the best in the That 5-man unit is the best in the NBA. That 5-man. Now we're in the playoffs. You can't use that. What if that? I don't want to say that 5-man unit is unplayable, but clearly that 5-man unit is not their most effective lineup. At least it wasn't against the Kings. and now it might not be against the Lakers.
Kerr went to it to close games, but it was like the final 2 minutes or a 4-minute stretch in the fourth quarter. It wasn't for long periods of time like we saw in Game 1 against the Lakers, and I felt like Los Angeles was able to take advantage of that, specifically Anthony Davis, because he doesn't have to guard Kevon Looney, doesn't have to guard Draymond Green, and with the amount of length on the perimeter that the Lakers have, it also means that the rest of those 4 guys can kind of cheat more with 3 other shooters. I don't know. I'm very interested to see how they try and stagger those 2 guys tonight. I still think they'll be in the starting lineup. It's not going to be Draymond Green coming off the bench, I don't think. But I'm curious to see how often those 2 guys are on the floor together.
Yeah. Let's go to Dale's in Cupertino. Hey, Dale, how you doing?
Hey, not pretty good. I'm hanging in here. Being an old schooler, by the way, it's Wheezy. I'm coming, Wheezy, and he pulled his chest.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you.
So I don't know what her real name is. He referred to her as Wheezy. But being old school, too, a little bit more old, let's get physical. You got to get some Olivia Newton-John.
Nice.
I don't know if you can have these young guys playing old, Michael Jordan area-style defense, but I think that would shut AD down quickly. He can't handle it. He might even go out injured with a pinky or something.
Well, I think, again, there's absolutely no doubt that the Warriors are going to play with more of an edge. They have to. And they have. All year. Right. I know they've been a little up and down. They've only won 44 games. But that's also part of this too, Steiny, is the Lakers on the other side also have been a very inconsistent team. I know that they were much better. I think they finished the season like 16-6 or something once they got their new team. But there's a reason why they were the 7th seed. And I think that might play itself out tonight. Well, and I'm thinking of the Warriors, too. They were a 500 team a lot of the year. What are they in the playoffs? They're 500 right now. They're 4-4.
That's true.
Overall. Leroy's in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, Steiny. How you guys doing, man? Great show.
Thank you.
Appreciate look, Steiny, before this series, I said to myself, I hope Kuminga gets to play in this series. And here's why. I've been watching Kuminga's career and, during the regular season, the past couple of years, and he has played best when he's played the Lakers, whether he's scoring or whether he's rebounding. And again, coming into this series, I thought he could be a mismatch. I didn't see anyone on the Lakers team that could hang with Kuminga. And so, I thought if Kuminga didn't play, I thought DiVincenzo would have to pick up that load, and he's not doing it. But I want to see Kuminga play some because I think, he plays well. He likes playing against the Warriors. And then one more thing, the Warriors have this problem, and that's Tristan Thompson. He's teaching Vanderbilt how to play Curry. I remember Tristan Thompson when he was with Cleveland and how he D'd Curry up when Cleveland got that championship. He was fighting through those screens. He was reaching. Every finger was stretched trying to get out there to those 3-point shooters. And Vanderbilt, he's teaching Vanderbilt how to do it. And real quick, the Warriors led the league in points off screens. If they're not able to set those screens and get that spacing, we're in trouble. God bless you guys.
All right. Fred's on 880. He's got to correct me on something. So does John, I guess.
Well,
Fred.
No, hey, Steiny, I think you were right. Look, Fred Sanford's wife was named Wheezy. It's George Jefferson's wife was named Wheezy, and Fred Sanford's wife was named Elizabeth.
Oh.
You were right when you said Elizabeth earlier.
Dude, thank you so much. Thanks, Fred. John in Saratoga, can you confirm?
Damn, Fred got my thunder. That was it.
All right.
He was George Jefferson's wife.
Right.
And Elizabeth was Red Fox's wife on Sanford and Son.
And Fred Sanford this is the big one, I think? And he said,
that was Fred Sanford. This is the big one, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Going to join you, honey.
Exactly.
Attaboy.
Exactly. Thanks, John. Here's where you kill me, though, Evan. Here's where I do need the goo.
Please.
You know what I mean?
Talk to me. We all miss him.
I'm talking about,
what?
Sanford and Son.
My knowledge.
They should they should have a course on old shows in in high school, really.
Can you tell me where I can find Sanford and Son?
You can find anything on the internet.
That's true. But, okay. Iconic
Don't talk about that.
All right, iconic television shows of your age. Does that's one of them, correct?
That is one of them, yeah.
Okay. If you had to throw out a couple more, what would they be?
Oh, All in the Family, obviously, with Carol O'Connor, Archie Bunker.
Brady Bunch for you, Steiny?
Love the Brady Bunch. Not the Partridge Family as much, but watched it. Never got into MASH. I thought Alan Alda was smug. Uh-huh. Peter, back to Wiggins. What's up, Peter? How you doing, man?
Is this you talking to me, Saratoga?
Yeah. Are you in Saratoga, Peter?
Yeah, I am. Okay, I agree with what you said earlier, but you need to put a little more emphasis on it. When Draymond and Looney are in the game at the same time, Lakers only have to cover 3 guys.
Yep.
And Davis can hang back at the rim and block everything. And then when they're on the bench, the Warriors make a 13-0 comeback. And it's like adding 1 and 1. You can't have 3 guys play against 5 guys. I mean, my girlfriend who doesn't know anything about basketball, she's watching the game. I mean, Draymond is yelling at the ref every other minute. And she says, why is he doing that? And then he takes a layup and doesn't even hit the rim. And she said, he can't throw it in there, can he? And so I don't know. Draymond's great. He gives him a great lift from his come on guys, but he can't shoot, and he's a liability. They're only covering 3 guys.
Yeah.
So they can smother the Warriors. It's real simple. It's not that hard.
You know what, Peter? And I'm glad you brought that up because there are a lot of it's an accurate point. You know, in this day and age of the NBA, you can't have 2 non-scorers on the floor.
Non-shooters.
What did I say? Scores?
Scores, yeah.
Yeah, or non-shooters. Not scores. You just can't. He's right. Peter's right. You got to have 4 these days. Why? I just think the league is too offensive-minded to not have 4 scorers on at the same time. And it used to not be a problem for the Warriors because they had Durant, and they had Steph, and they had Clay, and then Draymond could facilitate. And even way back in the day, Iguodala could score here and there. The problem the Warriors, I think, are having to a little extent now is they've got too many players that are either offensive players or defensive players.
100%.
All right, Sam Amick, basketball writer, coming up on the other side, and then after Sam, we'll get back to some of your calls. Game 2 tonight. Don't forget, it's a 6 o'clock start. 6 o'clock start. Are you looking for a fulfilling career with opportunity for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333161. Again, VTA bus to 333161.
Owning a house could be stressful. The costly repairs, the property tax, the mortgage payment.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Should have been on The Sopranos, Steiny.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thanks, Steph. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Daryl the Guru Johnson tending to a family matter. And let's go out to one of the best basketball writers in the country, and he's been so for a number of years now, Sam Amick. Sam, what's up, my man?
Hello, Matty. Hello, Evan. Thank you for having me, boys. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's just start with Game 1. Did anything surprise you from Game 1?
Probably the most obvious one is AD being that guy. You know what I mean? Like, I had watched the Grizzlies series from a distance, and what struck me is, like, all right, they survived, but they had that one clunker of a game right before the closeout game. And AD, if you look back on the offensive end, you know, he was scoring in the teens for 3 of the last 5 games in that matchup, and it felt like more of the same for this guy who was just like an elite kind of tantalizing talent who doesn't play consistently. So you see him go out in Game 1 and put together a line that I looked this up the other day. Tim Duncan's the only other dude who has ever dropped 30, 23, 5, and 4 in a playoff game. I mean, it's happened once in the history of basketball in the playoffs. So AD being that guy probably is what jumped out.
Oh, Sam, obviously Anthony Davis, defensively, his presence was felt as much as his offensive performance. But the Warriors still made 21 threes. I know they took 53 of them, but heading into Game 2, is that something that you expect to continue, or do you feel like the Warriors will try to attack Anthony Davis and try and get into the paint, even if that means potentially having a few shots blocked away or deterred?
I feel like, I mean, they do need to get in the paint a little more, but I also think it's unique because you had both teams essentially being successful on the offensive side of the floor doing what they wanted to do. The Warriors, you know, I was sitting next to Mark Spears from Anscape and during the game talking about the fact that the Warriors were just chucking, right? And he was kind of sitting there going, man, like we're talking, you know, I think 20-something threes in the first quarter, whatever it was, 18. But their percentage was pretty good. So they were checking that box. On the Lakers side, you know, they're going to AD, they're getting in the paint, they're getting to the line, which is what they do. So philosophically, I think the Warriors, they got to mix it up a little bit. They got to throw more bodies at AD on the offensive side. But they're going to shoot. That's what they do. And this is not the Kings. That's the biggest, distinction between last series and this one is Sabonis had a great year. The guy's not a rim protector, and the Warriors obviously were living in the paint in that series.
Sam Amick joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the NBA. When we get to the Warriors, you know, a lot of people talk about their 5-man unit of Looney, Green, Wiggins, Steph, and Clay is one of the best in the league. Now we've gotten to the postseason, and we're finding, well, maybe Draymond Green and Kevon Looney can't play as much together because 2 non-scorers just hurts you too much. What do you think's going on with the Warriors and playing 2 big men, and do they have to be careful about how often they do it?
Yeah, and again, that's the difference between this series and the last one. You could do that against the Kings. These Lakers, their identity is on the defensive side. You give them 2 non-shooters, they're going to eat the other 3 dudes alive. And it's tough because Looney in particular, you know, he is just on this absolute wave of momentum in terms of the way he's impacted this group, you know, better than ever. And he's been on a wave for years now, but he's playing at his peak. So the idea of less Looney is counterintuitive, makes no damn sense. But, you know, I do think they probably need to try to go small and really kind of do what the Kings did to them in that last series. When they went small, they had Trey Lyles at the 5, and it worked for that one game. I think the Warriors got to give that a shot. They've got the shooters, they got the bodies, and just having Draymond and Looney out there as non-threats, it just mucks it up.
Sam, a couple days ago before the series, you wrote about Andrew Wiggins. You know, don't forget about him in this series. And I know he was a plus 40 in the Sacramento series, first games back in 2.5 months. Did you expect more from Andrew Wiggins, whether it's physical, production-wise, and what do you think he offers in this series, especially if you're talking about them going small? he's got to be big on the boards. He's got to be big, potentially guarding larger players. What do you want to see from Andrew Wiggins, whether it be tonight and for the rest of this series?
Well, it's funny because one of the ways I framed the conversation that Andrew and I had was the general idea that the headline says Steph versus LeBron, but it's more LeBron versus Wiggins than anything. But that almost acts as if this is LeBron of yesterday, LeBron of the Cavs years and even the Heat years when he's the guy carrying his team. So in that sense, it's like as great as Wiggins is defensively, his task is this Lakers team doesn't function that way. You could stop LeBron and lose to the Lakers, and that's not something that these Warriors could say in most of the times when they clashed in the past. So you do wonder a little bit, as far as Wiggins goes, that the coaching staff has got to deploy him creatively enough to figure out where they're trying to kind of cut the Lakers off at the pass. On the defensive side, offensively, he got to be aggressive. He's a guy that, like we said in our conversation, he's only going to get better. His wind was getting better. He even talked specifically about the fact that in the playoffs last year, he was picking up full court for most of the postseason, and he hadn't done it yet in these playoffs. I don't remember him doing it in game one. So, he's trending in the right direction. And again, he's still a big X factor for sure.
Sam Amick joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the NBA, one of the best in the business, and a NorCal native. We love him. And I want to ask you about the Lakers backcourt because – we all know about Steph, Clay, and Poole, and they're hard to outscore. You're probably not going to outscore them. But this combination of D'Angelo Russell and Schroeder, they're good enough offensively that they can kind of take a pound of flesh, in the box score with points and assists, and at least Schroeder can defend a little bit. Like, those two guards may not have won the matchup opening night or the game one, but man, if they can mitigate the difference and then have Anthony Davis and LeBron in the front court, I think that's trouble for the Warriors.
No, I'm with you, Steiny, for sure. To me, if you're pinpointing Warriors, areas for improvement, you cannot have Dennis Schroeder giving you 19. And I'm looking at the box here. Getting to the line 10 times, hitting 9 free throws. He even had a heck of a quote post-game, Dennis did, where he essentially said, he's like, I don't think I've had a steal like the one he had on Steph since he was playing for Germany in the summertime, in terms of just his aggressiveness defensively. He does get after it, but, he was on a different level in that game, and you tip your cap to him. But you gotta get the Dennis Schroeder effect down. And then D'Angelo Russell, he's a little bit like a mini AD when it comes to the Jekyll and Hyde component. Mm-hmm. He had a good game in game one, but defensively, put him in those pick and rolls all day long, wear him out, expose him. You got to attack D'Angelo Russell because that's why this Lakers team is good. They don't have a lot of weaknesses when it comes to the defensive side, but I think that's where the Warriors have opportunity is to go at those two guys and just you can't let game one happen again.
Sam, if we're talking about players that did play, one that didn't on the Warriors side, Jonathan Kuminga. A lot of people expected him to potentially be a part of this series. Steve Kerr has referenced his ability to guard larger wings, LeBron James, Brandon Ingram. He's checked Kawhi Leonard at times this year, but of course didn't play at all in game one. Stein and I are on the same page that we see a role for him in this series, but what does that role really come to? Like, how do you see Jonathan Kuminga getting involved in this series, if he does so at all?
Yeah, I'm surprised, like everybody else. Even going into game one, Steve Kerr was asked about Kuminga, and he didn't make any promises, at all, but he did for sure leave that door open to Kuminga playing a role, and then the game unfolds, and there's no Kuminga. You thought that with the Lakers' talent on the wing, that a guy like Kuminga, who can at times lock down and play some pretty good defense, that's another body to give you different looks that you could throw at him. We didn't see that. You think maybe you try to get out and run a little bit. The Warriors did a nice job keeping up with the Kings' pace in the first series. Get Kuminga, get him some lobs, get him, above the rim. You just saw some of the possibilities. And I think from Jonathan and beyond, right now for me, guys, I feel like the young I don't know if versus is not fair, but the young and old component of this Warriors team is getting a little bit more interesting by the day, which is to say that, like, you see a Kuminga expressing some of his frustration, talking to the Chronicle, C.J. Holmes, about his frustration in the media. Jordan Poole, some of the body language stuff that gets analyzed, like it's the Bruder film. Like, the young crew seems to be, Steph Curry gave him that pregame 7 speech, basically checked everybody, said, don't get on the bus if you're in your feelings, and it worked for Game 7, but it sure feels like that's something they're going to, continue to have to monitor and manage.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sam. Hey, real quick, before we let you go, do you think, just give me your opinion on this, with the every other game schedule, do you think it favors one team over the other?
I think I do. I'm leaning towards the Warriors because, again, it's funny, at post-game 1, I know we got to go, but, like, I told Steph after the game, like, man, you're 35 years old, and De'Aaron Fox is struggling to keep up with you. He's a decade younger. So the Warriors, they've found a way to survive the schedule. The Lakers, this is not what they do. They don't play 40-plus minutes on LeBron and AD.
Right.
They are older as far as LeBron, and, and they are more beat up, and I think, honestly, just fragile is a little tough of a word to pick, but, like, we know AD's history. He's already grabbing the hip. He's got a hip issue. LeBron's got the foot. So, yeah, if I got to pick a side there, I think it's probably the Warriors' edge.
Sam, thank you so much. Enjoy the game tonight. And as always, really appreciate you coming on.
You got it, boys. Be good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's Sam Amick, the best in the business.
War of attrition favors Golden State.
Well, it depends. Who's attrition? Who's the attrition? I mean, if it's LeBron or Anthony Davis, yeah. But
it does feel like if there's players that would potentially wear down in this series, I don't see Stephen Curry being in that category.
No, I don't either.
It does feel like it would be more Anthony Davis. I still think LeBron does an excellent job of managing in game, like literally just the amount of minutes he has to play. But doesn't it kind of feel like this could be? I know we don't talk about load management in the sense of the postseason, but this could be in a way a little bit of a load management game for the Lakers, considering they got to play every other day potentially for 7 straight games.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but I agree with you. And this is why I would feel one of the reasons I feel pretty good if I'm a Warrior fan. And the Lakers they're almost, those two players are so experienced that they know when their back's up against the wall. They know when they have a little wiggle room, and they know how to utilize it. And we'll see. I mean, I think there's this case. Somebody on the text line, and shoot, I was looking for it because they said, LeBron played 40 and Davis played 44, and that's unsustainable. And I agree. It's unsustainable. And that's why I think they kind of went for it in Game 1. The Lakers, they pinpointed that game, and they said, we're going to rely heavily on you two guys, and if you can bring home a win, then what? Well, guess what? Then maybe the next game, it's all about making the Warriors work.
Yeah,
for a win in Game 2. Maybe that's what it is. So I do think I think the texter from back was right that it's unsustainable. And I think last night's game, or Tuesday's game, was kind of an outlier. Now, if we get late in the series and they need to play 40 minutes, that's another thing. But how about this? This is interesting about Anthony Davis. Game 1 against Memphis, 22-12-3.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2 against Memphis,
keep going,
13-9, 4 for 14.
Well, that's kind of what Sam Amick was talking about. The fact that he don't get me wrong, he's a dominant player. And the game that he just put up in Game 1, as Sam said, has not been done before outside of Tim Duncan.
Right.
But you're not going to get that every night. Not as far as even the production, but just the amount of minutes and the amount of energy. I feel like tonight, well, one, the Warriors can take it at him more. They'll choose to. And they're gonna test his stamina tonight. At least I hope they do.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it's so funny. So here are his games against Memphis. 10 for 17, good. 4 for 14, bad. 11 for 24, good. 4 for 13, bad. 14 for 23, really good. And then Game 6 to me is an outlier because they won. The Lakers won by 40. Yeah. So I'm not going to hold 16 and 14 against him. And then now Game 1 against the Warriors, he was terrific. So he's actually put together 3 really, really good games in a row. It's just that the middle one was such a blowout, he didn't play a whole heck of a lot.
Well, and that's what you trade the farm for, is a generational talent. It's like, if we're looking at, because I think we used to look at the Golden State Warriors, especially in the Durant years, like, all right, Curry can win you a game, 2 games. KD can win you a game. Clay and Draymond combined might be able to win you. That's 4. The Lakers, in a way, I think in order to win this series, Anthony Davis has to win them 2 games. And he did in Game 1. He was incredible. And LeBron kind of could put it in cruise control a little bit. You'd imagine LeBron would have a LBJ game, and he would be able to get you one. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like this series is headed for at least 6, but I think 7 is because of both the old versus old type of back and forth that we're seeing. The Warriors, to me, look like the more tired team in Game 1. They're more desperate in Game 2. And the Lakers, just because of what you talked about, signing the potential of having to play maybe 7 games in 15 days, like, I think they're also smart enough to look ahead and see they got to play chess a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Regina's in San Pablo. Hey, Regina. Regina.
Uh-oh.
Caught you listening to the radio, Regina. Mm-hmm. Marty in Napa. What's up, Marty? How you doing, man? Oh, boy. Marty.
Back to sleep.
Okay, sorry. That's. I blame that on you.
That's 0 for 2. What? Yeah. No, you're right. If it was Guru here, we would have had those locked in, no doubt about it.
888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, Warriors against the Lakers, Game 2 tonight. Remember, it's a 6 o'clock start. Warriors live with John Dickinson at 5. And JD's going to join us at 1 o'clock. So that leaves some open phone lines at 888-957-9570 till 1 o'clock. And we are talking about the Warriors. You know what? I know we can't talk about a must-win without overly defining what a must-win is, but Warriors better win tonight. I mean, can the Warriors beat the Lakers 4 out of 5 with 3 of the games being in L.A.?
I kind of think that you're right. I think you're onto something as far as this game being, in the scope of the series, a must-win in order to stay in it. I know that they just came back from down 2-0 against the Kings, but I mean, like Amick said, these ain't the Kings. And it just got me thinking, Stein, like how many must-wins have they had already? What, Game 3 against Sacramento?
Yeah.
Must win. Game 7, obviously.
Right.
Must win. And Game 6 wasn't Game 5. I feel like people are throwing that around. I don't know.
I don't think I think, yeah,
to me, 3 must-wins already.
At 2-0, that's a must-win.
Yeah.
All right. Now at 2-1, it's not quite a must-win, but you end up winning it. Game 5, to me, is not a must-win because you can win 2 games in a row.
And they went down 2-0, but they still had 2 games at home.
Exactly. You can't get down 2-0 and lose your first 2 home games of a second-round series. I mean, I'd like somebody to check that.
Well, what's the stat on LeBron James when he's up 2-0 in a series? He's never lost or something like that?
I think it's when he's up 1-0.
Oh, boy.
When he's up 1-0, they've won their last 19 series. LeBron's won his last 19 series when his team has gone up 1-0. Oh, boy. Joe's in San Francisco. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Thanks, guys, for taking my call. Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Man, I tell you, man, this Jordan Poole, that guy, man.
Gotta love him, huh?
He's going to destroy the Warriors dynasty, and that's at risk right now. And I guess you guys realize this. And he wants to play hero basketball, taking that last shot, because he knows there's money involved in it if he make that shot. And I think Steve Kerr needs to sit him down. I think he set him down in the Boston series. What do you guys think of that? Thanks for taking my call.
You know, it's funny. I was listening to the Morning Roast the other day, and a guy called in with a similar sentiment about Poole. just that he doesn't fit on this team, this, that, and the other thing. And Bonte and Shasky were basically told him to hit the pike, and they told him not to call anymore. I thought it was a little harsh because, listen, Jordan Poole's going to be on the Warriors for the rest of the year, obviously. But I don't think you can just dismiss the notion of sometimes he just doesn't feel like he fits on this team. I mean, it's there. There's something that, like, I think Jordan Poole gets criticized way too much. Way too much. Absolutely. But I also think on the flip side of that, you know what? Him not being their typical kind of player over the last 10 years, I think there's something to that too. And so I don't think any one player can ruin the dynasty unless it's Steph now. I don't even think if Clay or Draymond left, the dynasty would necessarily be ruined. So I think that's too strong with Jordan Poole. But they may have to make a decision on Jordan Poole at the end of the season, depending on how things play out.
This is where I will hear people that come down Jordan Poole's road. It appears to me that he plays more than any other player on the team with defiance. Like, he has continued to play the exact same way. And look, that's his game. I know he's been trying to evolve. He's only 23. He just got paid, even though it doesn't technically kick in until next year. The way that, especially, I think it was evident in the Sacramento series, over and over again, the amount of same decision-making, kind of a little boneheaded play style that got him in trouble, getting his shot blocked, falling down, the lazy turnovers. I think people are frustrated with that not changing over an 82 and now, an 87, 88 game span. People are wondering why he hasn't made an adjustment. And, of course, the quote with Bonte on the postgame about how, you guys can stop with all the slander. Like, he clearly hears the criticism. And in a way, I felt like for a bit there, he was choosing to continue to play the same way as a little bit of a middle finger to those people. In game one, that was the first time I saw him in a while, especially coming off the bench. We know the splits. Coming off the bench, he played with more patience. Outside of that last shot and maybe one other heat check, I thought he made good decisions with the basketball. There was one time where he actually he chose not to take a three-point shot, instead passed to Clay in the corner, who hit a three. That was a play that made me say, oh, wow, like maybe he has changed. Maybe the switch has flipped for him a little bit. Of course, we'll find out tonight if he reverts back. But to me, Poole, more than any other young player, and it's probably because he plays the most, but he plays a little more rogue than some of those other Golden State Warriors type of players that we've seen in the past.
Right. No, I hear you. As for the Poole shot, I'm going to talk about it on the other side, but there was one aspect of the Poole shot that I really didn't like, and I'll tell you what that is. Also, the 408 is saying Boston didn't have four scorers on the floor. We need to make a distinction, and maybe I do, between scorers and shooters. Because, I'm looking at Boston, and they got, from last year, they have Tatum, Brown, Al Horford can score and make threes. Grant Williams was a 40% three-point shooter. They had Josh Richardson at the beginning of last year. So my point is Robert Williams is the only real non-scorer on the Boston Celtics. I mean, I'm not saying other guys can score a ton, but they're way more of a threat than either Draymond is as a scorer or Kevon Looney. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. JD coming up at 1. That leaves an open half hour. Are you looking? No, actually, I'll do this one. Dub Nation. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do the one that the boss said I needed to do once an hour, and it's this big boy right... Where did it go?
There's a couple of them.
Where did it go? Here it is. The Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda Police Department, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
The all-electric BMW iX M60. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Sustainably crafted, sporty, and equipped with a complete suite of intuitive technology, all with a range of up to 280 miles. With iconic BMW M handling and exquisite attention to detail, the BMW iX M60 is electricity in its ultimate form. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables.
Well, but with 10 seconds left, how much time for a choice do you really have?
See, again,
I
don't want to
being on the court, 10 seconds is an eternity, but
I listened to Dibbs and Willard yesterday, and I tended to agree with most of what Dibbs said. 10 seconds is a lot of time. Now, you can that's enough time to take a two. If they're going to give you a layup, and I'm not saying they were, but if you can get a quick two there, I think you take it. Get it down to 7 seconds, down 1, and the Lakers, then you foul LeBron.
Dare him to make free throws.
Then foul LeBron. Or even Anthony Davis, I would foul. So, and then they make them both, maybe, at worst case, and then you got to get your 3, but and here's the other thing, and tell me he was 6 for 10. He was 6 for 10. But he's a 32% shooter from three-point range. That's all. And here's the other thing. Last thing I'll say. Whether you like it or not, Jordan Poole took the 2 most important shots of the game. That one and the drive before that, where he got into the lane and had to throw something up left-handed. And all I'm saying, and I've been somebody who has been pro Jordan Poole because I think they need him. Like, he's got to help them win a few games. And Tuesday could have been that game. And so you hate to waste a really solid performance by him, but I was not crazy about the shot, no.
Well, and of course, I love our guy Guru, but this is where I feel like Goo's rubbed off on you. So you're saying you want Steph or Klay to take those shots?
What I'm saying is I want them to – I don't –
You want the chef to take the shot.
Just because you have the ball doesn't mean you have to take the shot. My feeling is put it in a person's hands who's going to be able to create a shot either for himself or for somebody else.
Outside of Stephen Curry, who creates more than Jordan Poole?
Well, Jordan Poole creates, but he didn't create. Like, that's my point. He didn't really create a shot. He took a tough one, I thought.
No, I think so. Like,
there were 10 seconds left. I think you had one or two more passes to make, or one good hard, step in to a mid range. Again, listen, it's all second guessing. I get it. When people are saying good shot, bad shot, what they thought, I was not crazy about the shot.
Well, and that's where the previous segment we're discussing Jordan Poole and his playing style, especially up and down this season. I do think that's where maybe to your point about him deciding that he was going to take that shot before the ball got into his hands, that is a little bit of that rogue mentality that has plagued him this year. It just so happened to show up at the wrong time. The only reason that I guess I'm okay, and it sounds like Steve Kerr was okay with dismissing it, not necessarily the shot itself being a good shot, but because he had played about as poised of a Poole game as I've seen, especially in the playoffs this year. You're okay with him taking that, I guess, because of the body of work more so than the actual possession. But I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, they would love to have gotten a better look. I saw the Lakers selling out 100% on the three-point line on that possession. And if there's anything that I had an issue with, it was the fact that Poole did not get up the court with any sort of haste. And maybe he positioned himself to take that shot a couple of feet in front. I'm not saying it was lazy or he was tired, but he and Draymond both took their sweet time getting up the court, and I think that's why the Lakers were allowed to get their defense set. And I also think that maybe Poole felt if he takes a dribble in or they milk a couple more seconds, then the Lakers foul them, you go to the free throw line, and then you just play the free throw game.
True.
And if you're trying to tie the game, that might be the only look you get. Because it's Jordan Poole, I think, like anything he does, we scrutinize him more and we focus in on it. But you are right. Like, the two potentially biggest shots of the game he took, I think there's a lot of people that would rather see the ball in Curry or Klay or even Wiggins' hands.
Smitty on YouTube saying, why is everyone on this shot? He missed it. It was a great shot. That's the point. I'm saying it wasn't a great shot, Smitty. I'm saying it was It was a C in my book.
It was a defensible shot, but you're right. It wasn't a great look. Like, that's not the look that you would have drawn up.
Exactly. It wasn't a great look. Let's go start moving here. Let's go to Dave in Fremont. Dave in Fremont, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. I'm excited. This is a heavyweight match. We definitely got a few body blows and, took a good little few punches there. But I think we're all right, feeling it out. Guys were a little bit tired from the 7th game prior. But you guys bringing up Poole. Poole is just not ready yet. I think he hurried that last few seconds. 10 seconds were way too much on the clock. You don't ever want to give the other team the ball back. You don't want them to have that last shot. And that's where Poole is getting harped on by Green and by the elders because he's making these willy-nilly decisions. I call him Noodle because he's like a pool noodle, right? He's too flexible. He's got to come under control. And you're right, Steiny. He had the ability to step up to that three-pointer and make a decisive shot, not a hoist. That was the definition of a hoist, guys.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call. Here's another thing, and I didn't really even bring this up at all. The shot clock was off.
Mm-hmm.
It was off.
It was.
So you're down 3. The other thing that wasn't great about the shot, it was too early. I'm sorry, it was too early.
But don't you want to take the shot early in case there's a rebound, like a chance?
Maybe with 5 seconds
I see.
to give yourself a shot. But if Poole doesn't, here's what I, and I hate doing this. I do. I really do. I just don't think it was a great shot. He steps in and penetrates at that moment. Now you get a kick out, and now you've got them in a scramble type where now your 3 is going to come off. Poole to somebody to somebody else, and there you get your open 3. Because I didn't even really spend a lot of time on, okay, knocks it down. Okay, well, they got 9 seconds now.
And a timeout.
Yeah, and a timeout.
Did you feel like there should have been a timeout taken?
That one I never, believe it or not, that one I never questioned. And the reason I never questioned that is because I've learned that certain coaches have different kind of rules or loose rules. I want to say Don Nelson always said if you get the ball, if you get the rebound with more than 5 seconds, might have been 6, 5 or 6, let's go. If you get the rebound with less than 5, you obviously call the timeout and advance to half court. Different coaches have different rules. They're not even rules. Some coaches probably say, do what you feel.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be do we want the defense to set? If the shot doesn't go in, you always made the wrong decision, kind of.
But to your point, there didn't seem to be a lot of feel on that possession. It was decision.
Right.
And that decision was made almost on the inbounds. Like, I'm taking this shot. And look, Jordan Poole, I know he hasn't had a ton of huge clutch moments in the NBA, but this is also a kid as, I think, a freshman in Michigan. He hit a buzzer beater to beat Houston to send his team to the Elite Eight. Like, he's hit big shots before in his life, and maybe he's like, I'm ready for this moment. I'm taking this shot.
Oh, he's definitely that player. He's not afraid to take a big shot.
Not afraid to miss either.
And maybe that's, he's too comfortable taking big shots.
Good enough to get you beat.
Connor in San Jose. Hey, Connor, how you doing, man?
What's up, Scotty? How you doing today, boy?
Doing well, man.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about really, actually, Game 1, I guess, a little bit, and also the rest of the series. Primarily, the importance of stopping Anthony Davis. Now, we can all talk about the Jordan Poole shot, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think it was a great shot either. I really didn't. But I don't think that's the reason that we lost the game. If you look at points in the paint and you look at free throws, we got absolutely killed in those areas, I'm not saying the Warriors didn't get every single call and the Lakers did, But I'm also not going to sit here and say that I can't discredit that the Lakers had so many more free throws than us that it actually created such a problem. A big reason for that is because Anthony Davis is able to get inside every single time he's down the court. And that is a huge problem for the Warriors. He had 30 and 20 in the last game. The first Laker to do that in Shaq. That's an amazing stat if you really think about it. And I really do think that if the Warriors do not find a way to stop Anthony Davis, this is going to be a really bad series.
Well, certainly off to that kind of start, Connor. Thanks for the call. I just watched those plays back, and you were right about. So LeBron milks the shot clock, like he always does in that situation, and takes a step back three, which he always does in that situation. And Clay had a nice contest on him. He missed it. The Warriors get the ball, and you're right. Curry starts pushing it up the right side of the floor. Poole and Draymond are lagging a little bit behind. So what happens is Steph gets up there and crosses half court, and now they're coming for him. And Draymond was just getting over half court at that point. So you're right. There wasn't a lot of urgency from Poole and or Draymond in that situation.
And I also think the Lakers, to their credit, were ready defensively. Like, they knew the situation. LeBron misses that shot. We got to guard the three-point line. All five guys were out on the perimeter. Nobody in the paint. And so, maybe that's a case where you could get by your man, get to the rim, get a quick two. But the Warriors, in my opinion, I felt like, I know Steve Kerr tried to dismiss it and discuss rest not being a factor. To me, they looked tired down the stretch of that game. And I know they got out in transition, that 14-0 run. They were getting up and down the court. They were playing with pace. They made the Lakers look old. But to me, that was also because of the juice in the building. I thought the crowd gave them a lot of added energy. But by the end, in those last 90 seconds, when D'Lo hits the floater, and then the Warriors, to me, that was like they were trying to sprint to the finish line before the Lakers could get there. The Lakers were just ahead of them, had a couple of feet, and the Warriors had nothing left.
Yeah, they always say, you can make the run, but then you got to finish off the run, and that's always the hardest part. Nico in Sacramento. Hey, Nico, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What's up, Sonny and Evan, man? Well, first, shout out Skinny Bob from yesterday. I was not saying that the Warriors are old in age. I was saying they're old in basketball years. We talk about it every year. Their playoff games alone has added up to almost 3 seasons. So that's what I was getting at. They're basketball old. But what I wanted to talk about is, like, Steiny, I 100% agreed with you yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, earlier this week when you said Poole's got to be the X factor for the Warriors. And then I watched game one, and I was like, man, Draymond's got to be the X factor. He's playing hot potato with the basketball. He gets the basketball. He threw it right to Poole. That's exactly why he took the shot. He threw it right to him. If he paused for a second or did anything else, he wouldn't have taken that three from, the pool house. But what I'm looking at in the game is every time he gets the ball at the three-point line, he doesn't even look at the basket. And that's the problem. If he takes 1-2 dribbles towards the basket, AD has to move towards him. And if he doesn't move towards him and he gets a full head of steam, you're going to guarantee he gets a foul. I mean, I'm not saying Draymond's going to knock 9 out of 10 free throws down, but you could get him in foul trouble if he's not going to move towards you and you go straight at him. That's the problem. Is Draymond needs to stop playing hot potato with the basketball and make a move that's not predictable. It's the same move every time. He gives me the ball, I give it back to Steph. He gives me the ball, I give it back to Clay. It's, do something different. And that's what Kerr is good at. Scheming something different.
That's fair. I also think, and I'm with him, I think Draymond needs to be great defensively. He'll facilitate. I think he had 7 assists, but he was not noticeable as much on defense in game one, and Anthony Davis dominated. Like, Draymond Green does have a track record, both against Anthony Davis and other bigger forwards and some centers, of not being able to neutralize them completely, but to make their life very difficult. The first guy that comes to my mind is Blake Griffin. He used to do that all the time back in the day. Used to, in some ways, take him out of the series. Zach Randolph to some extent. Even last year, Jaren Jackson Jr. against Memphis had trouble with Draymond. I know Nikola Jokic had big figures against Draymond, but if you look at the efficiency, he wasn't as in that first-round series. Against the Celtics, Al Horford, Robert Williams, he can play against bigs, and he's not going to take them out completely, but defensively, he has to be the key especially if they're going to unlock this small ball unit that some people feel like is the way to beat the Lakers. They couldn't necessarily, I didn't think they could go as small against Sacramento because Sac is a team that likes to play with pace. But now, against the Lakers, and I know the people think the Warriors are the older team, but the Lakers want to slow the game down. They want to get to the free throw line. They want to create a slog. Like I talked about, they want to play in the trenches if you're a football team. They want to run the ball, keep things moving, keep things slow. And if you're the Warriors, the one advantage we saw them have, not just during the last 6 minutes of the game, but in the first quarter, I thought they really pushed the pace against the Lakers. They made them look like the ones that played a 7-game series, which eventually caught up with Golden State. So Draymond's got to be the key to that. And if that means Looney doesn't play as much, I think I'm willing to be all right with that.
The only worry I would have with going really small is that I think the smaller you go, the more of a factor LeBron becomes. Because LeBron's going to play in any big or small lineup. And if LeBron starts seeing that the biggest guy on the floor is Draymond, and Draymond's dealing with Anthony Davis, then I see LeBron James trying to wreak some havoc on the interior, either offensive rebounds or drives or post-ups. Eric's in San Jose. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
First-time caller. I had some thoughts on Jordan Poole, but I think you guys beat that horse to death. So I wanted to talk a little bit about
Gotta be careful.
DiVincenzo and GP2. Some of the guys on the other shows, and respect to them, and shouts out to Goo, they've been talking about the redundancy of DiVincenzo and GP2, and I have to agree. I think, we're talking about the free throw difference, and I have to say that Kuminga, I think, is the guy that's going to attack the rim. And, you guys are talking about Draymond unlocking the offense. I love Looney, and we need Loondog in there, but I think Kuminga can spot us some minutes, guard some of the bigger guys, crash the offensive board. Obviously, he's going to have a quick hook if he's not crashing the board. But I think DiVincenzo or GB2 got to be on the chopping block to make room for Kuminga.
You may see that tonight. If Kuminga's over-under on minutes tonight is 1 minute, I would bet the over.
Would you bet the over-under on 5 minutes?
I would. Don't say 10.
Don't say. I was going to go 9.
9, I'm not touching it. I don't know why. You know what? Steve Kerr might not play him tonight and then come out and be like, he's got no chance of playing. Stop asking me about him. But for some reason, I'm willing to bet that he will play tonight.
His leash is the most.
He's the one guy who can be introduced into this series who hasn't been seen yet other than Malik Beasley.
And I feel like that's true. And he also got the DNP coach's decision, even though he's their best shooter. I think that Kuminga, if he doesn't play well in his first 3 or 4 minutes on the court, he's not going to play much more. I mean, and I think that Steve Kerr, like you mentioned earlier in the show, was trying to identify where he could use Kuminga and deploy him in this series because, for whatever reason, he didn't feel comfortable kind of experimenting with it in the first game. But now, I would imagine he's got an idea. Hey, second quarter, early first quarter, we can get Kuminga in. We'll put him on LeBron. We know now the Lakers' substitution patterns. We're going to get him out there in a certain spot and let him run a little bit. But I also do think that Steve Kerr is as willing to do that as he is to say, hey, Kuminga, you're minus 8 in 4 minutes. You're going to sit on the bench for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the last 3 possessions for the Warriors. So, Draymond missed the inconsequential 3. We'll throw that out. So Poole missed the 3, and the possession before that, Poole missed that left-handed layup.
Yep.
The possession before that, that's when Steph drove into Anthony Davis, and Anthony Davis ended up getting a block shot. It's either going to be a block shot or a turnover, and then LeBron had the breakout. So I'm thinking, one shot was blocked, one shot was heavily contested, and then one shot was kind of a marginal 3-point shot.
Not great looks.
No.
I mean, the Warriors, outside of, game 6 against Sacramento, down the stretch, they've sometimes struggled to get good looks. And maybe that's affecting some of the mindset, too, of, hey, I got to step into this first best shot because I'm not sure if we can create another one. And I also think the Lakers did a much better job than the Kings of, down the stretch of a game in a tight spot, Stephen Curry's not going to beat us. Much in the way that the Warriors approached De'Aaron Fox of, we're getting the ball out of his hands. If Harrison Barnes hits a big shot in Game 4, so be it. But we're not letting the number one guy get the final look.
Yeah, I feel like the Lakers, if somebody loses Steph Curry, they'll call timeout and say that can't even happen one time. Whereas I do feel like Sacramento was willing to live with a couple of those, and that has a lot to do, I think, with the pace of the game. For sure, there's going to be more possessions probably against the Sacramento Kings than against the L.A. Lakers. But Game 2 tonight at Chase Center. 6 o'clock start, everybody, so you're going to want to get there a little bit early. That means 5 o'clock right here. Warriors Live with John Dickinson, and tip-off then at 6 o'clock with Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They are happening right now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives, they're standing by right now. John Dickinson on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to know what's trending now? You can defer payments of a full NetSuite implementation for 6 months. No payments and no interest for 6 months. This is a big deal. NetSuite by Oracle has never made an offer like this in its 22 years as the leading cloud financial system. 33,000 companies have already upgraded to NetSuite, gaining visibility and control over their financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more. Everything they need to reduce manual processes, boost efficiency, build forecasts, and increase productivity across every department. In fact,
entertaining destinations, there's no better place to stay to get in on all the action than Hotel Via. For more info, visit hotelviasf.com. Hotel Via, at the intersection of sports, entertainment, and technology.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru's got a family matter. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. He gave us the thumbs up, so our thoughts are with the Goo. Joining us right now, he's our 95.7 The Game reporter, John Dickinson. He's been at every playoff game this season, and he'll be headed down to L.A. tomorrow. JD, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's going on? Yeah, Warriors live at 5 o'clock, pre- and post-game tonight. Headed to L.A. tomorrow after I think I'm in for Willard tomorrow. And then Warriors this week is going to be from L.A. on Saturday, along with pre- and post-Saturday. And then, of course, staying through the weekend for Game 4 on Monday. So busy time. Looking forward to it. And it's all going to continue here with Warriors Live coming up in just a few hours.
Yeah, you also got Warriors this week, right? I mean, you're the busiest man in the Bay right now, JD.
He mentioned that.
Yeah.
It'll be emanating from L.A.
I just want to make sure we get that in there.
Right, JD?
That's it. You got that right.
Oh, hey, Sane with a little Sane impression. Well done. Hey, JD, let me ask you this. There's a lot of talk about Anthony Davis in the paint. How did the Warriors get 53, three-point opportunities? Why do they want him out of the paint if they got 53 kind of three-point shots and shot 40%? You know what I mean? There's something that doesn't quite add up, and I can't figure it out.
Well, they can't be 14 to 35 in the paint. That's not good. I don't care how many three-pointers you make. You can't shoot 40% in the paint, so they have to draw him out to be able to score behind him or score in front of him by basically hitting little pull-ups. The one thing that they can't do is continue to attack him in the way that they did in Game 1, because that was a big part of the reason why, even though the Warriors made the 21 threes, they wound up a lot of times having kind of what felt like a slog offensive game. Like I thought they didn't seem like they were in much rhythm offensively. It just seemed like they were hitting shots, and from the outside at least, but they weren't hitting anything on the inside. And the 10 blocks and a bunch more alterations, as far as shots that were changed, I think to the tune of that 14 for 35 in the paint. So no, they have to get Davis out of the way somehow. And that I do think is a key focus for this game tonight.
Well, and JD, obviously it's going to be a tall task. I mean, I don't expect him to play 44 minutes, but the defensive presence he brings is something that they clearly did not see against Sacramento. I am curious because we've played this sound a few times, but AD after the end of Game 1 was talking about needing to be better up on guards. I don't think he needs to be up anywhere near the three-point line. Where he was best in Game 1 was kind of patrolling the paint, playing center field. How do you think the Warriors, if they can at all, draw him out? Because I feel like where they need to, I guess, be more aggressive is trying to get into his body. And I don't know if that includes Draymond and Looney in the game at the same time for as long as we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I think you're right about the last part. I think they are going to have to separate Draymond and Looney more. But they're going to have to figure out how they're going to finish against him at a better clip in the paint. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Whether you draw him out again to get matchups to where you can drive by him, or whether you draw him out to where you can make passes. And I didn't think the Warriors were particularly patient in running their offense in Game 1. I think it was somewhat similar, but yet in a different way than a lot of the games against Sacramento, where it just the spacing didn't seem quite right, and there were lanes to drive, but the lanes to drive I think were were plays that the Lakers were comfortable with them driving because they felt like they had enough of a wall built at the rim. So, if he wants to come out and guard more on the perimeter, I think the Warriors would love that opportunity because I think it would open up some things behind him or, again, in trying to use some of these guards to get by him. But as far as the straight up, attacking him and being stronger with the ball or any of those things and getting into his body like that, I'm not sure that part's going to work, given who the Warriors put out there in the first game.
Yeah, John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll be front and center Game 2 tonight, which starts at 6 o'clock at Chase Center. My worry if you're going to start playing Draymond at 5 guarding Anthony Davis, I feel like at that point LeBron will try to use his size as kind of the number 2. And I could see him trying to kind of wreak havoc then on the interior at the offensive end, even if it's just offensive rebounds. How much you think he's got in the tank for a game like tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you made the point to me that he's really good at playing 75% until he needs to play at 100%, which I thought was a great observation. I'm sure you've shared that with the listeners the last couple of days here as this series has started. But I think what he doesn't have in terms of maybe his ability to shoot the ball from the outside, and he didn't have that in Game 1, I do think he has the ability to be more of a force on the interior, which is something that can continue to pose problems for the Warriors. But I think regardless of that, the Warriors' best shot is still going to be trying to have Draymond go up against Davis. And you saw more of that in the fourth, and you saw the fact that as that game went on, Draymond was really out of sorts and unable to really make much of an impact because of the foul trouble. When the Warriors have had their most success against Anthony Davis in the past, it's basically because Draymond Green has mad dogged him and just kind of pushed him around and punked him and taken advantage of the perception that sometimes is reality, which is that Davis can be soft and get lost and doesn't want the challenge of somebody that's going to be extremely physical and in his face and maybe talking to him. And so I'm not saying it's going to work for the Warriors, but it's still, I think, their best course of action to attempt to go at it in that way and try and get the floor spread, play a little bit smaller. I mean, I think we saw when they went small late, they went on that run, which got them back in the game when everything looked like it was all but done there with about 6 minutes to go. So I think, do the Warriors really want to go to that in Game 2? We've seen historically Game 4, Game 5 is usually when the Warriors like to give a heavy dose of that. But again, just like the last series, the Warriors really aren't afforded much luxury as to waiting around. Like they got to win tonight. There was a lot of calm and like a quiet confidence, I thought, coming off of the Warriors that they had some things to figure out, but they thought they could. That's all well and good, and I think Warrior fans should take solace in that. But here's the reality: you got to win tonight. Like, period. You can't go down 0-2 with the first 2 games at home, or you're basically all but done at that point in this series. So. Again, a lot of things to feel good about off of what was truly, really a feeling out process kind of a game. But regardless of how they do it, they have to figure out a way to do it if they're going to have a legitimate chance to win this series.
JD, everything has been heading into this series by a lot of fans made about Chapter 5, Steph versus LeBron. And in Game 1, outside of the fourth quarter, Curry was not a huge factor. And LeBron James was pretty quiet, I thought. He didn't shoot the ball well, 9 for 24. Were you at all surprised that LeBron James did not have a dominant game? I know Steph didn't either, but that the Lakers were still able to pretty much control, I thought, the tempo of much of the game outside of perhaps the final 6 minutes. The fact that LeBron didn't play well and they still got the win, did that shock you at all?
No, not at all. I think, especially if Davis is going to play at the level that he played at. And look, they got contributions from Russell, and they got contributions from Schroeder, which helped offset that. I mean, Russell scoring 19 and Schroeder scoring 19 is huge. And so I think LeBron doesn't have to have the monster games in terms of efficiency. I think if there was one alarming thing just kind of generally, is the Warriors, I think, are pretty confident that they can make the adjustment offensively, right? Whether it's spacing or patience or ball movement or different ways to attack, maybe playing smaller. Offensively, they love the three-point shots they got. So offensively, I think in line with what we were just talking about, the Warriors feel confident that they can get better shots and figure some things out. I think the most alarming part of the game one was how it looked at times like the Warriors couldn't stop the Lakers and couldn't stop Davis. Now, maybe some of that is the Draymond foul trouble and some of the lineups and different things. But, yeah, aside from LeBron, who I'm sure will have 2 or 3 just amazing games in this series because he always does, the ability for others to get it done in an efficient manner, I think, is something that, okay. Like the Lakers kind of got what they wanted when they wanted it in that game. They got to the line. They got into the paint. They shot an extremely high clip in the paint. I think 58% in the paint for them. And so, I think that would give the Lakers confidence heading into Game 2 and the rest of the series because that's how they want to operate without knocking down very many threes as they did not do in the first game at 6 of 25.
Yeah, exactly. Take the 6 for 25 out, and what did they shoot? 67%, maybe 70%, something like that. John Dickinson joining.
The story of the game to me was it was 58% in the paint for the Lakers, and the Warriors were 40. They were 14 for 35, straight up 40%. So it was basically a 60-40 difference in terms of efficiency in the paint. And then for the Lakers, Steiny, to be able to completely make up for a 45-point difference. So they had a 45-point differential on threes in the negative, but they completely make up for it in terms of paint points plus free throws. They ended up plus 46 in paint points plus free throws. The Warriors were plus 45 on threes. So the Lakers ended up winning that battle, if you will, just doing it the way that they like to get it done.
Damn.
JD, let me ask you, and we talk a lot about him, but I think it is fair to talk about him at this point, at least in terms of the context of Wiggins returning. Look, Wiggins has returned after 2 months off, and I think DiVincenzo, Payton II, and Kuminga are none of them are playing well, and Kuminga's been out of the rotation. I actually was listening to Steve Kerr talk about the feeling out, and it something hit me that he needs a foundation of a game to see where he's going to adjust or what he may want to do. I took his post-game quotes to mean I think we're going to see Kuminga tonight, and I don't know how much he'll play, and I don't know how important he'll be, but I have a feeling he's playing tonight.
It wouldn't surprise me, and I think on paper going into this series. And I've obviously been, pretty outspoken in my thoughts on the fact that it really wasn't a big deal that he didn't play in the King Series and he shouldn't have played in the King Series. And if he had played in the King Series, we might be talking about the offseason already if he had played more in the King Series. But I did look at this series a little differently. We have seen Kuminga play okay and pretty good against the Lakers in the past. I do think his body type plays better against some of the Laker players, but it's a matter of what position is it going to be because, is he going to be the backup 4 and get a little time on LeBron? Is he going to be a small ball 5 and maybe play instead of JaMychal Green? I don't think he's going to be somebody that we're going to see play at the 3. So when it starts to become, well, maybe he's going to play and DiVincenzo isn't, because DiVincenzo's kind of playing some 2-3. I don't know if it's going to be that, Gary Payton and him, Wiggins coming back was part of why I think Kuminga, he had to fit his game into that box of there were still 10, 12 minutes for him with Wiggins back, but Payton was the other guy. I mean, Payton basically is the same position as Kuminga, only a better, more veteran version of it at this point, I think, in the Warriors' eyes. And so with Payton coming back, that also took some of the minutes that Kuminga had been getting, and then he fell from a guy who was relatively successful at the end of the year when he knew he was going to play those 20 to 25 minutes because they were shorthanded. he then went from, okay, the team's not shorthanded overall, so he's only going to play 8 to 12 minutes, and he just has been completely unable to be effective in that type of a role, to the point where it's almost better to not play him at all if you're not going to be able to play him more. And I think that's been low-key part of the story as to why he hasn't ended up playing at all. Another part of that is he was really bad against Sacramento. I know I just bristle every time I hear the whole, well, he only played 3 minutes and 4 minutes. Sometimes you can be so bad in 3 and 4 minutes that you're done for the night, and that's how bad he was against the Kings. But bringing it back to this series, because the other thought that I had, and I agree with you guys, it wouldn't surprise me if Kuminga gets out there, and Lord knows if he makes 2 plays, there will be articles written about how he saved their season and when's the statue coming and all of that, because, I mean, he's just a fan favorite to that level. But here's the deal for me, and I wondered about this from the last series to this series. I wondered if, okay, he wasn't playing because he didn't play well, but then he didn't play in the next series, game 1, because of the pouting. And because of the article and Shams and Marcus Thompson and Curry's speech, and sources say it was directed at Poole and Kuminga, and so whereas Steve Kerr may have wanted to give Kuminga that clean slate that we're talking about, and it's a better matchup, and you could make a case on paper that he should play in this series, I'm totally cool with all of that. But if he took in the last series not playing the wrong way, and the OG, future Hall of Famers see it, and the coaching staff sees it, then to me that would be another reason as to why it's like, you know what, I might want to try to give you some run or trust you, but you didn't handle the not playing in the right way. So that now is gonna work against you, at least for the first game of the next series. So we'll see. I know it's a long-winded answer, but I do think there's a lot of little things going on that it's more than meets the eye potentially as to why he didn't get out there on Tuesday. But I'm with you. It wouldn't surprise me if he did get out there a little bit tonight, now that the Warriors have a little bit of a feel for what the Lakers are trying to do.
No, JD, I'm with you. I think that there's some things that we're not seeing that could contribute to this. I also think he's going to get some run, and I think that, to your point, it could be a similar leash to the Sacramento series where we see him for 3 minutes, and if the 3 minutes don't go well, then he's going to have to sit on the bench for the rest of the game. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And look, you cover the team the entire year. You know as much about the Warriors as anybody. Pregame, postgame, Warriors this week. You've done it all. I have a theory that one of the reasons why I feel like the Warriors are in a good spot tonight is because of how the Lakers are approaching this series. Anthony Davis plays 44 minutes in game 1. LeBron 40 minutes. Against Memphis, Steiny laid out earlier the fact that AD had 3 good games, but were pretty much every other. Is it weird to think that the Lakers, in a way, could kind of mini load manage this series, knowing they got the game they needed, they stole home court, and this game, they don't have to chase, even though it would put them in a position to be up 2-0?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's you be careful with that, because I think if you're playing well and maybe you think you have something on the Warriors, you want to get it over with as quickly as possible if you can.
Yeah.
I did sense that in the Memphis series with the blowout games. I guess Game 5 didn't end up being a blowout in Memphis's favor, but the Grizzlies were in pretty good control of it. I guess it did down the stretch. That game was going on before the Warriors-Kings Game 5, so I didn't get a chance to see a lot of it in real time. But I mean, look, the Warriors will take it however they can get it. I think at this point, every other day nature and a couple of older teams, that does make this series more interesting. In that, historically, the Warriors would want to really run and wear down a team like the Lakers. I think one of the questions, though, as this series moves on, is, are the Warriors going to be able to do that for long enough to be able to have it work again, because they are potentially as tired or more tired than the Lakers are. So, it's kind of which team breaks first and which team does take better care of themselves along the way that is going to go a long way toward telling the story. I wouldn't expect the Lakers to do anything less tonight, but if they do, I think the Warriors would kindly take it, and if they get it, they better win.
Yeah.
Because you got to be 1-1 going back down to LA.
All right, JD, we'll catch up with you tomorrow. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, sounds good, fellas. Take it easy.
All right, that's John Dickinson, and he'll have Warriors live for you starting at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock tonight. Tip-off is at 6 o'clock. So there's John Dickinson.
Now he's got post-game, too. I think he's in for Willard tomorrow also.
Boy.
All over the place.
Well, then we won't have him on tomorrow if he's doing a show.
No, but we will have Michael Cooper.
Coop?
Looking forward to that. Also, hopefully looking forward to have Guru back.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, here's the one thing that I actually think. See, I'm a little cynical when it comes to.
I'm shocked.
When it comes to these NBA players and, superstars, Kawhi and Paul George and LeBron and AD.
Mm-hmm.
I really do think, in a way, LeBron and AD, it might not be overtly spoken, but LeBron says to AD, tonight's your game. Like, tonight's your game. Meaning game one. And game one goes like game one. And while I think the Warriors will come out with more energy, and I think the Warriors are going to win tonight, in a crazy kind of way, I could see LeBron saying, now tonight's my night. I'm going to get us up 2-0 in this series. Because he's good enough to do it against a lot of teams. I don't know if he's good enough to do it against the Warriors. I got to get to this guy. His name is Jay Voltron. He's in Vietnam.
Oh, let's go.
Jay Voltron, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. What's up with y'all?
You sound like you're next door.
Yeah, I'm from Oakland, hometown.
What's going on in Vietnam? You live there now?
No, just a vacation.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Vietnam.
All right. You having a good time?
Yeah, it's hot.
All right, give me something on Draymond Green. I don't want to run up your phone bill.
Yeah, I'm worried about that guy, man, because, the Sacramento series, he just came back, and then he got one tech foul, and I'm worried that he might screw up the series of versus the Lakers. And plus, his buddy over there, LeBron. So,
I got you, Jay Vol. Hey, man, have a great rest of the vacation.
Yeah, you too.
Right.
Thank you, man.
Jay Voltron.
Oh, we're on vacation every day.
From Nam.
From Oakland.
The Nam.
In Nam.
That's right.
Not since Nam, in Nam.
That's true. That is true. He said one thing. Listen, I'll piggyback on something my man Jay Vol said. Like, Draymond Green cannot, he's right, he cannot be dumb this series and get kicked out of a game. Because without Draymond as even a threat to defend Anthony Davis, yikes.
Yeah,
Draymond's got to stay.
He's the only guy.
He's got to stay. He's got to stay poised.
He's already got a tech, too.
That's right. He did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, Guru. Hopefully you'll be back tomorrow. Last chance to get in on 957.
DQ presents The Sound of Summer Calling.
Hey, it's me, Summer. I know you're busy with Beach Days Little League games and all the other fun in the sun, but you gotta get to DQ ASAP Pronto right now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Daryl the Guru Johnson taking care of a family matter. He's going to be back Monday. Guru will be back Monday. But he gave us the thumbs up on what's going on. So Guru will be back on Monday. Now, before the break, we had a gentleman from Oakland, but who was in Vietnam.
Our guy Voltron.
Call in the show. And we'll see if this screening has been accurate, but let's go to Jeff in Singapore. What's up, Jeff?
You guys are getting what's going on.
How you doing?
You guys are getting all the international callers today.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Of the morning.
Insane. Listen, I want to bring up a few things. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. The Lakers have beaten the Warriors every single time they've played since the trade deadline. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, is concerning. Secondly, we all praise Looney for his rebounds and everything, but they're not impactful right now against the Lakers. Like last game, he had 20-plus rebounds, and they weren't as impactful as they were against the Kings. Like during the Kings series, he got 20-plus rebounds, and the game swung our direction. Now, Looney getting 20-plus rebounds, Davis still went off. So, I'll leave it at that. You guys can discuss and let me know what your thoughts are on that, man. Cheers.
Appreciate it. I kind of wanted to keep Jeff on the phone a little bit. Now, Singapore it's a city-state. What is that?
The Republic of Singapore.
What's a city-state? Is there anything comparable?
I know what it used to be.
A lot of puzzled looks in the...
Well, we got here, like Athens, city-state, Sparta, city-state. Those ancient city-states. Like that's where I know the term from.
Okay. Well, Vatican City is a city-state. It's its own thing. Kind of like Washington, D.C. District of Columbia, same way, its own thing.
Is it an island?
Singapore?
Yeah.
Well, it's in the middle of the Pacific.
Or is Hong Kong the island?
Hong Kong is in China.
Hong Kong's okay.
It's
one of them's an island, I think, isn't it? Singapore? Back to Wiggins.
We're getting into deep waters here.
Singapore is absolutely an island. I'm looking at it.
Yep.
Wait a minute, though. It might connect somewhere. They have that little cheapy connect, like a strait, like an isthmus.
Yeah, it's one of the most, densely populated areas in the world.
Right.
I've never been there. We were just talking. I've never been to Asia, but honestly, now I do have, thanks to our callers, and appreciate them calling from all the way halfway around the world. I got Singapore and Vietnam up there on the to-do list now.
Yeah, I still don't.
Not Asia at all. Asia's not for you.
I'm way more, as people know, I'm more into Scandinavia.
I think I'm a little more akin to Andrew Wiggins. I like K-pop. I don't know if it likes me back as much as it likes Wiggins.
I'd probably go to South America before I'd go to Asia. Steiny City-State is a city within a surrounding territory that forms an independent state. Drew down saying Taiwan, Steiny. Taiwan might be an island, I guess.
Very good.
AD about to be, okay. Game 2 tonight. Don't forget, it starts at 6 o'clock. JD's got pregame at 5, Warriors live. And Warriors better be careful. They need to win tonight. Go ahead.
No, I think, look, I expect the Warriors to win, and I think it's interesting. The line has moved a little bit in the Warriors' favor. I think it's like 6.5 open. I've seen 7, some places 7.5. There's a lot of money coming in on the Warriors because I think they expect them to even this series. But I think it's just as much also about the Lakers. Like I don't know how the Lakers can bring that same level of intensity as they did in Game 1, and I don't know how the Warriors can't increase and rev up their level of intensity and urgency from Game 1 to Game 2. I think that combined with home court, combined with some adjustments to be made by the Warriors, all of that wrapped into a nice little present is what's going to be waiting at Chase Center for the Los Angeles Lakers, and why I think it's 1-1 heading back to L.A.
All right, fair enough. See, 510, I don't know if the 510 got the memo or not, but we're not texting things like this anymore.
What?
510, we're not texting Washington, D.C. is not a city-state, jackass. Okay, we're not
I think that was directed at you.
We're not texting things like that. I said to Craig, so kind of like the District of Columbia.
Something along the lines of that, yes.
Something like, kind of like. We're not using that kind of language. We're being more positive these days.
Yeah, just like Jordan Poole's last shot was kind of like a good shot. It wasn't really a good shot. Not exactly.
Exactly.
Not
The original
definition.
shot wasn't really a good shot. Steiny, are you staying for changeover? Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
absolutely. You know
depends
what?
on how long.
By the way, Whitey in for Willard today.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, so that means I won't have to take heat for 20 minutes nonstop for no reason in particular. But the one thing I listen, the changeover is all good. I'll stay. I'll always stay till 2:10. I just want to leave on time on Wednesdays. I want to leave at 2:00 on Wednesdays. That's it. Unless I'm trying to squeeze a golf in another day, but I don't usually do that.
Well, don't you have like a read to squeeze in here? I think, right?
I do.
The old something about a Quest for 5.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Because we got a sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Mm-hmm. Oh, anybody from Philadelphia gets through right away. Jeff in Philly, what's up, man?
Give him the bat phone.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, I've been representing 95.7 since Jolo and Dibs. Of course, it was Curry that brought me over here, but I'm here, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think Curry is the key. I mean, I'm sure he'll get hot and bring everybody through. He's just an unbelievable player, man. I've doubted him in the past. Last year, I doubted him. I thought the Celtics were going to just demolish Golden State, and Golden State did it. And Curry's the key because, like LeBron, if you're a great player, you can make the players around you great. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Curry has that thing, you know what I'm saying? Jordan Poole's got to pull it up, but I'd like to see Moody get some more time for this series, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Draymond. If Draymond can turn into, if he handles the ball, turns it to Magic Johnson, you know what I'm saying? Another Michigan State star. Yo, man, we've got a chance.
All right, Jeff. Appreciate the call, man.
If he turns into the second greatest point guard of all time behind, of course, number 30, then that'd be pretty impressive.
Oh, you're talking Magic falling in line?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to take a.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a legitimate take. 925 Steiny, why do the Nuggets get 3 days off between games? The Warriors only get one. I think that has to do with seeding.
Yeah.
The number one seed gets a little bit of a break there. 415 says, is nincompoop acceptable? Yes. That's much less abrasive than
jackass.
Yeah.
Plus, if you're saying that, you're about 70 years old, so it kind of works out.
Exactly. How does JK get into the rotation tonight? Good question from the 707. I just feel like
Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr's always got a little something up his sleeve. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm calling Kuminga gets a shot tonight. It's not a hot take.
He'll probably also take a shot tonight. I hope.
We'll see. What's the other thing I was going to say? This is the one thing I'm worried about. You're right, 510. That's what I wanted to get in. Do the Lakers even care about this game?
This is kind of what I think. I mean, obviously they do. They go up 2-0. Sure. I don't want to say the series is over, but mathematically very difficult to come from behind. This game clearly means more, I think, to Golden State. And I think the Lakers, if it's a close game, I wouldn't be surprised to see Darvin Ham not be afraid to play Anthony Davis and LeBron James heavy minutes. But if the Warriors get out to, a 7-8 point lead, extend a little bit in the third quarter, I wouldn't be surprised to see the white flag be waved earlier than we assume.
Get some Dido early.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight.
Just right back to the plane.
That's a great song, by the way.
Another over-my-head reference. Dido?
You've never heard of White Flag by Dido?
Mm-mm.
Oh, my gosh.
No, I've heard of Black Flag by Machine Gun Kelly, but that's neither here nor there.
All right. I'm going to ask our main man, Craig, to come back with White Flag. Really? This is not good. This is not good at all, ladies and gentlemen.
Where's the I'd love the old people drop? Do we have one of those?
This isn't that old.
Dido?
It's not like Dylan. Not like most of my guys.
I like Dylan.
What's crazy is you're going to know the song when you hear it.
I know
that song.
he will.
Oh, boy.
I know he will. All right, we come back. Little Dido on 95.7 The Game. And crossover.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure.
and surrender.
What the hell?
No black flag along my door.
There's so many things
back
wrong.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is Ditto?
Dido.
Oh.
You've heard of this song.
I have.
It's a great song.
It is a good song.
I figure since what was it, last Friday when we sang?
Yeah, I missed that show, but I felt like I was with you in spirit.
Yeah, that's right. You were out of town. We didn't even notice. The crossover is brought to you by the California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let's welcome in Dibs and Whitey.
Woo! Yeah. I think Whitey was already welcomed in by the rejoin, but yeah, welcome,
Hello.
Whitey.
Didn't Dido do something with
White Flag?
Yeah.
Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, Dibs. I checked the numbers, and it's official. 16 of my last 18 golf rounds, 90 or above.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's consistency.
It's not good. No, well, it's consistency, but it's the kind of consistency that would get you, if you were a Warrior player, you'd be coming off the bench. And
in Santa Cruz.
Short hook.
And this is hard for me, Evan, because I've told Matt, and I say Matt because I want this to be a message delivered very seriously, but he needs more practice and less actual rounds on the course. And that's where you get better. When you put in the work, you put in the hard work in the lab. Shout out Guru. But and Steiny plays too much. So he doesn't have that importance of like, wow, this is special. I'm playing golf. And so a lot of times he's just out there mailing it in.
We need to see what your key card's saying. Like Jordan Poole, the key card speaks. He's first one in, last one out.
Oh, I got you.
We need more key cards at the range.
True.
Well, my key card looks great at the high horse and the old shit. Whoa.
That's where the work's being put in.
Yeah. Let me tell you, that's where my key card works. Woo. Hey, Steiny's been here. Yeah. Has he been in the lab?
Have you been back to the ship?
Oh.
Since it's been open?
I have, yes. Yeah.
And what do you think?
It's nice.
Yeah.
Got your sea legs and everything? Good.
That's the joke. It's either the high horse or the old ship. So are we going by land or by sea?
Not bad.
An oldie but a goodie.
Not bad.
Whitey, what's up?
Yeah, one thing I've learned about the NBA these days, Steiny, is one game has absolutely nothing to do with the next game. You know?
I agree.
It's taken me forever to learn that, but I finally realized because we see a game and I think, oh, this and this and this, and then the next game comes and you think, watch this. Like, nope, none of that happened because one game has nothing to do with the next game.
It reminds me of 1987 when the Celtics beat the Lakers 148-114.
Memorial Day Massacre.
Memorial Day Massacre. They lost that series. They lost the next game.
Yes.
Kind of like the beatdown on Beale Street last year. Memphis, Game 5. Warriors got absolutely destroyed.
Was it really called that?
I think that I threw someone. If it hasn't been coined yet.
He's just trying to make references when he was actually alive.
Exactly.
And I think you were alive last year.
I was a twinkle in the eye in 87, I think.
You were no twinkle in anyone's eye. And the whole,
it is unreal.
There was a couple things that happened earlier. One, the Sanford and Son conversation.
Boy. Yeah.
I'm glad that you came correct and you got it right because it was Elizabeth. I'm coming to join you. Wheezy was from the Jeffersons. And you're lying about Alan Alda. I almost crashed my car. I never watched MASH. I thought Alan Alda was smug.
Very.
Dude, so funny.
He's
really funny. And then you went back to Wiggins,
even
which
off
is where
camera,
we should
I
go.
thought he was smug.
He played George Plimpton in the movie about the Paper Lion. He was a quarterback for the Detroit Lions.
What do you think, Evan?
Yeah, I'm Kuminga on this one. Got to take a play off.
Hey, Evan goes, oh, so Sanford and Son's an old show. Well, I think my favorite old show is Seinfeld.
Yeah, sure.
That's about as far as we go.
Pretty cute.
We're hey, Dibs, by the way.
Andy Griffin.
I got to, and you know what? Few people hit me when I'm out of the studio like Willard hits me. So I'm going to hit Willard. You were absolutely right about the Jordan Poole shot yesterday.
Thank you. I
Took you 48 hours to come around.
Well, and I just thought that there was a better shot that could have been had. There's two things you could have done, and I asked Steve Kerr this when we had him on, and yes, Whitey, we had him on yesterday. I thought once Steph Curry got double teamed and you realized it was a 3-on-5, maybe at that point you call timeout, and then you go to the huddle and you say, let's get a quick 2, and let's play the 2, and then the foul, and whatnot. But Jordan Poole from 28 feet, to me, is not the best way you go about trying to tie the game.
Yeah, and I also thought it was too early. Too early for that shot.
Too early and too far.
Right.
And it's because he and Draymond Green lollygagged their way up the floor.
That was my
Evan
biggest
noticed
issue with that, is the fact that he's got the ball 28 feet away because he's the last one up the court. Him and Draymond.
Exactly.
Draymond wanted no part of being in the front court there because he
Yeah.
knew they'd foul if they could, and I don't think he wanted it.
Well, and the Lakers put 5 on the 3-point line. Like,
Yeah.
I guess to Steiny's point, you could have tried to penetrate and get a quick 2 and then play the foul game and see how that goes. But I don't know. I didn't have an issue with the shot, but I don't besmirch anyone that calls it not a good look. Like, it's a defensible shot to me, but it's not a great one.
Right. It's not a good look when you have a 3-point shooter who shoots 33% from 3, and this is now a 28-footer, and I don't know what his numbers are from 27 and beyond, but I would imagine that it's not any better than his 3-point percentage from 27 and closer.
Sure.
Yeah, and I also thought he had decided he was going to shoot that before the ball ever got to him. And I thought he had made up his mind a little bit, but that was just one play.
I would just rather
a
have
contested shot. Darvin Ham was in his
I'd
grill.
rather
Nice.
you take the 3 there, and I know that's not an ideal shot, and he should have moved closer to the 3-point line, which I think is what Coach Kerr told you guys. But I'd rather have somebody take an open 3 than give them the chance to foul me and start playing that foul game. So, yeah, it could have been a little better shot, but I think that's why Steve Kerr didn't call the timeout. I was like, we could get an open 3 out of this. They did. It was just, like 29.
It's interesting what you said, Steiny, about he had decided to shoot that shot before he even got the ball. I think he decided to shoot that shot like maybe in training camp. Or
Yeah.
And that to me is the interesting thing about Jordan Poole going forward. And I know we're not looking at the offseason yet, and hopefully we don't have to do that until late June post-parade. But I wonder about the Jordan Poole decided to shoot that shot mentality, because to me, and you mentioned this earlier, Steiny, it feels to me like the rat on the table. I don't have the read. I apologize, but
Atco.
Yep. Thank you. And for all your pest control needs. But that to me feels like the rat on the table for this whole team is the fact that he feels like that's a shot he should shoot no matter what the circumstance. And maybe that portends toward some roster moves in the future.
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, shout out May 4th. He went rogue one on that shot. But
Thank you.
May
the 4th be with you.
For all the Star Wars fans out there.
Impressive. Most impressive.
Thank you.
Steiny's on an island on this one. Yeah, so, but
Singapore.
That's a 4.
It's an island.
That's a 4.
It's an island.
City state.
We had a caller from Singapore. That's what I'm saying.
The station's international.
Yeah.
I heard that, yeah.
I think, but Jordan Poole, to your point about deciding
Seychelles
early on in this season that looks going up, he has played more than I think a lot of players that get to Golden State, outside of maybe ones that aren't here anymore. He plays with a defiance that I think irks some people. Now, when he's playing patiently, I thought he was pretty poised for the majority of the game.
Yes, yeah.
Except for those last 2 shots.
Well, that's the thing, and I get it. It's only 2 shots. It's only one game, but I do think I concur with Dibbs. You got Steph, Clay, and Dre. Jordan Poole took the 2 biggest shots of the game, and neither of them I would call were really a quality shot.
Well, I actually looked at the video, and I appreciate defiance, and I'm going to use that once you're gone and you've tuned out, because I think that's a great word for Jordan Poole.
Great Daniel Craig movie, by the way.
Yeah, okay, I'll have to Google that, because it's a clash of cultures here. The first shot he took, Steiny, I went back and looked at it. There was only 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Right, exactly.
They had nothing. Jordan Poole.
You mean the lefty? The lefty
chuck. It was basically, shout out Charles Barkley. It was a basic throw. It was a chuck and hope. They had nothing going on that possession.
Was that when they had Clay and Steph? They were really close to each other on the right side, and there was just nowhere to go because
yes,
crowded on that
and
side.
The other,
more spacing.
Yeah, the other shooter I think was either Draymond or Wiggins, and he was completely covered at the 3-point line. So Jordan Poole broke down his defender and got into the painted area. Mm-hmm. We used to call it the key back when you were a zygote.
They had 3-pointers back then, right?
Yeah, maybe.
It used to actually be shaped like a key.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Whitey.
Thank you. And I actually asked Steve Kerr about the key and defensive 3 in the key, and I guarantee you in the first quarter there will be a defensive 3 call against the Lakers. And I told Steve, I said, Steve, Coach, I will call the league office if you want, because it's a bunch of crap. Honestly,
That's
Anthony
great.
Davis.
Well, you're doing your part.
He's in a KOA. He's camping in there, Whitey.
Yeah, he would just kind of blow on somebody, just get close, give him the fake touch, and then just sit around.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, credit to him. Savvy move.
Whitey, what do you think about this? I'm thinking about and I can't quite put my finger on it, but Schroeder and D'Angelo Russell. Like, they're just the kind of guards that could beat the Warriors in a series.
Well, how about that?
But they also might be the reasons they get you beat.
What do we call that? High variance now. That's the term that
Yes.
when we were playing, that never
But
was. the term.
both of them have
both high variance players.
Both of them have supreme confidence.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell makes some questionable decisions, but he's not afraid to take big
They
shots.
put him on the floor when they needed somebody to make a shot to win the game.
Hit the biggest
and
shot.
he came
Yeah.
through.
I mean, he hit the biggest shot of the game.
Yeah.
The little
Over Wiggins, by the way.
corkscrew
Uh-huh,
by Wiggins.
uh-huh.
So they're
He
interesting.
didn't
It's an
really fit
interesting
in when he was
backcourt.
here, Steiny. He didn't really.
I
fit
also
in.
think there is something personal about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee he wants to win this series. And
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell's a guy who's known for not being overly competitive. Let's put it that way.
Did you hear
but
what
maybe
Pat
this is what he
Beverly
wants.
said? Did you guys talk about that? What Patrick Beverly said?
No.
He said 50% of the players in the NBA don't love basketball. And he said the weird thing to him is he says, in his experience, most of the guys that don't love basketball are the guys that are so good they just kind of roll out there and they score 30. But I thought that was really interesting. I have no idea whether that's close to true or not. But there are a ton of guys that are just great players and they don't really I get a lot of money for doing this and I'm good at it, but I don't really like it that much. And I wonder if AD is one of those guys.
AD or D-Low?
AD,
both.
but
AD.
I think there are a group of NBA players that they get it. It's a business.
Sure.
And here's the guy I'll use because I could have used it for Andre Iguodala. I don't think he loves basketball anymore. I think he loves the lifestyle.
Sure.
And but he's also realizes it's a business. And there's 82 games.
Right.
And guess what? There's 82 games next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. So you realize you can't win it every year. You try as hard. Like, I think look, put the chips down. We're either going to win or we're going to lose. But when we go home, we're going to forget about it. Like, that's the one thing I remember early in my career covering the team. You think, we got to go into the Warriors locker room tonight. They lost. They're going to be mad. No, they're not. We'll get them tomorrow.
Even if they lose tonight, could see Steph walking to the podium like, we're down 2-0. Been here before. We literally just won a series when we were down 2-0.
Right. But as I texted Steiny, only 2 teams have ever lost the first 2 games at home and come back to win that series.
Did Miami do it?
No, it's the Clippers, and I think it's it's not Dallas.
Well, LeBron's never lost a series when he's been up 2-0. So I think there's also that in the back of your mind as well.
Must win, Evan? Is this a must win?
Depends on if you're coming from the Dan Dibley school of thought.
Well, come on.
Mathematically, no, but yes, it is. It is a must win. If they answer me this.
These kids, they don't get it.
If they lose tonight, do they win this series?
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
If they lose tonight,
Question with a question.
do they get on the plane and go to LA?
Yes.
Okay. That you know why they go to LA?
Because they have to
the
play.
series isn't over. That's why.
Do you give
Evan?
What percentage would you give them to win the series if they? I mean, you said 2 teams in the history of basketball have done
Correct.
it. So that would give them what, a 0.3% chance?
Well, it's the Warriors.
Well, and you would
I'm
have to
dead
look at
serious.
how many teams have been down 2-0, and it's not at that point mathematically. Now, we know that the Warriors were down 2-0 last series.
They were.
And as I said on Willard and Dibbs, 2-6, Whitey's in for Mark today, it's a 92.7% chance that the team up 2-0 wins.
Yeah.
So there was a 7% chance that they would recover and win, and they did. So being down 2-0 with 2 games lost at home, it's not 0.3%. It's probably about 1%. But this team has championship pedigree, Evan.
They do.
Yeah.
Something in the blood.
Do the Lakers have championship pedigree?
Couple of them.
Like 0.75, right?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Mm-hmm. Yeah, LeBron. But I was saying this.
LeBron guy.
If Anthony Davis plays kind of like this, and they win and they beat the Warriors, it'll be his signature series.
I heard that.
Because the bubble's the bubble, unfortunately. I don't take it away from him, but this would be I'll tell you what, the way he talked after the game.
I know. I heard you talking about that too. You think he was just really confident? Huh?
What are you making fun?
No, I was listening.
And he was overly
I heard you
humble.
play the same cut yesterday also. I was like,
now that's a
Get him, Whitey.
I wonder what's coming tomorrow.
It just didn't sound like Anthony Davis. It sounded more like, I am going to give these guys their respect because I've never beaten them. And it's time. Like, I got to, it's put up or shut up time. And the old Kobe, nothing to smile about.
Job's not done
Job
yet.
done. Job's not finished.
It does feel like this Laker team is more Anthony Davis's team than it is LeBron's team. In that weird kind of way.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because of the way he played in game one, but also LeBron is out there deferring in many ways because he wants to win, and he knows that he's 38 and he's not the alpha anymore.
I think he also understands that if they win, they got 2 more series to go. Like, it's not like this is an end-all, be-all. Even though this would be, I agree, a signature series for him over Steph, it's, like you said, job's not done. So they got 8 more wins if they get past the Warriors. And I also think he realizes that, during the bubble, Anthony Davis was the best player on that team.
Right.
That's why they won the finals. And he kind of understands it's not his team as much anymore on the court. I think off the court, he still commands everything. But
Yeah. It's interesting. One of you guys said it. I want to give you credit, Evan, because Steiny's gotten enough credit in this segment. But I think the load management angle of tonight, I think, is a big reason why I like the Warriors to win this game.
Same.
Because, Anthony Davis played 44 and LeBron played 40, and you already stole one on the road. And so you kind of feel like, maybe let's see if we can win this game with each of those guys playing 36 or 38. And, we play the bench more. And if we can win this one and rest our guys, that's found money.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to call that the Dido factor because I think both these teams are going to try to pick that precise moment where they raise the white flag. They rest LeBron James. Okay, we're now down 18 with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. You know what? We're Dido. All right, time for Dido. Let's get, LeBron will get some rest. And maybe the Warriors are in that position,
the Warriors were one possession away from that in game one.
It felt like
down 14 with 6 minutes to go. It felt like, if they miss and the Lakers score and now you're down 16, maybe you get Kuminga in early and, JMG or PBJ and, all the fellas. It felt like they were on that cusp.
Hey, can I just say something real quick?
Please do.
If you're ever talking to anyone about basketball and they cite plus minus from one game.
Oh, I love it.
You tell them you don't know what you're talking about. Plus minus one game is meaningless. And
Jordan
we
Poole's
cherry
the best
pick it.
player on the floor in game one.
We cherry pick it here or there if we think, that guy had a good game. Oh, look, he's plus 3. Do you think Anthony Davis had a good game?
He had a great game.
A great game.
It was all right.
Yeah. He was plus 1. You know why? Because for one game, plus minus doesn't mean anything. But you know that there's some people that would look at that. So anytime anybody, for one game, plus minus means something over a couple games, 3 games, 5 games. But for one game, if someone says, well, so it's Wiseman was is minus 3 for that game or whatever, like they've got some keen insight into the way basketball works, you tell them, well, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about.
I generally agree with that, but who's the second best player in the Sacramento series from the Warriors?
I don't have that in front of me.
It was probably Looney, right?
Yeah.
Who the second best plus minus? It was Andrew Wiggins.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that would have been my first guess.
Okay, but you said series. Remember, I'm talking one game.
Well, no. One game, it's irrelevant. But even sometimes over the course of a series, it can kind of lie a little bit.
And
I think it's always irrelevant unless you're a sports talk radio host and you want to make your point and you want to prove your...
Right, you cherry pick.
Oh,
it was
so much
+4.
cherry picking.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Yeah.
But what everybody fails to even consider is... Do you realize that if Anthony Davis were off the floor, they'd be a -9? Like, sometimes -1 is good because when you're off the floor, you're getting blown out of the building. You know what I'm saying?
Especially those non-Steph minutes.
Well, they were +4 with him off the floor, Steiny.
Yeah, because they won by 5.
Just shows you, it's meaningless. Yeah.
So he's not Shaq.
When Kuminga's a -8 in 4 minutes against Sacramento, it's not meaningless because you can see that, oh my God, he's terrible. He's not guarding anyone. And I wonder if he's even given a chance to be plus or minus 0 tonight.
Donnie wants to play him tonight. He wants to send him right at the brow, right?
I'm with him.
I'm not making fun of you.
No, I thought they should have played him in game 1. If you want to play him in game 2, I thought you should have played him in game 1.
See, I think he purposely didn't play him in game 1 to see what. Let's watch the game. Okay, now I'll figure out how to shoehorn Kuminga in game 2. Nobody's seen him yet in this series. It's more a hunch than anything.
Yeah. Well, isn't he the guy that when they played down there in January, whatever, the Lakers just like, here you go, here's an embossed invitation to take any shot they want.
I think
they really neutralized him.
Game 1 was it was JK. Just kidding. Like it was weird that I didn't see him. I didn't see him in game 1. Like, but I do think tonight there's a similar leash to the Sacramento series. If he's a -8 in 4 minutes, he ain't gonna play more than 4 minutes. I mean,
probably not.
Well, but that's meaningless, is what he said. I mean, if he's -8, it's got to be somebody else's fault because plus minus is you're cherry picking the whole thing.
Well, it's all about. It's all about. It's all about.
For my wife.
It's all about putting a guy in a game.
WC Fields somehow.
It's all about putting a guy in a game, and the first 2 possessions, you realize, I don't think he's playing as hard as he can, and B, he just forgot the way we were going to play that. I think, and I just think sometimes now Kuminga just gets overwhelmed by now looking over his shoulder. I think there's something to
it goes
that.
a little too fast for him.
Seemed like from CJ Holmes' piece, you guys might discuss this coming up from 2 to 6, but it seemed like he is
2 to 5.
2 to 5 today. Pardon me.
Is he producing our show now?
Totally.
Okay.
This guy's relentless.
It did
I
feel
love
like
this kid.
he's in it. He's kind of in his head a little bit right now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know how you couldn't be, because you go from playing 23 minutes the last 2 months of the season and not sniffing the floor. But
thank you.
I mean, I can't blame the guy for not feeling the love right now.
No, but he's got to figure out a way to go out and play as hard as he can. Even if okay, you're overwhelmed, you're maybe even frazzled. Well, then there's no excuse for not playing overly hard.
And you can't be upset that you're not playing if when you're playing, you're out there like, what?
I always go back to the bad boy Pistons and Rodman and Sally when they were young. They were just, they weren't necessarily great. They were really good, don't get me wrong. But the activity they brought was the most important thing. People say I want to Dido this segment.
White flag.
Yeah. So who do you got today?
I don't know what that means.
White flag.
Go on.
White flag. Okay. Yeah.
We've got Steve Kerr from yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Bonus Kerr.
Bonus Kerr.
Love that.
Sure.
With Whitey's voice dubbed in over Mark Willard.
They wouldn't do it.
For the
I
Willard
wanted
questions.
to do that, and they said they couldn't do it. Like they don't
It's
have the
because you couldn't
technology.
get down that many octaves, is why.
You know me, I don't like predictions, but I
Don't do it.
Warriors and 6.
Don't you dare.
No,
don't
no.
you dare make a prediction
What do you
now.
got? Yeah, do it.
No, he can't.
Why?
Because he already on the series prediction. He commented on the prediction.
What about this game?
You don't get to make a prediction.
He's right.
You don't get to.
He's right.
You know
You're
what?
right.
You know what Steiny's going to say though? Warriors by double digits.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't want to be. You know what? Dibley's right. If I'm going to do it, I got to do it. By the way, I've been off Twitter for like 3 or 4 days.
How's that feel?
Glorious.
110-95.
I wish I would have known that. I would have taken multiple shots at you. 118-107.
Okay.
Warriors. Yeah. They're going to try to quicken it up.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go small. Shout out Steve Martin. Let's get small.
They don't have
I
a
put that out
choice.
on Twitter.
I have read that.
Yeah. Well, the word's going to go
Finally
small.
included.
What
Comedy
else are they
special,
going to
right?
do? Go big? It's not an option.
Listen to it on my Apple Music.
I think I just tore
You
my
guys ready to
ACL.
take over?
Ready to go.
All right. Have a great show. We'll see you all tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Truly humbled to be in for Mark Willard today. Back with my buddy Dan Dibley, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. My goodness, Dibs.
Hey, brother.
I got to be honest here as we get ready for Game 2 tonight, the Lakers and the Warriors. I still honestly don't understand, and I'm still grappling with how the Warriors lost Game 6 in the last series at home to Sacramento. Seriously, that's like one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Which just, fast forward, I'm really reluctant to just predict anything right now because I can't tell what's going on with these two teams with this strange NBA season.
Yeah, it's strange, but I think you look at Game 6 and you can see a team that they were just dead flat. They were flat.
How?
How? I don't know how or why. I mean, how? They came home and they were up 3-2, and I think that they kind of felt like championship pedigree. Here we go. The Kings will show up, and the Kings are not ready to win this kind of a game, and the Warriors fell down 8-0 in that game, and they never recovered.
Yeah.
The Kings were better from the start to the finish, and the Warriors had no answer to it, and then Steph Curry had to pull the fellas together before a film session.
Yeah.
And basically rip everyone a new one and
Which
say,
I know you do quite often here.
Yeah,
before you guys show,
a lot
before
of
the
closed door
crossover.
meetings. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Try to flip the spread if I need to, but
yikes,
that's what happened in Game 6, and then Game 7 they got off the mat, and I think that Game 1 in this series was a case of the Warriors weren't as flat as they were in Game 6, but there was a letdown, and the Lakers played great. Sometimes you have to look at the opponent and say, you know what, you played great. The Lakers were great. AD was great. D'Angelo Russell was great.
LeBron was there. He
LeBron
participated.
was good.
Yeah,
LeBron was
he was
fine. I mean, blocking shots, and
Uh-huh.
he was causing trouble, and the Warriors did what they did, and they never had a chance to get over the hump. 6 minutes to go. They're down 14, and then they woke up. They got off the mat. They almost came back and won it. I like where they are for tonight.
Yesterday, you talked with Steve Kerr. We'll have that for you again, 4 o'clock today. It's must hear before Game 2. And Steve Kerr was talking to you guys about you and Mark Willard. Whitey in for Willard today. He was talking to you about all the emotional adjustments. I think he said the biggest adjustment in a series from one game to the next is emotional. I got to be honest. Part of that to me, I feel like that's coach speak. A lot of that is nonsense. But how much of that, in your opinion, here with this team, this Warrior team, 888-957-9570, how much of it with this team right now, with all they've been through, is about being emotionally ready for games? Again, going back to that Game 6, I was baffled. I'm still baffled by what happened in that game. They win the series, they move on. But with this team, it seems to be kind of an odd collection of personalities in some ways. Clearly, they've made it work to this point.
Yeah.
They're one of the last, 8 teams left. How important is it for this team, game to game, to be in that correct emotional state of mind?
It's critical, and I think that it starts with Draymond Green. And if you look at his comments after Game 1, he was not happy with the way he played. And if he's not happy with the way he played in terms of energy and force, as we like to say in the association, then you've got problems because he's your most forceful player. He's the guy who sets the tone for everything. And I didn't think that he played with a lot of force. And Kevon Looney played like Kevon does, rebounding and defending as well as he can. And Steph Curry, I think, was a little bit off in terms of what the Lakers did defensively. The Lakers kind of had him out of sorts. Jordan Poole was good. Klay Thompson was fine, but you need to play with a little bit more force, effort, and energy. You need to make the Lakers a little bit more uncomfortable.
Doesn't it seem that it's more of an issue with this team than you would think it would be for a team that's the defending champions and has won 4 titles?
Yes, but then I look at a team that's 44-38 in the regular year, and they're now 48-42 in all games. If you count the 8 playoff games, this is a team that's been inconsistent all year long. They started 3-7, and we can look at 5-game road trip. You go 0-5, and they were still recovering from the punch and all that. But look at their entire year. This team was completely uneven, inconsistent, up and down all year long. Even their 8-game homestand, where they won the first 5 games of their 8-game homestand, and we all were like, okay, flip the switch. Championship pedigree. Here we go. Here comes the Dubs. Dub Nation. Lock in. They lost their next 3 at home to bad teams. This team has been so inconsistent. It's been the most inconsistent team in the Steve Kerr era.
Well, that's why it's so hard to make predictions and to figure out what's going to happen. We never really know. We like to think we do. But the Warriors didn't take the regular season that seriously, and that's not a criticism. I mean, they were more getting things together and getting healthy. The Lakers certainly didn't take the regular season seriously. This regular season mattered less in the NBA than I think any regular season I can remember. And you understand why. Older teams, they've got to manage their loads, so to speak, and who doesn't, been there, done that. But when you get to the playoffs and you think, oh, this team is this, and this, because that's what they were during the regular season. And in this series and this year, no, that's not necessarily the case. So as we're trying to figure out what's going to happen, we're also still trying to figure out exactly who these teams are. We usually know a lot more about that by the time we've gotten to the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and then here we are in the second round of the playoffs, and what we've learned about the Warriors is they're the exact same team that we saw in the regular season, which is we don't know which team's going to show up night to night. You come out and you fall down 0-2 to Sacramento with 2 road losses. You come home and you handle business, and then you win Game 5 in Sacramento, and you think, okay, championship pedigree, close it out at home, and then you have a flat dud of a game, the worst game you played in that best of 7, and then you bounce back on the road and beat Sacramento by 20, and you come out against the Lakers and you're a little bit flat, you're a little bit off. This team is so up and down, you just don't know what you're going to get. I do think that tonight is going to be a little bit more like Game 7 against Sacramento, where
just more focused, more locked in,
more
less
forceful,
fatigue.
Exactly. I don't even know if fatigue was an issue in Game 6 against Sacramento. I think it was mental fatigue. And I think maybe they just kind of thought that Sacramento would wilt and all they had to do was show up and they would win. And that's not the way that went.
Mm-hmm. That's what I love. One of the things I love the most about Kevon Looney, because this Warrior team, and some of it's inevitable when you've been through what they've been through, and it's to their credit that they've held this together this long and won another championship last year. But there's so much drama, right? And that's inevitable. When you have a group that's been together for so long, and you have the egos, and you have everything that happened in the preseason, there's so much drama. The young players, and Jordan Poole, and Draymond, and his podcast. But Kevon Looney gives you none of that. And it's so refreshing. He's just like, am I starting? No?
Right.
Okay. How many rebounds you need? 22? All right. You got it. Right? You don't want me to shoot? I get the ball? All right. Yeah, because Steph's on my team. I'm going to throw it to him. And he's so important to what they do. And he's also, I think Steve Kerr, it was not an overstatement when he said this week, he's one of the best centers in the league. He's not just a really good role player who's a glue guy. He has become an absolute force. And it's just refreshing on this team to have a guy who's all about just doing his job and forget the drama.
Right, and the drama is completely not a part of his game. And I wonder, though, how much he's actually going to play tonight in terms of...
You wouldn't start him, would you?
Well, I don't know if I wouldn't start him, but I've thought about whether or not they would start him just based on the way the game ended. And I know Kevon's going to get at least 20 minutes, maybe 24, maybe more. But the one thing that we saw from Game 1 is the Lakers decided not to guard Draymond Green or Kevon Looney at all when they were outside of the key. So if you're the Warriors, how do you counteract that? You want to make sure that they have to guard you, and you want to get Anthony Davis involved in some actual defense away from the hoop. So if he's guarding Kevon Looney, you know AD can just kind of lay back and not have to guard anyone. So I wonder if Kevon Looney isn't off the floor more when Anthony Davis is out there.
Yeah, I think that's job one for the Warriors. And, of course, they've got to make they can't foul as much. They have to shoot better from inside the three-point line. But neutralizing Anthony Davis, which is what they've done historically to other teams' bigs, I think that's the single most important job for them tonight and going forward in this series. And there's a number of ways they can try that. Good luck. Easier said than done. But I think right now, I think that's what the whole series is about.
Yeah, it's about Anthony Davis and can they guard him? But I think that the best way to guard him is making him work on the defensive end. Make him exert some energy. Make him do things other than stand in the key and block shots, which is what he did in Game 1. He grabbed rebounds. He blocked shots. He didn't have to be involved in a lot of pick and roll activity. And that's why I think that maybe if you start Jordan Poole, and I've been critical of Jordan Poole in this series and the entire year, but you bring Kevon Looney off the bench for Draymond Green. That way you don't have these two non-shooters on the court at the same time.
All right. 888-957-9570. You with dibs. You going small. That's the thing about these Warriors and going small. You know, it used to be the Warriors, and we may have talked about this the last time I was on. The Warriors used to be able to go small, and it'd be kind of a change of pace. And now they don't really have a choice. That's all they are is small. They just don't have size on this team. So that's just the way it's going to be. So you go small, and all of a sudden, you know, you're at a real size disadvantage. Here and there. That's just the makeup of this team. It's also just looking at this Warrior team and how they're unique among teams that are championship contenders historically. They won last year, and they got a shot. You know, they're right there, one of the few teams left. But historically, a team like, say, the Celtics, Larry Bird Celtics, or Michael Jordan's Bulls, or whoever, they would do what they would do, and you had to match up to them. This Warrior team isn't like that, right? They're changing their starting lineups. They're adapting to whatever's going on.
Right.
That's unusual for a team that's a multi-time championship team. I'm not saying it's wrong. Right now, they don't have a lot of options other than to do that. It's just interesting. Teams that are going for back-to-back titles don't normally play that way. Typically, they're dictating to you what you're going to do.
Right, but they can dictate to other teams based on the fact that Draymond Green at 6'5" or 6'6" or whatever he's listed at, he can be.
That's true.
He can be your center, and he can guard Anthony Davis.
You're right.
Now,
I mean, Sacramento did go small. You're right. They had to match up to
and
that.
you don't want to have Draymond Green be your center the entire time tonight or for the whole series, but you do know that when you go small, the Lakers have to counter that, and the Lakers aren't necessarily that equipped to counter that if they want to play LeBron and Anthony Davis at the same time. So if you're the Warriors, maybe you look to dictate that. Even though you want to have Kevon Looney on the floor as much as possible, he's your best rebounder. Maybe by taking him off the floor, you make Anthony Davis do things that he doesn't want to do.
Mm-hmm. Dibs, would you be so kind as to grade these incoming texts here on the Comcast Business Text line? 888-957-9570. From the 925, Lakers going to take the night off tonight. Warriors cruise by double digits.
That's a 4. And I think that there's
they put their name on it. Would there be a higher score?
Absolutely. You put your name on it, you get an extra point. I know it's tough when you're driving or maybe you're at work. It's always tough to
but so
put your name. Yeah. Boy, you're driving. I'm just here in the passenger side.
From the 408, how about try super small? Curry, Thompson, Poole, DiVincenzo, Wiggins. Not as a start, but shortly after. That's from Dale and Cupertino.
That's a 2, Dale, and it's only because DDV, as we like to call him, he's struggled. He's not shooting the ball. He was 0 for 1, Whitey, in Game 1. He's not looking to shoot, and he's not the same player that he was a couple of months ago.
And finally, from the 559, we've gotten to the second round of the playoffs with this team, small or big, and we have Looney.
Yeah, that's a 3. I mean, it's factually
nice.
Accurate. We do have Looney, but I think that Looney versus Anthony Davis is a problem when the Warriors are on offense, because if Draymond's out there and Looney's out there, the Lakers know that there are 2 guys they don't have to guard.
Mm-hmm. 888-957-9570. So how about it? You going small to start the game tonight? I can't do it. Looney means too much to me. I may not leave him out there long, but I got to start him. And how important, in your view, is it for this team to be in the right frame of mind emotionally? Every team, you got to be, you got to have the right attitude. But it seems to be this team, it's really more important than it typically is for a team this good. Love to know what you think here. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, and we're sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association. Experience a downtown bubbly stroll. Dibs, all kinds of fun. Sparkling beverages, live music, Friday, May 12th at 6 p.m. Downtown Los Altos, sponsored by The Post and the agency Los Altos. Info and tickets at downtownlosaltos.org.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Get top deals on
Smith is heading back to the Bay Area this December. Catch him at the Chase Center in San Francisco on December 1st and then at SAP Center in San Jose on December 4th. 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Go to the contest page at 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
LeBron James.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, Whitey in for Willard today, and the quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD.
Hello.
Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Dibs, the reach of your show never ceases to astound me. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but we have a fan who wants to weigh in. Is he actually in London? Is that true? Lucas? Mark Randy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's damn near midnight in London.
Matt, you're on with Whitey and Dibs. What's going on in London today?
London, the coronation this weekend. The king gets his crown. That's what's going on this weekend.
Awesome.
What's up, guys? Yeah, just a quick comment on Jordan. I know he's going to play. I need him to play without worrying about the fouls. Worry about your game. Don't worry about the zebras. He's constantly looking for the refs to bail him out when taking bad shots. Get a good shot whenever you can. Just be smarter when he has the ball in his hands. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Cheerio and Rice Krispie. It's true, but nice. One of the reasons Jordan Poole worries about the officiating is because he, not to pile on Poole here, who had a pretty good game, but he struggles defensively and he fouls people a lot. And that was a big problem for the Warriors in the last game, Dibs.
Yes, and also when he drives into the key and he throws himself headlong toward the hoop, he's always looking for the call.
Yeah.
And his head snaps back every time anybody contacts him. And unfortunately, that's where we are now in the association in terms of how do you get calls. And Dennis Schroeder did the very same thing, and he got a call, and he's flopping outside. I think it was the aforementioned Jordan Poole who bumped him, and that's a foul. And it's out of control in the league now in terms of what players are doing, and for the refs, it's very hard to adjudicate.
Yeah, it used to be there was a time, this is going back a ways, somebody fell during a basketball game, it'd be a thing, right? It's like, whoa, you okay? And now guys are just like all over the place. Guys shoot a 3, it's a miracle if they don't fall down, whether anyone's anywhere near them or not. Guys drive to the basket, they're crashing into the stanchion. A lot of it is flop. I don't know why everyone's flying all over the place now. Obviously, some of them are trying to draw fouls, but it's amazing to me how often guys are just falling all over the place.
It's because you get the calls.
Yeah.
And you saw Jordan Poole, he got a three-pointer and one because he jumped up to shoot a 3 and he flung both of his legs out trying to find contact. And I don't even know if he got contact, but he got the call and he got a free throw, and that's where we are in the league now.
Yeah, late second quarter, right? And that was, if I'm not mistaken, the Warriors' first free throw of the game.
Right.
Dibs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And here we go. Conspiracy theories.
No, I'm just curious.
It's really not that curious when you are like shooting 3-pointers, unguarded 3 after unguarded 3, to think that you're going to get to the foul line. That's not the way it works. If you attack the basket, yes, Ed Malloy, I thought he did a great job. I had him graded out as a 94. But I think when you talk about the one team that's aggressive.
29-6?
In free throws.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Fouls committed. The Warriors committed 24-12. Yeah.
Right.
Which is like a USFL game.
24-12.
Yeah.
No extra points. If you're attacking the basket, you're going to get more foul calls your way. And we know that. It's the nature of the league, and that's how it works in terms of, the refs can call something on every single play. Mm-hmm. We know that. But they don't, thankfully.
No, only when the Lakers have the ball.
Right. There you go. Stop. Just please. Let's not go there.
Joe in Walnut Creek, let's go there. Joe, what are you doing today?
I'm down on Draymond Green.
Uh-oh.
I think he's cost us a lot of games this year. I don't know the exact number, but even if you take this last game, he had a technical, and if it goes down to that last possession and we're only down by 2 points versus 3, that's a big difference. I think he needs anger management or something.
All right, Joe.
That ship has sailed, Joe.
Yeah.
It's actually, I think he manages his anger very well in terms of basketball anger. And Draymond Green has had very few, if not zero. Well, he's had a couple incidents, I guess, outside of the game. The Jordan Poole incident. And he slapped a Michigan State football player famously about 8 years ago. But outside of that, I think that he has his anger managed perfectly in terms of what he's trying to do. And you'll see tonight, his anger, quote unquote, it better bubble up. His passion, his physicality, they need that, Whitey. They don't win without it.
He was very upset with himself after the last game. He needs to make the Lakers pay for their insolence. When the Lakers say, go ahead, you can shoot. Just like Sacramento tried that, and Draymond made them pay dearly. So he's got to do that to the Lakers. The thing about Draymond that bothers me, everything else, I think, you pretty much know what he is at this point, right? You either deal with it or you're a fan of another team, whatever.
Right.
And you're right. It's vitally important what they do, big picture. But I just can't stand the fact that he and LeBron are so chummy. That seems so anti-Draymond to me. Maybe that's not fair because, hey, they're grown men. You know, they're people above being basketball players. But for Draymond and LeBron to be such good friends, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
It's the nature of modern sports. And, you know, we do jersey swaps and we do bro hugs and we do the whole thing. Only hockey has it right in terms of what you're talking about, where we don't shake hands until the series is over.
There you go.
We're going to slash each other. We're going to punch each other. We're going to do everything we can to win. But when it's over, then we'll all line up and we'll shake hands and we'll be collegial and we'll be friendly. I don't mind Draymond and LeBron because when the game is underway, I don't think that Draymond gives LeBron any extra space or gives him a lane to the hoop.
Right.
So,
but it just doesn't seem right. You're most fiery, competitive guy to be such good friends.
I get it.
With LeBron, who, by the way, and I know he's hurt right now, but it's not even his team. That's not a criticism. Those are facts.
Right. He's not hurt. I mean,
I think
he's a little dinged up. He's playing, right?
Yes.
He played 40 minutes.
Yeah. He has well, I'm going to sound like I'm making excuses for him. I'm not. He's supposely... He had an injury.
You're a LeBron apologist.
No, I'm not. Required surgery, and he said he went to the LeBron James of foot surgeons, which I'm guessing is probably him. I don't know. And he was told, no, you don't need surgery, so he's playing.
Right.
I think it's a pretty substantial injury.
But he's playing.
Yes, he is.
And you played 40 minutes.
You're right.
So
you're right.
You don't get to say you're injured if you played 40 minutes in an NBA playoff
I don't believe
game.
he did say that, but you're right.
Right.
You're right.
You said that, and I rebuked it. I formally and informally reject, sir, your notion that he is hurt or injured.
Remember my larger point. My larger point was it ain't his team right now. And I said, okay, maybe because he's hurt.
Right.
But it's not even close. There's no debate right now about whose team it is.
No, it's Anthony Davis's team.
Clearly.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And I think that's why tonight they need to be more forceful in terms of Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Yes, they need to be more forceful on Anthony Davis. They need to make Anthony Davis uncomfortable because in game one, he was not uncomfortable. If you watch any possession defensively, he's just chilling in the key. And it was 3 in the key. They never called it. And I told Steve Kerr, they need to call that. And we had.
And I told him I would call the league office.
Yeah, Steve Kerr coming up at 4 o'clock. You'll hear it.
Yeah,
You'll hear me actually.
Awesome. Yeah.
Tell him that.
I can't wait.
And I haven't
I feel
called
like
the league
I've already
office
heard
yet,
it.
but you have already
Couple
heard it. Yeah, no doubt. And you'll love to hear it again.
I will.
Because it was some good quality radio.
I will.
Yeah, don't
I'm
be
looking forward to
jealous.
that.
I mean, I
can't help it.
Yeah, you can't help it. It's
I can't. I'm working on it.
You be a team player.
Yeah.
They need to make Anthony Davis uncomfortable. 30 points, 23 rebounds, 4 blocks. You're not going to win when he puts up those numbers.
Okay, do you have to? I don't know the answer here. I don't think I'm in favor of this, but it's something you got to consider. Do you have to take the ball at him? Do you have to attack him more? We all saw it. There were times, Wiggins is a phenomenal player. He came back much better playing shape than I thought he would when he came back for the Sacramento series. But he'd get a rebound and turn, and if he had even an inclination, Anthony Davis is in the zip code. Well, I better throw it back out. And he turned into, I never want to
shoot again.
Yes. Draymond, same thing. He drives. He looks. Nope. Throwing it back outside. So do they have to be more aggressive? Perhaps that was why Steph said, you can't just put your head down and drive into him. That's playing right into his strength. but don't you have to at least challenge him more than they did in
You
the
have
first
to
game?
get him away from the basket. I think that's, job number one is get him involved in some screen rolls. So whoever he's guarding, get that player involved in some high pick and roll. And I don't think that the Warriors ran enough high pick and roll, especially involving Anthony Davis. Get him away from the basket. And the only way you can do that is by using the player that he's guarding and bring that player away from the basket. And if he stays in the key, now you've got an issue in terms of defensive 3 seconds in the key. And I think that if he's guarding, Kevon Looney, that's tougher. But if you don't have Kevon on the floor and he's guarding Draymond or he's guarding JaMychal Green, whoever he's guarding, get that player away from the key. Make him defend away from the basket.
You may be onto something, Coach, for the year. And I know these estimates vary, but for the year, the Warriors averaged, with Steph, 27.5 pick and rolls per game. They went to 40 or more only 5 times. So that you figure that's about your average, 28 a game. Game 1 against the Lakers, no Steph Curry pick and rolls in the second or third quarter. None.
0?
No. Right. Correct.
Not
0.
a 1.
None. Whereas against Sacramento in Game 7, they ran, pick and rolls and ISOs for Steph Curry. Let's see.
Can't read his own notes.
Yeah, it says 20, which was the most in the series, but I think it might have been higher than that.
But you wrote that.
Yes,
so how
I
could
did.
it not be right?
Yeah. Anyway, most in the series, I ran more pick and rolls than they had in the whole series before that. But against the Lakers, they did not run many pick and rolls.
And
so you're saying that's job 1 tonight?
I think so. And also in terms of getting Jared Vanderbilt and, Dennis Schroeder off of Steph Curry, run pick and roll. Get Anthony Davis involved in pick and roll action. Let's get, Draymond Green or whoever to set a good hard pick on Anthony Davis. Let's make him defend. Make him defend more often than just standing in the key. That's what I think they need to do.
Well, that's what they've done so well historically. They've done that to every team they've played. They play your bigs off the floor. And in the first game against the Lakers, they didn't come close to doing that. Why not? A lot of factors. Maybe you're right. But if they don't do that, as I said earlier, right now, things can change. But right now, to me, that's the series. That's the big issue that the Warriors have to solve to win this series. They've historically solved that problem with guys like Rudy Gobert. He goes in drop coverage. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, they have to sit down. They make too many points.
Thank you.
If you can't do that against Anthony Davis, I think the Warriors will lose this series.
Yes, and I don't think that you're going to make Anthony Davis sit down like they did Rudy Gobert. But if you can get him to exert more energy defensively, if you can tire him out, if you can get some contact on Anthony Davis, even when you're not defending him, those sorts of things will start to tire him out. If you're physical with him, setting hard picks, maybe an illegal pick here or there, whatever it takes, and then when he has the ball, play him physically, make him earn everything.
Mm-hmm. He's a good player when he's healthy, and we don't know if he's healthy. He's easily, I was going to say top 5. There was a time when he was top 5. I don't know because he's got some miles on him now, but he's a phenomenal player when he's healthy and when he's all locked in and good to go. And if that's the Anthony Davis that the Warriors are facing in this series, I'd have to say he's probably the best center they've faced in all their time winning and competing for championships.
No doubt. And I think that when he is locked in and he's the player that he was in game 1, he's easily top 5 in the league because you can't guard him. He can shoot from the outside a little bit, not from 3, maybe as much. And, maybe that's part of the strategy is you sag off him and you hope that he shoots 3s. Mm-hmm. You dare him to shoot the 3. He was perfect from the foul line. He was 11 of 17 inside the 3-point line. He's an impossible cover. And when he's motivated, he's a devastating rebounder and a great defender.
Yeah, I know they beat actually prime Anthony Davis early in their championship runs. I remember Steph beating the Pelicans. Did I go 4? I think it was a sweep. Well, that was prime time Anthony Davis, and he's close to that now. How about potentially as a solution there in dealing with Anthony Davis, how about JaMychal Green, who played about 8 minutes in the first game?
I like it in terms of, the spacing, and that's kind of what I want to see. And, make him defend. And Kevon Looney played 29 minutes in game 1. I'm afraid that's going to come down a little bit because I think you need to go small. And Kevon Looney, as great as he is, and he's been great, and he played great in game 1, I think that when you have Kevon Looney on the floor for 29 or 30 minutes, you're basically giving whoever's guarding him a chance to rest. And if it's Anthony Davis, then he's got a chance, knowing full well you don't have to guard Kevon Looney. All you have to do is box out Kevon Looney. That's the only thing you have to do. And yes, he can get the occasional, interior handoff and a dunk and a bunny and all that, but you don't have to guard him anywhere outside the rim.
Mm-hmm. Did you watch the game on TNT?
Yes.
Okay. And then maybe
BA,
that was the
Brian
only way.
Anderson,
yeah, and the lesser of the Van Gundy, Stan Van Gundy. But Stan Van Gundy made a point. Well, Jeff is the superior of the Van Gundys.
I don't know, honestly. The more I hear Stan, I think Stan is more solid. I think Stan's floor...
He's definitely more solid.
His ceiling is not as high as Jeff, but his floor is higher than Jeff's.
Okay, well...
Jeff sometimes tries to get into, look at me, I'm funny, Van Gundy. I'm FVG. He's not funny. And then he and Mark Jackson with their mock debates. Oh, now we're going to argue, Jeff. Mark, you don't get it. When they get into that, it's like, both of you
very good.
Take a play off. I need more Mike Breen. I do think that Stan is more solid. Stan he's 1 for 4 with a base hit, maybe a double. Jeff is 1 for 5 with a possible home run.
Yeah. I love your little breakdown of what they sound like. That was tremendous, but ultimately I don't agree with you. The point is, though, that Stan agreed with you because there was a point, I think it was in the fourth quarter, where Steph started bringing the ball up the floor more, and they had him off the ball, and Stan said, I love this. This is what they need to do. I love what Steve Kerr is doing. They're having Steph having the ball in his hands more, and they're running more pick and rolls with him, which is exactly the point you made. And that's what Steve Kerr did late in the game, and it's one of the reasons that the Warriors were able to make that run late on the Lakers. So you'd think that we're going to see a ton more of that tonight.
And I think you'll see it earlier, and that's where I look at Kevon Looney, and I think, you're probably right in terms of him starting. I think you'll start Kevon and Draymond, Steph, Clay, and Wiggs. Your regular starting 5. It's a great starting 5, but I do think that you're going to find early in this game, they're going to go small, especially when Anthony Davis is on the floor, to try to make him more uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. We have from the 415, Stan is a tool. From the 650, Stan is the man. So,
No,
very
it's running about
polarizing.
50-50 on the YouTube feed. I saw a Stan greater than Jeff from Uncle Looney.
That's not correct, though. I mean, I guess you're entitled to your opinion. It's just not correct.
Nice try and an uptick. You need to take a little bit higher if you want to really bring it home.
All right.
You got to sell the take a little bit harder. I think Jeff can be, at times, better than Stan, but too often Jeff is trying to be Don Rickles. I love the young people.
He's not trying to be Don Rickles. Don Rickles.
He's trying to be funny. He's trying to be glib.
Funny.
He's not funny.
Yeah.
The only thing he ever did that was funny was grab onto Alonzo Mourning's leg.
Yeah.
And Mourning swept the floor with him. That was funny.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's quite a family.
Stan is solid.
Yeah. A couple brothers have certainly made the most of what they had to work with, haven't they?
Shout out Martinez.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second best brother tandem from Martinez.
Oh, really? Is that the DiMaggio's?
Correct. Look at you. Look at you.
Wow.
The pride of Vallejo. I'm glad that you knew that because that's Whitey country out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Benicia, Martinez.
Crockett.
I'm even going to give you Port Costa because I'm in a good mood.
Serious question from the 650. At what point will Steiny's microphone disintegrate? That's from Jay. Steiny's just getting warmed up. Steiny's in his element right now. We're all lucky that we have, I know you may not agree with this. God. We're all lucky as basketball fans that we have Steiny's opinions and observations to enjoy during this incredibly volatile run that the Warriors are on, wherever it leads.
I just wanted to make sure that you had a clean in and a clean out so you could send that to Steiny. Your Steiny praise. Oh, Steiny, did you hear what I said about you? This is Whitey.
That's just the way it is. Mm-hmm. It's just been a fascinating series, and
he does have great insights.
He does, and he really cares. Steiny doesn't always care about everything, right? But he really cares about basketball.
He does.
He brings it. Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
He cares.
I just don't know based on what I'm falling into that trap that I described myself. Where
it's a trap.
One game doesn't have anything to do with the next, but I was really impressed by the way Anthony Davis was dominant in the last game and by how the Warriors just look so out of sorts. But that's them sometimes.
It's them all the time. If you look at their entire year.
Well, not all the time, but quite often.
Well, quite often you don't know what they're going to do. And quite often the Warriors, when you think that they are ready to have a great game, they have a bad game. And when you think, oh, boy, this is a bad spot, they come out and they win. So that's been this Warrior team through 90 games. 90 games is not a small sample anymore. And they're 48-42, including the regular season and the postseason. This Warrior team has been that team the entire year.
Is there anybody on the Lakers that really concerns you other than LeBron and AD? And you look at their quote-unquote others, and they're a totally different team than the team that Mark Willard, whom I'm in for today, declared a disaster area earlier this year.
I told him not to sleep on the Lakers. I begged him not to sleep on the Lakers.
Well, I think he was right when he said it. I mean, they were a joke before they got rid of Westbrook, and early in the year when they started 2-10, whatever.
Yeah, 2-10.
They were terrible. They were embarrassing.
Right.
And they're not close to that same team anymore.
But to think that the Lakers, Rob Pelinka and company, to think that they would allow that joke, LeBron James, to think that he would allow that joke to be what their year was going to be, that's where I had to take a pause and say, don't sleep on the Lakers because the West is so compacted. If the Lakers, and I said it before the deadline, I said it during the deadline, I said it after the deadline, you don't want to face this team in the postseason with their championship pedigree. And to answer your question, the one guy I'm most worried about is D'Angelo Russell because offensively, he can get his. He can get you 20 or 25 no matter who is guarding him. He can shoot the three. He can get you off the dribble. He can post you up. He can finish at the cup. He can score at all three levels, Whitey.
Yeah, but he can't guard anybody. And I got to make him pay at that end. I got to make it matter to try to neutralize him.
But it doesn't matter unless you have Jordan Poole going off from three, or if he's guarding Klay Thompson and Klay Thompson goes on a heater, because the Lakers have enough defense to where they can tolerate D'Angelo Russell being bad on defense. If you've got Anthony Davis and Vanderbilt and LeBron all on the floor together, well, then D'Angelo Russell doesn't have to play defense because you got three great defenders right there.
Mm-hmm.
And Reeves is a pretty good defender.
Yeah.
Right, but who's he guarding? If you have Draymond out there, he can guard Draymond. If you've got Looney out there, you could, I guess, have him guard Looney.
That's another thing, like in the last game, if they're going to put D'Angelo Russell on Draymond, then Draymond has to make him pay for that. And
but how can he make him pay?
He just has to make a few shots like he did. Was it game 5 against the Kings? Where, game 4, he had his opportunities and he missed them. Game 5, he was an offensive force. He's got to be to hurt them for that strategy.
Right, but in terms of Draymond has got to make them pay, what can Draymond do to make them pay? He can't shoot the three very well.
Take the ball to the basket.
He takes the ball to the basket, and you've got Anthony Davis or LeBron James waiting for him to block his shot. He's not going to elevate and go over those guys. He's not going to post you up. He doesn't have a great mid-range game. That's where I think the D'Angelo Russell factor really scares me, because if he's guarding Draymond can't make him pay.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends who else I have on the floor with him, too, though, right?
True.
Yeah. If I have Looney, then all of a sudden I'm making their job a lot easier. So you're right. Maybe we don't start Looney tonight.
I think we do start Looney, but...
I want to start Looney.
No, I think you start Looney, but I do think that there's a semi-quick hook if it feels like that, the pace is not fast enough, and if you're not getting what you want to get out of Kevon Looney.
I'm not sure where the anti-Van Gundy sentiment is coming from. Stan has no personality, at least Jeff tries from the 510 text today nominee.
Okay. Did they put their name on it?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
Both Van Gundys suck. I'm from Martinez. We don't claim them. I mean, they're both very highly successful NBA coaches and broadcasters.
Doesn't mean that the comment is not accurate. Saying that somebody sucks is an opinion, and they're entitled to it, Whitey.
Aren't they?
On the Xfinity mobile text line.
Aren't they? They are. Yeah.
The
but can they
Comcast
speak
business
for all
text
of
line.
Martinez? Don't you think Martinez must embrace the Van Gundys?
Apparently they don't.
Scotty Brooks. You know who Scotty Brooks
The
is?
gritty, gutty Scotty Brooks from Manteca.
Manteca, yeah. So my daughter Lonnie was in a AAU tournament. They were playing in Manteca one time. So we went to the Applebee's there, And it's like, oh my goodness, it's the Scotty Brooks shrine at one end of the Applebee's there, which is understandable. I'm sure in Martinez they feel very
a big
similarly.
cardboard cutout of him in his OKC uniform.
The whole wall of fame.
Yeah,
for Scotty Brooks.
I mean, what else does Manteca have? The water slides have closed down, as you know, from our youth. And they've got that big RV park, and then they've got Scotty Brooks.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we have. We have breaking NBA news on the other side.
Ooh.
That's what we have coming right up, and we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all...
Curry brings it up on Schroeder. Waits. Comes middle, gets Russell as his defender on the switch. Dribbles to the paint, throws to Draymond, back to Curry. Relocation, three is up and good! He was backing away to the sideline, flipped it up and in. We are tied!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today as we get ready for Game 2, Dibbs. Look, here's the thing. The TV ratings for Game 1, Warriors-Lakers, through the roof. 14 gazillion people, whatever it was, watched. You know the NBA, keenly aware of that. They want this series stretched out. They want to do whatever they can to make sure we get 7. So maybe, maybe the Warriors get a few more favorable whistles tonight. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Right, and you're not saying, you're just saying, and the odds makers would tell you that you're onto something in terms of the spread, Warriors by 7. So forget the refereeing angle. The sentiment from Vegas is the Warriors bounce back, and this series, I think, is going to be a deep one, a long one. I know that everybody who made predictions on this station, I don't know if your prediction made the graphic or not, but it was either Warriors in 6 or Warriors in 7. I think it's Warriors in 6. I think it's a long series no matter what. And if it's going to be a long series, the Warriors win tonight because, as I mentioned in the crossover, only 2 teams have ever lost 2 games at home and won a best of 7 in the association.
Here's what they asked me, by the way. They said, Whitey, do you want to make a prediction as to whether your prediction for the series will be on the website? And I said, I predict it will not. And they said, you're right. Good job. So,
right.
There you go.
But your prediction would have been Lakers in 6?
I don't know. No one was interested in my prediction.
Steiny.
No one was interested in my prediction. And as you say, it's already started now, so we can't really say, can we? We can tell you this, breaking NBA news.
Man.
Yeah, Mike Budenholzer is no longer the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. Per Adrian Wojnarowski, the Bucks have fired him after 5 seasons, and his status, of course, came into question right after the Bucks were eliminated by the Heat, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And then, they had the issue there where Miami outscored Milwaukee 32-16 in the fourth quarter. They allowed a game-tying bucket to Jimmy Butler with half a second to go, and then the Bucks did not call a timeout. Inbounded, they end up losing that game. No guarantee they could have done anything with the half second anyway had they called the timeout. But when Mike Budenholzer spoke to reporters, he didn't have a good explanation for why they didn't use their final timeout after Butler's layup. And then you couple that with the fact that they were knocked out by the Heat. Giannis had publicly spoken about how we didn't really make very good adjustments against Jimmy Butler, and you add it all up, and what you get is bye-bye Coach Budenholzer.
Right. What you get is a guy who was 151 games, over 500.
Won a championship.
In his 5 years. Playoffs, 5 times. Championship, he got that. Coach of the year, you betcha. 151 games, over 500 in 5 years, and yet you get got because, and I also think that part of it might be what Giannis said about, I should have been on Jimmy Butler. I should have been on the ball. I should have been guarding their top guy. And I don't know if that was a Coach Bud decision or not, but this feels to me, Whitey, like a bad beat for a guy who's been unbelievably successful. 2-time Coach of the Year, once in Atlanta.
He was fired
now
there too,
in Milwaukee. Right? Yeah. So he gets the ziggy because you didn't happen to get by Miami in the first round. You're victimized by a 1-8 matchup. To me, it feels a little bit like a bad beat.
Yeah, but that's just the nature of the beast, obviously.
It is.
Yeah, especially when you're the team, you won a championship, and then you lost to that team. Again, I said earlier, the regular season was not very predictive. So the Heat were a much better team this year. They are a much better team than it looked like they were during the regular season. And they were in the play-in, so they were an 8, but they originally were a 7. Anyway, you're a number 1 seed like the Bucks, where you're out in the first round. Someone's going to pay for that. And Coach Budenholzer is the one who pays for it here.
Yeah, and he pays for it, and I would imagine he gets another job. If you look at current coaches in the association, if you count him as a current coach, he's 5th among coaches in winning percentage at a 604 clip over the course of his career. Joe Mazzulla is at 695, Steve Kerr 665, then it's Popovich, then Mike Brown, then Coach Bud. He's getting a gig. And I saw somebody already posting about Nick Nurse, like rubbing his hands together, like, all right, here we go. That's my gig.
Supposedly, Nick Nurse and the Rockets have a lot of mutual interest. If I'm
Okay.
Nick Nurse and I'm looking at the Rockets going, just squinting, going, yeah, I guess there's a lot of talent here, I guess. What? The Bucks job's available? Hello.
Exactly. So long, Houston.
What kind of adjustments does Steve Kerr need to make tonight after losing? That's a tough loss. That's a bad loss at home, and the Warriors now have lost 2 straight home games, Tibbs.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a bad loss. It's a tough loss, certainly, but I think if you lose tonight, that's a bad loss because...
But you don't think it's a must-win?
No, it's not a must-win. Now, granted, only 2 teams have ever lost 2 games at home and come back to win a best of 7, but I look at what this road would be if they lost tonight. L.A., not a very daunting road environment. The travel spot is not terrible. And if you can get the Lakers to exert a lot tonight, and even if they win the game, you feel like, well, you're starting to deplete them a little bit. And I think that's partly why I feel so confident about the Warriors winning the game tonight, because AD and LeBron both had to play a lot of minutes to get that first win. And it's always tougher to win both games on the road. When you win that first game, it's natural to have a little bit of a letdown.
The Quest for 5 brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. That's interesting because both teams, let's face it, they got through the year doing a lot of managing of their respective loads. And are we really going to see some of that continuing in the actual postseason series?
I think you might, in terms of
the minutes for LeBron and
right, the minutes. I
AD.
don't know if you're going to straight up sit them out and not have them play at all, but I don't think
if you're ahead, they're not going to rest them anymore.
Right.
Than they normally would,
But
right?
I don't think you're going to play them 44 and 40 minutes respectively.
I think they would if they're ahead. I mean, I understand your point, but if they're in a situation where, who knows what's going to happen. But if the Lakers are looking up this fourth quarter, it's like, man, we've had our way with them the whole game. We're up 7, we're up 8. This is not a time to give them a little extra rest.
Right,
You got to try to win.
I think the extra rest comes earlier in the game, so maybe you give Anthony Davis earlier rest, more rest early in the game, and then if you get to the fourth quarter, and I agree with you there, 8 minutes to go, and it's a 1-point game either way, you're going to play him the rest of the way. But I think they're going to build in more rest earlier in the game for LeBron and Anthony Davis, knowing full well that you already have that one game in your hip pocket.
One of the things that's made the Lakers better this year is the fact that they played so well without LeBron when he was injured initially, and he still says, apparently he's still hurt, but he's playing, of course, with the tendon in his foot injury. But they had Austin Reeves as running the offense. Wow, he's really good at that. Schroeder, D'Angelo Russell. Some of those guys played a lot better without LeBron. Then when he came back, it was, let's see how this works. And they've still made all the pieces fit. So, again, it speaks to how much better they are as a team right now than they were at any point during the regular season.
And it's because of LeBron James and his ability to defer and still be impactful, even though he's not ball dominant and shooting it 28 different times. He's unbelievable in terms of picking his spots and also being able to be a deferential supplementary player in an offense where if other guys are going, LeBron James doesn't have that basketball ego to where he needs to get his to feel like he's a part of the team.
Yeah, I think if I'm the Warriors, I would love for him to take 28 shots tonight.
Right.
Because what is he shooting? I think 18% from threes in the postseason.
Yeah, I think it was he was at some point the greater Van Gundy pointed out that he was 5 of 36 over his last 6 games.
That's probably he had to text his brother Jeff. What are LeBron's shooting numbers? And Jeff had it for him. And
1 of 8 from 3. LeBron was in game 1. So yes, please LeBron shoot the 3. It's hard to believe that the Warriors outscored the Lakers by 45 points from behind the line and still lost.
I know. And the Warriors only turned the ball over 8 times. But that's part of the problem for them is once they got inside the 3-point line, they were not able to convert because they were 21 of 53 beyond the arc. They were 22 of 53 inside the arc. And they dominated Sacramento inside the painted area. I think they shot 56% on twos in that series. But in game 1 against the Lakers, they shot 42% because they got inside. And there he is, right? And guys clearly were keenly aware of, whoops, no thanks. So I think you got to attack him more.
Well, I think you have to attack into the mid-range. I don't think you attack all the way to the rim when Anthony Davis is waiting for you or LeBron James because it was more than just him it was Vanderbilt who had 2 blocks. LeBron had 3 blocks. AD had 4 blocks. They had 10 block shots as a team. So
that's like you on an average night on Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And I will go with the quick block, too. I don't leave my feet. I just put the hand up and swat people. It's so great, too, because people will try to come down my road in my mentions, and there's a couple different things that get you the auto block, and I don't even have to think twice about it.
Right.
You know, profanity.
Yeah.
Or,
what's your career high for one night on Twitter?
I think about 10 blocks. I might have had a triple-double once. You know, actually.
So that'd be like 20 new followers, 10 tweets, and then 10 blocks?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 20 likes. 20 likes, 10 retweets. Famously, when I came down Rafael Nadal's road as being a one-surface wonder, Brad Gilbert and I had a back and forth, and I'm like, he's a one-surface wonder, implying that, you know, if it wasn't for the French Open, he'd be a nobody. And Nadal Nation came at me.
You didn't block him, did you?
International blocks. No. Because Brad was like, dude, you may want to check your numbers. I mean, he was good on, you know, he's won on all the surfaces. And so, but Nadal Nation was coming at me. A lot of personal shots. A lot of threats, too, from Spain.
That's unfortunate.
A lot of Spanish threats.
Yeah.
A lot of blocks that night.
888-957-9570. How do you neutralize the brow? Anthony Davis on the text line here. Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570 from the 925. You guys are acting like the Lakers are old. They only got 2 players over 30 years old. Yes, but they're 2 pretty important guys.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's not so much about Anthony Davis being old, because he's younger than Clay, Draymond, and Steph.
He's just fragile.
He's fragile.
Fragile.
It's fragile.
Yeah.
I think that's Italian.
Yeah.
Shout out Christmas Story. And I think that's why, for me, you got to go at him and you got to make him get involved in more action on both ends of the floor.
Mm-hmm. So how come the Warriors didn't do that? Why weren't they able to do that in the last game? I know Darvin Ham said the cool thing about Anthony Davis is he's a big, but he can guard laterally as well as vertically. And most of your bigs, you know, like we talked about Gobert and the way the Warriors just, in their sleep, they can play a guy like that off the floor by making threes. But Davis, it's a little harder to do that. If you do get him out on the perimeter a little bit, he's much more capable. He's not, you know, he's not out there like Patrick Beverley or anything, but he can hold his own laterally in terms of his defense.
I think the Warriors just went into game 1 and they played straight up like, this is what we can do best. We're going to play our guys and we're going to see how we can do against the Lakers, playing our guys, playing our way. Let's not worry about adjustments or tricking up the game. Then you got to the 6-minute mark in the fourth quarter and you're down by 14 and they went small. Mm-hmm. And when they went small, I think they found something. They found out that Anthony Davis was a little bit in the deep water defensively. Offensively, you got the Lakers sped up, and Anthony Davis didn't have the same impact on either end of the floor. And so I think that was something the Warriors discovered late in the game, and they almost pulled it out. So I think they go to that card more often tonight, where they try to get the game faster. They try to get Anthony Davis more uncomfortable.
By the way, I apologize for using Patrick Beverley as an example of a really good perimeter defender. Just in the heat of the moment, that's all I had, and I apologize.
You could have gone Jared Vanderbilt.
I know. There's a number of ways I could have gone.
Yeah.
888-957.
Apology not accepted.
9570. We'll get back to the phones in just a moment. First, here is Steph Curry on running small ball and making the necessary and proper adjustments for Game 2.
I mean, that's obviously coach making calls and decisions on how the game is going and flowing. If we can rebound, going small is to our advantage. There was probably 3-4 possessions where you can see we got to stop, we got to rebound, we got to push. Somebody was open, and that's kind of how we like to play. If it's traditional and the way that they're playing us, we just got to be a little bit more organized in terms of our overall spacing. And like I said, respect how they're trying to guard us and where they're trying to push us on the floor, and just make the right reads. I got my shot blocked, I think, 3 or 4 times. Trying to get little floaters off because you get one step too deep, and that's just an adjustment that you got to make, and we'll be a lot better, a lot more organized on that front in Game 2.
That, of course, was in the aftermath of Game 1. It was a little unusual, I'll say that. I don't want to say alarming, but to see Steph get in the paint and then hesitate for just a second, like, yeah, I got this, and then, no, you don't.
Right. Especially because he's been so good at show on the front side of the rim and then go to the back side and left hand this or right hand that or teardrop or whatever it was. But LeBron James, I think he's seen Steph Curry a time or two. And so LeBron, I think, has an innate knowledge and a knack for knowing where Steph Curry wants to get to and where he wants to shoot his little teardrop and his floater. And they were getting to it. And Vanderbilt got him. And Anthony Davis got him. And so I'm glad that Steph said what he said, because that is the adjustment. It's be more like Fox, De'Aaron Fox, who he almost never gets to the rim. He gets by you, and then it's 15 feet, 12 feet, whatever, and he rises up, and you can't block it.
It's a great point, because we know that Sacramento, Los Angeles, the Lakers, two different opponents for the Warriors. So it's like night and day. However, they're similar in this sense. Because of Mike Brown, the Kings know the Warriors offense very well. And because of LeBron and the fact that he's played the Warriors so many times, he also knows the Warriors offense very well. So the adjustment against Sacramento was to go away from some of their patterns that they run, some of their sets, and run more pick and roll. And I think that's also going to be the adjustment tonight. A ton of pick and roll with Steph Curry.
Pick and roll with Anthony Davis. Whoever Anthony Davis is guarding, get that player involved in the pick and roll, get him away from the basket, get him involved in action to where now he's got to guard Steph Curry away from the rim. And if he's having trouble and they're going to send a second defender and try to blitz Steph and double him and get the ball out of his hands, well, that plays into the Warriors' advantage. Now it's 4-on-3 behind Steph once he gets the ball out of his hands, and you can get into that 4-on-3 and breaking it down without Anthony Davis at the rim.
Yes, like Jalen Rose pointed out one time, if you're playing basketball and the guy that you're guarding is setting a lot of screens, guess what? That means you're the target. If you're men setting screens, guess what? They're coming for you.
Right.
Or so I've heard. 888-957-9570. Let's talk to Ray in San Ramon on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ray, what do you say? Is Ray up there? We have Ray?
Ray!
Hey, Ray. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? I'm on the way to the game, so we're going to bring you tonight a season ticket holder, and I think we're going to bring the energy. I'm excited for tonight's game. I think we're going to beat them by 10. One key to the game, guys. I mean, I'm not an expert like a lot of your guests and coaches, but I really believe that the mid-range shot is going to be huge for us tonight. I want to see Wiggins give us 20. I want to see Steph hit the mid-range and not try to challenge AD going to the hole driving. And I hope we just keep knocking down the threes like we have been. I really think tonight's game is going to be key to the rest of the series. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Ray. And I think you're selling yourself short. Obviously, that's a key point you raise. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Bucks come a-calling. Like, hey, that Ray guy, is he, we might want to talk to him about our head coaching job.
Bud out, Ray in.
Yes, because that's a great point. The way the Lakers were top blocking, careful dibs, and over defending the three-point line. And then, you got to make the mid-range shots because that's what's going to be available.
Right, but when you are being top blocked and that's going to involve the person who set the screen quickly rolling to that mid-range and giving them a bounce pass and then having that player be able to do something about it. And unfortunately, and I hate to drill down on Kevon and Draymond Green, but if they are the guys setting the screen in that high pick and roll, they're not going to be that equipped to beat you with that foul line jumper in the mid-range. So now you're in a spot where, okay, they top block and they blitz Steph, and it's a bounce pass or that little dump down pass to Draymond or Kevon. What are they going to do about it from there? Draymond's really good at dribble, throw the lob, or kick it out for three. But Kevon tends to get the ball there and just kind of wait for somebody to come for a handoff.
You're right. Did you see that after the last game, and I forget who it was, and they copped to it, someone actually asked Kerr, how would you feel about Looney shooting a three? Did you see that?
No.
And he said, I wouldn't feel great about that. But, I mean, you're right. It's there, but that doesn't mean you want to do it. That's another instance where the Lakers would say, thank you very much. Our defense is working splendidly if the Loon Dog's firing three-pointers.
Yeah, it's, man, I'm just punching up the numbers right now on Kevon Looney, three-pointers for his career. He's 10 for 59.
Okay.
Career.
Not great.
No, it's 17%.
I'm stunned that has taken that many.
His last made three, 2021. He was 4 of 17 that year. Last year, 0 of 1. This year, 0 of 1.
Did you hear the story that Ron Adams told I years ago, I guess, when Loon was first starting to get minutes and he was in the rotation, and he would take some shots that weren't great shots and run at them. Said, hey, see that guy? That's Steph Curry. That's Klay Thompson. You're on their team. When you get the ball, you give it to them. And Looney's like, okay, that makes sense. And he's been much more effective. All of a sudden, whoa, look at all the assists for Kevon Looney.
Yeah, and he shot 63% this year from the floor. So Kevon Looney has a very good understanding of the shots he should take and the shots that he can make. And the three ball, Looney for three, I don't know if that's necessarily in his repertoire.
No, I don't think so. But I do think it's in JaMychal Green's repertoire, and I'm up for a little more of JaMychal Green tonight.
How about some Jonathan Kuminga?
You have to tell me why and how. I love Kuminga, my wife's favorite player, but tell me how he's going to help me before I say yes.
Well, he's going to help you because he is athletic and he can rebound in theory. I know he doesn't always show that he's able to rebound because his willingness is not there to rebound.
If I have to play him for his rebounding, I pass.
Well, you're playing him because he can give you some vertical excitement near the rim because right now you don't have that. You got 10 shots blocked in game one. Right now you have one guy who can finish, and it's Andrew Wiggins. And his only finish, I believe, was off a miss, and he went up with a one-handed flush. Oh, the dunk! Elevation sensation. Thank you, Tim. It was an incredible dunk. It was a follow dunk, but other than that, you have nothing at the rim.
But Kuminga hasn't shown me to this point that he's capable of doing that. I mean, if I'm behind and
you haven't given him the chance, Kev.
I played him earlier in the series against Sacramento. He was part of my rotation, and it was going too quickly for him or something.
Yeah.
It happens with young players, but we got to win the games, Tibbs.
No,
this isn't about developing young players right now.
And what I said to Mark earlier in the week on this very program, I said, if you're going to play Kuminga at all in this series, you play him early in game one, and you give him that shot of confidence, and you say, all right, new series, new attitude, new role, go get him, JK. And the fact that he didn't even play a single minute, that tells me that he's probably in some sort of a doghouse. Shout out Snoopy.
Yeah. Is it a doghouse, or is it just a matter of a coach feeling like he just isn't helping me right now? There's a difference. Isn't there? Doghouse is like, we'll show him he's not doing something that he should be doing.
Right.
There's also just, for whatever reason, that guy's not helping me right now. So he's not my doghouse, but he ain't going to get in the game either.
I guess. I mean, I think that it's more of a doghouse based on that weak side rebound that Doris Burke was ripping him over. She was rightfully critical. You remember the one against Sacramento where he's on the weak side wing and the ball comes off toward his side and there's no king there, and he looked at it and it hit the floor, and then he realized, I probably should be involved in this, and he took one strong step toward the ball. A Kings player grabbed it, and then I guess I should probably get back now. And that's the last we saw of him.
Isn't Doris Burke the one who also said, I think Steph Curry, for all he's done, he's underrated? Didn't she actually say that?
She might have.
I think she did.
She was right.
Was she?
Don't you dare come down Doris Burke's road. Doris Burke greater than any Van Gundy.
No. The Quest for Five is brought to you.
What's with you? Your love affair for Jeff Van Gundy is disturbing.
Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. And we are sponsored by Hint Water. Coming up, whether they deserve it or not, the Dubs better get a better whistle tonight. Next.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Hint Water. Hint infuses pure water with fruit essences to create...
Curry off a screen from Poole. Curry with the dribble. Goes on Russell. Hand checked away. Now drives. Down the lane. Underhand floater blocked. It took it to trouble. Here comes James on the break. He goes down the lane. Got fouled. And he's going to shoot 2.
Well, that's an automatic when he's in the open court.
Yep.
Just took it a little bit too close to Davis and let him get a hand on that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today, and don't forget Warriors-Lakers tip-off at, tip-off at 7, which means Warriors Live starts at 6. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was incorrect. As I was reading that, I was like, Warriors-Lakers tip-off at 6.
Come on,
yes.
Gleason.
Yes. Well,
Let's
I was
get
like,
it buttoned up over
I'm
there.
reading what it says here, and as I'm reading it, I'm going,
My name's Ron Burgundy?
Yeah.
No, that's really not true.
Warriors-Lakers tip-off at 6, which means Warriors Live starts at 5 with the great John Dickinson. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. My apologies, just as I was reading that, part of my brain was going, that's all right.
No.
You can go ahead and read it, but it ain't right. So here we are, Dibbs.
Yeah, that's why we pre-read the business, Cav, and I figured a man with your level of experience would know that.
It passed all the pre-read standards. I don't know what happened.
It did. Maybe that sort of sloppiness is what cost us our gig back March 11th, 2014.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the streak. I got to keep the streak alive.
Right.
Every time I do a show with Whitey, I have to remind him of the day that will live in
And I
infamy.
appreciate it. Yeah.
You really don't appreciate it, but I do it anyway. And today is also a special day. Do you believe in all these days like today's May the 4th?
Right.
So May the 4th be with you. It's like a big Star Wars day for the geekery.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you into it's National Cupcake Day and it's
really.
National, Quilt Day?
No, because when you think about it, there's really no such thing as a Thursday. Every day is the same. We put our label, this is Thursday.
Right.
It feels like a Wednesday. There's no difference, really. It's just what we say they are. So, no, I'm not a big...
What offends you more, May the 4th or Cinco de Mayo?
Offends me more?
I guess which bothers you more? Neither one offends you.
Yeah.
But because
Cinco de Mayo is a celebration of something that actually happened, right? An historic
But it's
event.
not the day that the historic event happened. Mexican independence did not happen on May 5th.
But wasn't there a battle of Puebla or something that day that was one of the key battles in the...
It's very possible. Yeah. I'd have to Google it, but the whole it's been an Americanized, bastardized holiday. I know. It's a bastardization sensation is what it is. Right. The actual Mexican Independence Day. And then May the 4th is just a day for Star Wars
May
geeks.
4th commemorates the battle of Hoth, where rebel forces had to flee because of, I don't know, whatever.
You made that up, but I appreciate the effort.
No, that's from The Empire Strikes Back.
Was Hoth the actual place where that
Hoth,
happened?
the ice planet Hoth.
Okay.
Yes. That wasn't on May the 4th, though, but it was in the second movie.
Exactly. It was just another day.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Interesting thoughts here. Let's go first to Leo, who's been hanging on. Jonathan Kuminga, you mentioned him, and a lot of people have opinions.
Oh, yeah.
Leo, you're on with Dibbs and Whitey. What's going on?
Well, I really do believe that Kuminga is in the doghouse. And I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a number of things. And first of all, I called some time back, and just his body language, the lack of the energy and effort, especially if he's a young guy. So many times he's making a mistake, and maybe he's looking over his shoulder a little bit, but when he makes a mistake, his head's hanging. It doesn't show a lot of energy. I think what Kerr needs to do is sit him down the little one-on-one. He needs to pull out some old film of Dennis Rodman's energy and effort plays and tell him, this is what I want you to do, even if you make mistakes. I want you to play like this. And I think he's the type of player that probably needs a little bit of TLC, a little bit of one-on-one, and I'm sure Kerr could do that. Maybe he's tried it already, and maybe he's kind of given up on him. But at the end of the day, that does seem to be a little bit of a waste of talent sitting on the bench when he's that athletic and can provide some pop, especially in this series at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. I know someone else on the text line agrees with you from the 510. Kuminga can guard LeBron. He's handled LeBron in previous games. First of all, right now, I'm not that worried about LeBron. He had, 22 points on 24 shots, so I'm not worried about a LeBron stopper. But as far as Kuminga goes, if I'm your personal friend, Steve Kerr, I mean, if I'm putting him out there and if he's giving me something, that's great. But otherwise, I can't play him no matter what anyone thinks about how great he could be. You have to help me win now. We're in the stinking playoffs.
Right, and you have to be able to help me on both ends of the floor, and you have to be able to help me immediately. There can't be any minutes given. Minutes aren't given this time of year. Minutes are earned.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he has earned any minutes, and it would be great if he could go out there and guard LeBron James and give you, 14 or 16 minutes of guarding LeBron James, maybe get a couple of dunks and be a part of, winning basketball, but I just don't think that he's that player right now.
Now, to your point about the doghouse, and Leo mentioned that when you mentioned the doghouse and Kuminga being in the doghouse, I said, I don't think so. But it is true, we think that after Game 6 against Sacramento, when Steph got the team together and said, all right, if you're getting on the bus with me, then that means we're all together on this. I do think that he was talking about Jordan Poole and maybe just Kuminga's attitude about his unhappiness with not playing. But still, is that the doghouse? I don't know. Right now, Steve Kerr doesn't worry about that stuff. It's just you got to be able to play well. And I'm sure that if he's up against a situation where he thinks Kuminga can help him, it's like he'll give him a chance. It's just not going to have a long leash. You got to play well. We can't just give you a chance to warm up to the playoff game here.
Right, and I think that the leash would have been given in Game 1 if they were going to use him or play him. I thought that would have been the time because Game 1 to me, Whitey, felt a little bit like a feeling out period for Steve Kerr and the way the Warriors approached it. And you got down to the final 6 minutes, and they realized, okay, we're down 14. If we're going to make a push, we got to do it right now by going small. They went small. They made a push. They figured out that might be a winning formula, and that's the way that went. I look at Kuminga and the last 3 games against Sacramento. Game 4, he played 3 minutes. Game 5, DNP. Game 6, 4 minutes, garbage time. Game 7, 3 minutes, garbage time. It's been all the way back to April 20th since he's played meaningful minutes. That's 2 weeks since he's actually been a part of the rotation. So I thought Game 1 would have been that time if they were feeling like he could be that player. But think about Moses Moody, because Moses Moody didn't play that much either in Game 1. What did he end up with? He played 6 minutes in Game 1.
In Sacramento?
No, Game 1 against the Lakers.
Right.
Moody played 6 minutes. So if you're not going to play Moody that many minutes either, I don't think that Kuminga is going to see the light of day.
888-957-9570. I mean, it's just got to be a thing where when you're in there, you got to make it happen, or you're not going to get another chance. Let's talk to, is it Safe in San Francisco? Hey, do I have your name right? Is your name Safe?
Safe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Safe. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for checking in. What's up?
I just wanted to talk about how they were guarding Stephen Curry yesterday and how they were playing him on the top side.
Uh-huh.
And I was thinking, I think Stephen Curry should be on the ball more. Like, he should bring up the ball. He should dance with the ball more, because J.J. Redick was talking about it on First Take, and they were taking him away. And even though he got the ball and he would cut in, Vanderbilt is really long and lengthy, so even when he tried to go, there was a play where he tried to go for a floater, and he got him from behind. So if he has the ball coming up and he sets the offense, I think the Warriors should do better.
Thank you, Save. I think you're right. I would guarantee we're going to see more of that tonight. Stan Van Gundy, the lesser of the Van Gundys by far, but it was a great point. He made that point during the last telecast.
Who made that point?
Stan Van Gundy, the lesser of the Van Gundys, because Jeff was texting him, here, you should say this, dummy. And then,
dummy, big brother.
But I would be stunned if we don't see a lot more of that. In fact, I've been thinking, what's the downside to that? Is there a downside to that? Why haven't the Warriors had the ball in Steph Curry's hand more earlier in say, the last game? I guess you want to run your offense, and their offense usually functions at a high level when Steph's off the ball because he's running through so many screens and he's so hard to guard. And the other thing is, and he's doing so much as it is, it's hard for him physically. It's very taxing when he has to have the ball in his hands and do everything offensively as well.
Right, but if they are going to top block him and take away his ability to shoot the three, and they're smart to run him off the three-point line, if he has the ball and you run some screen roll, if they're going to go ahead and trap him, then you can dump it off and you've got 4-on-3 behind the double team when he has the ball in his hands. Otherwise, if he's running off all these screens and you're trying like heck to get him the ball off the ball, And once he gets the ball in the corner on the wing, if they're going to go ahead and pinch him off the three-point line, then he's got to find a way to get to the mid-range instead of going all the way to the hoop. Try to shoot that 15 to 17-footer.
It is, to me, it's a little troubling from the Warriors' standpoint to see them have issues with Anthony Davis where, like, oh, we didn't know he'd get that shot. Like, we just played a clip, where you get to the basket and, wow, we didn't know that he could get back and block that shot. He's got a lot of range, and it's been a long time since the Warriors have had to play against a center in a big series like Anthony Davis, who has as much range defensively.
Right, and also the Lakers have perimeter defenders who can make it difficult, so you can't just eschew going to the basket because you've got Dennis Schroeder, who's a good defender, Jared Vanderbilt, who's been a great defender.
Got that length, dude.
Yes, and LeBron James is still a solid defender.
D'Angelo Russell guarded somebody once.
Right, on accident, I think.
It was an accident.
Yeah, but the Lakers do have enough defenders to where they're making it difficult on Steph Curry, especially offensively. Now, I thought Klay looked good. Klay got a lot of good looks, a lot of good three-point shots. He was off to a good start, and then he kind of cooled off a little bit, but Klay's going to be key as well if they do the same thing they tried to do to Steph in Game 1.
Is this a thing or not a thing? I know you're aware of this, but the Warriors' first team ever on a playoff game with 3 different guys who each made 6 threes, but they lose. 3 different players with 6 made threes in a playoff game, first team ever, but they lose the game. Is that a thing?
It's not a thing because you might see it again. The Warriors are going to shoot more than 50 threes, I would imagine, in every one of these games. They want to play fast. They want to shoot the 3. They want to get the Lakers into an up-tempo kind of a ball game. So I would imagine that happens again. And especially, Whitey, when we look at the way that the league is now in terms of the three-point shot, everybody is shooting a ton of threes. And not even like, I'm not going back to when Steve Kerr played, but even go back 3 years or 5 years ago, teams were not shooting the 3 as much as they are now.
No, 53, there was a time a few years ago when that would have been the story. The Warriors shot 53 threes, and now it's like, they made 21 of them. The Lakers
shot
don't
more
take
than
a lot.
53s 15 times this year in the regular year. They were 9-6 in those games.
The Lakers only took 25. This is interesting to me. You go back to 2018 when the Lakers signed LeBron in the first place, and Magic Johnson was there, and they talked a lot about their blueprint for beating the Warriors, because the Warriors then, they were the gold standard then, and there was talk of not going out and beating the Warriors at their own game with the shooting, but of finding gritty, big, large, tough defensive teams. Well, Magic's not there anymore, and obviously, they went out and got guys like Rondo, and it didn't really work, but there are still some remnants of that original blueprint that are still around today. Anthony Davis is probably the biggest part of that. The Lakers are trying to beat the Warriors by playing it a different way. Now, they need shooting. They finally had to realize we still need shooting, but they're trying to beat the Warriors not at their own game like the Kings did, but by doing something differently. So interesting, contrasting styles.
Yes, definitely. It's an interesting contrast in terms of how each team is trying to do it. And so I think for tonight, the Warriors have to make the Lakers get into an uncomfortable spot, which they didn't really do, in my opinion, in Game 1 until the very end. I think the Warriors need to do to the Lakers what the Kings were trying to do to the Warriors. The Kings were trying to outpace and out-tempo the Warriors, and when the Warriors started to slow it down just a little bit, then they got the Kings into more of a half-court style game, and that favored the Warriors. And I think this series is the exact opposite, where the Warriors need to get the Lakers into that up-tempo kind of game, go small, go fast, shoot more, and you also have to not turn the ball over a lot, which is why Game 1 kind of hurts, because
8 times?
You only had 8 turnovers, and what Steve Kerr...
on 106 shots.
I asked Steve one time that we had him on, like, what numbers he looks at, because we talked about this in the changeover, the plus-minus, and we all use the plus-minus. Yeah. We weaponize it for our own arguments.
Right, sure.
Because it's so ridiculous. Like, oh, this player, I didn't like the way he played. I'm going to look at his plus-minus. Draymond Green, he didn't play well in Game 1. He was a -8, Whitey. Worst on the team.
Whoa, yeah.
He was a -8. Well, he was really a -3 versus the team as a whole was a -5, but whatever. Steve Kerr told me he looks at rebounding, assist-to-turnover ratio, and possessions. And if you look at just that in Game 1, the Warriors took 14 more shots than the Lakers did. That's a win. They had 30 assists and only 8 turnovers. That's another win.
Yes.
And then the fouls is the one, 24-12, and that really was kind of where the game was lost. But the other numbers, I think, lined up well for what the Warriors want to do. They want to shoot it more than the other team. They want to not turn it over that often, and they want to at least be competitive in the rebound battle, and they were just a -4 in rebounds.
Yeah, to your point, I believe in the first round series against Sacramento, the team with more shot attempts won every game except one. That was that game 4. Sacramento had more attempts, and they ended up losing by 1, so they almost won. So that was hugely important. And here, I know the Lakers, when they get to the foul line as many times as they do, it kind of throws some of the numbers out of whack because those are shot attempts, but they don't count as shot attempts. But 106 attempts for the Warriors on 8 turnovers, and they still can't win the game.
That
leaves a mark.
And yeah, absolutely, especially when you outscore them by 45 points from the three-point line.
Mm-hmm.
And they outscored you by 20 from the foul line. Fine. You're still a plus 25 in terms of free throws and threes. You're plus 25. Can you just be decent from 2? If you're decent from 2, you win the game, but they out-2'd you.
Yeah.
You only scored 44 points on 2s, and they scored 74.
Yeah, and I think they were only 42%. Anyway, I got a question for you about how much zone you're going to play tonight. But first, 888-957-9570. Anthony from San Jose joins us. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard. How are you, Anthony?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
I think that what the Warriors need personally, in my opinion, is I'm going to kind of steal from you, is a little acceleration sensation. They need a little bit of the youth to come in, and I think personally, they need somebody that can come in, whether it be Kuminga, a little more of Moody, and they need to challenge Anthony Davis up front, because I feel like it would keep Looney, and also it would keep Draymond Green out of foul trouble. Because I felt like when they had to kind of go to the bench, that's where kind of like they lost that tempo of kind of containing Anthony Davis to some degree.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with you. I'm all in favor of attacking Anthony Davis. The more I think about it, reluctant to do it, but I think you have to try. But as far as playing some of the younger players to increase tempo, I that doesn't add up to me. That's not how you do that, in my opinion. I understand your point, but that's not how I would approach it.
Right, and I think that the players that you have, and by the way, Anthony, that is a buck for your
Yes.
Tim Roy ripoff.
Very
And
well done.
Shout out Ernie Chavez on the YouTube page who dropped a cha-ching earlier.
Yes.
He paid $2 to drop a cha-ching, so that one goes out to you, Ernie.
Nice.
For your $2 donation sensation. And there's the other buck for, we'll go ahead and cash me out 2 times on that tip. But I think that the Warriors, without going to their, quote, younger players, they have enough to play faster. The only guy on your team in your, 8 or 9 man rotation who is probably not capable of playing fast is Kevon Looney. Like Stephen Clay, yes, Draymond loves to play fast. Wiggins can, GP2, Dante. They can all get up and down. The one Jordan Poole, we know he lives to play fast. I think Kevon Looney is the only guy of your mainstays who maybe prefers a little bit of a slower tempo.
Mm-hmm. So, how much zone would you play tonight, Dibs, if you're running the Warrior defense? As far as we know, you are. We know that the Warriors had some success with that when they made that run in the fourth quarter. Obviously, the Lakers are going to be, you'd think, at least a little more prepared for that. It comes with its disadvantages, tough to rebound out of the zone. Charles Barkley says other teams are always going to get good shots eventually out of a zone. So how much zone would you plan on throwing at the Lakers tonight? They can't shoot.
Right. I would absolutely mix in some zone, depending on what the personnel was like for the Lakers. And the problem with zone is you're going to have gaps in the interior. If you do extend out on 3-point shooters, then if Anthony Davis is out there, then you might be in a situation where he can still cut inside the key and exploit your zone. But I like the idea of mixing up your defenses anyway. Don't just play the same way straight up. And right now through game 1 of this series, the only real problem I thought on offense was Anthony Davis and a little bit of D'Angelo Russell. But D'Angelo Russell can beat his zone. He can shoot the 3 ball pretty well. So I don't know if that would work zone-wise. It just depends on who the Lakers have on the floor as to how much you're going to play zone.
Their bench guys played pretty well.
Yeah.
Schroeder played well. Rui
Hachimura?
Rui was 2 for 2.
Yeah.
So their bench outplayed the Warriors bench.
I suppose. I mean, their bench was Dennis Schroeder. That was it. Other than Schroeder, you had 27 minutes from Brown, Jr., Gabriel, and Hachimura. They didn't play anybody off their bench when you look at it. And so I think that's another factor that bodes well for the Warriors tonight is the Lakers only played 6 guys, essentially, and you were able to play a little bit more.
They
you
did put a lot of
saved your
eggs in that
veterans.
game 1 basket, didn't they?
Yeah, so I think the Warriors look good tonight in terms of freshness.
Eric joins us from San Leandro. Eric, you're on with Dibs and Whitey. What's on your mind? What's your solution for Game 2 tonight for the Warriors?
I'm just curious, wondering what your opinion is on. I think the Warriors should use. We have a big 6'10" guy on the bench who's a good shooter and who can also help, neutralize or use them against Anthony Davis. I mean, what do you guys take on that? I mean, I'd love to hear it. I mean, I think we should be using that guy.
You're talking about Patrick Baldwin Jr.,
Eric. Yeah,
PBJ?
he's talking about PBJ, who wasn't even suited up for the last game.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I think if this series were in 2025, it just
what a great answer, very diplomatic answer.
Well, and I like Patrick Baldwin Jr. and you look at what he did in was it February or March when he had that spate of games?
Yeah,
it's like this dude can shoot.
He might not even be hurt, but yeah, I know he wasn't.
But I mean,
yeah.
Whitey, he can flat out shoot the basketball, but you're getting in the deep water now. There are only 8 teams remaining, and you've got a coaching staff, for better or for worse, and I think it's for better. They've won 4 championships. They don't have a lot of patience for young, inexperienced players.
Yeah.
And if Jonathan Kuminga can't make it on the floor and Moses Moody can barely get 6 minutes, you're not going to play PBJ.
Eric, there is a guy, I think, who could give you what you want to get from PBJ. We saw a little bit of him in the first game. E in San Jose has more on him. E, you're on with Dibs and Whitey. Who do you want to see tonight?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. There's one guy that can draw Anthony Davis out of the lane. There's one guy that can bother him a little bit because they're close enough in height, and he has the veteran presence to keep down on pump fakes. It's JaMychal Green. Give him some opportunity, more than a couple of minutes, and I guarantee you Anthony Davis will have to draw out to the line if he hits 3 or 4 threes.
Thank you, E.
Thanks, E.
I agree with him.
And I do think that J. Michael, as Coach Kerr calls him, and that actually might be his name, and we've all called him JaMychal. It might be J. Michael. I think that he gets an earlier look, and I think he gets a longer look.
I agree.
Because he came onto the floor, and he did not look scared at all. He was thinking, I'm getting my shots off.
Yeah. Steve Kerr mentioned JaMychal Green, and we're going to hear.
JaMychal.
Yeah.
I don't even just.
Okay. All right.
3,
okay.
2, and 1. Sorry. Tease blocker.
We're gonna hear the conversation that you and Mr. Willard had with Steve yesterday was so incredible. I can't think of a better way to get ready for Game 2 than to hear that again coming up. Yeah. So Steve Kerr replay is coming up next here, and we are sponsored by. Well, let me see. Let me put it this way: we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's been said that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. What home improvement project have you been putting off that you're determined to get done this year? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help you pick up the pace on your next project with the
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today. Tomorrow, together. As together we get ready for Game 2, the Warriors and the Lakers. I understand you had quite a conversation yesterday with Steve Kerr.
Yes, indeed. I like the coach. I try to get the coach to laugh. That's my goal. Obviously, we want to unearth real basketball nuggets, but if I can get a Kerr chuckle, I feel like I've done my job.
Yeah, well, we've been talking a lot today about JaMychal Green. What did Coach Kerr have to say yesterday about JaMychal Green? Let's find out. Here's Mark Willard.
Game 7 energy versus Game 1 energy. How would you sort of put it into words, the emotions of taking the first punch in a series like this?
Yeah, well, it's we've been through so many of these series over the years, and I've been through them as a player and as a coach. There's a different feeling from one game to the next, and I think Game 1 is always a feeling out process. You're trying to get a sense for what the other team is doing. You're getting a sense for what your own game how your own game plan is faring. There's definitely less sort of urgency than there is in a Game 7 for obvious reasons, and yet it's still a playoff game. Like, you're still on edge. You're still really desperately trying to win the game. So there's always an interesting sort of vibe around the different games within a series, and felt like an opening game to me. Just a lot of just sort of trying to get a sense for each other.
It felt almost like 2 games in one, Coach, because you fell down by 12 or 14 with 6 minutes to go, and then all of a sudden a burst and a rally and a change of lineup, and you got back in it, and Jordan Poole with a look to tie it up. Did you feel like maybe you discovered something late in that fourth quarter, or was it just as simple as you guys had freshness on your side?
Well, I do think we had some freshness. They played their starters basically the whole fourth. Actually, not their starters, but their best defensive team the whole fourth. And I thought in the last 3 or 4 minutes we had more energy than they did, and spreading the floor made them have to guard more court, and then our guys did a great job of knocking down some shots and getting back in it. But it's just it's one game. Every game feels a little bit different. Think about Game 6 of the Sacramento series versus Game 7. We look like 2 entirely different teams, and so I don't think you can just take those last few minutes and say, well, that's how the rest of this series is going to look. I think there are always extenuating circumstances.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Coach, would you take us through the whole picture, all of the angles of the final shot? We know that you said last night that you liked the shot from Jordan Poole, but also just wonder what goes through your mind the moment you get the rebound. Is there a consideration of a timeout? Are you thinking about drawing up a play? Take us through the whole picture from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is the clock, and is there enough time to take the ball down and get a decent look? So we had plenty of time, and then the next thing is to see how it unfolds. If something happens and we're in a bad spot, that's where I can race out onto the court and yell timeout. And in this case, our offense is at the other end, so you don't always get that timeout because the refs may not see it or see me. But what I was looking at was Steph got double teamed at half court, and I knew somebody was going to be open on the weak side, so I didn't want to take a timeout. And Steph made the right play, got it to Draymond, and as I said, I love the fact that Jordan took that shot. I think looking at the film, the only thing he could have done is just move closer to the line before the ball got to him. I didn't think the spacing was
was perfect. I loved his confidence and his willingness to step up and try to knock that thing down. But he could have been a little closer to the line, made it a slightly easier shot for sure.
Is time of game remaining the prevailing factor in not going for a 2 there and playing the foul game? Were you in a spot with 10 seconds left that you felt like a 3 to tie was the best route for them to take?
Well, I think there's plenty of time for a quick 2 if you want one. It's there, and it's just up to the players to read that. If you're down in the final seconds, obviously you have to go ahead and take the 3. But when you have timeouts left and you've got time on the clock, then I'm fine going in for a quick 2 as well.
Coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs at 95.7 The Game. I tell you what, bunch of interesting stuff here to get to. I wonder what you thought of Steph Curry's game. It looked like he was maybe having a little bit more success kind of with the ball in his hands as opposed to what he always does off ball. Jared Vanderbilt gave him some trouble. What did you see in that particular matchup?
Well, I think right away you could see that both Vanderbilt and Schroeder, when he came into the game, were trying to deny the ball to Steph full court. So when they scored, those guys raced up and tried to keep the ball out of Steph's hands from the beginning of the possession. And the thinking is obvious. Without Steph bringing the ball to the floor, it just limits the damage he can do. And it's a smart strategy, and we just have to decide, how we want to combat that. There are ways to get him open. He can be more forceful in demanding the ball. You can also just embrace it or accept it and bring him off a screen at the other end. And so those are all things, as I said, where you watch game 1, you get a feel for what the other team's doing, and you make some adjustments.
Is part of the adjustment maybe activating Anthony Davis in more pick and rolls away from the basket? Mark and I were having this discussion, and, Coach, it felt to me like he was camping in there defensively, yet no defensive 3 in the key calls. Is that something maybe you want me to call the league office on, or something that you'll handle yourself?
Yeah, there generally aren't going to be a lot of those called, in the playoffs, and he was definitely camped in there, and there were definitely plays where he could have been called for it. But that's if that's the way it's going to be played, then we can do the same thing at the other end and crowd the paint, and we did our share of that. But yeah, that's one way of trying to pull him away from the hoop is to put him in more high screen and roll, and that's something we will definitely look at. And there are other ways to engage him as well. But you give him credit. He was amazing. He had a great game, and controlled the game defensively, and also scored. Made a lot of tough shots. So sometimes you just you pat a guy in the back, say great game, and then you go try to be more aggressive, more forceful the next game, and try to take him out of some of that stuff.
Steve, I've heard you use the word adjustments a couple of times, and I'm sure you know this. It feels, in this particular case, to some Warrior fans, a little intimidating because it feels like the adjustment you need to do is to get taller, and the team obviously can't do that. So how do you battle their size with adjustments?
Well, I mean, I always say this every year. The first adjustment is the emotional one. You got to come in, especially coming off a loss, with the idea that you're going to be the more aggressive team. You're going to be the team that is playing with force and going after every loose ball, every rebound. And you say, well, shouldn't you do that every game? Yeah, but look, these guys are all professional athletes, best basketball players on earth. Everyone out there is gifted, and when you play with a sense of desperation, you get a few more of those loose balls, a few more of those rebounds. Things tend to turn your way, and I think that's always the first adjustment in any series. And then after that, it's little stuff. It's matchups. Who do we want guarding whom? What's our rotation look like? maybe you tweak your pick and roll coverage. Those are all the things that you pick apart on film, and then you go through and a walkthrough, and then you implement them for the next game.
Draymond Green picks up his third in the second quarter, and that's it. He's got to go to the bench, and he doesn't get any more time until after the half. Is it tough with a player like Draymond, especially where you know that he is such a smart player that you want to leave him out there, yet 3 fouls, you feel like you need to protect him?
Yeah, and I think every situation is different. I usually leave our best players out on the floor when they're in foul trouble, because my philosophy is always, I'd rather have them playing, because if they're sitting, they're not impacting the game anyway. But you take everything into account, and one of those things is that the Lakers do have a lot of size, and if Draymond's out there guarding Davis or LeBron, he's more likely to get a fourth. And on top of that, it's a close game, and we're fine, and no need to panic and keep him out there. So we felt fine with the foul situation. Draymond went in at halftime with the 3, but it was I think we were down 1 or 2 points, and we were in a good spot, so there was no harm done.
Steve, also, while we talk about adjustments in personnel, is there any chance that Jonathan Kuminga might be one of those adjustments on some level to give you a little bit more size and athleticism?
Yeah, I think, the whole thing with all of our players, and I tell them this all the time, it's the playoffs change dramatically, from game to game based on matchups, based on injuries, based on, what you're seeing on film. And it's important for everybody on the team to stay ready. And I think JaMychal Green is a great example of that, hardly played against Sacramento. And we knew we would need some size against the Lakers and some shooting, and gives us a great 7 or 8 minutes in the first half, knocks down a couple threes. So, J-Mike understands that, and, the other guys need to understand that too, whether it's Kuminga, Lamb, all these guys, there's a possibility that things could turn their way, and they just have to stay ready.
Dante has been getting playing time, DiVincenzo, but just 1 shot in 12 minutes. It seems to the naked eye like maybe he's struggling with some shot confidence. Where is he right now from an offensive standpoint in terms of trying to recapture what he was more like earlier in the year?
Well, it's harder to do in shorter minutes, but this is kind of what the playoffs are about. The rotations sort of go out the window, and you just sort of, take the game possession by possession, and whatever's needed, you put the guys out there that are needed. I think what Dante brings us is an aggressive on-ball defender and another ball-handling decision-maker, which is really important. Given that they're trying to take Steph out of the game, take Jordan out of the game, it's great to have Dante as a secondary ball handler. He can initiate our offense. He can knock down shots on the receiving end of plays, and he'll do that. He's just not going to get as many shots as if he were, starting and playing 30 minutes like he was most of the second half of the season.
Steve, now that Darvin Ham has tipped his hand and shown you that he's going to guard Jordan Poole in this series, which Laker are you going to guard?
Yeah, it is interesting. We watched Mike Brown spend a lot of time on the court during the Sacramento series. It seems to be a league-wide thing. Coaches just joining the action. So I don't know if the NBA has any problem with it, but I suppose I should start getting out onto the floor more too.
You more of a traditional offensive player. Might they let you go 6 on 5 on the offensive end?
I'm open, guys. Throw me the ball.
No doubt. While we're in this space of obtuse things, Dennis Schroeder and the Academy gives him the Oscar. What do you do when you see such a blatant flop when you have these discussions with the referees?
I just try to point out, that's what I did last night. I pointed out to the officials that there was some flopping going on. And honestly, I really like playoff officiating because for the most part, the league and the officials just eliminate a lot of the BS that goes on in the regular season where players are trying to manipulate the officials and sell calls. And when you watch games in the playoffs, most of that stuff is not being called, and so I love it. I thought there were some called last night. I thought the Lakers showed some gamesmanship, and the refs fell for some of that stuff, and it's a little disappointing, but that's all part of it. And after every game, people are going to be upset with this or that or the officiating or whatever. And I will say I don't think that was the reason for the outcome. I think the Lakers outplayed us and deserved to win, but I would hope that a lot of the flopping will go away as the series goes on.
Yeah, well said. It just was a little unsightly. Just one more while we're in the sphere. It looked like Ed Malloy and you and Draymond were having a nice conversation, and all of a sudden Ed tees up Draymond. What happened to where Ed suddenly got fed up? I thought it was a nice exchange of ideas among three grown men.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Draymond may have said the magic word there somewhere. But it was looking at the replay. It was unfortunate because they set an illegal screen. Draymond was trying to fight through it. Schroeder hooked his arm, and so Draymond had every right to be upset, and it was a tough call. But like I said, that happens, and it's Draymond's going to have to be aware of his technical foul count and all that stuff because he's got a reputation. In case you guys hadn't noticed.
Hadn't noticed it.
Yeah, Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs after the Warriors fall to the Lakers and go down 1-0 in the series. Steve, GP2 was on with us earlier. 3 times in the conversation, he used the phrase "muck it up." Is it safe to say that you guys feel the physicality needs to be ramped up on your end?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's part of what I was saying earlier, just, playing with force, playing with energy, being the more desperate team, all that stuff. And like I said, this is not rocket science. This is, nothing new. This has been going on for as long as I've ever, been part of the NBA, and every series I've ever been part of. It's, if you lose, you got to come back with force, and you got to play harder. Those are the first adjustments to make. Play harder, get more rebounds, get more loose balls, box out, do all that stuff, and do all that with energy, and it puts you in a much better position to win.
Seemed like against Sacramento, you started to, I don't want to say avoid Davion Mitchell guarding Steph, but the minute matchup was such that Mitchell wasn't out there as much against Steph. Have you thought about that already in terms of Jared Vanderbilt, who seemed to give Steph Curry some issues at times?
No, not really. I mean, they're trading Vanderbilt and Schroeder onto Steph. Both guys are spending time on him, and they're both good defenders. And look, the Lakers, after the trade deadline, when they made their moves, they had the number 1 defense in the league. So we are prepared for what the Lakers are bringing. They've got an excellent defensive team, a lot of experience, a lot of IQ. So it's a great challenge. And we just have to continue down the path we're on and keep making the subtle game-to-game adjustments and just get after it and bring the emotion, bring the energy, and we'll get back in it.
Steve, as you know, everybody's always got a lot of eyes on the minute count for all the players, and whether there are Kuminga questions or even the guys who are playing a lot. At the end of the Sacramento series, your top players are bleeding into the 40-plus minute area. Last night, everybody's back down to Steph at 38, but nobody was up at that 40-minute mark. Is that just because it's early in the series and you want to ease your way into it, or do things now immediately get a little bit more in that desperate realm because you're down 0-1?
I think Game 1, coming off of a Game 7, an emotional Game 7, 48 hours earlier, for sure, Game 1, you want to get more people out there, and you don't want to run everybody into the ground. And so there's that consideration. And then, the feeling out process that I referenced, you want to give different people some looks just to see, how those players present themselves in the series. And then as you go, you tend to pare things down a little bit.
Steve, obviously one of the best games, if not the best game in the playoffs for Jordan Poole. Would love to get your thoughts on whether or not you think this is a better matchup for him and just in general, where you think he mentally is kind of standing in this run.
Yeah, I loved Jordan's game. I loved his approach. He's pretty mentally tough. I mean, Jordan is a guy who, you guys know, I mean, he's a little bit of a lightning rod. A lot of people are judging him on a daily basis, and it's not easy as a young player, a young person to have that type of scrutiny with your every move. And the way he responded, knocking down shots, competing, boxing out, fighting over screens, I thought Jordan was great. And like I said, every game's different. You never know how things are going to play out, but we do know we'll need Jordan to be aggressive, and I have great faith in him.
Steve Kerr from yesterday here, Willard and Dibbs. Whitey in for Willard today. Dibbs, you may have thought it was funny when you suggested to Coach Kerr that you would contact the league office about AD being in the key all day.
Right.
Steve didn't seem to think it was very funny. He's like, yeah, well, they don't call that much, kid, in the playoffs, okay?
Right.
So we do it too, all right? So leave me alone. I mean, I don't know.
That's kind of the way you read that, but I'll guarantee you this.
Have any better questions you can ask me today?
They're going to call defensive 3 in the key tonight, when they do, and I hope the camera pans to Steve Kerr, because there'll be a knowing tap of the chest and a point for your boy Dibberclaws.
Really?
They don't call it as often in the postseason as they do in the regular year, but I found it to be quite egregious when you watch what Anthony Davis was doing and what he was getting away with. And if the Warriors don't go small and bring him out of the key, I'm going to bet you that they make that call at least once tonight.
I know that anytime we mention officiating and how it might not be fair, you get very upset. Sometimes your eyes kind of roll back in your head like a shark before it attempts to bite a seal or something. So I respect that. But let's look at where we are. The Warriors would certainly benefit from a more beneficial whistle tonight, and I don't think it's not unusual to see that for a home team, especially a home team that's down 1-0. That's just kind of the nature of playoff basketball. Home teams tend to get a more
favorable,
beneficial whistle.
Yep.
But also the aggressors tend to get a more favorable whistle, and that's where the Warriors have to be more aggressive tonight.
Right, and I think that Game 1 is a perfect example of the latter of your statements, and I believe both those statements to be true, but the more aggressive team gets more of a benefit than the home team, all things created equally.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers were, and almost always are, the more aggressive team. I think they led the association in free throws per game, FPG, because they're an aggressive team.
And the Warriors did not.
And the Warriors foul a lot. We've heard Steve Kerr on many different shows and many platforms all year say we have to defend without fouling. And the greater Van Gundy, Stan, when he talked about it in the game, one of his keys to the game, defend without fouling. Shout out Ernie Chavez. He wants to shout out JP, Crash, and the rest of the Twitch viewers.
Mm-hmm.
Ernie paid $5 for that. Thank you, Ernie.
Thank you.
And go Dubs.
Mm-hmm. It's just tough to challenge, be more aggressive by attacking the basket when Anthony Davis is in there. So it's going to have to be a combo
pump fake,
platter.
Whitey. Whatever happened to the jump stop and a good old-fashioned pump fake? I know you have a nice pump fake yourself.
Yes. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But it's going to have to be drawing AD away from the basket, right? And then attacking the basket.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so you're not necessarily challenging him directly, because that doesn't always go so well.
Right. It didn't go well in Game 1, and they blocked 10 shots, and it wasn't just AD. It was Jared Vanderbilt, who had a mega swat, and LeBron had 3 as well. So it's no matter who is going to be down there when you drive to the hoop, you're going to have to navigate a long, lanky defender.
Yeah, that is the series right now. Maybe the Warriors make an adjustment and then it becomes something else. But right now, given that the Warriors historically have always been able to play the other team's bigs off the floor, and given the way Anthony Davis dominated the first game, that's the series right now. What do the Warriors do about AD starting tonight? Coming up next, hey, how about this? Draymond just came in second in the race for an NBA award. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a major award. Dibbs does not seem to think it's such a big deal, but we'll look at that coming up next. And we are sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA Bus to 333-161 to apply.
You know it pays to protect your engine, but did you know that with Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil, it pays in more ways than one? Not only does it help extend engine life, saving you in the long run, but right now you can get a $20 digital gift card to top retailers like Hotels.com, Topgolf, and Uber. Get Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil at a participating retailer, or ask for it in your next oil change at a participating location to qualify. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Offer ends 9/30/2023. Terms apply. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network, the complete connectivity solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile, and ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and AutoPay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after use of monthly.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Isn't this great? What a great time to be a Warrior fan as the drama continues. Get ready for game 2. Every game, I look forward to every game so much, Dibs. Every game, so exciting, right?
Incredible. I mean, seriously.
Yes.
It's been...
That first series, we've never had anything like it before, and that was just the appetizer for the Warriors and the Lakers.
And I was saying maybe midway through that series that I thought that it was the most entertaining series that the Warriors had ever been in this era. Entertaining. Now, obviously, an NBA Finals win, a championship is better.
Or more significant or whatever, but that's not what you're saying.
And being down 3-1 to OKC, that was very entertaining. That, to me, was probably the next closest one, or being down to Houston and coming back and watching them miss 27 consecutive three-pointers. That was also very entertaining. But this series against Sacramento, the entertainment value of each and every game, the Northern California rivalry, Light the Beam and all the rest of it, it was incredible.
Mm-hmm. And now we get LeBron and AD in game 2 tonight. The big NBA news as we get ready for game 2, Mike Budenholzer out today as coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. And this is lesser NBA news. Marcus Smart has won the 3rd NBA Hustle Award. Let's see. He's the first player to win the award 2 years in a row. That's astonishing because I didn't even know the award existed. And he's won it 2 years in a row, Dibs, and 3 times in the 7 years it has existed. This is an award derived, I should say, from the Hustle stats tracked on NBA.com. Deflections, loose balls recovered, charges drawn, screen assists, contested shots, and box outs. Top 5 finishers, Smart. Draymond finished 2nd for the Hustle Award. So close. Aaron Nesmith of the Pacers 3rd, Mitchell Robinson and Herb Jones of the Pelicans 5th. And you're only eligible for the award if you played at least 24 minutes per game and in at least 58 games this season. So maybe next year for Draymond and the NBA's Hustle Award.
I get that. And I'm looking at Marcus Smart's hustle stats and his rankings. He drew .18 charges per game, CPG. So that means every 5 games he drew 1 charge. That ranked 10th in the league. LBR, loose balls recovered, 0.8 a game. That was 30th or 14th in the league.
Okay.
Deflections, 2.6, 16th in the league. Box outs, 1 a game. He boxed out 1 time per game. 31st in the association.
Way to hustle, Marcus!
Screen assists, 0.8 a game. That ranked 37th. Contested shots, 4.2, 98th. So he was only top 10 in 1 of the hustle stat categories.
Just across the board hustler.
It just, I mean, you're trying to get to me, Whitey, and I'm trying not to let you get to me.
Across the board hustling.
But do we have to have these cockamamie contrived make-believe awards?
It's been around for what?
7 good
years.
long years.
Yeah. Who's the one guy in the NBA you would be least likely to take a charge from? Still LeBron?
Wow.
One guy, you got to step in there. Game's on the line, but I don't know. Business decision.
It may be LeBron because you have to think about a number of factors. And, you know, I'm assuming you're talking about a full speed.
Sure.
Here he comes.
Yeah,
down
and you have
the
that
lane.
option. I think I can get in there and
This
plan.
is not one of those like he's posting me up and I throw myself back on the floor.
Right.
Kind
this
of a
isn't
charge.
you and Lo Neal out at Chase.
Dude, can I get a call, Azubuike? Kalena Azubuike, can I get a call? Disgrace at Chase. And by the way, the new disgrace at Chase is game 6 against the Kings. We've been replaced. Yeah, thank you, Lolo. I think it is still LeBron because of the speed and the force that he would bring on that charge.
Yeah.
And then they call you for a block. It's like, did you see what just happened? I got to get the call.
Yeah, let me wipe my brains off the floor and then I'll argue with you. It'd be either LeBron or maybe Jimmy Butler. Just kind of a lower center of gravity. I feel like, that would hurt. Quest for 5 brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. He's been hanging on. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. Nick, what do the Warriors have to do to turn this series around tonight? Nick in Berkeley?
Nick
is looking for a fair whistle, but we're gonna have to toss him and go to Will in Oakland. Will, you're on at Willard and Dibs with Whitey and Willard. What's up? Whitey and Dibs, pardon me.
What's happening, boys?
Hey,
By
hey.
the way, you have the best mid-afternoon show in the history of sports because I listen to all of them from the west to the east.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you,
very,
Will.
very proud of it.
Flattery will get you an extra minute. Thanks for joining us.
I don't give a fuck about them.
Oh, boy, we got to let, that's
Boy, and
unfortunate.
that would be the opposite of flattery.
Yeah.
For those of you on the YouTube feed, you're welcome.
Hello.
It's an F-bomb.
Uh-huh.
And a curse word that didn't come from me, which is a nice change of pace.
Huh. All right.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for the phones.
Gotta let that baby ramp back up. I think he wanted to talk about Kuminga, and it's something that we have hit upon already in this program. I think that, and I'm going to say what I said before game one, if you want to play Jonathan Kuminga, I feel as though you got to go to him early in the game when the stakes aren't quite as high and get a sense for what Jonathan's going to bring to you.
What are you looking
tonight?
for? And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just asking, what are you hoping to get from him specifically?
Energy and on-ball defense. And, if it's, can he guard LeBron James? I think he can. It might be
I'm not
challenging.
that worried about that right now. He didn't really hurt me last game.
No, he didn't. But, and I guess, who else could he guard in an on-ball sense? I don't know if you'd put him against Anthony Davis. I don't think that's a great matchup. I like Jonathan Kuminga's ability on the perimeter, his quickness and his length on defense. Now, off-ball defense, at times he's gotten a little lost. He struggled a little bit. But I would like to have him in there if we're going to play fast and we're going to get into an up-and-down sort of game. Maybe I can get him free for a couple of dunks or get him in the dunker spot. Maybe get him a couple of looks early. See if he can bring some energy because the crowd loves Kuminga.
Sure.
And when he's able to get up, rise, and throw it down, big man, on somebody, that can give the crowd a little bit of a boost.
By the way, earlier today, before the show started, this is odd. I thought it might interest you.
Yeah.
Dibs was doing a Mark Willard voice, and it sounded exactly like Dibs' Marv Albert voice. And I don't know what that means, but he was like, yes, this is Mark Willard. Yes.
Yeah.
It was
I was
very
doing
strange.
Mark Albert. It's
Albert,
a
okay.
hybrid of the two.
All right.
Yeah. All my voices are, they're either my...
There's some bleeding together there.
So much bleeding. Unless I'm doing one of my classic one-word impersonations, like my one-word Reagan. Well,
888-957-9570.
You almost stole my one-word Reagan.
I know.
I think I got it from you.
Mark in Berkeley joins us. Mark, what do the Warriors need to get from Kuminga tonight?
I wanted to say that I think Kuminga should play.
Uh-huh.
And I think if you looked at last year, he played against the Lakers, and he got, I think, 18 points and 9 rebounds or something. And I think he could play good defense and good offense if you gave him some good minutes, and it would help them defensively. And I think they should use Dante, too, for defense.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Right now, they...
Yeah. Okay, we appreciate the call.
Thanks, Mark.
I need somebody who can knock down the mid-range shot. I don't think that's Jonathan Kuminga right now. If he can take I know Steiny said, maybe he's one of the few guys who physically could take the ball right out of Anthony Davis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But
Is that my Mark Willard?
Yeah, I'm just not playing Kuminga if I'm hoping to find a little more mid-range offense because the team was they shot the ball percentage-wise just as about the same inside the three-point line as they did outside the three-point line.
Especially if you...
That's not very good.
Well, if you factor in the reality that, they were 22 of 53 inside the arc, but 10 of those shots were blocked.
Uh-huh.
So they were really 22 of 43 on shots that were not blocked inside the arc. That's slightly better than 50%.
Okay, but but if the shot's blocked, it's still a shot. You took that didn't go in.
Correct.
Yeah.
But those are shots that I don't believe, and I'm trying to remember all 10 blocks.
Uh-huh.
And I went through...
remember them.
And
There's
I
number
think
6 right there.
I don't think that any of them were in the mid-range. I believe they all were at the cup.
At the cup, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That's what I'm saying mid-range because I'm going to get those. I go all the way to the basket. I don't know if I'm getting that.
But
no soup for you.
I would love to see Jonathan Kuminga with a head of steam trying to throw one down on Anthony Davis, even if you happen to, I don't know, run him over in the process. Let's get Anthony Davis involved in some physicality, Whitey.
I'm going to need a little something from the officials. I can't ask for it. I can't say that I deserve it, but I'm going to need something other than the disparity that we had in the first game from the foul line, which, as we know, is 29 free throws for the Lakers and only 6 for the Warriors. Whatever it's going to take. I need some help from the officials. I need the team to be more aware of that. Does that mean I need to attack the basket more? Not fouling and reaching. That number has to change, or again, and it should change. But if it doesn't, I don't think I really have a chance to win the series.
Yeah, and it's galling when you look at what happened in game one, and you were so much better from the 3-point line, yet you lost the basketball game. And that's where free throw disparity is a big part of that, but also 2-point disparity was a factor as well. I thought that they got a little bit too 3 happy in the second and third quarters when, maybe it's personnel and they got a little bit shy of going to the rim because they were having some difficulty getting by Anthony Davis.
D'Angelo Russell with 19 and Schroeder with 19. There's some alarming signs in that first game, but maybe the Lakers being older at a few key positions, maybe tonight they're just so happy they won the first game that
One
they're
of the
not going
things
to put
that
their best foot
I'm
forward.
sorry, Whitey, not to interrupt, but it is my show after all.
Right,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
but one of the things
I'm lucky you let me talk at all.
One of the things that did make me a little bit, hesitant about game one was Austin Reeves, because he did not play very well.
Yeah,
and
15.
I haven't fallen in love with his game, but I've definitely fallen in like with his game.
Sure.
He can be an electrifying, he can heat up and score in bunches, and you really didn't need much from him. He had 10 points in 39 minutes, and yet the Lakers still won the game. So that part of it has me a little bit troubled.
Do you think this is a game, a kind of a grudge game, revenge game for D'Angelo Russell?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't really work out here, and it's worked out for him in terms of all of his stops along the way, and it actually worked out great for the Warriors because he turned into Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. And if you think about the way all this played out, Kevin Durant begat D'Angelo Russell, who begat Wiggins and Kuminga. So you went from Kevin Durant could have just left and said, "Deuces, you get nothing for me." And yet it turned into Wiggins and Kuminga. So as we look at the Draymond Green exit, if it happens, would Draymond Green similarly do the Warriors a solid and say, I'm going to opt out, but let's do a sign and trade so at least you can get something back? Because I believe if he leaves and opts out and signs elsewhere, they can't replace his salary spot.
Right. I believe that's correct. Don't you think he's probably going to stay? I mean, it seems like indications are now, especially if they get out of this round, he's probably going to be back. He wants to stay, and they're going to work something out. It looks like that's kind of the way the wind's blowing.
I think so.
Yeah.
But then to me, there's also the Jordan Poole part of it, because it hasn't felt to me like Jordan Poole, Steph, Clay, and Dre have all been on the same page all year and of like mind. So I wonder if that plays into whether or not Draymond wants to run it back. The Jordan Poole part of it. And we don't know, and hopefully we don't have to worry about this for another 6 weeks and after another parade.
And that changes everything depending on how far they get. If you win everything, it's like, dude, we're just going to have to live with each other.
Right.
This is great. We've won back-to-back championships. 888-957-9570. Grandpa Daddy in Hayward joins us. 95.7 The Game. What's up, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
Great show. I'm just fighting the traffic, trying to get back up to the shop in Oakland.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you what we need. What we really need.
Yeah?
Looney and Draymond and even Kuminga, if he's in there, JaMychal Green, take that little 12-footer in the paint. Don't keep on looking to pass it. I mean, if they leave you open, freaking take the shot. You're a professional basketball player, man. You can't make a 12-footer. You shouldn't be there. I mean, look, if you're wide open, take the shot. And one more thing, Dibs, how do you do it? You're a Grandpa Daddy just like me, bro. I need some pointers, some tips. I got a 3.5-year-old, a 1.5-year-old. And just 3 days ago, my 1.5-year-old had a fever.
Whoa.
Hit 104. I was at the pediatrician. And then she freaking had a febrile seizure in my arm.
I'm sorry to hear that, Grandpa Daddy.
Scared
All the best.
the Jesus out of me.
Yeah.
And Dibs,
yeah.
any pointers? And if you got an email, I would like to swap stories with you, dude. I'm 61. My wife's 35.
Attaboy.
I got a 3.5-year-old and a 19-month-old.
All the best to you, Grandpa
Thanks,
Daddy.
Grandpa Daddy.
Yeah.
The only advice
what do you
is
got, Dibs?
sleep when the baby sleeps. I mean, that's what I try to do. Baby takes a nap, you take a nap. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
104-degree fever. That's scary.
That is scary. Yeah. Nowadays, you got the internet. Look up everything. There was a time when it's like you had to go to the library or something, right?
Or that book, What to Expect When You're Expecting.
Yeah.
Nowadays, 3 a.m. It's like, how do I get my baby to stop crying? Let's Google it.
Siri. Hey, Siri.
Yeah, totally.
Siri, get in here.
Get in here.
Whole different ball game. And hopefully, Gabe, too, will be a different ball game for the Warriors.
That's a good transition right there.
Not really.
It's genius. I liked it. It was good. If it's not a whole different ball game, if it's the same ball game, Warriors make a lot of threes and still lose. Warriors foul too much and lose. LeBron James doesn't really take over the game and you lose. You go down 0-2, which only 2 teams have recovered from after losing both games at home. You got problems, Whitey.
Yeah, if Darvin Ham, and I'm sure he's listening here, if he heard Grandpa Daddy talk about how, hey, if you're Kuminga, who did he mention? Kuminga, Draymond, did he mention Looney? He said, if you got that 12-footer, you got to shoot that. If I'm Darvin Ham and I hear that, I think of Looney and Kuminga and Draymond just taking those 12-foot floaters. I'd be like, yeah, that's what I want to see.
Totally.
Which is why if you're the Warriors, you obviously can't rely on that.
No, and I think that's partly why you won't see that collection of players.
Draymond has to make a few of those, I think.
Yeah, and that's what Draymond can do offensively, and he was 3 of 9 from the floor in game 1, which is not good enough. It's not as bad as he was in Sacramento when he missed 7 layups or something, but Draymond's going to have to look to score in that mid-range, not go all the way to the cup, but drive and hit that little 12-footer, and hopefully he gets hot.
Let's see. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Bud in Oakland with us here at 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bud. Bounce back tonight for the Dubs?
Hey. Yeah, I think we're going to bounce back. There was a fill-out process. Steve Kerr, he saw the way they're going to play. He saw how they're going to crowd the paint, dead back. We know it's a jump shooting team. You look to see Kuminga in there tonight drawing fouls on Anthony Davis early. If that's going to be their gameplay, Diggs, you said it I want to say yesterday or the day before yesterday, you said, this guy Anthony Davis, he's flip-floppy. He'll give you 31. The next game, he'll give you a pooper. So just like Forrest said, Mama said life is like a box of chocolates, and with Anthony Davis, you never know what you're going to get. To the other guy that called, listen, he got to understand the situation he's in. He said he's 60-something with a 35-year-old wife. Man, he might as well hang it up. He can hang up his jersey. If he needs any pointers, everyone on the radio station, I'm pretty sure they'll be glad to try to help him out any ways they can. I'm sorry to hear about his situation with his baby.
Yeah.
I work in the pediatric building myself, but, he has a 35-year-old wife, and he's 60-something. Hey, he can forget about it, like they said. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, throw those shoes over the telephone wire and just call it a day, right? I get that.
Yeah. You retired his number?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, if you have a 35-year-old wife, I don't know if she's quite ready for him to put his jersey up in the rafters.
Gotcha.
He probably still has some minutes to play.
Yeah.
He's probably got some boxing out to do, Whitey.
He's got to fulfill that contract.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. And it's I'm not quite 61, and I've got an 8-month-old. And, it's a whole lot of work when you're an older guy. Grandpa Daddy took his name from my yet-to-be-released podcast called Grandpa Daddy.
Oh.
Anybody over 50 who has a child, you are a Grandpa Daddy.
Nice.
Because people look at you and go, oh, is that your granddaughter? No, it's my daughter. Yeah.
Thanks.
Grandpa Daddy.
What do you
go.
think the Warriors need to do tonight? Well, here's Draymond Green when asked that question.
My aggressiveness on both ends of the floor. I think I allowed the 3 fouls to kind of take me out of a rhythm and never really found it again. So just got to stay out of foul trouble. It's kind of been a theme with me lately, and just got to stop fouling and defend better.
There you go. Stop fouling, defend better, and that applies to all of them, the whole lot of Warriors tonight.
Yeah, I mean, geez, that's where you get into the whole thing about the referees, and we can talk about foul disparity and free throw disparity, and I look at game 1, and to me, it was less about the officials and more about the Warriors just making some reckless defensive choices, some careless fouling.
How much of it is this? Pardon me, Jeff, but I got to ask you. How much of it is because the Warriors are just smaller? certainly smaller than the Lakers, but they're smaller than most teams. And this has been an issue for them. It's been more dramatic this year, but over the last several years, if you look at the fouls committed relative to the rest of the teams in the league, they've been a team that's committed a lot of fouls. And how much of that is because they are size-wise at a disadvantage so frequently?
It's a good portion of it, but I think, what Steve Kerr talks a lot about is defending without fouling, and a lot of times they get into situations where you reach, and, D'Angelo Russell, I think, is a great example, because when you're guarding him, and this happened to Steph in Game 1, if your arms are anywhere near him, he's going to come up there and get you that the play that I hate, but it's a foul, and they don't give the shooting foul anymore. The rip-through is what they call it, Whitey. But D'Angelo Russell's a player. You got to be more disciplined when you're guarding him. And a lot of times I think the Warriors make careless mistakes on the defensive end.
He was very good, D'Angelo Russell. Came back into the game, as you know, when it was slipping away. The Warriors were in a position where they were stealing it, and they put D'Angelo Russell back in to stabilize the offense, which had gone ice cold, and he actually did the job for him and steadied that offense. D'Angelo Russell did that for the Lakers against the Warriors in Game 1.
And he can be that steadying force because he's a guy who can get his shot. He can shoot the three. He can take the ball and score off the dribble. He's a tough cover because he's very slippery.
Really good shooter.
And he's very slick, too, in the mid-range, and he can get his shot off on all three levels.
I know there's been a lot of talk about how Draymond has to be better tonight. Draymond has led that narrative to a large degree. He says, I got to be better. Steph Curry has to be better. And I'm not saying he stunk or anything, but if the Warriors are going to have a chance in this series, and I know maybe he was a little worn out from everything he did in Game 7, but he's got to be better tonight. And the Warriors can help him, put him in position to be better tonight by having him on the ball more. I'm sure that's part of it, but he's got to be really good. He's got to be a player who has the Lakers on their heels tonight.
Yeah, and somebody's got to put the Lakers on their heels, and that's where this Warrior team, I think, does so much better. When they have the lead, they can front run, and they put the Lakers on their heels. Make the Lakers counter what you're trying to do. It felt to me like Game 1, even though the Warriors were hitting the threes, they never were able to get control of the basketball game. They never had the game, I think, completely in their control.
8 was their biggest lead at any point in the game.
Right.
And I think that was early.
Yeah, in the third quarter where the Warriors usually do so well, that's where the Lakers clamp down on Golden State, and they turn the game on its ear.
So job 1 tonight for Dan Dibley is involve Anthony Davis in more high pick and rolls, right? Get him away from the basket, however you're going to do that.
Involve Anthony Davis, period. Make him do something on the defensive end. Make Anthony Davis uncomfortable. Make him exert. If he's going to play 44 minutes, make him feel it, Whitey.
You don't want to attack him? See, I go back and forth on it.
No, attack him.
Yeah, attack him, and maybe you get a couple whistles. I mean, 2 fouls on him changes the whole complexion of the game, potentially.
Right, and if Kuminga is going to get a chance to play, go at him and see if he can rise up and stop you at the rim, young man. See if you can't throw one down on that monobrow.
Thank you, Mark Randy. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you very much for being with us today. It's always a lot of fun for me to be with the great Dan Dibley, so thanks, Dibs. Willard back tomorrow. Are you ready for Game 2? Warriors Live with John Dickinson is next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors playoff game. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
And it is the Warriors and the Lakers. It's game 2, round 2. Coming up here on 95.7 The Game, just about an hour away from tip-off. It's John Dickinson, and I'm coming to you from Thrive City once again, the Mission Bay Wine Bar outside Chase Center as we get you ready for game 2. And a big one for the Warriors as they trail this best-of-7 series 1-0 with the Lakers getting the jump in game 1, 117-112. Outscoring the Warriors in the second half, and really the third quarter, second and third quarters doing the Warriors in that one as the Lakers lead this best-of-7 series again 1-0. We'll get into the key matchups to this one, keys to the game, eye on the stats, taking it to the bank prediction, injury report, all of that here between now and 5:30 as we are brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and want to let everybody know a little bit about the Mission Bay Wine Bar. Just a tremendous assortment of wines by the taste, glass, carafe, bottle, as well as sake and beer on tap and packaged. Wines and beers, all these beverages available for sale here. Also a wonderful food menu as well. Open daily from 4 until 9 p.m., expanded hours on Chase Center event nights, including tonight with Game 2 here of the Western Conference semifinals between the Warriors and the Lakers. So it's just a great destination to watch the games. I know they've been a big part of the Thrive City watch parties that have been going on and will be going on over the weekend when the Warriors hit the road and go to L.A. for Games 3 and 4. But, yeah, they got it all cracking here. Warriors home and road games, weather permitting, outdoor seating available, and the rain looks like it's holding off, so there are a few people that are out on the patio here enjoying a little wine before heading into game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. All right, rolling on here as the Warriors look to get the jump and get back into this series by evening things at a game apiece. Let's just dive right into the injury report for Game 2, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. As always, Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And everything good to go both ways as far as the injury report for both of these teams coming into this one. Anthony Davis and LeBron James always listed on the injury report for their clubs respectively, and as the Warriors look to go in this one, they are healthy as well as Patrick Baldwin Jr., questionable. He's dealing with a toe. Iguodala still remains out. No Ryan Rollins. And again, Anthony Davis and LeBron James good to go. Mo Bamba was listed as questionable, but nothing of significance on the injury report, really either way for this one as we get you closer to tip-off here in Game 2 of round 1. So just exactly what you like to see with both of these teams healthy and ready to roll here. Game 2, always about adjustments, and the Warriors, Steve Kerr in his pregame press conference noting some adjustments that need to be made, and always the conversation is about the emotional adjustment from Game 1 to Game 2, and the team that loses being able to play more forcefully. And obviously there's tends to be kind of a letdown, or can be, from the team that wins that game. How do you know, or how does that manifest itself in the stats throughout history? Well, the Warriors are going to try and become the 16th consecutive team to win a Game 2 on their home floor after losing Game 1 on their home floor. It's 15 straight league-wide, and the Celtics able to do it after dropping Game 1 last night. They were able to bounce back and even their series with Philadelphia at a game apiece. And so the Warriors are going to try to do the same. Steve Kerr talking about a few different things that the Warriors pinpointed in their film session over the course of the last 24 hours here in trying to make adjustments. And you look at Game 1 to Game 2, and it really was a tale of 3-point shooting on the one end for the Warriors, and a significant advantage that the Warriors had in terms of that 3-point shooting compared to the Lakers, a 45-point advantage, 21 of 53 for Golden State in game one. The Warriors were getting a lot of really good looks. They took a lot of threes and made a lot of threes. Anytime you can make 20-plus at a 40% clip, that's something that you'll absolutely take. The Lakers, 6 of 25, and you're thinking, wow, Warriors with a plus 15 in terms of three-point makes from game one to game two. That's something you'll like in terms of a disparity, but unfortunately for the Warriors, that disparity was wiped out by the Lakers' ability to dominate in the paint. And so the Warriors were a plus 45 in the three-point shooting, but the Lakers were a plus 25 at the free throw line and a plus 26 in the paint. So you add that up, and the Lakers ended up better in the paint at the free throw line by a point than the Warriors did in terms of their advantage at the three-point line. And so it winds up being a wash, and the Lakers, with their high percentage shot in terms of twos versus threes, were able to allow that to have them prevail in this one. And the Warriors' 2-point field goal percentage, something that really stuck out. All of the block shots. Anthony Davis setting the tone there with 4 block shots. LeBron had 3. Jared Vanderbilt had 2. The Warriors did the job in game one as far as the 3-point makes, but I think as far as we start to look at some of the adjustments and eventually when we get into the keys to the game for the Warriors, it's going to be taking the proper amount of threes, but also working their way into being able to knock down some twos at a much more efficient clip than the 14 for 35 and 40%. It was basically a 60-40 game. The Lakers had their way against the Warriors on the interior, and the Warriors could not do the same, with a lot of shots challenged and blocked, and the Warriors not getting to the free throw line as well, which allowed the Lakers to be the better team in game number one. As far as Anthony Davis, the Warriors in game one had an Anthony Davis problem. Anthony Davis, a monster effort, 30 points, 23 boards. We talked about his defense, and 19 of those on the defensive glass. And so the Warriors not able to get the extra possessions at the same level or in the same manner than they did against Sacramento, although they did wind up with 14 more field goal attempts in that game, and they did wind up with 14 offensive rebounds. Neither team really turned the ball over. There wasn't ball pressure either way, and the Warriors did a nice job of taking care of the basketball, but they had an Anthony Davis problem in game one, and so an adjustment's going to have to be made there. Tough matchup for Kevon Looney, who held his own and had another big game in terms of rebounding himself with the 23 boards, but the Warriors may need a little bit more of Draymond Green on Anthony Davis, a matchup that historically in head-to-heads has favored Golden State, with Draymond's ability to get really physical and his quickness and just kind of making Anthony Davis play smaller than the 7-footer that he is. And so due to the foul trouble that Draymond had in game number one, he was really unable to fully be himself. And Steve Kerr alluded to the fact that the Warriors were able to be themselves in game one and offset Draymond's absence. But Draymond really struggled in game one, in large part due to his timing and rotation and ability to play physically at the level that he really wants and needs to be effective, was compromised by the fact that he was in the foul trouble like he was in that game. And again, he is the premier Anthony Davis stopper for the Warriors on this roster. And the Warriors' ability to go small against the Lakers and try and run their bigs off the floor, I think is something that the Warriors are going to have to go to. You saw that at the end of game one when the Warriors got down 14. They took Kevon Looney out. They put Jordan Poole in, and what a welcome sight it was for Jordan Poole to play his best game to this point of the playoffs with the 21 points and being able to knock down the three ball at the level that he did. Warriors went small, really put the Lakers in some scrambled situations defensively, and the Warriors kind of had their way. It ignited the defense. The offense was there in terms of the three-point shot, but the one area where the Warriors still, as the game went on down the stretch, were unable to come through was the ability to finish in the paint and at the rim. The Warriors were getting there but they were getting there in a manner where the Lakers had a wall built up and had the ability to send enough shots away to give themselves the advantage as the game went down. Really just a bucket here or there, and D'Angelo Russell with the big bucket, and obviously Jordan Poole had to look at a three after the Warriors got stopped. Poole got stopped in the inside. LeBron went to the free throw line, and then the Warriors end up losing this one 117-112. All right, we'll go ahead and pause here quickly. It's John Dickinson coming to you from the Mission Bay Wine Bar. Stop by, say hi here for the next 20 minutes or so as we get you closer to Game 2 of Round 2. It's the Western semifinals. Have a glass of wine, have one of their charcuterie boards, and enjoy the atmosphere here outside of Chase Center as the Warriors and Lakers are coming up. We got keys to the game, eye on the stats, and much, much more as we continue here on 95.7 The Game.
At West Credit Union, we're working towards a brighter financial future for both our members and our community, knowing that when you succeed, we all succeed. That starts with a solid financial foundation. As a credit union, we have no stockholders demanding profits. Our commitment is to our members. Experience the difference with our Money Market Max Bonus promotion, offering a cash incentive for letting us protect and grow your money. West Credit Union, working for you. Today, tomorrow, together. West Credit Union is insured by NCUA.
You know, no one really wants to have their chest cracked open.
Dr. Tom Wynn, UCSF Chief of Cardiothoracic Surgery.
Nowadays, we're performing very complicated heart surgeries through a tiny incision, maybe 1.5 centimeters.
Employing new technologies, Dr. Wynn's team is treating patients well into their 90s.
And it also decreases time spent in the ICU. Patients often go home in 2 to 3 days as opposed to 7 to 8 weeks.
UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you. And now they have an app delivering a mechanic to your door, just like a restaurant delivery app. Kirby does it all with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, washes, and more. Kirby is the ultimate convenience with easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit per second internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Now, back to Warriors Live. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson back here at the Mission Bay Wine Bar outside Chase Center. Beautiful assortment of wines by the carafe or the bottle. You can get some food here as well. They got charcuterie boards and flat breads and a lot of good stuff. Wine friendly small plates as well. Typically open between 4 and 9 daily here outside Chase Center. Expanded hours during Chase Center events. And, of course, that means tonight with a lot of Warrior fans filing in here, and had an opportunity to check it out before Game 2. And, wow, I mean, this place was jammed as Warrior fans were getting ready for Game 1 of this series. And now Warrior fans starting to file in here with just under an hour to go before tip-off. So stop by, say hi. If you're in the area, I'm going to be here for another 15 minutes before we hand this thing off to Tim and Tom and the call for the Western semifinals, Game 2 between the Warriors and the Lakers. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's also go ahead and dive right into the keys to the game for the Warriors tonight. Keys to the game brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. First NorCal has it all. Low auto loan rates, a super easy online application, and friendly, helpful agents. They can get you a low rate and help you save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying any dealer rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org for more details. I think offensively for the Warriors, and we talked about it a little bit in the first segment, keep the three ball flowing is key number one. Anytime you make close to 40% with the high volume that the Warriors were able to shoot and hit at 21 of 53, you like that, but maybe be a little more discerning and maybe look to attack the inside a little bit more efficiently. Try to draw Anthony Davis out of the paint to either be able to beat him off the dribble and get into the lane, or try to hit the floater game. I know Steph Curry had a couple of floaters blocked in Game 1 of that series, but it also could be a game where you want to try and take some pull-up jumpers, not attack as directly into Anthony Davis and some of the long defenders that the Lakers have as they attempt to build a wall against that Warriors defense. So more patience there, and I think something that Steve Kerr mentioned as far as Game 6 in the Kings series going back to round 1, the Warriors, I think spacing was a little bit off in terms of the ability to pass the ball on the interior, which I think is another way you can beat guys like Anthony Davis from blocking a lot of shots. I know Davis had said after Game 1 that he felt he needed to be able to help a little bit more on the outside with the Warriors having their way from three-point range. And I think the Warriors going into Game 1 thought if they could make a bunch of threes, that would be their key to winning the game. And it was a key to being in the game down the stretch. But, again, the offset from all of the free throws and the Lakers' ability to get what they wanted on the interior wound up proving to be the difference in that game. But I think the patience and the ball movement and passing the ball around some of the shot blockers and the length of the Lakers as well to get a more efficient shooting percentage from 2. 14 to 35 just isn't going to cut it. And you go back to Game 1, and it really told the story of Game 1. Just the fact that when you looked at the numbers, the Warriors outscored 54-28 in the paint, but the shooting percentage, the Lakers were 27 of 47 in the paint, while the Warriors were 14 of 35. And so patience, ball movement, trying to draw Anthony Davis out, I think is a key part of it as well. And also throw some pump fakes up. Throw some pump fakes up against an aggressive defense, and maybe that can be a way that the Warriors can get to the free throw line and help offset a little bit of that major free throw disparity, which was a big part of the equation in Game 1 with the Lakers getting 29 free throw attempts, the Warriors with 6 free throw attempts there. And again, it was a 20-point advantage for the Lakers over the Warriors in that one. So those are some of the offensive keys to the game. Defensively for the Warriors, it really was a case of getting beat on the interior, and that's where I think more Draymond on Anthony Davis is critical. I also think speeding the game up is critical. The Lakers do want to play fast, but offensively, I mean, there was a lot of face-up. There was a lot of post-up. I think you may need to send a little more double team at Anthony Davis. Pick your spots and trust that the Lakers aren't necessarily going to be able to make enough shots from the perimeter. The 6 of 25 from 3 in Game 1. I think creatively doubling Anthony Davis in conjunction with more Draymond snarling at Anthony Davis in this series, I think is an area where the Warriors really can use that to their advantage and use that to try and slow down a pretty efficient Laker offense in game one. But to dare the Lakers to hit those threes, dare the Lakers to make them. I think the key in not wanting to double is that you're concerned about three-point shooting getting rolling, but the Lakers are just still not, even in their new iteration, a great three-point shooting team. So I think the Warriors are going to have to take their chances a little more, pick their spots a little bit more there. I think you could also see some zone, something else that can work against a team that really doesn't have a lot of shooting. The Warriors mixed it up, showed some zone, went small, played a little bit faster, tiring the Lakers out, I think, and then making sure you get the rebound off of their stops on the interior is something that is really critical. So those are your keys to the game. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Again, First NorCal has it all. Visit firstnorcalcu.org. Let's move on now to Eye on the Stats. Eye on the Stats brought to you by the Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center. The choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation today at GoodmanEyeCenter.com. A couple of notes and nuggets we mentioned earlier here, and it's the Warriors and their ability to bounce back and win game two that will be important for the Warriors in this one. We talked about that streak, NBA-wide streak of the 15 consecutive teams that have lost game one, bouncing back on their home floor to win game two. The Warriors are 19-6 in game twos going back to 2015, and the Warriors are 32-11 after a loss in the playoffs going back to 2013, and only once have they trailed in any series 0-2, and we just got a taste of that in the last series with the Sacramento Kings able to jump out to that lead against the Warriors. And, the Warriors, three teammates also in game one recording 6 or more threes in the same game. First time in NBA history. Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole each knocking down 6 3-pointers exactly. 18 of the Warriors' 21 in the game one loss to the Lakers. That's the most 3-pointers in a playoff game in franchise history. And that's one that stings for the Warriors, I think, to lose on that note. So that your Eye on the Stats, brought to you by the Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, again, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team, GoodmanEyeCenter.com. All right, time now for our Taking It to the Bank prediction. Just about a minute and a half here at the Mission Bay Wine Bar here on 95.7 The Game. Taking It to the Bank. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I think we're going to see a little Jonathan Kuminga tonight. And I know I've been hard on Kuminga. I know Kuminga had a dreadful first-round series against Sacramento. But I think Steve Kerr is going to tap for a little bit of energy, a little bit of athleticism, a little bit of getting the crowd juiced in this one. And I think the coaching staff is going to carve out a little role for him because on paper it does appear that he's a good fit to play in this series. For him to play more, though, he's going to have to make the most of the opportunity. The template for Kuminga is what happened with Moses Moody in round one. Moody wasn't a part of the initial rotation, but he got a shift in game two because of foul trouble and because Kuminga was struggling, ironically, and Moody played well enough in that one short shift where he earned another and then wound up playing in every game the rest of the series. That's how it's done. I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to get a shot in this one tonight. All right, join me after the ball game. We'll have Warriors wrap-up for you, taking your phone calls and your text messages. Thanks to the Mission Bay Wine Bar. Warriors and Lakers, Game 2, Round 2. It's all coming up with Tim and Tom right here on 95.7 The Game.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun. But shopping for financing, nobody likes to do. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates, they've got low rates, 3.99% APR. And you could save big by skipping that dealer financing and apply the manufacturer rebate to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to learn more. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 3.99 annual percentage rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score. 29.52 per $1,000 borrowed.
It's Bonte Hill, and I've got the place to go for all of your golf needs. The Golf Spot is the Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art golf facility with coaching.